Luo Chen has traversed into the world of Harry Potter, acquiring the supreme wizard system. Despite the system's somewhat lackluster nature, when activated, it proves formidable. Leveling up is as effortless as drinking water within days. He can obliterate Horcruxes, and in mere months, he can suppress Snape, eventually standing shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore within a year. Chapter 1. The Awakening Boy. The skies of England seem perpetually shrouded in gloom. Today is no exception. It is likely that a torrential rain will descend within the hour. On the top floor of the renowned Wellington Hospital, a special intensive care unit has been designated, where a pale boy with light gray hair appears to be showing signs of awakening. This is the most intense reaction he has exhibited in 10 years. The connected monitoring devices begin to beep rhythmically. Mysterious runes arranged in the corner begin to emit a faint white glow. Where am I? Why is it so dark? Luo Chen murmurs. He recalls that he was previously engaged in a friendly match, finally finding joy after hundreds of attempts with a win male character. Suddenly, overwhelmed with excitement, he lost consciousness, only to awaken in this strange place. There seems to be light over there. Although he never imagined he could possess such clarity of mind in a dream, he contemplates the possibility of experiencing delight with a few goddesses, as it is often said that one is the master of their own dreams. However, despite his efforts, nothing materializes, leading him to abandon the thought and drift toward the source of the light. As he approaches, he discovers that the light is golden, hazy, and seemingly enveloping something within. Goodness, I inexplicably feel as though I am in the opening of a web novel, acquiring a golden finger. How amusing, he scoffs. Yet, as he draws nearer, the golden radiance becomes blinding, causing him to instinctively raise an arm to shield his eyes. An unseen wave passes through him, and once again, darkness engulfs him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head, as if something is being forcibly injected into his mind. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, Luo Chen recovers his normal state. Sirius? Potter? Lily? And a rat? Why on earth? Oh wait, these are characters from Harry Potter, but why are they appearing in my mind? And what is this surname, Bishar? However, the name Luo Bishar bears a slight resemblance to mine. This truly is a peculiar dream. As Luo Chen continues to express his disbelief, he gradually begins to process the information. He falls silent, struggling to grasp the reality before him. But upon further confirmation, he realizes the truth. Wand being waved. Streets are exploding. Orange flames are raging. All of this signals one undeniable fact seems to have traversed into another world. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly hears a voice beside him. Ding. Congratulations, host Luo Bishar, on successfully binding the supreme wizard system. Ding. The beginner's gift pack is now being issued. Ding. Would you like to open a beginner's gift pack? Weichi. Who are you? Just as Luo Chen begins to emerge from his stupor, the mechanical electronic voice, claiming to be a system, plunges him back into confusion. Who are you? Right, you say you're a system, but why am I here? Ding. Information retrieval in progress. Ding. Information error. Information correction in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host Luo Chen Bishar, on successfully binding the supreme wizard system. Ding. Now issuing. Wait, what is this? You change a name and call it information correction? Ding. Congratulations, host Luo Chen Bishar, on successfully binding the supreme wizard system. Goodness, what did I just say? You didn't hear a word of it, did you, Ding? Ultimately, he has no choice but to concede. All right, very well. Now he's curious to see what this so-called supreme wizard system truly looks like. Yet, deep down, he is gradually affirming the reality of his traversal. Of course, affirmation does not equate to acceptance, especially as that world holds too many of his concerns. Ding. Now issuing the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Yes. Do you think refusing to open it would matter? Luo Chen retorts, by the way, hurry up and show yourself you can't even take form. Can you? If so, you truly are quite rudimentary. However, the system disregards Luo Chen's outburst and commences the issuance of the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the revised spell compendium, 500 influence points, and the character attribute panel is now accessible. As the voice fades, a pale blue screen materializes before Luo Chen. The content is quite simple. Name Luo Chen. Race human. Skills none. Magic power 0. Items revised spell compendium. Influence points 500. Is that all? Luo Chen confirms, scanning the information. But wasn't it said that there are wizards in this world? Why is my magic power 0? Ding. Would you like to spend 10 influence points to obtain an answer? Luo Chen falls silent. What? What does this mean? I have to spend points for this. As a seasoned bookworm, he knows that these so-called influence points are akin to a system currency. Although it seems generous to issue 500 points at once, it also suggests that the system might be suffering from severe inflation. Gradually calming himself, he naturally seeks to secure more favorable terms. Ding! Yet, the system appears adamant about its monetary demands. After several fruitless attempts at negotiation, Luo Chen is compelled to relent once more. Ding! Answer. Luo Chen. Ding. Because the host is currently an ordinary person, you lack magic power, but you can spend 100 influence points to elevate to LV1. Ha! In truth, Luo Chen had anticipated this response, yet upon hearing it, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and frustration as his last shred of hope dissipated. After a moment of silence, he takes a deep breath. All right, I will spend 100 influence points to elevate to LV1. As Luo Chen's words conclude, his influence points decrease by 100, and a warm yet cool, invisible flow of energy surges into his body, eliciting a groan of comfort as he instinctively closes his eyes. When he opens them again, he realizes he has emerged from the previously desolate space into the outside world. His body feels stiff, as if he cannot muster any strength. If not for the lingering warmth and coolness of the energy coursing through him, he might have thought it was all a dream. However, after regaining some composure, Luo Chen hastily checks his surroundings, ensuring no one is present, before struggling to sit upright on the bed. He makes his way to the washroom, gazing into the mirror at his pale, yet handsome visage, light gray hair, and light brown eyes. Instinctively, he raises his slender fingers to touch his cheek, feeling the normal texture. Except for the hair color and eye color, I look just like I did as a child. So, indeed, I have traversed that a question he has repeated countless times, yet it perfectly encapsulates the true sentiments of a bewildered traveler. Chapter 2. I am Ferki. Luo Chen had not noticed that the mysterious runes arranged in the corner were flickering with increasing frequency. He had thoroughly checked the washroom inside and out several times, confirming that aside from feeling somewhat weak, his physical condition was satisfactory. After adjusting his mindset, he emerged from the confines of the washroom. Rather than hastily departing, he took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. If it weren't for the items beside him, which appeared rather antiquated to a traveler from the 21st century, he might have recognized them as resembling facilities such as respirators, electrocardiograms, and oxygen tanks. He was genuinely uncertain how a room, adorned with such noble and elegant decor, including a grand bed draped in what appeared to be fine red velvet, could possibly serve as a hospital ward. Fortune seemed to favor him. It appeared he had been born into a wealthy family, making for a rather promising start. He sought a rationale to force himself to calm down. After a moment, he not only grasped the core method for acquiring influence values, but also comprehended their related functions entirely. In simple terms, influence values represented Luo Chen's impact on the people and things within this world, encompassing the entirety of it. However, it was not simply the commotion he stirred that would yield greater influence values. The system had presented him with a series of daunting mathematical formulas that appeared quite overwhelming. Furthermore, influence values could not only be utilized to pay for problem rewards, but could also enhance the levels of skills he would learn in the future. Naturally, different skills would require varying amounts of influence values. Since Luo Chen currently possessed no skills, he was unable to proceed with the next step of verification. However, he noted that advancing his magic energy level to LV2 would require precisely 500 influence values. Upon realizing that he had only 300 influence values remaining after asking his questions, Luo Chen fell into a deeper silence. He had long suspected that this system would inevitably experience inflation and would employ various methods to entice him into acquiring influence values. But he had not anticipated it to occur so swiftly. Additionally, Wang Chen had come to understand that his current so-called LV1 level of power was equivalent to the average standard of a newly admitted student at Hogwarts. Although he could sense the peculiar energy circulating within him in considerable quantity. He had seemingly drawn a spellbook earlier. Since he was unable to enhance his magic energy at the moment, he might as well learn a few spells to keep himself equipped. As he contemplated this, Luo Chen intended to retrieve the spellbook. However, before he could immerse himself in it, the door to the hospital room was abruptly pushed open, and a stooped figure entered, a middle-aged man who was awkwardly trying to straighten his back. His expression was somewhat rigid, tinged with a hint of harshness. The sparse hair on his forehead was a mixture of gray and white. You're awake, Luo? Mr. Bixier, he stammered. It was evident that the newcomer was in a rush, his tattered black robe appearing worn and shabby. Yet, Luo Chen had an inkling that this face seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fairchi, Argus Fairchi. You may not recall, as you were quite young then, but This self-proclaimed Fairchi caused Luo Chen's eyes to widen and his pupils to gradually constrict. However, upon observing the other's awkwardly positioned arms, hesitance in speech, and the evident desire to present a benevolent demeanor. Luo Chen's initial confusion began to dissipate, replaced by an indescribable sensation rising within him. Firstly, this fair Qi was evidently not as harsh and unfeeling as described in the J.K. novels. Secondly, his unusual attitude towards the original owner indicated a certain intimacy between them. Coupled with the surname Bishar that Luo Chen had previously encountered, it suggested that they likely did not share a familial bond. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen adjusted his silk black robe and approached Fair Qi, who appeared noticeably tense and instinctively took 2 steps back. Luo Chen extended his right hand and spoke softly. "Greetings, Mr. Fair Qi. It is a pleasure to meet you." He then mentioned needing to consult a doctor and hurriedly exited the room. The peculiar sensation within him intensified. The good news was that for some inexplicable reason, his command of English had become remarkably fluid, akin to that of a native speaker. Luo Chen reassured himself a few times before his thoughts compelled him to retrieve the so-called comprehensive spellbook. However, upon seeing it, he was rendered speechless. It was merely the size of an adult's palm, with a reddish-brown cover adorned with a few Chinese idioms. Indeed, it resembled an older edition of a phrase dictionary published by the commercial press. Yet, the name commercial press had been replaced with revised edition instead. The only peculiar aspect was that this object emanated a golden light, and Luo Chen found it impossible to open. What on earth was this? How dismissive. A phrase dictionary? Did this Harry Potter world even contain idiomatic spells? System, I have not read the original Harry Potter series, but Luo Chen could not help but critique the films, his voice growing fainter. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of idiomatic spells existing in this realm. However, upon further reflection, the film's subtitles were later transcribed, leaving one to ponder whether they could truly be considered idioms. At that moment, Luo Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Most crucially, this object refused to budge. It exhibited no customer-friendly service whatsoever, definitely deserving of a poor review. It was impossible to claim one lacked a foundation. Moreover, Luo Chen was certain that to acquire the spells contained within this so-called phrase dictionary, comprehensive spellbook, one would undoubtedly need to pay a price, most likely connected to influence. In other words, it was a matter of spending money to gain benefits. The system had devised this scheme, indicating it was undoubtedly a trap. Of course, adhering to the unified rules across myriad realms, one could trust that this system's offerings would be of exceptional quality. Indeed, it sparks the imagination. Thus, despite Luo Chen's current demeanor, he is certain to find it useful in the future. However, being rather impoverished at the moment, he prefers the adage, out of sight, out of mind. Beep. May I inquire, host, do you perceive magic energy merely as a means for frivolous indulgence? The system's inquiry, though framed as a question, left Luo Chen feeling distinctly affronted. Yet, he had no time to harbor anger. Instead, a sense of triumph welled within him. For this insidious system had refrained from imposing a fee this time. Previously, each question posed had exacted a toll of influence points, and the cost varied with each inquiry, starting at a minimum of 10 points. Consequently, after merely a handful of queries, Luo Chen found himself with a mere 300 influence points remaining. Upon hearing the system's remarks, a thought flickered in Luo Chen's mind. Perhaps this so-called modified idiom dictionary would indeed not require additional consumption of influence points, considering it was merely an item. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the ceaseless flow of magic energy within him, channeling it from the tips of his fingers into the compendium of spells he held. A hum resonated, akin to something bursting forth, as a stream of information surged into Luo Chen's consciousness. However, this influx was not tumultuous. Rather, it flowed like spring water over stones, gently illuminating the entirety of its content. To his astonishment, it truly was a compendium of spells, containing incantations never before seen in this world. Furthermore, the quality appeared remarkably sophisticated, although the monthly extraction interval was somewhat disheartening. The fact that it required no monetary expenditure rendered it exceedingly formidable. Presently, it seemed he possessed a single opportunity for a complementary extraction. With resolute determination, Luo Chen issued the command to extract. The cover of the idiom dictionary finally opened, releasing a blinding golden light, akin to a miniature sun devoid of warmth. The brilliance engulfed him before he could react, swiftly piercing into his third eye. Remarkably, Luo Chen felt no discomfort, not even the instinct to resist. Based on the prior information he had encountered, this represented the recognition response of the idiom dictionary, heralding the next function to be developed. The proactive and passive magic bars were contingent upon Luo Chen's own magic energy level, which in a certain sense also indicated his personal rank. It is essential to understand that an excess of magic energy, if left unchecked by the host, could lead to unforeseen consequences, such as a state of inertia. Conversely, a deficiency would hinder the manifestation of his true potential. Thus, magic energy and Luo Chen's inherent strength were not directly correlated. The proactive magic bar allows for the embedding of an incantation drawn from the idiom dictionary, which can be cast without a wand, simultaneously enhancing its potency by an unconditional 50 points, with a renewal interval of 6 months. The passive magic slot adheres to a similar standard, yet its function lies in its inability to be actively triggered. It can only respond passively. However, it reduces consumption by 50, and the skill level rises unconditionally by 1. The interval for this enhancement is a year, and the degree of increase remains eternally constant. In other words, at level 1, it can enhance by 50, and when Luo Chen's spell skill level ascends to level 3, 4, or even higher, it will still unconditionally increase by 50. When calculated thus, the ratio is remarkably high, verging on terrifying. As for the passive magic slot, it can also accommodate attack spells akin to Shadow Blade, yet this would render Luo Chen incapable of directly triggering it. Instead, when he is struck by an enemy attack that inflicts a certain degree of damage, this skill will activate automatically, seeking out the foe with an impression akin to carrying a tracking missile. Admittedly, this explanation may seem somewhat tenuous, but merely the existence of these two magical slots already exhilarates Luo Chen. Simultaneously, accompanied by a chime, Luo Chen's new spell has finally been drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mental spell, Abysmal Hell. Luo Chen was taken aback upon receiving the information about this Abysmal Hell spell. He felt that as long as he possessed a wand, he could effortlessly cast it. The most crucial aspect is that this spell not only bears a fearsome name, but also possesses extraordinary capabilities. Abysmal Hell, as defined in idiomatic dictionaries, refers to a place of infinite suffering and terror, situated at the lowest level of the infernal abyss. Its operational principle involves utilizing magical energy to construct an abysmal hell within the mind of the recipient. However, what this hell truly resembles is entirely dependent on the recipient, meaning it is shaped by their own mental constructs. This illusion will inevitably depict the most terrifying and agonizing scene for the recipient, causing substantial physical harm. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted by varying levels of abysmal hell differs, and the recipient's mental fortitude will significantly influence the final outcome. Yet, it can directly exempt both the recipient and the caster from the constraints of magical energy levels, rendering any discrepancies utterly inconsequential. This is indeed a product of the system, destined to be a masterpiece, albeit with seemingly high consumption. With the acquisition of this spell, Luo Chen's previous grievances about the system began to dissipate considerably. However, before he could thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of this spell, the hospital room door swung open once more. This time, it was not Ferki who entered, but a corpulent and disheveled middle-aged man, his hair a mixture of gray and white, clumped together in strands. Although he wore a smile, the sight of his grimy yellow teeth sent a chill down Luo Chen's spine, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. Instinctively, Luo Chen exclaimed, "You are Montangus?" His words were purely instinctual, yet upon hearing them, the expression on the man's face abruptly froze. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and seized Luo Chen's wrist. "You indeed remember me." He uttered a perplexing remark and then unfurled a pitch-black wand, pressing it against Luo Chen's brow. "I regret to inform you that you must remain in a state of unconsciousness or forget." There was no response from Luo Chen whatsoever. An utter void, a surge of foreign energy was unleashed from the wand, penetrating Luo Chen's mind. He felt as though his entire consciousness and soul had been brutally jolted, as if something was gradually drifting away. Yet, what emerged in its place was a vision increasingly vivid. A panicked crowd, raging flames, crumbling edifices, the figure of Montangus cowering in a corner, and two indistinct silhouettes shielding him. However, this imagery soon began to fade into obscurity. At this juncture, if Luo Chen still could not decipher the implications of the words spoken by the other, it would be a tragic folly. Moreover, the original owner's previous fainting spells must be linked to Montangus. Yet, he had yet to comprehend why this individual, who was not particularly outstanding or striking even in the original narrative, was entwined in such a manner with him, even if they were not allies. Weren't members of the Phoenix Society self-proclaimed white wizards? As Luo Chen's thoughts flickered, he swiftly embedded the newly acquired LV1, Level Abyss Hell, directly into his passive magic slot. Chapter 4. Repercussions of the spell. At that moment, something was triggered. However, What ensued was a rapid withdrawal of his internal magical energy, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. "Ah, do not kill me," a shriek echoed, but as Luo Chen's magical energy dwindled to nothingness, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In a haze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. When Luo Chen awoke once more, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. It resembled a public ward. Yet the Baroque stone walls and various wall sconces, along with the muffled sounds emanating from the dark door, some youthful, others deep, told a different tale. As his muddled consciousness slowly regained clarity, he realized he must have arrived at the Hogwarts infirmary. Two factors confirmed this realization. The first was an object resting on the bedside table beside him, resembling a silver cauldron, with a small amount of pale green liquid at the bottom, semi-dried. It emitted an acrid, fishy odor that intensified as he breathed, leading him to realize that such a scent could only belong to a potion in this realm. The second reason lay in the presence of another boy in the ward, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, clad in a black wizarding robe with a green and silver scarf draped over the bedside table. Though turned away from him, it was evident that he was a student of Slytherin. Luo Chen let out a soft groan, pinching the tightness of his brow. He didn't need to look to know that his complexion was undoubtedly in a dire state. At that moment, a gentle yet astonished voice resonated from nearby. "Oh, Mr. Bishar, you are awake. How wonderful. I shall immediately convey this delightful news to the headmaster. By the way, there is also Mr. Felch." Locken raised his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a middle-aged woman clad in a nightingale-style uniform. This woman was not unfamiliar to Locken. She was Madame Pomfrey, the chief physician of the hospital, as well as the head nurse and hospital director. Although Hogwarts did not officially recognize such titles or positions, Locken felt that Madame Pomfrey deserved such honors. "Your body is still quite weak. Do not move about. I shall fetch the headmaster," she declared, hurriedly departing. Locken exhaled deeply, but soon felt a wave of tension wash over him. He was acutely aware that when the headmaster arrived, he would undoubtedly notice several issues, and there was a possibility that he might directly employ the soul reading charm on him. Regardless of the story and grievances between him, or rather the original owner of this body, and that Montague, the latter was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and, as the leader of the Order, he could not refrain from inquiring into the matter. Locken could also surmise that after Montague had cast the Oblivion Charm on him and suffered the backlash, he would undoubtedly face a dismal fate, not to mention the substantial mental anguish inflicted by the Curse of the Abyss. The repercussions of the Oblivion Charm's backlash could potentially transform him entirely into another person. After all, Professor Lockhart from Harry Potter had aptly illustrated the consequences of such magic. His magical energy had recovered to about 30%. The casting of the Curse of the Abyss did not require a cooldown. However, with this limited amount of magical energy, it was likely that he would be entirely depleted. Locken furrowed his brow tightly, calculating his options. The initial deployment of the Curse of the Abyss had indeed demonstrated remarkable efficacy, yet its consumption was rather alarming. The soul reading charm was also a type of magic that forcibly extracted another's memories. To assert that this process did not inflict harm upon the subject would be somewhat implausible. It could be said that the subject would suffer tangible damage. At least, based on the depictions in the films, Locken was not entirely certain. After all, while the Curse of the Abyss was wondrous, it remained at the LV1 level, even though it had been forcibly elevated to a higher tier within the passive magic slot. Locken had not been imparted with the relevant learning or practical experience for its use. It seemed that this was a restriction imposed by the system to prevent Locken from cheating. Thus, the effects of this LV1 Curse of the Abyss were markedly limited for Locken. To gain further experience, he would need to genuinely elevate this skill to LV2. However, advancing the Curse of the Abyss to LV2 required a consumption of 400 influence points, while Locken currently possessed a mere 300. Just at that moment, however, Locken inadvertently caught sight of his influence points, which had inexplicably risen to 530. Surprised, he instinctively sought to peruse the system's log, yet this system lacked such a function. By Merlin! System, why are you not presenting yourself? How on earth did I suddenly accumulate an additional 230 influence points? Ding! Would you like to pay 10 influence points to activate the system log function? Luo Chen, despite his expletive-laden response, felt an oddly expected sensation upon receiving the system's reply. Activate it, he thought, acknowledging his own willingness to spend a mere 10 points, a modest cost considering others might offer such services for free. There were no extraordinary effects to be seen. All he noticed was the addition of a rectangular log button adjacent to his character panel. Controlling it with his mind, he clicked to open it, discovering that all his previous inquiries and the consumption of influence points had been meticulously recorded. Am I, therefore, receiving a free account statement? Luo Chen mused, flipping through a few entries until he stumbled upon 3 new records. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating an enemy for the first time. You have gained 100 influence points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 3 adult wizard for the first time. You have gained 60 influence points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the plot character Montongus. You have gained 70 influence points. What does this mean? Can defeating others indeed yield influence points? This feels reminiscent of leveling up through monster slaying, though the ratio appears quite abnormal. Previously, Luo Chen had only gleaned a superficial understanding of how influence points were accrued and had set it aside. The convoluted formulas, a jumble of complex numbers and text, had been too much for him to delve into at that time. Thus, he was momentarily astonished, but soon fell silent in disbelief. Montongus, after all, was no insignificant character, yet he was valued at a mere 70 points, particularly given that he was a level 3 adult wizard, which highlighted the disparity between their levels. As for the top 2 entries, they were clearly one-time earnings. System, are you certain there are no errors in your calculations? The logs section is now open. I can review the accounts at any time. I offer you a chance to amend this. Montongus is a legitimate adult wizard. Furthermore, it appears that the influence points for defeating a higher-level opponent have yet to be accounted for. Ding! During information retrieval, no errors in influence point calculations were found. Ding! Would you like to spend 10 influence points to obtain a more detailed settlement report? Chapter 5. My prodigy Luo Chen closed his eyes and spat. No need. Thank you. He decided, instead, to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, promptly shutting the log section. He had neither the time nor the inclination to grapple with the bewildering formulas. In a moment of clarity, he issued a new command to the system. Consume 500 influence points to enhance my magical energy level. Ding! 500 influence points deducted. Congratulations, host. Your magical energy level has been elevated to level 2. Perhaps due to the previous overextension and subsequent restoration, Luo Chen sensed a newfound flow of power within him, devoid of the prior erratic fluctuations. This time, he distinctly felt his magical energy substantially increase in a single surge. If the energy that previously coursed through his body could be likened to the slenderness of cotton thread, it had now swelled to the girth of chopsticks. While this may not seem like a substantial quantity, one must consider Luo Chen's physical condition and capacity for endurance. This sudden influx of energy had markedly improved his mental state, even giving rise to a sensation of fullness, an unsettling premonition of being overwhelmed. Fortunately, there were no outward signs of distress, such as hair standing on end or energy spilling over. The reason Luo Chen refrained from elevating to the second level of the abyss was his uncertainty about whether this upgrade would indeed prove beneficial, especially considering that an increase in level would inevitably lead to greater consumption of energy. Thus, in this moment, the choice became quite straightforward. The level of this second-tier magical energy was roughly equivalent to the average capabilities of upperclassmen at Hogwarts. Just as Luo Chen concluded his enhancement of magical energy, the doors of the infirmary swung open once more, revealing an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and a beard that was gently tied back. Exuding a Bunivoloha. Despite his advanced age and the wrinkles adorning his skin, he appeared to be in remarkably good health. His azure eyes behind thick lenses shimmering with wisdom. Following closely behind him were Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse, and Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Bringing up the rear was Filch, his rough hands clasped tightly in front of him, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested tension or distress, particularly as his robes bore several conspicuous tears. The ever-present Mrs. Norris trailed closely behind him, and for reasons unbeknownst to Luo Chen, he sensed an unusual intelligence emanating from the feline. As the group entered, their eyes met Luo Chen's. He seemed to discern an emotion within their gaze that was neither curiosity, fear, nor jealousy, but rather a kind of benevolence. Yet this feeling was fleeting. When he looked again, he realized it was merely a cat with an abundance of spirit, leading him to conclude that it had all been an illusion. They had gathered at the foot of Luo Chen's bed. While Filch should have introduced them, it was Madame Pomfrey who temporarily took on the task. After the introductions, Dumbledore spoke gently, expressing his delight at Luo Chen's recovery. I am pleased to see you awake, Mr. Bishar. You may call me Dumbledore, though I would prefer you to refer to me as Professor, as you will soon be one of us at Hogwarts. He then playfully winked with his left eye. Aside from the surprise and confusion on Filch's face, the others maintained their composure. However, this quickly shifted to evident joy, and Filch couldn't help but interject Professor Dumbledore. Do you mean to say my pupil possesses the talent to become a wizard? Indeed, that is a miracle. Dumbledore paused momentarily, allowing Severus Snape, who had been standing behind him, to take the floor. Perhaps the effects of Snape's potion had begun to manifest. Impossible. Snape's words were succinct and direct. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within Fudge was extinguished by Snape's utterance. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of joy knowing that his protege, Lorcan, possessed the potential to become a wizard. It was a delightful revelation. His heart brimmed with admiration and solace, for when Lorcan had sustained his injuries and lapsed into unconsciousness, he had been merely 2 years old. Although Lorcan now appeared to embody the physique of a 12 or 13-year-old boy, this was solely due to the assistance and sustenance provided by Snape's potions, which had prevented the comatose boy from experiencing further anomalies or ailments, allowing him to align as closely as possible with the natural progression of growth. It must be noted that in such a comatose state, the young Lorcan's condition was far more dire than that of a medical vegetative state. Had Lorcan been an ordinary child without ties to the wizarding world, he might have perished long ago. Over the past decade, Fudge had tirelessly cared for Lorcan. Although the task was exhausting, he felt no weariness in his heart. After all, he too was solitary and desolate. In caring for Lorcan, he had discovered a new emotional refuge, treating the boy as if he were his own son, despite having no offspring of his own. However, due to his insecurities and the disparity in their statuses, Fudge had refrained from greeting Lorcan upon first seeing him awaken, nor had he made any effort to acknowledge him upon entering the room. It was only upon hearing of Lorcan's magical abilities that his excitement compelled him to exclaim. This revelation surprised Lorcan, whose expression inadvertently betrayed the confusion he had previously cultivated. He could distinctly sense Snape's sharp gaze directed at him, but soon considered another possibility. His mouth opened, yet he chose silence. Dumbledore's prowess far surpassed Snape's, thus he could perceive what others might overlook, and he showed no hesitation in probing further. "Might I ask, Mr. Fudge, it seems you are no stranger to Hogwarts School?" Of course, despite my state of unconsciousness, my mind was not perpetually shrouded in darkness. I occasionally absorbed fragments of external information. While my awareness was incomplete, I had overheard my godfather mention your name with admiration and gratitude on several occasions. Although Lorcan was merely playing a part, his words held a kernel of truth. At this moment, within the British magical community, one could not claim that the pure blood ideology reigned supreme. Yet in the eyes of certain wizards, they regarded those from wizarding families with disdain compared to muggles. It seemed that all squibs bore an inexplicable burden of guilt from the moment they were born. Chapter 6. Snape's Discontent. Both Dumbledore and Snape found this answer acceptable, and indeed, it held a semblance of possibility. Initially, Severus Snape had assumed that Lorcan would claim that his information stemmed from ancestral heritage, despite the fact that the family had not produced a wizard in nearly a century, seemingly having lost the capacity to wield magic. However, no one could deny the illustrious history and remarkable achievements of the Bickel family. Yet, very few in today's wizarding community were aware of this, as evidenced by the general disdain Hogwarts students exhibited towards the history of magic class. As for whether a mere 2-year-old child possessed such extraordinary memory, Snape did not consider this to be an issue. After all, the offspring of wizards could not be measured by ordinary standards. Regaining his composure, he had initially intended to remain silent, but upon noticing Dumbledore's inclination to pause, he spoke again. "Mr. Bickel, I would like to inquire if you saw anything prior to your unconsciousness." Cough. Severus. To his surprise, Dumbledore, who had previously agreed with the plan, interjected. Madame Pomfrey, though unaware of the details, was always diligent and responsible towards her patients. "Mr. Bickel, it is essential that you rest now, Professor Snape." "Of course, Poppy, I concur." Dumbledore replied with a smile directed at Madame Pomfrey. "So, Mr. Bickel, please take good care of yourself. We shall converse further later." "Very well, Mr. Dumbledore." Lorcan responded with a smile. Snape drew forth his wand, and with a subtle flick, the silver cauldron soared towards him, subsequently vanishing into his robes. One by one, they departed, though it was evident that Filch hesitated. Sighing, Lorcan softly called out to Filch. Regardless of the circumstances, understanding his heritage was an unavoidable journey for him. The joy evident on Filch's face was unmistakable, despite his nervousness and caution. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Snape exchanged no words as they made their way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. It was only upon their arrival that Snape could no longer contain his curiosity. "Dumbledore, why did you stop me earlier?" "Severus, take it easy," Dumbledore replied as he circled around to his desk. "At the very least, we can ascertain that Mr. Bickel harbors no ill intentions toward Hogwarts. Moreover, he is still but a child. As Snape observed the candy cockroaches scuttling across the white porcelain plate before Dumbledore, he resolutely declined. Although he had encountered far more repugnant sights in his potion-brewing endeavors as a noble head of Slytherin, he felt it imperative to maintain an air of dignity at all times. Even in Dumbledore's presence, he could reveal his true self without reservation. Dumbledore savored a few candies, and Snape grew increasingly impatient. Dumbledore, I still believe it is essential to monitor Lorcan Bickel, not only because he has previously exhibited a lack of magical talent, but most importantly, Mundungus fell unconscious in his room, leading to significant memory loss and confusion, even failing to recognize you. Coupled with Mr. Bickel's magical abilities, Severus, at times, being overly fixated or, shall we say, suspicious, is not necessarily a virtue. You must learn to relax, after all. That individual has been absent for over a decade. There is no need to remain perpetually tense. Silence, Dumbledore. Severus Snape, for reasons unbeknownst to him, was suddenly provoked. His emotions surging, the veins on his forehead bulging. He leaned forward, fixing Dumbledore with an intense gaze. You know, that person is not truly dead. And are you not about to commence your plans to cultivate a savior? The words regarding Mr. Potter were almost spat through clenched teeth. Yet the expression on his face grew even more intricate. However, when considering his prior statements, it becomes evident that Snape's relentless fixation on Locken's doubts primarily stems from his desire to protect Harry Potter. After all, according to Dumbledore's plan, Harry Potter was to become a fellow student of Locken. Meanwhile, after a halting explanation from Filch, he finally grasped the origins of the original owner. Yet, upon absorbing this revelation, he felt no sense of nostalgia. For aside from the surname, the two parents who sacrificed their lives to save him bore an uncanny resemblance to his parents before the traversal, apart from some differences in status and unique personalities. Prior to the traversal, Locken's parents were merely ordinary farmers from China, whereas here he was the sole heir of a family steeped in a rich history, despite it having dwindled down to just himself. Thus, after hearing the news, Locken fell into a profound silence, accompanied by an indescribable heartache. It seemed that in that moment, he had entirely fused with the Locken of this world. A night passed in silence. Locken found himself struggling to sleep. When he finally awoke from his stupor, the daylight was already bright. The hospital ward was empty save for him. The Slytherin boy had evidently been discharged at some point. However, feeling the power surging within him and the vitality coursing through his body, Locken exhaled deeply, acknowledging the enigmatic nature of the wizarding world. He threw off the covers, tidied himself a bit, and intended to stretch and prepare to absorb new spells. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but yesterday, when Locken awoke, it was the last day of May, and today marked the first day of June, ushering in a new week. This also indicated that students across all years had commenced their final examinations for the academic year, which accounted for the unusual quiet outside. While musing on this, Madame Pomfrey and Snape abruptly entered the room. The former reproached Locken for not resting sufficiently, while the latter maintained his usual stoic demeanor, holding a black ceramic vial containing a bubbling liquid. Upon entering, he placed it directly on the table. This is the final dosage. Remain quiet. In a week, I shall escort you to the Ministry of Magic to handle the relevant procedures. The cold words were sparse. He turned and left, pausing at the doorway. Of course, you may also allow your godfather to take you to the ministry, but I fear that lot will provide you with an unforgettable experience. Regarding this matter, Lachlan had already heard from Filch that all expenses during his previous unconsciousness were temporarily covered by the Ministry of Magic. After all, even the ministry could not procure a single copper canute from the Goblin Treasury without authorization. Chapter 7. The Extraction of the Second Spell. As for the underlying reasons, Lachlan was not privy to them, and what he gleaned from Filch was rather ambiguous. It seemed that long ago, due to the Bishar family producing only squibs for decades, they voluntarily reached an agreement with the British Ministry of Magic to temporarily manage the Bishar family's interests in the wizarding world. At that time, it had not been long since the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689, and the first Minister of Magic, Ulrich Gamp, was known for his volatile temperament. He, in his eagerness for political achievements, naturally set his sights on the Bishar family. Truth be told, had it not been for Sirius Black, one of Voldemort's fervent followers, killing the heroic Peter Pettigrew and inadvertently demolishing a street, the Bishar family would have had no surviving heir. Thus, the ministry acted with commendable efficiency. Moreover, they had never considered the possibility that Lachlan, whose consciousness was nearly shattered and whose soul was fragmented, would awaken. It is worth noting that the Lombardons, who had been tormented by Voldemort's minions with the Cruciatus Curse, had spent years in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries receiving treatment. Lachlan's condition was far more dire, so it was entirely reasonable for the ministry to harbor such assumptions. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that not only had Lachlan awakened, but he had also miraculously gained the ability to perform magic. This not only signified a miracle, but also indicated that Lachlan had wholly regained his inheritance rights and ownership of the Bishar family's assets within a magical realm. Yet, those possessions had been in the ministry's hands for so long that expecting them to relinquish everything was clearly a futile dream. Thus, even Dumbledore, motivated solely by his anticipated plans, intended to have Snape accompany Lachlan on a journey, hoping that the ministry might return some of the assets to the Bishar family out of respect for him. Of course, there were likely many hidden intricacies in this situation, especially given that an adult's soul resided within him. With a bit of contemplation, one could surmise much. Moreover, Snape's demeanor indicated a reluctance to accompany Lachlan, and the arrival of the examination week provided him with a sufficiently persuasive excuse to delay. However, Lachlan could not afford to wait that long. It was not so much an urgent desire to ascertain the extent of his wealth, though that was partially true. He genuinely wished to inherit his ancestors' legacy swiftly, thereby allowing him to embark on a path of ostentation and privilege through wealth. This was the most effective method he could conceive, based on the formula for influence value acquisition he had studied overnight, particularly during a time when his own strength was relatively feeble. Although this method of acquiring influence value was not significant and could potentially be self-destructive. However, a family so highly praised by Furchi possesses an unimaginable depth of heritage. After a brief contemplation, Luo Chen had formulated a rough plan and a fundamental understanding. He quietly awaited the complete consumption and absorption of the magical potions within his body before immersing his consciousness into a mysterious realm. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, save for the spot where he stood, illuminated by a golden glow that enveloped a radius of 10 meters. The source of this golden radiance was the idiom dictionary, suspended in midair. It must span at least 10 meters, thought Luo Chen, surveying his surroundings. He had not observed them closely the previous day. Although he was unaware of the nature of this place, he sensed its significance. In his mind, he had already dubbed this location the Sea of Consciousness. Initially, when his magical energy was at level 1, the illumination range of the idiom dictionary was a mere 1 meter. Now that it had ascended a level, the range had increased tenfold. Though he had yet to discern its utility, conventional wisdom suggested that a larger radius was undoubtedly advantageous. Subsequently, Luo Chen controlled the opening of the idiom dictionary's cover, revealing 2 magical slots on the title page, 1 active and 1 passive. If these 2 expanded tenfold, it would indeed be delightful. Turning to the next page, he saw the words Abyss of Hell inscribed in bold black letters at the top. Below, a succinct description outlined the basic effects of this Abyss of Hell. The content was scant, occupying only a third of the page, leaving a vast expanse of blank space beneath. However, Luo Chen felt no disappointment, for he understood that this was the idiom dictionary's blank space, concealing a wealth of information yet to be unveiled. Only when the spell's level was elevated would the contents gradually be unlocked, undoubtedly accompanied by the necessity of expenditure. Licking his lips, Luo Chen felt a tinge of nervous anticipation, even in his conscious form, as he was about to draw a new spell. He clasped his hands together and prayed earnestly to the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Old Lord, the primordial heavenly venerable, and the Earth God of Tongtian Village, beseeching their blessings to grant him a formidable spell. Should his wish come to fruition, he vowed to erect golden statues and offer incense in gratitude after achieving prosperity. Blessings. Blessings. System commenced the drawing. No extraordinary phenomena occurred. Almost immediately after issuing his command, a stream of information materialized in his mind. Luo Chen closed his eyes to sense it and then sighed deeply. Capturing shadow? I have no intention of becoming a detective. What use is this to me? It appears that this world lacks such deities. Thus, their incense offerings were no more. Regaining his composure, Luo Chen stood and made his way outside, contemplating whether he should inquire with Furchi to see if he possessed any solutions. As he was not yet an official member of Hogwarts, Luo Chen surmised that even if he sought self-study in the library, he might not be permitted entry, even though he is the godson of Felch. It is fortunate that Felch himself is not well liked at Hogwarts and unlikely to be unjustly blamed by others. Of course, the most critical issue is that Luo Chen currently possesses no wand. Even if he were to acquire spells, he would be unable to learn their use, unless he were to store them in an active magic slot. but he currently has only 3 precious slots at his disposal, compelling Luo Chen to weigh his options carefully. Chapter 8. The Mischievous Child. At this moment, the corridors and moving staircases are devoid of people. What was once a bustling school has suddenly fallen into a profound silence, which is rather disconcerting. The constantly shifting staircase once again allows Luo Chen to experience the enchanting wonders of the magical world. From the moment he stepped onto the staircase, it seemed to intuitively read his intended destination. Thus, he hardly altered his course. He simply followed the moving staircase, arriving directly at the west corridor of the first-floor hall, flanked by classrooms with closed doors. Given his status, he is destined to refrain from wandering freely within Hogwarts. Nevertheless, it is unlikely that anyone would trouble him. Yet Luo Chen must remain mindful of his identity. Humility and courtesy are not only noble qualities inherent in the spirit of China, but also a reflection of the fact that he has now inherited the surname Bishar. To date, he is the sole representative of this lineage. Yet even so, the Bishar family is synonymous with noble blood. He must present himself with the appropriate demeanor, which will also facilitate his current role. It appears that there are indeed very few people around. Throughout his journey, Luo Chen has encountered Hogwarts students, but their numbers are scant, far from the lively depictions in films. Upon reflection, the entire wizarding community of Britain comprises only a little over 10,000 individuals. The number of those eligible to be students is even fewer, and Luo Chen is unaware of more precise figures. The notion of over 10,000 British wizards is merely a summary derived from cinematic narratives. In this authentic world, Luo Chen cannot be entirely certain. He must gradually glean understanding bit by bit. As he proceeds down the corridor, the first-floor hall is equally deserted, and the absence of windows renders the view of the castle's exterior impossible. Luo Chen surveys his surroundings, his gaze momentarily fixating on the oak doors and the hourglass of points before he turns his attention to the staircase at the northern end of the hall. This marble staircase is quite spacious, allowing access directly to the second floor. Indeed, most elements portrayed in films are deliberately exaggerated. Luo Chen muses that in the 7 different Harry Potter films, this particular staircase in the first-floor hall has scarcely appeared in the later installments. Yet now, it coincides with the moving staircase. Perhaps the staircase, too, possesses the ability to shift or conceal itself. After all, it is a wizarding world. If I recall correctly, the office of Felch should be situated behind this marble staircase, though it is also possible that it resides in the basement. Luo Chen stepped towards the staircase, maneuvering around a statue on one side, and indeed discovered an arched wooden door approximately the height of a person, nestled within the shadows behind. The door was partially ajar, and voices could be heard emanating from within. However, the voices were quite youthful, deliberately lowered in tone, indicating that it was certainly not Felch. Had I perhaps misremembered? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Chen's face, yet he did not abandon his pursuit. Contemplating for a moment, he approached the door. Rather than peering in, he adjusted his attire and knocked firmly on the wooden door. In an instant, a cacophony erupted from within, as if something had clattered to the ground. "Relax, George. We haven't done anything wrong," a voice, attempting to sound composed, replied. "Quickly, bring out the dung bomb, and we shall say that a couple of mischievous little devils were, just causing a ruckus. We confiscated it and brought it here ourselves that way. Felch will not only refrain from troubling us, but he might even reward us. Oh, Fred, you're quite right. I doubt it will be of any use. Let us just hide it for now." The speaker paused momentarily, seeing his companion stuff the scroll of parchment beneath his wizard's robe, resigned to the situation. Meanwhile, Luo Chen stood outside, wearing an expression of peculiar intrigue. He had already deduced the identities of these 2 individuals. Moreover, even if the true Felch were standing outside at that moment, the audacity with which these 2 conspired and concocted excuses suggested they held little regard for being overheard. Yet, upon reflection, they were merely 12 or 13 years of age, only a year older than his current form. What sophistication could they possess? Furthermore, from the original narrative, it was evident that their talents were predominantly inclined towards mischief. Indeed, the alchemical products they wielded, such as instant skip class candies and automatic ink spraying quills, were originally devised for such purposes. Luo Chen was entirely convinced that the dung bomb in their possession could not possibly serve as a legitimate excuse. It was merely due to his unexpected arrival that their plans had been altered. After all, these 2 could be considered the perennial adversaries of Felch, who had even prepared a special cabinet for them. Given Luo Chen's current identity and his lack of fondness for these 2, he did not harbor any particular animosity either. He merely felt that if they were characters in a film, they would serve as comic relief, bringing amusement. However, in reality, they were rather bothersome. This was merely Luo Chen's personal perspective. With these thoughts in mind, he decided to abandon any pretense and boldly push the door open, stepping inside. Indeed, within the confines of the narrow room emerged two youths with vibrant orange hair, slightly shorter than the speaker, and strikingly similar in appearance. Their faces adorned with a smattering of freckles. One of them clutched a paper bag, its contents comprising a collection of dark, round objects. Upon encountering an unfamiliar boy, their steps faltered momentarily. However, they soon exhaled with a sense of relief, questioning the newcomer regarding his affiliation with a particular house, and expressing the urgency of the ongoing examination period at Hogwarts, asserting that unauthorized individuals should not wander within the castle's walls. Luo Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to discern whether it was Fred or George who had spoken. Nevertheless, it appeared that one of them had taken the initiative to confront him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Loxing Bishar, currently residing at Hogwarts," he declared, raising his chin with a certain poise, preparing to elaborate further, particularly regarding his connection to Filch. He was cautious, aware that he might be under scrutiny, and mindful of any possible taboos in wizarding discourse of which he was unaware. "Bishar? I don't believe I have heard of such a person," they muttered among themselves, oblivious to the interruption they had caused, which was rather impolite. They seemed to forget their own predicament and were in no rush to depart. Luo Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, they were mischievous children. Chapter 9. Acquiring the Marauder's map, observing the brothers engrossed in their own conversation. Luo Chen clenched his fist lightly and cleared his throat. "Are you too aware of the importance of listening attentively?" The twins exchanged a knowing glance, momentarily halted by his interruption. One, whose face bore a greater number of freckles, responded, "Of course, we are listening intently, sir, but as it stands, Hogwarts is currently in examination week, and our academic obligations are rather demanding. Thus, you have only 5 minutes of our time." Before he could finish, the other boy, nearly identical in appearance but with fewer freckles, tugged at his wizarding robe, subtly gesturing to a bulging area on his chest. Consequently, the first boy shifted his tone, stating, "I just remembered that we have a significant assignment pending. If Professor McGonagall finds out, we shall surely face punishment. So, sir, we must take our leave for now." With that, they attempted to sidestep Luo Chen and make their escape. Luo Chen, however, would not grant them their wish. He subtly shifted his stance, blocking their path once more. The Weasley brothers immediately veered to the other side, but Luo Chen followed suit, repeatedly obstructing their way until the three were nearly pressed together. Forcing them to halt, the twins furrowed their brows, contemplating whether to force their way past him. Despite their penchant for mischief, they adhered to certain boundaries, such as refraining from acting aggressively towards strangers. Yet, Luo Chen appeared taller than them, albeit slender, with a pallid complexion that hinted at ill health. No matter how one looks at it, they appear to be upperclassmen. Although the student body at Hogwarts is not extensive, it cannot be asserted that every individual has been acquainted with one another, especially considering they have only been enrolled for a mere 2 years. Hogwarts regulations explicitly prohibit the indiscriminate use of magic in the corridors, particularly in this crucial hall of the castle, situated right by Filch's office. If caught, the consequences would be dire. Yes, being caught. While Lockhart lacks the ability to read minds, his understanding of the narrative surrounding these two brothers reveals their animated exchange, particularly when the younger one discreetly reached into his right sleeve. In that instant, Lockhart comprehended their intentions. With a swift thought, he retreated a step, prompting immediate surprise from a duo. Pausing momentarily, he observed Lockhart gradually emerging from the shadows of the staircase, indeed glancing toward the hall. However, their vantage point did not permit them to discern the specifics of the situation ahead. What was there to hesitate about? Professor McGonagall had firmly instructed them against wandering about carelessly. They could not afford to be caught now. Yes, indeed, hasten to launch the dung bombs. "All right, I've been waiting for you to say that, Fred." It appeared that the one behind was George, while the one in front was Fred. Almost in unison, they sprang into action, retrieving 2 dung bombs from their parcel and hurling them in Lockhart's direction. Yet, their target was not Lockhart himself, but rather the ground surrounding him. Their intent was not to inflict harm, but to obstruct and eliminate traces of their presence as much as possible. Thus, after launching the 2 dung bombs, they swiftly extracted the remaining ones and indiscriminately bombarded the vicinity of Filch's office. Bang, bang, bang. Each dung bomb erupted, releasing an indescribably foul odor. In an instant, the air was saturated with the stench, further accompanied by swirling clouds of a peculiar yellow gas, which, once adhered to the skin, proved difficult to remove. Lockhart had never encountered such a spectacle before. Having lived in a peaceful land, he was utterly unprepared for this experience. Consequently, He instinctively raised his arm to shield his head and retreated, but the gas spread with alarming speed, ultimately engulfing him. The overwhelming stimulus caused Loxing to gag. And almost immediately, he heard 2 incantations emanating from the doorway of Filch's office amidst the swirling smoke. Protego. Yet, shortly thereafter, there was a disconcerting sound of an explosion, indicating one of them had failed. Fred, wait. As the rolling yellow smoke dissipated, Loxing recognized that the individual trailing behind was indeed the one who had concealed something in his robe and had just failed in his spellcasting. Resolutely, Loxing decided that since he was already tainted by the revolting substance, he would disregard all else. He hastily advanced, seizing the back of George's wizarding robe. The latter, intent on fleeing, exerted more strength than Loxing had anticipated, causing him to stumble. However, Lockhart did not release his grip. Instead, he tightened it even further. "Sah, what are you doing? Let go at once." He then drew his wand, seemingly intent on casting a spell. Yet, Fred, who had already taken a few steps ahead, refused to abandon George. With a fierce glare, he uttered, "Disarm." A crimson light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking directly at George's wand. However, it was evident that he had yet to master this incantation. In a moment of excessive force, a loud bang resonated as George's wand was not only knocked away, but both individuals were sent sprawling backward. The sound was akin to fabric being torn apart. Lockhart felt as though he had been struck by a solid mass of gas. His chest felt heavy, yet his consciousness remained relatively clear. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, taking a while to rise from the ground. The surrounding yellow mist dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. But the Weasley brothers had long since fled. Wasn't it a school rule that prohibited casting spells on others without cause? Especially since I'm still a muggle. No, that's not right. I am a scion of noble blood. Previously, I could be considered a mere bystander, but now I am a bona fide apprentice wizard. Lockhart mused aloud as he surveyed his surroundings. The air was still tinged with a foul odor, though it was no longer as pungent as before. Instinctively, he raised his arm to sniff the scent lingering on his clothes. With a look of disdain, he waved his hand as if to rid himself of the small suit jacket, intending to cast it aside. However, in the next moment, he was drawn to a torn robe on the ground and a rectangular piece of pale yellow parchment. "What is this?" Lockhart picked it up and examined it, finding it indistinguishable from ordinary parchment, albeit thicker and unyielding to conventional means of opening. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, but at that very moment, the system chimed in. "Beep, congratulations, host, on thwarting the Weasley brothers' thievery, earning 10 influence points. Beep, congratulations, host, on acquiring the Living Point map, granting an initial 100 influence points. Note, subsequent influence points will be calculated based on the host's handling of the Living Point map." Chapter 10. The First Level 3 Spell. 110 points? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lockhart glanced at his influence points, which indeed had reached 230. Having thoroughly understood the formula for calculating influence points, he harbored no doubts about this figure. However, the initial influence points reminded him of something. In his previous life, there was a notion that the Living Point map frequently appeared in the Harry Potter series following Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, considered one of the essential tools for Harry's adventures, and it initially foreshadowed the fate of the four Marauders. Based on the order in which they were displayed, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, it coincidentally mirrored the sequence of their deaths when read in reverse. Thus, the multitude of influence points can be comprehended as merely preliminary. If I were to obliterate it directly, how many influence points might I acquire? This inquiry evidently pertains to the system. Ding, would you like to pay 10 influence points to obtain an accurate answer? Initially, Luo Chen's spirits were quite high, yet this abrupt interruption dashed his good mood entirely. "What ist?" Shaking his head, he cleared his thoughts and refrained from further contention with the system. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of a singular truth. Reality is reality, and the narrative is merely fiction. Although the Weasley brothers had also come to pilfer the Marauders' map, and it appeared that the map was indeed nestled within Filch's office, the original text delineated that the brothers acquired it during their first year. Now, however, they had already completed their second year, and in a few months, the fateful Harry Potter would officially commence his studies in this world. Thus, there existed a certain dissonance with the film's plot, yet this discrepancy rendered Luo Chen more at ease. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the Weasley brothers had previously cast 2 spells, the Disarming Charm and the Armored Charm. The former is unremarkable, while the latter is classified as a relatively advanced enchantment. As per the original narrative, even some upperclassmen and accomplished aurors might struggle to wield this defensive spell with ease. Yet, here were 2 mere second years, age 13 or 14, managing to barely conjure it, a feat that was indeed astonishing, especially considering that this duo was well known for dedicating the majority of their time to mischief and pranks. Undeniably, it is plausible that these brothers possess an extraordinary aptitude for spellcasting. However, this realization served as a warning to Luo Chen. The world might not be as straightforward as he had envisioned, and that master of the Avada Kedavra, renowned for his prowess, would likely not be as easily dealt with as the narrative suggested. Setting that aside for the moment, as it lay somewhat beyond his immediate concerns, he caught a whiff of the persistent foul odor that clung to him. Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings, intending to locate a restroom for a much-needed cleanse. Yet, before he could proceed far, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. Opening the skill list, he found 2 skills displayed: Abyss of Avicii, LV1, Passive State LV2. Wind Catcher, LV1. Both spells currently resided at LV1. To elevate Abyss of Avicii to LV2, he would need to expend 90 influence points, and with the addition of its passive state, it could reach LV3. However, this was not the optimal choice for Luo Chen. He clicked on the introduction for Wind Catcher and examined it closely. Indeed, this spell was divided into 2 components, one for capturing the wind and the other for seizing shadows. If he were to activate solely the wind aspect, it might very well provide a function akin to a refreshing cleanse, though he currently lacked a wand. A faint glimmer of disappointment crossed Luo Chen's face, yet he soon noticed that the spell capturing the wind had been elevated to level 2, requiring merely 20 influence points. In comparison to the initial spell, this was indeed a remarkable bargain. With a decisive thought, he expended the 20 influence points, thus enhancing capturing the wind to level 2. A stream of information surged into his mind, significantly deepening his comprehension of the spell, reminiscent of the moment he first encountered the tome titled Dictionary of Idioms. And this time, the system had not misled him. Approximately 3 minutes later, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. It was evident that his current level was insufficient. Would he truly need to reach level 4 to cast spells without a wand? However, advancing from level 2 to level 3 necessitated a hefty expenditure of 60 influence points, a daunting amount. Should he aspire to level 4, he would undoubtedly find himself lacking in resources. From his current understanding, Luo Chen realized that merely extracting spells would allow him to attain level 1, which in turn would lead to proficiency at level 2 and mastery at level 3. While it may seem perplexing and difficult to fathom, this was the extraordinary nature of spell skills rendered into data by the system. Nevertheless, Luo Chen pressed on. After all, a product of the system was guaranteed to be exceptional. At this juncture, surrender was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he invested an additional 60 influence points, leaving him with 150 points remaining. This time, the information that flooded into Luo Chen's consciousness was even more substantial. Nearly 10 minutes passed before he could fully regain his composure. Indeed, this spell was truly wondrous. With the increase in level, Luo Chen's understanding and insight into this incantation had grown immensely. If previously he could draw a breath of essence from an object or the air, now he could extract the most precise strands of that essence, eliminating all distractions. More importantly, upon reaching level 3, he sensed that the energy required for this spell had diminished by 15. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Chen instinctively retrieved one of his active spell slots and inserted Capturing the Wind. There were no special effects, nor did he receive any further information. However, as he subconsciously waved his hand, the empty air before him rippled unexpectedly. The core of the ripples transformed from transparent to a pale yellow, accompanied by a gentle breeze, as if something tangible had indeed been gathered by Luo Chen. Most significantly, he had realized his earlier aspiration. Yet about 30 seconds later, not only did the surrounding foul odor dissipate, but even the lingering stench that had clung to him for so long vanished, coalescing into a fist-sized, brownish-yellow sphere of air hovering above his right palm. This was magic. A flush of excitement colored Luo Chen's previously pallid face. Chapter 11. The Soul on the Brink of Fragmentation. Despite having witnessed much, the moment he personally manifested it, Luo Chen felt an ineffable surge of excitement. He controlled the brownish-yellow sphere of air, which fluctuated in size and shape, drawing closer and then receding, evoking a sense of delight in him. He entirely forgot that even if he did not elevate the spell's level to LV3 before embedding it, he could still cast spells wandlessly through the effects of the active magic bar. Meow at that moment. A prolonged meow suddenly echoed from behind him. Luo Chen instinctively flinched, palming the air sphere into his hand and turning to see it was Lady Loris, which eased his tension. Lady Loris had arrived, indicating that Felky was not far behind. Luo Chen murmured to himself, squatting down and extending his left hand, longing to caress Lady Loris's head. He had always held a fascination for this feline. Although her fur was a muddied gray, appearing somewhat filthy and frail, he could not forget the soulful gaze she had met him with on their first encounter. However, to his surprise, Lady Loris wrinkled her nose and suddenly let out a sharp cry. She swiftly retreated as if something indescribably filthy clung to Luo Chen. Cats possess a sense of smell far superior to that of humans. Yet, as he had extracted the essence directly, he was confident of his cleanliness in that regard. His understanding of the elusive had elevated to unprecedented heights, instilling in him this assurance. Moreover, he could genuinely detect no foul odor in the air. Yet, Lady Loris's reaction seemed genuine, leading him to ponder whether it stemmed from an instinctual wariness of strangers, reacting to his movements with an innate reflex, or perhaps some other unknown factor that he had yet to discern. Fortunately, although Lady Loris had withdrawn, she did not flee entirely. Instead, she perched a few meters away, observing him. This provided Luo Chen with some solace. He was uncertain why he suddenly felt such an intense interest in this cat, accompanied by an indescribable sentiment, as if he were concerned about her disapproval of him. This feeling was quite abrupt, not solely rooted in the fact that Lady Loris was the beloved pet of Felky, a companion through thick and thin. Some might argue that, due to Luo Chen's intervention, Felky might not share such a profound bond with Lady Loris, as he had found another emotional anchor. Yet, the issue lay in the countless lonely nights he had patrolled, during which Lady Loris was the only company he had. She was undeniably an integral part of his existence, a truth vividly illustrated through various narratives. Furthermore, who could ascertain that in a world devoid of Luo Chen, there would still exist the boy named Luo Xingbixio, awakened successfully? Luo Chen forcibly suppressed these sudden reflections, letting out a sigh as he resolved to rise and wait at the entrance of Felky's room. Despite having previously interrupted the Weasley brothers' thievery, he had no intention of entering. Even though there existed a close bond reminiscent of that between a godfather and his godson between him and Felch, it was not long before, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and indistinct mutterings that resembled curses, Felch's figure rounded the corner of the marble staircase, appearing not far from Lockhart. "Oh, Loris, you cannot walk so swiftly. You must consider that my body is no longer what it once was." His words trailed off as he suddenly noticed Lockhart standing at the door, arms crossed, awaiting him. His expression tightened abruptly, and his body tensed. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Should he directly address Lockhart as godson? It seemed Lockhart had not fully acknowledged his role, as even in the brief exchanges within the school hospital, Lockhart had indirectly referred to him as godfather. However, Felch, who held this relationship with utmost gravity, did not genuinely believe that Lockhart had truly recognized their connection. Moreover, he had recently learned that Lockhart could hear certain words from the outside world even while in a coma. Over the past decade, Felch had made it a point to visit Lockhart whenever he could. Due to his own experiences, he often found himself venting frustrations, uttering many unflattering remarks, whether born from envy or a general disdain for certain aspects of the world. Thus, Felch feared that Lockhart might perceive him as a petty individual, ashamed of their godfather-godson relationship. Consequently, upon seeing Lockhart approach, he felt even more anxious than before, his heart racing incessantly, burdened with a profound weight. Fortunately, he had never expressed any negative opinions about Lockhart's parents, for the doctors at St. Mungo's had warned that Lockhart's soul was on the brink of shattering and advised against provoking him. To some extent, Lockhart felt a similar heaviness within himself. Even though he now occupied this body and was aware of Felch's meticulous care over the years, he understood that Felch, despite his seemingly unpleasant demeanor, was a tragically pitiable old man deserving of sympathy. Lockhart was still uncertain about how to approach this relationship, lingering in a state of disconnection from the world. Ultimately, he took 3 deep breaths, reminding himself to embody this role well, for he might be secretly monitored by Dumbledore's associates. Though these few words were simple, Lockhart's tone shifted from its initial stiffness to a gradually more relaxed manner. Nevertheless, the formality in his words still conveyed a sense of unfamiliarity. Felch, flustered, finally nodded in response. "Yes, indeed, I just dealt with a few mischievous ones who were throwing things around. It is of no consequence. Do not linger at the door. Come inside." His mind was somewhat muddled, entirely oblivious to the fact that the office door was ajar, feeling a bit anxious instead. Despite his usual diligence in maintaining cleanliness, the room was in disarray, which was truly inexcusable. Once again, Lucian was destined to leave a less than favorable impression on him. However, Lucian himself felt no particular concern. He exhaled softly and turned to walk over, casually shutting the door behind him, observing Filch, who was busily engaged with his back turned. It became evident that the room was not excessively disorganized. The primary reason for the cramped and dim atmosphere was the modest size of the space, merely over 30 square meters, rendered in a narrow rectangular style. This contributed to a sense of confinement and disarray. The real culprit, of course, was the overturned wastebasket on the floor, scattered documents, and an assortment of peculiar prank props, largely the handiwork of the Weasley twins. Reflecting on this, Lucian retrieved the Marauder's map he had tucked away in his pocket, intending to place it temporarily on Filch's relatively tidy wooden desk, which bore no obvious signs of wear. Misinterpreting Lucian's intention as a desire to assist in tidying up, Filch straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at Lucian, and interjected, "You need not concern yourself. I can manage everything. There are some Honeyduke sweets over there. Feel free to try them. Rest assured, they are not confiscated, but rather provided by Dumbledore, who has always been generous and deserving of respect." Chapter 12. Grateful Filch. Lucian was aware that, although Filch was portrayed in various unflattering lights throughout the narrative, he was, at his core, an immensely grateful individual. Born into unfortunate circumstances, devoid of magical abilities, he had become a mute observer, unwilling to relinquish his ties to the wizarding world. One could only imagine the myriad hardships he had endured. While Lucian did not fully empathize with these experiences, he could envision the profound sorrow of a mute in a world teeming with wizards. And it was at that moment that Dumbledore had graciously offered this steadfast Mr. Filch a position. This opportunity not only fulfilled Filch's earnest desire to remain within the wizarding realm, but also preserved a fragment of hope for him. Most importantly, it provided him with shelter. Undoubtedly, Albus Dumbledore was the most formidable white wizard of this century, widely acknowledged as the most powerful in existence. It was said that the current Minister of Magic, Fudge, owed his position to Dumbledore's influence. Of course, this had been reiterated numerous times. At this moment, Lucian's mood had settled considerably. He quietly placed the Marauder's map on the wooden desk. Sitting at the opposite end of the desk was Madame Loris, who appeared to have suddenly recalled something, fixing her gaze intently on Lucian. Though she had been observing him prior, her scrutiny had not been so overt. Lucian's thoughts raced, and he instinctively clarified, "Madame Loris, please do not misunderstand. This is, something I found earlier." After a brief pause, he refrained from implicating the Weasley twins. Firstly, there was no need to stir up trouble. Secondly, as a scion of a noble lineage, it was only fitting that he maintain an appropriate demeanor. Reporting on others was unbecoming of his station, despite his appearance as merely a 12-year-old child. Lucian's gaze remained fixed on Madame Loris, oblivious to the sudden tremor that coursed through Filch's shoulder as he abruptly turned to look over. Luo Chen noticed the gaze and raised his head in response. Upon first contact, the other party briefly displayed a hint of barely concealed panic. However, this emotion was quickly masked as he exaggeratedly dusted off non-existent particles from his palms and circled around the desk. As he passed by Madame Loris, he discreetly dismissed her. He then allowed her to gracefully exit the office, while Filch had already positioned himself directly behind the desk. He opened a drawer to reveal a black metal box, devoid of any embellishments. Upon extracting it and flipping it open, a plethora of candies spilled forth, including a mound of cockroaches that even made Luo Chen gasp in surprise. He nearly forgot that he had stashed these sweets away, for he harbored no fondness for such sugary delights. Age had its toll, and even muggles would attest that excessive sugar consumption was ill-advised for the elderly. At this moment, Filch's speech flowed much more smoothly. He had slipped back into his element, akin to their earlier interactions in the school infirmary, where he had initially been tense and stammering, but with practice, his confidence grew. Luo Chen felt no astonishment at this transformation. Naturally, when his gaze swept over the vividly animated cockroaches, he instinctively shook his head in refusal and took a few steps back. "No need for that, Godfather," he said, wishing to decline outright. Yet felt a sense of discomfort in doing so. Filch, however, was understanding and promptly closed the iron box, remarking, "Well, you are indeed the same. This mound of cockroaches is quite a novelty, particularly for a child like you who has long been away from the wizarding world." Listening to Filch's rambling, the two gradually reached an unspoken agreement. Unless necessary, Luo Chen need not address him as Godfather at all, and could simply call him by his name. Luo Chen did not object, for in British customs, it was not uncommon for the younger generation to address their elders by their names. For instance, in the original Harry Potter series, Harry directly referred to Sirius Black as Sirius rather than Godfather, as the latter title carried a certain formality. Luo Chen then pulled out a chair and seated himself at the desk. As he settled down, a thought struck him. He extended his right hand from within his robe. The yellow orb he had previously controlled was still hovering above and below him. This was not a matter of multitasking, but rather a testament to the potency of his LV3 level of wind manipulation, which, under the enhancement effects of his active magic bar, he had effortlessly mastered. What is this? Felch's gaze darted to the orb, then involuntarily roamed over Luo Chen's face, his eyes betraying a deep sense of envy. Luo Chen scratched his head with his left hand, his light gray hair slightly tousled. I'm not entirely sure, he said. When I came to seek you out earlier, this substance was already permeating outside your office, and there was some inside as well. I thought something had happened to you, and in a moment of agitation, I gathered up these gases. Concerned? Felky's expression momentarily stiffened, but soon softened with a hint of tenderness. How long had it been since he had heard that word? However, he quickly regained his composure, his face adopting a fierce demeanor. Yet, considering Luo Chen's presence, he forcibly suppressed it, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly, betraying the tension in his clenched teeth. Ah, now that you mention it, I understand. It must be the mischief of those troublesome lads. If it smells foul, it's likely from the dung bombs. I'm not certain about that. So, Godfather, perhaps we should find something to contain it. Do you have a more airtight glass bottle or some other device? Oh, just a moment. Felky rose to search, moving towards the row of cabinets on the west side of his desk, which housed various confiscated prank items and prohibited goods. By the way, why didn't you release it? It doesn't seem like there is much of it. Despite his words, Felky did not pause. Luo Chen was speechless. Not much. Although he hadn't counted at the time, those brothers had at least lost nearly 20 dung bombs. Even if they were taken outside to the castle's lawn, they would surely contaminate a vast area. This, he wanted to explain, but before he could speak, Felky found a deep brown, palm-sized round glass bottle. It appeared to contain something, though it had long since dried up and there were no labels on it. Moreover, it seemed to have been confiscated by Felky for quite some time. He did not hand the bottle directly to Luo Chen, but first carefully removed the wooden stopper to inspect it. Finding no danger, he then passed it to Luo Chen. Here, use this to contain it, and I will take care of it. Rest assured, such bottles are typically used for potions. Despite its simplicity, it has undergone magical treatment, ensuring excellent sealing. Felky displayed an understanding manner. Though he was merely a mute, through years of wits against those mischievous children, he had not given up on learning. Even if he could not cast spells, he held on to a glimmer of hope, wondering if one day he might be able to. Luo Chen did not refuse. Accepting the bottle, he noticed that the bottom contained a mixture of red and black crusted fragments, indeed resembling dried potion remnants, and there was a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine. He mused that this would serve to neutralize the substance, even if Felky's contribution was of little use. He then carefully controlled the gaseous mass and released it into the bottle. As he swiftly replaced the stopper, a series of muffled thuds echoed from within the glass, causing the entire bottle to tremble. Felky hurriedly stepped forward and swiftly snatched it from Luo Chen's hands. Chapter 13. Danger, the mixture of dung bombs. Felch placed the glass bottle on the table and then led Lockhart away for quite a distance. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, but it took nearly 3 minutes for the bottle to settle. Phew! Both of them sighed in relief almost simultaneously. However, Felch suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his unease. I trust one am correct in saying that. Such containers are generally quite sturdy. To be honest, this version of Felch was entirely different from the impression Lockhart had of him. Even as their communication began to improve, it was unlikely for Felch to exhibit such demeanor. It is indeed fascinating that only a being of flesh and blood can be so intriguing. By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Felch inquired. Almost coincidentally, as soon as he finished speaking, Lochart's stomach emitted a series of growls, signaling hunger. This left Lockhart feeling somewhat embarrassed. Felch, however, chuckled heartily, albeit softly and hoarsely. If one overlooked his somewhat awkward demeanor, one could sense the jovial spirit within him. Let us go then. I shall take you to find something to eat. With that, Felch stepped out of the office, leading the way. Lockhart followed closely, but after just a few steps, Felch suddenly halted, raising a hand to pat his forehead. Noticing Lockhart's confusion, he proceeded to affix the label correctly, ensuring it was precisely positioned at the center of the bottle. These magical items cannot be handled casually. We must await the arrival of personnel from the Ministry of Magic to oversee their management. He continued, ever since I took office, I have noted that no one from their department has ever set foot in this room. Consequently, I typically report all magical items requiring attention to Dumbledore, who dispatches individuals to handle the more hazardous items. Of course, more often than not, the items that present a lower risk remain unaddressed. And most of what is stored here consists of trinkets belonging to pranksters, which generally do not pose a significant threat to us wizards, hence they remain stored. Despite his casual tone, Locken could discern the underlying sense of disappointment in Felch's words. Had Felch been a wizard himself, he could manage these items independently. After all, they were merely props for mischievous games. Alas, Felch was not. Thus, in a certain sense, keeping these items here served as a constant reminder to Felch. However, Locken felt at a loss for words. After all, he had just arrived in this world and could not fully comprehend Felch's emotional journey. He firmly believed in an ancient proverb from the Dragon Kingdom. Do not advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. Although the meanings differ slightly, it is quite fitting in this context. All right, let us be on our way. After tidying up the bottle, Filch temporarily placed it on the 4-meter-long desk. The desk was rather sparse, adorned only with a lantern, a few sheets of orange paper, a quill, and an ink pot, rendering it quite empty. The map had already been collected by Filch, making the bottle stand out prominently. However, Locken was aware that Filch had his own plans and refrained from speaking, following Filch out of the office. Initially, he expected Filch to lead him directly down the stairs to the basement in search of the kitchen. Instead, Filch took him straight to the hall and then turned left into the Great Hall, which was already closed at that hour. Although Locken had no timekeeping device on him, he had glanced at the clock in the infirmary earlier, noting it was around 9 a.m. Ordinarily, classes would have commenced by now. Breakfast at Hogwarts was served from 6 to 8:30 a.m., with students typically dining by 7:30 a.m. This was ample time. It was evident that breakfast was no longer being offered. Locken pondered if Filch intended to bring him for an early lunch, though that seemed rather premature. He estimated it was barely 10 a.m. How long could he have been down there? Perhaps there were certain privileges exclusive to professors and the caretaker. With a creak, Filch forcefully pushed open the Great Hall's doors, revealing it utterly devoid of life. Even the 4 house tables merely draped with pristine tablecloths and lacking any superfluous adornments. Without pausing, Filch continued to lead Locken further inside, heading toward the staff table located on the elevated platform above the student dining area, approximately a meter higher. If you don't mind, you may dine with those fellows from time to time. However, you might have to endure, well, some stairs. While speaking, Filch had brought Locken to the bottom of the steps, pausing momentarily to carefully consider his words before uttering such a phrase. He could not deny that if those individuals were to discover the nature of Locken's relationship with him, it was likely that those wretched souls would harbor ill feelings toward Locken, which Filch wished to avoid. Thus, to some extent, he preferred that Locken not interact too closely with those mischief makers just yet, hoping to provide him with a buffer period. By the time Locken entered with a new cohort of students in September, that timing would likely be appropriate. Yet, upon further reflection, Locken would eventually need to navigate such experiences. Despite his inner turmoil and concern that Locken might develop a negative impression of him following some unfortunate encounters, Filch found himself striving to delay or even obstruct those interactions. Nonetheless, he recognized, much like his own inability to learn magic, he lacked the means to prevent such occurrences. He was not even qualified to do so, unless it meant sending Locken away from Hogwarts entirely. However, that is indeed impossible. Aside from various reasons, there exists a crucial point. As his mentor, Filch must ensure that Locken learns to master his own powers and the necessary spells at the appropriate age. This way, he can attain the true power required for survival in the wizarding world, possess genuine qualifications, and, more importantly, one day uphold the once illustrious Bixier family. Therefore, Filch cannot afford to be selfish. This is one of the few missions and responsibilities he bears. Of course, it must be said that Filch's heart is quite perplexed, yet he refrains from elaborating further. He directly led Locken to the faculty dining area, settling into a position at the far end, on the rightmost edge. Naturally, should one choose not to dine with the students, they may come here at any time, occupying this very spot, just like this. As he spoke, Filch rapped his knuckles against the white tablecloth. In an instant, a white porcelain plate appeared, adorned with golden brown bread, boiled beans, mashed potatoes, and a bowl of milky soup, the contents of which were indiscernible, but definitely not soy milk. Locken's gaze swept over the offerings. Even without touching them, he could tell they had already cooled. He pondered silently, recalling the descriptions of the house elves in the narrative, which seemed to differ significantly from Filch's explanations. Chapter 14. Learning Magic with Filch. Naturally, Locken would not refuse Filch's suggestion. Upon witnessing Locken's agreement, Filch eagerly lifted the plate and turned to leave. Locken chose not to delve deeper into this matter, but instead initiated a different topic of conversation. Consequently, Filch appeared noticeably happier, despite his awareness of having somewhat deceived Lacon. After all, he was known to have the worst relationship with the house elves throughout Hogwarts. If those creatures were to discover that Lacon possessed the ability to cast spells, he would naturally become their most esteemed guest. Moreover, this secret would eventually come to light, affecting Lacan's perception of him. However, compared to an uncertain future that he could not fully comprehend, Filch believed it was more prudent to seize the present moment. Thus, upon their arrival at the office, their conversation naturally gravitated towards the study of spells. Lacon was indeed correct, although Filch lacked the talent for magic. His understanding and exploration of numerous commonly used spells were astonishing. Lacon even felt that, given 2 or 3 days under Filch's guidance, he could master several practical incantations. Filch, too, was elated, for no one had ever sought his counsel on such matters. Despite being the gatekeeper of Hogwarts and respected among the mute community, they often unreservedly displayed envy and jealousy towards him. After all, those harboring even the faintest glimmer of hope were not solely confined to Filch within the wizarding realm. The latter was momentarily taken aback, as the sensation of teaching was truly novel. It seems that only the vague memories of his childhood have surfaced. Yet they are hardly pleasant recollections, and he has since forgotten most of them. Thus, when pulled by Luo Chen, he was momentarily taken aback before following Luo Chen's gaze toward the office. However, Luo Chen's actions at that moment rendered his expression grim, likely conjuring several unsettling possibilities in his mind. Without uttering a word and disregarding Luo Chen's attempts to deter him, he strode in with heavy steps, only to find the office devoid of any presence. As he scanned the surroundings, he discovered that the jar containing the foul concoction had vanished from the table. Luo Chen soon entered as well, being more perceptive than Filch. The absence of the jar naturally evoked images of the Weasley twins in his mind. He then instructed Filch to verify whether the Marauder's map remained intact. As it pertained to his influence, Filch, somewhat astonished, complied with Luo Chen's request. Upon noticing that the locked drawer showed no signs of tampering, he let out a sigh of relief, but still retrieved the key to confirm that the contents were indeed untouched. This was the wizarding world, after all, where numerous unlocking charms existed. It could very well have been an unwitting child who stumbled in and absconded with the jar. Considering it was labeled with a warning about the foul substance, a common tool for their pranks, Filch offered an explanation to Luo Chen before motioning for him to sit down. Observing Filch's demeanor, Luo Chen opened his mouth but struggled to find the right words to articulate his thoughts. Although he had merely introduced a small ball of gas, the potential explosion of its contents could fill the Gryffindor common room entirely. Moreover, having been compressed alongside the remnants of dried potions, it was evident that an unknown reaction could occur. Who could say what other risks might arise? For now, it will be best to set this matter aside. I shall continue to elucidate the techniques and methodologies for spellcasting. Were it not for the fact that the Academy had entered the examination period, you could certainly attend Professor Flitwick's Charms class. He would undoubtedly refrain from revealing anything, as you are soon to be a member of Hogwarts. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen had no choice but to stifle the words that had almost escaped his lips. This was the very beginning of his endeavor to forge a cordial relationship with Filch. It was prudent to align himself with Filch's temperament. By cultivating his role and maintaining his identity, he could also uncover more secrets. After all, he had once stated in Dumbledore's presence that he occasionally perceived external reactions. If those individuals discovered that he was fabricating lies, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. For now, he must solidify Filch's allegiance to his camp, ensuring his smooth integration into Hogwarts and the wizarding world. Moreover, if the Weasley twins were indeed the culprits, their targets would likely be limited to 2 options. Firstly, there are the members of Slytherin, and then there is Filch. At that moment, I would devise a way to patrol alongside Filch, ensuring his safety. As for Slytherin, I would leave that matter aside. It was not out of malice, but rather a necessity to tread carefully, especially considering that their headmaster is a renowned master of potion making. Thus, I entered into a state of semi-communication and semi-learning with Filch, and soon enough, I began to see progress. After Filch rambled on about his theories and insights regarding spell theory, he proceeded to discuss perhaps his most desired spell, the cleaning charm. Notification. It has been detected that the host is learning the cleaning charm. Would you like to spend 10 influence points to learn it directly? Initially, I was leisurely savoring the sliced bread on my plate when the system's voice startled me. However, a glimmer of excitement soon sparkled in my eyes. I could hardly contain my anticipation as I swallowed, but the dry bread nearly choked me. Before Filch could express his concern, I raised my hand to indicate that I was fine, truly unhurt. Yet, Filch, having finally found a pupil, could not help but worry. He fell silent, occasionally glancing at me. After all, even while speaking, it was difficult for him to maintain eye contact with me, revealing a clear sign of his insecurity. After finally swallowing the dry bread and sipping some broth to moisten my throat, I sighed inwardly, silently contemplating the consumption of influence points. As information about the cleaning charm flooded my mind, the content was limited and easily grasped, yet the manner in which it was imparted was rather abrupt, causing a sharp pain in my head. Fortunately, it was brief, and within half a minute, I was completely restored. I smiled at Filch and said, "Ah, Professor, after hearing your guidance, I feel inspired and have successfully mastered this charm." Upon hearing this, Filch's eyes widened in disbelief, and he abruptly stood from his chair, his face alight with excitement, wanting to say something, yet rendered speechless. Chapter 15, I Need a Wand. Filch fixed his gaze on me, confirming, "You just said what?" I could empathize with Filch's feelings, my expression equally earnest. I said, "I have learned the cleaning charm, the key to casting lies and shattering and dispersing, with the wand's movement channeling magical energy." Even upon hearing my detailed affirmation, Filch remained incredulous. Yet the fact stood, theoretically, my assertions were not only accurate, but also bore a personal understanding. Although he could not verify it, he had an intuitive sense that what I had said was indeed correct. I chose not to interrupt, quietly observing for a moment before returning to my bread, taking small bites. After such a long period without food, my stomach had long been empty. Previously, during his time at the school infirmary, he had only consumed some potions, which were rather unpalatable and did not provide any sense of satiety. Nearly 5 minutes had elapsed before Filch managed to recalibrate his mindset. Although his gaze towards Lockhart was still imbued with disbelief, he was convinced that Lockhart would not deceive him, albeit with an inexplicable feeling lingering in his heart. On one hand, he felt a tinge of admiration for Lockhart's innate talent, though it had not escalated to the level of jealousy. On the other hand, he could hardly fathom that one day he would have the opportunity to teach others the art of magic. Having the chance to wield a spell in this lifetime was the pinnacle of what he could envision. "Well, can you demonstrate now?" Lockhart lifted his gaze to Filch, then shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "Unfortunately, I currently lack a wand." It was implausible for him to expend a significant amount of influence to upgrade a spell, at least not at this moment. "Oh, right, without a wand, magic cannot be performed," Filch realized. "Please wait a moment." At this juncture, he suddenly leaned forward to reach for a drawer beside him, which was adorned with a rusted copper lock, long untouched by human hands. Intriguingly, this drawer was the second in a row of 5 on the desk, a place one would normally access frequently. However, before he could grasp the lock, Filch abruptly halted, as if jolted by an electric shock, retracting his hand swiftly. A glance at Lockhart revealed that, though he was looking in this direction, his expression was calm and composed, indicating that he had not perceived anything amiss. Thus, Filch hastily rose and circled the desk, intending to exit the office. "Wait a moment, I'll find you one." Yet, just as he stepped out, he paused again, realizing he was at Hogwarts, where there were no spare wands available. Did he dare concoct an excuse to confiscate one from a student? No, that was out of the question. He could never ask a professor to lend him a wand. Wands were intensely personal objects, often recognizing only one master throughout their existence. When their owner discarded them or passed away, the wand would perish alongside them. Typically, a wizard would not easily allow another to wield their wand, for it was essential to their very survival. Filch, who had long yearned for magical abilities, had naturally studied this aspect extensively, yet he was fervently eager to witness Lockhart perform a spell to unequivocally ascertain that Lockhart had indeed learned the incantation under his tutelage. Undoubtedly, he had no doubt that Lockhart had only just grasped this skill. After all, when Lockhart had fallen into a deep slumber, he had merely been a 2-year-old child. At such a tender age, even possessing magical talent might not have been recognized. Rather, it was precisely because it had gone unnoticed that he had been placed in a Muggle hospital for care and treatment. Moreover, while attending to Lockhart, Filch occasionally murmured tidbits of information about the wizarding world, yet he was acutely aware of the current circumstances, rarely exposing the principles behind spellcasting or divulging his own research while outside. Since the mysterious figure's disappearance, the British Ministry of Magic has progressively intensified its regulation of spell learning and dissemination. Although Filch is somewhat reclusive by nature, he possesses a keen awareness of the boundaries of what can and cannot be done. Observing Filch's retreating figure, Lachlan could discern his thoughts, and he too was eager to acquire his first wand. In this world, a wand is truly the foundation of one's existence and security. He picked up a napkin from the side, wiping away the remnants of food and grease from the corners of his mouth. "Godfather, if time permits, Shall we venture to Diagon Alley? Upon hearing this, Filch immediately grasped Lachlan's intention, yet he hesitated. He was cognizant of Dumbledore's arrangements for Lachlan, and being advanced in years, he lacked combat prowess. If it were solely his own endeavor, a trip to Diagon Alley would pose no issue, especially with the protective aura of Hogwarts surrounding him. Though he would usually make such visits in secrecy, they were among his few diversions. However, taking Lachlan along, especially with his recent recovery, filled him with apprehension about potential mishaps. Although Diagon Alley is routinely monitored by the Ministry's Aurors, making it relatively safe, no one could guarantee that unforeseen events would not occur. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision. Yet, since Lachlan had voiced his desire, it was evident he had considered the matter thoroughly. Stepping forward, Lachlan addressed Filch earnestly. "Godfather, as you mentioned, I am the last of the Bishar family. I must grow quickly and gain the strength necessary for self-defense, so that I may eventually seek to restore the glory of our lineage." His tone gradually rose with fervor, revealing the excitement within his words, and his gaze remained fixed on Filch's face, leaving no room for evasion. Ultimately, Filch sighed, conceding that he would consult with Professor Dumbledore. He instructed Lachlan to wait in his office before swiftly departing. At this juncture, he hoped Dumbledore would assign someone with combat capabilities to accompany them, ideally facilitating a visit to the Ministry to address all pertinent matters, thus allowing Lachlan to spend his remaining time at Hogwarts, focusing on his growth and ensuring adequate safety. "Godfather, what is the matter? Did the headmaster—" "No, the headmaster approved it, and he even advanced me a portion of my salary." As he spoke, Filch produced a pouch of coins from his pocket, weighing it gently in his hands, the delightful sound of clinking coins resonating clearly. Lachlan's spirits soared at this revelation. Instinctively adjusting his attire, he grasped Filch's arm and urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's set forth at once. Please hold on a moment. We need to pick someone up who will accompany us." "Who?" "Rubius Hagrid." Chapter 16, Lansdowne Noodles. Upon their meeting, Luo Chen discovered that Filch and Hagrid had a rather contentious relationship. This aspect had not been previously depicted in the narrative, leaving Luo Chen somewhat bewildered. "I cannot possibly believe you. Professor Dumbledore would never allow me to take you along to Diagon Alley. It is simply impossible." Hagrid's emotions flared as he pounded on the wooden fence, creating a resounding thud. The Argentine-bred Falorabella pony within the enclosure was startled, whinnying in alarm and retreating to a safe distance. As for Hagrid's little dog, when Luo Chen and Filch approached, it barked menacingly at the two before tucking its tail and retreating into Hagrid's hut. Such cowardice was astonishing, especially given its size, which nearly rivaled that of the herbivores within the fence. "Hagrid, I am not here to quarrel with you. Prepare yourself at once, for we must depart for Diagon Alley immediately." Filch, understanding the root of Hagrid's disdain towards him, reflected on his position as the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. He was responsible for maintaining certain disciplinary measures within the school, often punishing mischievous students. Lacking magical prowess, he resorted to compiling reports to submit to the heads of the various houses and even the headmaster. This unfortunate circumstance fostered a habit of snitching, rendering him unpopular among his peers. Few would take kindly to a person who habitually reports others, and while Hogwarts had a limited number of professors, the presence of competition was inevitable. Most crucially, during one of his night patrols, Hagrid had intervened on behalf of several Gryffindor students, effectively absolving them of their deserved punishments, which irked Filch significantly, prompting him to mutter some sarcastic remarks regarding Hagrid's half-giant lineage. However, Filch had been unaware of Hagrid's background, having developed a penchant for lurking in the shadows, leading to behaviors that were generally unappealing to others. Consequently, his relations with most professors were rather mediocre, as they seldom regarded him with any seriousness. After all, he was merely a silent observer. "This cannot be. I still do not believe it. Just wait. I shall seek out Professor Dumbledore personally to inquire." With that, Hagrid turned to bypass the two. Under normal circumstances, he would not have minded, but currently he was preoccupied, needing to keep a watchful eye on the new arrivals in his care, several of whom were about to become mothers. Time was of the essence. Filch glanced at Luo Chen, who had remained silent and composed at the side, and inhaled deeply before hastily closing the distance to Hagrid. He urged Hagrid to lower himself, whispering a few words in his ear. Hagrid initially appeared taken aback, then silently turned his gaze toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. After confirming a few key points with Filch, he reluctantly nodded and said, "Indeed, I must have misunderstood. Shall we proceed? This is Luo Chen, who will be joining Hogwarts as a student in the upcoming academic year." Filch made no special mention of Luo Chen's identity as his protege. To everyone's surprise, Hagrid appeared somewhat bashful, ruffling his already tousled and unkempt hair. "I apologize. I did not mean to cause you any amusement," he began. But before he could complete his thought, Lock-in stepped forward, raising his left hand to lightly touch his chest in a gesture of respect. "Of course, Mr. Hagrid. I have heard much about you from Mr. Filch." After a brief pause, Lock-in exchanged a reassuring glance with the bewildered Filch and continued. "He spoke highly of you as the keeper of the grounds, the keykeeper of Hogwarts, and the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, acknowledging your indelible contributions to Hogwarts and the entire British magical community. He holds you in great esteem, yet due to his own responsibilities, he tends to be rather strict with others, which can lead to misunderstandings with colleagues. Nevertheless, the matters of Hogwarts must always take precedence, and I hope you will forgive him." Hagrid, as well as Filch, were taken aback, their mouths agape as they pondered when Filch had ever expressed such sentiments. Even during his care for Lock-in, it seemed unlikely. After all, it was understandable that living in an environment often marked by disdain and one that frequently provoked his ire might warp one's psyche. However, Filch found no desire to counter Lock-in's assertions, for in a sense, the character Lock-in described was one he had long aspired to embody since their first meeting, a figure of strict fairness. Such a person would indeed be worthy of being Lock-in's godfather. Hagrid, upon recovering from his astonishment, grew even more bashful, fidgeting with his hands as he awaited Lock-in's gentle offer of his small hand for a handshake. After they exchanged a warm grip, Hagrid released a long sigh, visibly relaxing. He then enthusiastically invited Lock-in into his abode for a cup of milk tea and some specially made rock cakes. However, recalling the previously emphasized delicacies, Lock-in felt that given his current frailty and youth, it would be wise to abstain for the time being. Filch, rare in his unspoken understanding with Lock-in, promptly broached the matter at hand. The group then set forth to the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. Their mode of transport was, of course, Hagrid's motorcycle. Although Lock-in, secured within the sidecar and equipped with a wind-proof helmet, was well protected, the peculiar design of the helmet, merely a large, square-framed goggle, left much to be desired in terms of comfort. Consequently, as they sped along, Lock-in found himself shivering under the relentless gusts of wind that assaulted his face. Upon disembarking, his steps felt unsteady, and his complexion had grown even paler. He couldn't help but think that he should have opted to sit behind Hagrid, despite the cramped quarters that his sizable frame created. At least it would have offered some windbreak. Still, he understood Filch's concerns for his safety. Finally arriving at their destination, Lock-in silently remarked on the arduous journey, while Filch dismounted to stretch his limbs, murmuring, "We really should have taken the carriage. Next time, I will definitely do so." Hagrid laughed heartily, feeling that riding a motorcycle was indeed more exhilarating. The speed, the vibrations of the bike, truly splendid. Thus, Luo Chen confirmed that this modified motorcycle, enhanced by black, was undoubtedly powered by diesel. Gasoline could not produce such an immense noise. At that moment, they found themselves on Charing Cross Road, which, strictly speaking, is one of the more significant thoroughfares in London. However, the traffic and footfall at this moment were rather sparse, and, at the spot where they parked, not a soul could be seen within a radius of several meters. Luo Chen glanced up at the small shop and the square plaque hanging above, which clearly bore historical significance, as it displayed the emblem and name of the Leaky Cauldron, revealing itself due to the proximity of wizards. He silently scoffed. Even if the wizarding world desired to remain concealed, there was no need to torment themselves in such a manner. Furthermore, they exhibited no consideration for the difficulties faced by Muggle business owners. Nearby, a bookstore and a sound system shop languished with pitifully few visitors, particularly the latter, which Luo Chen surmised would soon face closure. However, the subsequent narratives in the Harry Potter series offer little description of this area, leaving Luo Chen uncertain whether these two establishments truly faced demise. One thing was certain, business was not thriving. Turning his gaze across the street, he spotted a familiar sign tucked away in a relatively narrow alley. Lansdowne Noodles. Chapter 17. This street is wider. This is hardly surprising. On the map of the real world, one side of Charing Cross Road indeed borders Chinatown, which hosts many shops run by immigrants from various countries. Ding ding. Hagrid pushed open the door of the Leaky Cauldron, triggering the welcoming bell behind it. Noticing that Luo Chen had not kept pace, he hurriedly urged, "Come on, little one. Although this area is under a Muggle-repelling charm, it is best we do not linger nearby. The world is not short of overly curious individuals." "Oh yes, I'm coming," Luo Chen replied. Throughout their journey, the bond between the two had remarkably strengthened. As they flew, Hagrid enthusiastically introduced Luo Chen to the sights they passed, sharing recommendations on local delicacies, scenic vistas, and even tales of rare magical creatures hidden in certain locales. Indeed, this journey consumed considerable time, yet they found it enjoyable. Even the previously indifferent Filch had not realized how many delightful places lay along this route. This was primarily due to Luo Chen's contributions and his gradually shifting mindset. He was patient enough to listen to Hagrid's anecdotes. Otherwise, with the howling winds roaring in his ears, he would have had little interest. Of course, this was also largely thanks to Hagrid's naturally booming voice. The fierce winds barely affected him. Without protective measures against such gales, what could he say? Fortunately, he had discreetly cleared his nose a few times along the way. Otherwise, he would now be beset by a face full of snot and saliva. But returning to the matter at hand, as I traversed through the entrance, I stepped into the interior of the leaky cauldron. It was ostensibly spacious, yet somewhat unexpectedly constricted. This paradox arises from the fact that the entrance to the leaky cauldron opens onto a narrow alley, leading into a larger expanse, which should render it spacious. The unexpected constriction, however, is due to the interior layout: elongated tables, chandeliers, a crackling fireplace, and an antiquated black-gray bar, with the only visually appealing element being the intricately carved wooden staircase leading to the second and third floors. It is indeed adorned, although partially obscured by layers of accumulated grime. Luo Chen glanced around, estimating the area to be approximately 120 to 150 square meters. However, the arrangement gave the impression that the usable space barely reached 70 or 80 square meters, a rather inefficient use of space. Yet, the patrons seemed unperturbed. Fortunately, there are not many present at the moment, apart from 3 cloaked wizards huddled near the right side wall, engaged in hushed conversation over mugs of butterbeer. The only other occupant in the main hall was the proprietor, Tom. He was donned in a waistcoat over a vertically striped shirt, his figure plump and his hairline somewhat receded. Before Tom's words had fully settled in the air, he emerged from behind the bar and embraced Hagrid warmly. However, Luo Chen distinctly sensed Tom's gaze linger on his face for quite some time. As for Ferky, he appeared to be completely overlooked. Of course, old Tom. You know that at this time, every year, I invariably encounter some delightful acquaintances, Tom remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Indeed, it seems only you could perceive work as a source of amusement. Hagrid laughed heartily, but refrained from responding, leading the trio towards the pub's backyard. Hagrid, after we conclude, let's share a drink of that aged Gamp's social wine you have stashed away. Stop. No more of that. It's been many years. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Hagrid, seemingly roused, hastened his pace, urging Ferky and Luo Chen into the courtyard. Tom's boisterous laughter echoed behind them, indicating his genuine delight. Upon entering the rear courtyard, the area felt even more confined, with a green rubbish bin oddly positioned against the inner courtyard wall. Surprisingly, it was not a barrel of ale. Hagrid strode ahead, retrieving his concealed wand from within a red umbrella. He tapped a specific spot on the wall thrice, causing Luo Chen to pause momentarily. He had intended to wait for Hagrid's introduction, although he was aware that the mechanism required counting 3 from above and then 2 across. This omission left Luo Chen feeling as though something essential was missing, rendering the experience somewhat incomplete. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of influence. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in, informing Luo Chen of his inexplicable acquisition of 1 influence point. He mentally inquired of the system, but it countered with a rather abrupt ultimatum. Ding! Would you like to spend 10 influence points to obtain a precise answer? Get lost. Luo Chen fumeth, his frustration evident upon his visage. He had been paying close attention to Ferky, suspecting that Luo Chen was experiencing some sort of issue, for his complexion had yet to return to normal. After expressing concern and receiving repeated assurances of well-being from Luo Chen, the trio proceeded down a narrow alleyway. At that moment, Luo Chen suddenly remembered that he had activated the log feature earlier. Upon inspection, he discovered that it indeed listed the reasons for his current situation. It appeared that the system had initially attempted to extort money from him. The reason for the influence value he had acquired stemmed from his appearance, which had notably surprised old Tom at the Broken Cauldron bar. However, no further explanation was provided. Luo Chen surmised that if he were to expend 10 points of influence value, he would likely receive a more detailed account. Yet, after careful consideration, he concluded that he would not have much interaction with that old man in the future, so it was best to forego the expenditure. It seemed unnecessary to waste such resources. In truth, the system ought to employ shock value as currency rather than influence value. After all, in other systems, merely putting on airs could yield continuous influence value or negative emotional currency, leading to a rapid accumulation of wealth, or rather, an efficient upgrade of the system. Indeed, it would be mutually beneficial for all involved. Ding! The system is the epitome of perfection. Bah, how shameless. In the future, when it comes time for upgrades, do not even think of asking me for an influence point, or Luo Chen would not hesitate to voice his disdain. However, when he unconsciously flipped through the log, he found that this particular statement had not been recorded at all. In that instant, he understood. Of course, he was not merely idling away time by bickering with the system. He was employing this method to probe and gather intelligence about it. Otherwise, should he encounter similar issues in the future, the system would undoubtedly impose additional charges. At last, they arrived at Diagon Alley. After walking about 7 or 8 meters, a brilliant vista unfolded before them. They found themselves on a broader street. Chapter 18, Ollivander. The general layout bore little difference from the previous narrow alley. The cobblestone pavement exuded a sense of antiquity, with some areas adorned with bluestone and others with granite, creating an uneven appearance, clearly a result of later repairs. Yet, Luo Chen wondered, in a world of wizards, what kind of damage could not be resolved with a simple spell. Furthermore, both sides of the street were lined with a dazzling array of shops, each more peculiar than the last. Some boasted pointed rooftops, while others featured semicircular structures, showcasing a myriad of styles without evoking a sense of chaos. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the wizarding population in England was quite substantial. However, he was left questioning whether the figures presented in the original text were accurate. Luo Chen muttered quietly to himself, prompting Hagrid to inquire, "Luo Chen, what did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." With a smile, Luo Chen shook his head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I simply thought this aligns quite well with my imagination." Imagination? As Hagrid's voice suddenly faltered, he involuntarily directed his gaze towards Filch, as if seeking an answer or pondering some unspoken thought. "So what shall we do first?" After arriving here, Filch inexplicably grew somewhat taciturn, although his expression bore no signs of gloom. There was an undeniable sense that he was somewhat out of place in this setting. Thus, Luo Chen took the initiative to shift the conversation. "Of course, we will first go to Gringotts to exchange. No, to collect some funds. We shall head to Ollivander's first." Filch and Hagrid spoke in unison. Then Luo Chen observed as Filch produced a small pouch from within his robes, weighing it in his hand. "I have money. May I, cover the cost of your first wand?" Luo Chen paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Of course, Godfather. It would be my honor." "Godfather? You?" Hagrid's eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered slightly. "I apologize, Hagrid. I should have mentioned it earlier, but my eagerness to acquire a wand made me momentarily forget. I hope you can forgive me." "Oh, no, it's nothing. Let us hurry along." Luo Chen noticed that Hagrid seemed unaccustomed to such respectful treatment. Yet, considering Hagrid's circumstances and his identity, it was understandable. In many ways, he evoked a sense of sympathy similar to Filch. With Hagrid leading the way, Filch and Luo Chen found themselves at ease, and many individuals they encountered greeted Hagrid with warm familiarity. Filch lagged slightly behind Luo Chen, immersed in an indescribable sentiment. Ever since he first engaged with Hagrid, including introducing Luo Chen to him, he had been diligently attempting to shield Luo Chen's true identity from exposure. Just as he had feared, he did not wish to burden Luo Chen with unnecessary complications, at least not at this moment. Luo Chen had remained silent, leading Filch to assume his tacit agreement. However, at this pivotal moment, Luo Chen unexpectedly revealed their godfather-godson relationship, which left Filch feeling quite reflective. Initially, he had not thought much of it. Though he was eager for everyone to know that Luo Chen was his godson, he felt somewhat like a mute, yet not a solitary figure. Yet, his own insecurities and tendency to overthink often led him to instinctively obscure their connection. It was a complex sentiment that was difficult to articulate. Nonetheless, at this moment, Filch felt a renewed sense of emotion, stirred by the acknowledgement from others, a rarity he had not encountered in many years. Luo Chen had awakened only 3 days ago. After all, he was a godfather. Was Diagon Alley not extensive? In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at a shop that appeared only slightly larger than the Leaky Cauldron. However, its exterior decoration far surpasses that of the Leaky Cauldron. The same wooden door exudes a profound sense of history, yet the sign above it, inscribed with the name Ollivander, boasts exquisite craftsmanship in wand-making since the year 382 BC. It glimmers, reminiscent of gilded gold, though it may indeed be pure gold, while some areas show signs of wear. It does not detract from its charm. Subsequently, Lockhart silently turned to observe the cylindrical window on the other side, which contained only a faded lavender cushion, devoid of the much-discussed, historically significant wand. Ding, ding, ding. Hagrid swung open the shop door, gesturing for Lockhart and Filch to enter. He refrained from following them in, as such an entrance would be rather impolite for him. Lockhart expressed his gratitude once more before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rectangular counter and a long bench, alongside a wooden staircase that seemed to occupy a significant portion of his shop space. However, this illusion was merely a result of the shop's awkward layout. After all, the other areas were lined with shelves densely packed with rectangular boxes, presumably containing wands. In the real world, this was a weapons shop. Did it not warrant any decorum? Most notably, as soon as Locken stepped in, he was enveloped by a faint odor reminiscent of decaying wood, pervading the entire space, albeit not overwhelmingly so. Yet, after a considerable time had passed without anyone emerging to attend to them, Locken cleared his throat, preparing to inquire. Just then, an elderly gentleman clad in a lavender robe emerged from behind the third row of shelves, standing on a wooden ladder, likely inspecting the wands. His pale silver eyes sparkled with a subtle glimmer. "Ah, let me guess, young one, you must be here to purchase a wand." Ollivander approached the two, but as his gaze fell upon Filch, he hesitated momentarily. It is well known that nearly every newcomer entering Ollivander's wand shop, especially those accompanied by an elder, would hear him exclaim, "Oh, I remember, what is this, and what magical creature's feather, tendon, or other biological component is used?" His opening remarks always exude an air of sophistication and professionalism. However, this time, it was not to be, as Filch was a mute. How could he possibly wield a wand? This left Ollivander somewhat taken aback, yet he remained astute. "Well then, sir, what wand do you think I should use?" The formal process finally commenced. "Child, which hand do you favor?" "The right, sir." "Ah, very well." The exchange continued with seemingly redundant, yet expected inquiries. Meanwhile, Ollivander's magical measuring tape began to autonomously encircle Locken, measuring his chest, hips, waist, arm span, shoulder width, head circumference, and even the length from his nose to his philtrum, leaving Locken with a distinct sense of excess. However, for the sake of the new wand, Locken endured. After all, he could hardly discern whether this was the official procedure for purchasing a wand. Very well, Ollivander remarked, gesturing with his hand as a wooden box floated from the shelf. "Try this one, made of vine wood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 14 3/4 inches. As Locken beheld the wand within the box, he felt an uncontainable surge of excitement. The wand, a light brown hue adorned with vine-like engravings, was exquisite. Chapter 19. The connection between two families. Locken extended his slightly trembling hand, lifting the wand. To his surprise, it felt remarkably comfortable, and at the moment it made contact with his palm, the wand quivered noticeably, exuding a sense of joy. Locken was uncertain why he could sense the wand's emotions, yet intuition suggested a profound connection between them. Nonetheless, a faint discontent lingered in his heart. "Now, give it a gentle wave," Ollivander whispered, having discerned something from Locken's expression, subtly preparing for his next line. With a flick of his wrist, a delicate pink blossom, reminiscent of a seasonal flower or possibly a chrysanthemum, erupted from the tip of the wand. Locken, lacking expertise in botany, could not accurately name it. Very well. This is yours, Mr. Loxing Bishar. Mr. Bishar, this is your wand. Remember, it is always the wand that chooses the wizard. Each wand is unique. Its characteristics derive from the extraordinary creatures and magical materials it is crafted from. From the moment a wand selects its ideal master, it begins to learn and guide its human companion. Ollivander recited what seemed like a well-rehearsed monologue, but as he spoke, his voice gradually diminished. In the next instant, it felt as though something had exploded in his mind. He took a half step back, gazing at Locken in disbelief. His throat constricted slightly. You just said your surname is Bishar. Of course. Do you, Mr. Ollivander, know me?" Locken retorted. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 influence points." Upon hearing the system's notification, Locken paused momentarily, a sense of familiarity washing over him. However, it was not the appropriate time to consult the log. Ollivander, after observing quietly for a moment, abruptly raised his hand, summoning 4 boxes crafted from wood, metal, or even thick cardboard designed to house wands. "Here, Mr. Bishar. Please try this one. 14 inches, willow wood, with a core of unicorn hair." Auhigt. Locken hesitated briefly, yet dutifully accepted the wand. However, he did not relinquish the other wand. Just as before, upon touching it, a sense of elation and delight surged from within. This time, however, the sensation felt even more gentle. He grasped the deep brown wand, adorned at its end with a protrusion reminiscent of a tree's growth, and with a gentle flick, a soft white light erupted, not blinding, but rather gentle, contained within the bounds of the wand's tip. Indeed, Filch was rendered speechless in astonishment, while Ollivander murmured and swiftly produced another wand. "Mr. Bishal, if you would be so kind as to try this one, Hollywood, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Lockhart accepted it without hesitation. This wand bore a marked distinction from the previous two. Its embellishments were more striking, resembling a sword without a sheath, though one must overlook its rounded form. The wand exhibited a gradient of earthy brown, adorned with slight speckles and raised patterns. At first glance, it was evident that this wand was extraordinary, as if it bore a unique fate and significance. However, Lockhart did not dwell on it. Like the earlier two, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Moreover, this wand, like the others, emanated a joyful resonance upon contact, a sense of perfect affinity. Yet, there was a subtle difference. This sensation carried a hint of pride. With another wave, a soft red glow burst forth, exuding an unmistakable air of aggression. Indeed, you are truly a descendant of the Bishar family. Ollivander's expression was difficult to decipher, revealing a blend of astonishment, delight, and an array of emotions that Lockhart could not quite comprehend. After all, Ollivander was quite elderly, his face lined with numerous wrinkles. At that moment, Lockhart understood that this Ollivander must have some connection to his surname. He felt a sudden sense of fulfillment. It was unexpected that each of these three wands felt so perfectly attuned to him. Was it not the case that if he possessed a system capable of accumulating prestige points, he would have already soared to new heights? Alas, he inwardly mused, system, you are truly flawed. Perhaps you should find a way to level up. I currently have 156 influence points, surely enough to elevate you to version 20 or 11. I do not ask for much, just calculate the prestige points into the mix. Ding. The host is contemplating trivialities. Hey, you rascal, must you speak so rudely? What do you mean by contemplating trivialities? But before Lockhart could finish, the system chimed again. Ding. The system is preparing for settlement. Influence points will be calculated based on the host's subsequent actions. What settlement? What subsequent actions? Lockhart felt a stir of realization. Since acquiring the first wand, he had experienced a sense of uncanny familiarity. Now, as he examined it closely, it was all too familiar. The first wand belonged to Hermione Granger, the second to Ron Weasley, and the third was Harry Potter's, the wand of the protagonist from the original tale. What a remarkable coincidence. As the thought of the three wands crossed his mind, Luo Chen swallowed nervously. Mr. Ollivander, Mr. Bishar. Both Luo Chen and Ollivander spoke simultaneously. You first. They both yielded politely. Indeed, you exhibit the same humility and courtesy as your ancestors. Now, to the matter at hand, you actually shouldn't need a wand, should you? Ollivander praised Luo Chen briefly before casting a discreet glance at the somewhat enigmatic face of Mr. Filch. He then lowered his voice intentionally to speak with Luo Chen, although it was clear that this would be of little use, as it could not escape Filch's notice. What do you mean? Luo Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Could this fellow be aware of his system? Yet that seemed implausible. Even Dumbledore had not discerned it at the time. Furthermore, if something as grand as a system were so easily detectable, it would be rather pedestrian, and it would certainly violate the fundamental principles of interdimensional travel. However, upon further reflection, whether Dumbledore had noticed or not remained uncertain. Mr. Ollivander, although later apprehended, was undeniably shrouded in mystery. First, nearly all the wands in the British magical community were crafted by him and his family. Second, his astonishing and extraordinary memory allowed him to recall every individual who purchased a wand along with their respective wands. Lastly, in the original text, he led a reclusive life. Despite his limited appearances, it seemed illogical that the British Ministry of Magic would completely entrust the sale of wands to Ollivander's family. Of course, this final point might also stem from the peculiar regulations of the wizarding world. Luo Chen's understanding was still limited. He regarded the original plot merely as a reference. Sensing Luo Chen's wariness, Ollivander hastily clarified, "Of course, you need not be concerned. Our family, the Ollivanders, has had profound connections with your esteemed family, and thus certain secrets have been passed down." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen finally exhaled in relief. He shook his head and directly stated, "I believe that secrets are, after all, secrets. Now let us address the matter at hand, Mr. Ollivander. I wish to purchase all three wands. May I inquire about the total cost?" Chapter 20. The Heirs of Bishar Like the Stars. Luo Chen recalled that the original text mentioned each wand priced at 7 galleons, which, based on the current exchange rate, will be approximately 35. In terms of modern Chinese currency, this equated to roughly 340 to 350 yuan. Viewed in this light, it was rather expensive for 3 wands. The total would amount to 21 galleons. With this realization, Luo Chen turned to Filch, who seemed to sense his intention and emerged from his earlier withdrawn demeanor. Skillfully, he retrieved his wallet, producing a delightful clinking sound. That will suffice. Simple, direct, and decisive. Filch, at that moment, exuded an undeniable charisma. Moreover, this served as a subtle assurance that Ollivander would not take advantage of him. Certainly, given the prominence of Ollivander's establishment and its esteemed reputation within the wizarding community of Britain, it is unlikely that he would exploit a mere child. However, Ollivander found himself in a quandary, stating, theoretically, each individual is permitted to possess only one wand, as it is the wand that selects the wizard. Upon instinctively reaching this point, Ollivander halted abruptly. Perhaps this could be said to others, yet in the presence of a scion of the Bishar family, he felt a twinge of reticence. Very well, I believe you may hold a maximum of 2 wands, and this must be registered with the Ministry of Magic. However, there is no need for you to attend in person. It can be accomplished here with me. Is it truly that cumbersome? Only 2. Cannot it be 3? Locken sought to negotiate further. It is not permissible. Ollivander firmly shook his head, his tone resolute and unwavering. Is it truly impossible? Did you not mention that the head of the Ollivander family shares profound ties with my lineage? Ollivander's voice began to waver, uncertainty creeping in. Locken had not anticipated this. He initially approached it as a mere probe, harboring little hope. Thus, seizing the moment, he pressed on, his eyes glimmering with determination. You have stated that the wand chooses the wizard. You have witnessed the connection I share with the 3 wands I previously tried. How could I possibly part with one? In truth, Ollivander was already aware of the decline of the Bishar family, which had languished for several centuries. He never imagined he would have the fortune to encounter a true heir of the Bishar lineage, witnessing firsthand the revival of magical prowess, an occurrence deemed utterly astonishing. According to the secrets bequeathed by his ancestors, it was documented that those heirs of the Bishar family, possessing magical abilities, were inherently capable of wandless magic. Furthermore, their aptitude in learning spells, potions, and the study and development of magical artifacts was unparalleled in their era. Thus, his family records contained this proclamation: all descendants of the Bishar lineage who grace the world are individuals of remarkable talent, shining as the brightest stars along whatever path they choose. Naturally, concerning the abrupt decline of the Bishar family over the past 2 centuries, his forebears, those of his grandfather's and great-grandfather's generation, likely held certain esoteric knowledge regarding this tradition, for it was a legacy of their family. Essentially, the narrative suggested that the Bishar family's fall from grace was both sudden and attributed to their pursuit of forbidden magic, provoking divine warnings and envy, leading to their gradual decline. At the time, Ollivander regarded these stories merely as curiosities. He found them hard to believe, dismissing the notion of divine jealousy as utterly absurd. While magic is indeed wondrous, it ultimately has its limitations. Otherwise, to borrow a phrase from the East, individuals like Dumbledore would have ascended to a higher plane long ago. As for the concept of inherent wandless magic, it was laughable. If that were the case, why would there be a need for them to craft and sell wands? Such a notion would be inherently contradictory. Certainly, this was the mindset of Ollivander in his youth. He understood that when an individual delves deeply into the study of spells, they could achieve wandless magic. Even a profound understanding of a single incantation could allow for this remarkable feat, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty. However, times have changed. The descendants of the Bish family now stood before him, and through a simple test, he discovered that the accounts of his ancestors were indeed not mere tales. The Bish family possessed an extraordinary innate talent for wandless magic, demonstrating an almost natural affinity for all wands. Furthermore, it was whispered that the Bish family had provided substantial assistance to the Ollivander lineage in the past. It is crucial to remember that the wizarding world of yore was not as peaceful and stable as it is today. The most significant event in recent decades was merely the emergence of a dark wizard, a phenomenon that was once commonplace. This is precisely what his ancestral notes suggested. The Ollivander family had been crafting and selling wands since before the Common Era, while they were not the only ones. They wielded significant influence over the creation of magical instruments, inviting jealousy and covetousness from others. To safeguard this ability and legacy, they needed formidable strength. Yet, with every gain comes a sacrifice. The creation of such exquisite wands required relinquishing vast amounts of time or other talents. Thus, seeking protection became imperative. During the height of the Bish family's prosperity, it was entirely understandable that they would offer ample protection. After all, every heir was a remarkable performer in their own right, a thought that sent shivers of excitement down his spine. It is worth noting that, in the present day, a fully fledged Auror might struggle to flawlessly cast even a basic shield charm. He was aware of the ministry's recent plans and arrangements, which he viewed with disdain. though he never expressed it outwardly. His duty was merely to preserve the legacy and craft wands for sale. On a darker note, should the study of spells gradually decline, it is conceivable that more individuals would seek the assistance of wands. These reflections, though lengthy, were merely fleeting thoughts in Ollivander's mind. Yet they prepared him psychologically for what lay ahead. Very well, just this once, but registration was still necessary. Ultimately, Ollivander acquiesced, and a profound surprise flickered in Lochin's eyes. However, he had yet to receive a system prompt, likely due to the transaction being incomplete. Ferk, realizing that their conversation had reached its conclusion, hurried forward, extracting a handful of golden galleons from his wallet. The exact amount was obscured from Lochin's view, yet the glimmering gold spilling through his fingers was undeniably enticing. "How much?" he inquired. "Ah, it's free," was Ollivander's carefully considered response. Ferk found himself momentarily speechless. He had previously heard that no one could obtain a wand from Ollivander for free, unless it was stolen. To prevent future complications, he insisted, "We cannot allow you to incur a loss. Please state your price. As long as it is reasonable, I shall not hesitate. Moreover, this is a gift for my child." Ollivander was once again astonished. He had not anticipated that Filch shared such a connection with Lockhart. Initially, he had assumed Filch was merely a servant. What tremendous fortune this must be! Ollivander was indeed familiar with Filch, though he did not harbor disdain for squibs. He recognized that such individuals were unlikely to intersect with his life, resulting in minimal interaction. Thus, he did not feel the need to be excessively harsh toward the stranger. A nobleman must possess a basic sense of moral integrity. Furthermore, squibs could neither purchase nor acquire wands, leaving little room for any connection. Of course, this did not apply to the heir of Bishar. However, at this moment, he realized he could no longer underestimate Filch. Yet, the more he considered this, the less he could accept payment. After some back and forth, and out of respect for Filch, Ollivander ultimately decided to charge a mere symbolic fee of 1 galleon for each wand. The two then parted ways amicably. However, before leaving, Lockhart pondered aloud why the much-lauded wand was absent from the display window. Of course, he could not guarantee that this was the complete truth, and he had only inquired to see if he could garner additional influence points. Chapter 21. Woohoo, a windfall. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wand of the chosen one, Harry Potter, gaining 400 influence points. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wand of Hermione Granger, a member of the Triwizard Trio, gaining 240 influence points. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wand of Ronald Weasley, another member of the Triwizard Trio, gaining 50 influence points. Beep. This is merely a preliminary calculation. Subsequent adjustments will be made based on how the host utilizes the aforementioned wands. Goodness, what a bounty. Harry Potter truly lives up to his title as the chosen one, with a wand yielding 400 points. However, Ronald should be Ron, right? How disappointing to only earn 50 points. After all, he is part of the Triwizard Trio system. Even if you claim this is a preliminary assessment, you ought to adhere to your own established formulas. Don't be unreasonable. Beep. Would you like to proceed? Before the words could fully register, Lockhart swiftly interrupted. No, I do not wish to know the truth. 50 points is sufficient. If necessary, I can consult the logs myself. After a moment of exasperation, Lockhart resolutely opened the logs, and they had now stepped out onto the street. However, Hagrid seemed to be absent, and his whereabouts were unknown. Beep. Would you like to receive a detailed summary of the calculations for free? Yet today, the system appeared tenacious, and Lockhart instinctively declined. However, he soon noted the word free. He immediately reconsidered, saying yes, contemplating the sudden change in the system's demeanor, unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse. Beep. Affirmative. Beep. Please review the detailed calculation formula. A moment of silence ensued, uncertain whether it was due to Luo Chen's vivid imagination. He felt as if a cacophony of cawing crows had taken flight above his head. At this juncture, he found it rather ludicrous that he was still entertaining thoughts of obtaining something for free. However, it dawned on him why Ron's wand had garnered such a ranking. After all, it had made its debut for a remarkably brief period and ultimately ended up lost. Moreover, Luo Chen was more concerned about the subsequent handling of the situation, a feeling reminiscent yet distinct from the sensation brought about by the Marauder's map. There lingered a sense that if mismanaged, the backlash could be quite severe. After all, to pilfer the weapons of the protagonists was indeed egregious. Young man, devoid of martial ethics, what a disgrace. As Hagrid had yet to make an appearance, Filch and Luo Chen decided not to linger any longer. Just ahead lay Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where they intended to order 2 sets of robes, one for Luo Chen and one for Filch. This notion primarily originated from Filch, who believed that despite Luo Chen having several months before starting school, a sense of ceremony was essential. As his godfather, he could not allow Luo Chen to be embarrassed. Nevertheless, Luo Chen sensed there might be deeper significance to this gesture. Yet he did not decline. His tailored suit felt rather out of place amidst the throng of robed students, and it somewhat aligned with his preferences. Madame Malkin's shop stood out as one of the more striking establishments in Diagon Alley. Inside, one could observe wizards clad in respectable attire, along with individuals exuding a distinctly British charm. Suddenly, Luo Chen halted, tugging at Filch's sleeve, signaling him to join him. Fortunately, even in Diagon Alley, narrow alleys were not uncommon, and they swiftly located one. "What is it?" Filch inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice, fearing Luo Chen had discerned some danger. Despite being in Diagon Alley, upon entering the alley, he instinctively positioned himself to shield Luo Chen from any potential threats lurking behind. "Nothing of the sort. I merely feel it would be rather inappropriate for us to go directly to Madame Malkin's," Luo Chen clarified. "What is wrong with this outfit?" Filch protested, feeling quite satisfied with his ensemble, which he considered quite casual. He wore a dark gray woolen jacket, a brown waistcoat, black trousers, and custom-made deerskin boots, real deerskin, crafted by himself. He believed it was simply a matter of personal taste. Typically, when donning this attire at Hogwarts or in other parts of the wizarding world, no one had ever remarked upon it. Luo Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. After all, Filch, who was not particularly social, likely had little concern for aesthetic sensibilities. Furthermore, wizards of this era did not seem inclined to dwell on such frivolities. He had previously imagined the proprietor of Madame Malkin's to be a personage at the forefront of contemporary fashion trends within Diagon Alley. Entering the shop, he hoped at the very least to avoid ridicule from those self-proclaimed gentlemen and young lords. Moreover, Lockhart could not guarantee that he possessed the capital to retaliate. Most importantly, even if he were to deliver a slap to the face in that very moment, it was highly improbable that the system would assess the impact value based on the severity of his rebuttal. Such a situation would be rather dull and cumbersome. He detested complications. "Well, to be honest, I was simply eager to demonstrate my magical prowess. Did you not teach me the cleaning spell earlier?" Thus, upon hearing Lochin's words, Filch had begun to relax, but before he could finish listening, he excitedly grasped Lochin's wrist. "Really? Is it truly possible?" Lochin smiled gently. Although Filch's grip had been somewhat painful, he bore it with grace. He produced the wand belonging to Harry Potter, gave it a delicate flick towards Filch, and recited the incantation, "Clean and New." An invisible wave emanated from the tip of the wand, directly striking a stain on the hem of Filch's garment, shattering and dispersing it. The transformation was swift. Almost as soon as the spell was cast, the stain vanished entirely. A flicker of excitement danced in Lochin's eyes. This was not his first experience with magic, yet he still found it utterly enchanting, especially since this particular spell was one he had mastered himself. A profound sense of accomplishment washed over him, affirming his aptitude. Ding! Well, it was learned with the assistance of the system. This feeling was far more profound than merely chasing shadows, particularly since this spell had appeared numerous times in the original narrative. However, in his excitement, Lockhart failed to notice that Filch had instinctively attempted to evade the spell, although Filch was aware that he had only taught Lockhart a harmless cleaning charm. The learning of spells did not inherently imply their harmlessness. The application by different individuals could yield varied results. Sometimes, it truly depended on the person. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, as this was his protégé, and he ought to place his trust in him. Fortunately, the outcome was positive, and he felt a surge of joy. His face noticeably lightened, making it hard to believe that such a transformation had occurred in merely a day. Yet at that very moment, pop, something exploded, startlingly close to his ear. Lockhart instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to see that the previously enchanted hem had torn open, creating a substantial hole. Chapter 22, A Warning from Gringotts. Filch's expression froze instantly. Beads of perspiration formed on Lochin's forehead as he pondered. Was the spell truly that perilous? Even a cleaning charm could possess lethality? He had yet to gain a systematic understanding of magical studies, and thus, it was entirely normal for him to harbor numerous doubts and inquiries. Filch, forcing himself to remain composed, did not retreat, and with a voice as gentle as possible, albeit trembling, he said, "It's all right. It was your first attempt. However, until you fully master this spell, it would be wise to refrain from casting it on others." "Yes, Godfather, I understand." Listening to Filch's tone, reminiscent of comforting a child, Lockhart recognized that he was intentionally trying to alleviate his concerns, ensuring he felt no undue pressure. Certainly, it is impossible to be devoid of all emotions, especially considering that within him resides the soul of an adult man. As always, the notification chimed. Would you like to spend 10 influence points to acquire an accurate answer? In an already foul mood, Luo Chen nearly unleashed a torrent of curses. However, he genuinely needed to grasp this answer, lest it cast a lasting psychological shadow over him. In the past, while watching films, he had observed characters wielding magic wands with reckless abandon, and even the notorious explosive sorcerer had managed to avoid self-destruction. Yet, this was merely cinematic fantasy. The reality here was starkly different. In his previous life, Luo Chen had never harmed a single chicken, nor had he engaged in any brawls at school. He was the epitome of a model student. The thought that he had nearly harmed Ferki with the very wand he wielded left him in a state of unease. The system, however, did not mislead him this time, providing a clear and thorough explanation. The level 1 spells represented a rudimentary capability for spellcasting, comprehension of incantations, and control over magical energy. It was entirely due to Luo Chen's insufficient mastery of the spell, primarily stemming from his lack of control over magical energy. Upon further reflection, he realized that he had inadvertently unleashed a magical energy level of 5 in a single cast, while confining the spell's effect to a mere corner of his clothing. Consequently, the excessive release of magical energy led to undesirable outcomes. Nonetheless, this issue could be surmountable with diligent practice. The system further informed Luo Chen that whether the spells were drawn from an ancient compendium or learned from the current world, he could elevate his proficiency through relentless practice. Of course, the system did not graciously provide a proficiency metric. Once he reached a certain level of understanding, his rank would automatically ascend. As for when that would occur, it depended on Luo Chen's personal comprehension and the system's assessment. After coming to this realization, Luo Chen felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He meticulously calculated his next actions, brandishing his wand and casting a spell upon a patch of dirt on the left wall. With a slight pop, this time he used less magical energy, and a visible cloud of dust erupted forth. Indeed, the notion of possessing extraordinary talent seemed to elude him. Luo Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he remained understanding. Without the system, it was likely that his current body would lack even the potential for spellcasting. He resolved to practice more diligently in the future. The system then chimed in. The following answer is free. As long as the host upgrades the relevant skill to level 2 in the future, there will be no risk of casting failure. Luo Chen chuckled. Ah, system, you merely wish to extract my points. I currently have only 836 points, which isn't insignificant. Perhaps I should. Ferki, observing Luo Chen's demeanor, mistakenly assumed that his earlier words had struck a nerve, and he opened his mouth to offer words of comfort. Yet, such sentiments had not crossed his lips in many years. It felt as though he had lost even the level 1 of that particular skill. Fortunately, at that moment, Hagrid approached. What are you doing here? Quickly, follow me. He hurried forth, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow, his complexion slightly flushed. What troubles you? We were just searching for you. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Seizing the opportunity, Filch inquired, then took hold of Lockhart, closely trailing behind Hagrid's brisk pace as they ventured deeper into Diagon Alley. Ah, I sincerely apologize. Old Tom had asked for my assistance earlier. There was a delightful little creature. Well, never mind, it's nothing. Let us hasten to Gringotts. Hagrid clearly yearned to divulge something further, as this matter struck a chord of excitement within him. Yet he deemed it inappropriate, abruptly changing the subject. Turning his gaze away, he quickened his steps toward Gringotts. Filch and Lockhart silently exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. By the way, have you completed your errands? After walking for a while, they finally caught sight of the resplendent white edifice of Gringotts, prompting Hagrid to recall. Filch, upon noticing, refrained from commenting, suppressing his own slight dissatisfaction. After all, if it were not for Dumbledore's direct orders, Hagrid might not have accompanied them at all. It was no wonder he harbored some petty grievances, given his past experiences, which could easily foster a cynical outlook. However, he had not forgotten the genuine Hagrid he had encountered along their journey. Otherwise, he would have already shown his displeasure. Gringotts undoubtedly stood as the most majestic and opulent structure in all of Diagon Alley. The first entrance was marked by a pair of grand bronze doors, flanked by goblins clad in scarlet uniforms with golden embellishments, who bowed slightly upon the trio's approach. Welcome, strangers, but do tread carefully. The insatiable shall meet a dire fate. Those who seek to take without labor shall incur the harshest of punishments. If you wish to withdraw wealth that never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Though the tone was somewhat courteous, imbued with a hint of Dante's Divine Comedy. Lockhart could only distill it into a singular thought. I don't even charge a custody fee. Dare to steal from me, and you shall rue the day. Beyond lay a vast hall of marble, its decorations and arrangements the most coherent Lockhart had encountered thus far, despite the exterior white columns being slightly askew. Along both sides of the hall were long black counters, behind which nearly 200 goblins busily weighed coins or scrutinized gemstones through magnifying glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Even with few wizards conducting business within the hall. Upon their entrance, an exceedingly aged and familiar goblin approached them. "Greetings, Hagrid. How may I assist you?" His voice was sharp and high-pitched. Hagrid momentarily faltered, perplexed by the goblin's unexpected warmth, particularly towards him. Something was amiss. Chapter 23, Vault 713. "Hello, Griphook. I need to retrieve something." Hagrid spoke cautiously, lowering his body to beckon the goblin. "Gort, closer," saying, "Dumbledore sent me." Without a moment's hesitation, Gort gestured for Hagrid to enter the hall. Hagrid glanced at Filch and Lothar, asking, "Will you wait here, or shall we go together? Is it permissible for us to accompany you?" In truth, Lothar was quite intrigued by the goblin's vault. He had been pondering when he might have the opportunity to enter it openly. After all, according to Filch, their family had dwindled to but one member, and there indeed existed a family vault within Gringotts. However, due to the family's decline, he was uncertain how to obtain the key to access it, and he did not even know the vault's number. Although Filch was his godfather, he remained an outsider. How could he be privy to such family secrets? Of course. "Come along," Hagrid said, delighted to see others' joy, particularly as it was a result of his efforts. This recognition filled him with happiness, especially from the outset. Lothar had given him a sense of remarkable maturity and steadiness, despite appearing merely as a slender 12-year-old. Simultaneously, this was why Hagrid harbored such affection for children. Even wizarding children, despite their youthful mischief and naivety, possessed a simple heartedness that adults often lacked. They typically did not harbor prejudices against him, a being of mixed blood. Under Gort's guidance, the trio entered the goblin's vault. However, as they passed the long table at the center, Lothar caught a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be a fiery red feather resting upon it, but he could not discern more, and given the circumstances, he chose not to dwell on it. Upon entering, darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the faint yellow flickers of light along the iron track sides. Gort held a lantern, ushering them to board a contraption resembling an open mine cart, though it was more accurately termed a small trolley. Naturally, this trolley was lavish and comfortable, its seat plush, as though padded with the finest velvet. Yet, despite its comforts, as the trolley careened along the tracks, left and right, up and down, Lothar soon found himself feeling quite disoriented. Perhaps a minute had passed, or maybe 7 or 8, but Lothar felt his mind buzzing with confusion, regretting his decision. What was so fascinating about this dismal vault? At last, with a jolt, the trolley came to a stop. To the right lay an endless rock wall, while to the left was a carved stone platform, at the end of which stood an oval-shaped grand door, adorned with intricate, relief-like engravings. The highest point of the door bore 3 digits, 713. The group ascended the platform in succession, but Gort suddenly exclaimed, "Hagrid, do you confirm the opening of the vault?" "Yes," Hagrid replied. "All right, everyone step back." His voice was high-pitched. Lothar and Filch dared not delay, retreating almost to the edge of the platform, which was not particularly spacious, necessitating enough room for Hagrid to operate. God extended his elongated fingers, adorned with long nails, and traced a line down the grand door with a singular, fluid motion, devoid of any superfluous gestures. He then withdrew, the door's intricate relief seemingly animated in that fleeting moment. The carvings intertwined, followed by the resonant click of gears engaging, as the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior, devoid of any discernible light source, yet sufficient to discern the sparse surroundings. The space was so empty that a mouse could scurry about. But at the very center lay a cloth bundle resting on the ground, bound with twine, appearing rather unremarkable. However, upon recognizing it as the original source of magic, Roth's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, overwhelmed by exhilaration. If memory served him right, this should contain the Philosopher's Stone. Yet he had not anticipated that Nicodemus would surrender it to Dumbledore so soon. Had he truly exhausted his time? Arriving in this realm, Roth had entertained some notions of immortality. With the system at his disposal, he believed his chances of attaining eternal life were considerably high. This belief also served as a source of comfort, propelling him to embrace reality and thrive in this world. From that moment forth, God ceased to enter, and Hagrid stepped boldly inside, retrieving the cloth bundle and stowing it away in his pocket. He uttered no words, nor did he flaunt it to Roth or Filch as he had done with Harry Potter in the original tale. Instead, he appeared ready to depart immediately. Moreover, judging by Hagrid's demeanor, it seemed he too was unaware of the bundle's contents. Yet, based on the original narrative, Hagrid should have known. Could it be that the early timeline and his interference had triggered a butterfly effect? Or was this merely an act on Hagrid's part, given his boisterous nature? Such pretense seemed unlikely. They continued onward, navigating an indeterminate number of turns and descents, until suddenly, the landscape opened up before them. It resembled a colossal sinkhole. But looking upward, the depths remained obscured. Below lay a vast lake, its waters a brilliant blue, glistening under the sunlight, yet surrounded by barren land. The railway tracks wound around the rocky walls, evidently seeking an exit through a tunnel ahead. Roth was astonished. He had not expected to encounter such beauty so many kilometers beneath the surface. Truly, the magical world was remarkable. However, as the small cart drew nearer to the lake, an inexplicable flutter surged within him. Roth's complexion paled dramatically, already appearing somewhat unhealthy, and now it took on a faint yellow hue. He weakly collapsed against the backrest of the seat, pressing his hand firmly against his left chest. For reasons unknown, his heart began to race violently, its rhythm incomprehensibly rapid, as if it might leap from his chest, causing him to feel suffocated and in considerable pain. Filch and Hagrid were startled, urgently calling out, yet Roth seemed unresponsive, reclining as the sounds around him grew increasingly distant. In his hazy state, he could still discern the silhouettes of figures moving beside him. Continuing along, a desolate and distant voice suddenly resonated in his ears. The sound, initially faint, grew progressively louder, threatening to shatter his eardrums. His expression contorted into a more grotesque visage. His reactions intensified as he curled up within the confines of the cart, enduring immense suffering. Goethe was compelled to halt the small cart, yet according to regulations, he could not obstruct the main thoroughfare and had to lead by example. Thus, he maneuvered the cart into a side path, arriving at a location not far from the Grand Lake. Just as he cautiously lifted Luo Chen, his bottom barely touching the ground, the once tranquil surface of the lake erupted with ripples, a thunderous resonance echoing as if a tempest raged beneath. Suddenly, a pitch-black, evidently man-made conical structure emerged from the depths of the lake, its size reminiscent of a small mountain. The surface was smooth, adorned with symbols akin to runes or carvings. Some sections depicting historical narratives, the entirety resembling a grand relief. Most strikingly, this pyramidal edifice was dotted with approximately 20 cavities, varying in shape from circular to square, and other geometric forms, each perfectly aligned with the walls, lacking any discernible entrances. Could this be the realm of hidden treasures? Goethe's voice became increasingly shrill. Chapter 24, The Call of Bloodlines. But how could this be? The realm of hidden treasures had not manifested for over 2 centuries. Even as this astonishing event unfolded before his eyes, the current overseer of Diagon Alley S. Gringotts found it difficult to believe. The sudden emergence of this hidden realm caught him off guard and stirred certain thoughts deep within his heart. After much contemplation, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Luo Chen. He had yet to inquire about this gentleman. Goethe was quite familiar with me. Despite his own status, he maintained a polite discourse with me, of course. If Fairucci did not initiate the conversation, he would simply act as though he hadn't noticed. Thus, when he observed Luo Chen accompanying Fairucci, he mused that even if the boy possessed the potential to become a wizard, he neither sought to exchange currency nor to store funds, rendering him unworthy of becoming a client. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the current prominent representatives of several pure-blood families in England and was certain Luo Chen was not one of them, which explained his previous indifference. However, the situation had now changed. His mind was ablaze with sudden recollections of certain secrets recounted by family elders, which he had previously dismissed as mere folklore. Momentarily taken aback, he hesitated, unsure whether to convey the truth. Although it seemed inconsequential, he harbored no such doubts. Seeing Luo Chen, weak and unresponsive despite his calls, he felt a surge of anxiety within. He berated himself for being so careless, for bringing Luo Chen down here. Had Luo Chen remained above, these unforeseen events would surely not have transpired. If Luo Chen were to encounter an unfortunate fate, he would never forgive himself for eternity. Thus, upon hearing God's words, it felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. This young lad is named Luo Chen Bishar. Bishar? Got murmured, lost in contemplation. Yet within mere seconds, he suddenly exclaimed, Bishar, that illustrious noble family from over 2 centuries ago. Haig was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Chen would have such a distinguished lineage. Furthermore, he had never heard of the Bishar family, having assumed it was merely an ordinary surname. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Felky, who slowly rose and meticulously adjusted his attire. Indeed, it was the renowned noble Duke of Bishar from yesteryears, and the individual before them was a descendant of this esteemed lineage. Upon hearing the surname Luo Chen bore, in conjunction with the peculiar phenomena observed in the lake, God had already come to a near certainty regarding Luo Chen's identity. However, upon hearing Felky's confirmation, he remained utterly astonished. He could not help but ponder the relationship between Felky, the young gentleman before him, and the Bishar family that lay behind them. Although he was aware that the Bishar family had long since fallen from grace, with no remarkable wizards emerging from their ranks for over 2 centuries, and speculated that they had likely lost their magical prowess, the emergence of their heir rendered some matters subject to reconsideration. Moreover, their fairy clan had significant ties to the Bishar family. Very well, God, you must be contemplating our next course of action, Haig stated, observing Luo Chen's dire condition. Ah, indeed, gentlemen, please transport this young master to the lake's edge. Without needing Felky's intervention, Haig effortlessly lifted Luo Chen and brought him to the water's edge. He then watched as God produced a finely crafted silver dagger, meticulously cleansing it with fire before carefully incising a small wound on Luo Chen's pinky finger. A drop of blood fell into the lake, and the dagger appeared to possess some form of enchantment, for the wound healed automatically within mere seconds, restoring it to its original state. As the blood mingled with the lake water, Luo Chen, who had been trembling in Haig's arms, gradually ceased his shivering. His breath became more even, and the agony etched upon his face began to soften. He was starting to recover, yet the marvels were only just beginning. From the point where the blood had dripped, a pathway formed entirely of water waves slowly emerged, extending toward a square opening located on the second level of the hidden realm. Clearly, this was the passage to that destination. However, the pathway was entirely composed of water, appearing to be no thicker than Haig's 2 palms. Could it possibly support one's weight? Even the seasoned god, Haig, and the well-read Felky were taken aback, for the sight before them was truly unprecedented, a spectacle beyond their capabilities to conjure. Of course, it was not entirely beyond belief. After all, the 3 individuals present had lived through the tumultuous era of the second generation of dark wizards, who had indeed made quite a ruckus in their time. What shall we do now? Even though he was aware that the once mighty Bishar had now fallen into decline, the fairies, with their extended lifespans, maintained a profound respect for him. Although their race was vastly outnumbered by humans, they possessed their own wisdom and cultural heritage, which documented invaluable information and secrets unknown even to the human wizards. Thus, they did not hesitate to show the utmost reverence towards the people of Bishar. While their respect may not have stemmed from genuine sentiment, it was nonetheless essential in form. The crowd fell silent, patiently awaiting Luo Chen's awakening after his sudden fainting spell, which lasted merely a couple of minutes. A soft groan escaped Luo Chen's lips as he gradually opened his eyes. What had transpired? Initially, he was acutely aware of the events that had unfolded, but the overwhelming pain soon exceeded his neural capacity, causing his mind to momentarily shut down in a protective mechanism. Consequently, he lost consciousness, though he vaguely recalled hearing the system's commotion before blacking out. Now, as he regained his senses and noticed the eager gazes of those around him, Luo Chen refrained from making any excessive movements. Curiously, despite the torment he had endured, he felt little fatigue in his body, as if everything prior had been a mere figment of his imagination or a fleeting dream. After a few seconds, he fully regained his composure, rising from the ground and catching a glimpse of an anomaly in the lake, which was briefly mentioned by Fair Chi. Luo Chen nodded in acknowledgement and solemnly bowed to Haig in gratitude, with God also remembering to show his respect. Thus, he pondered whether he should embark on this path. After deliberation, he felt a sense of uncertainty regarding whether this route could sustain him, casting a shadow of doubt in his mind. Yet, he displayed no hint of cowardice or disbelief on his face, for at that moment, he bore the glory of Bishar upon his shoulders. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had regained himself, rising and stepping onto the flowing path with firm footing, advancing at a leisurely pace. For Luo Chen, the protagonist, if he were to disregard the ground beneath him, there was nothing unusual about the experience. It felt akin to walking upon a mundane concrete road. He proceeded without incident until he reached the entrance of the cave. His heart began to race, not from the fear of an unknown spell affecting him, but from the concern that he might not be able to enter the cavern. After all, he was merely his soul occupying the original host body. Should there be any soul detection mechanism within the cave, Luo Chen feared he would not pass, potentially triggering defensive countermeasures. In such a scenario, the embarrassment would be trivial compared to the possibility of losing his own life. Previously, even at a close distance, the interior remained shrouded in darkness, obscured by what seemed like a veil. However, upon traversing the almost imperceptible black curtain, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The space within was rather confined, measuring roughly 3 cubic meters. Should 2 individuals enter, it would feel quite cramped. The sole object within was a stone box, resting atop a half-meter-high stone pedestal. Unremarkable in appearance, it bore neither intricate carvings nor any enigmatic magical effects. What was to be done next? Luo Chen extended his hand to touch the box, only to find it unresponsive. System, it's your time to shine. Open this box. Beep. Information scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Beep. Would you like to expend 10 influence points to obtain the unlocking scheme? Luo Chen was taken aback. He had merely been testing the waters, never expecting the system to respond so effectively. Excitedly, he acquiesced. Beep. Affirmative. Please, host, step forward and exert force to push the lid open. Luo Chen exclaimed. What the? You were a scammer. He cursed under his breath, his frustration quickly dissipating as he took a deep breath. Following the system's directive, he approached and pushed the stone lid backward with considerable effort. To his surprise, it glided back with minimal resistance, revealing the contents of the stone box, a gleaming golden key. The key, adorned with ancient runes and intricate carvings resembling flora and fauna, appeared exceedingly antiquated, yet lacked any exceptional attributes. Excluding its exquisite craftsmanship, it was quite ordinary. After a moment of waiting, during which no anomalies occurred, he grasped the key in his hand. It was surprisingly weighty, approximately 1 kilogram, yet measured no more than 3 inches in length. Indeed, it is gold, Luo Chen muttered, peering inside the stone box for hidden mechanisms, but found none. The surrounding walls were equally unremarkable. With a sigh, he pondered, what on earth? Must I seek to unlock another treasury? Unbeknownst to him, just as his figure was about to cross the black curtain, a faint purple light flickered through the narrow gap of the seemingly mundane stone box. Upon seeing Luo Chen's safe return, Hage and Fiki simultaneously exhaled in relief. How'd it go? Are you all right? Fiki inquired with concern. Luo Chen shook his head and withdrew the key from his pocket, presenting it in his palm to Goat. Mr. Goat, do you recognize this key? Is it not one from the Vault of Gringotts? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Goat's eyes, his already expansive black pupils widening even further. He had anticipated that Luo Chen might retrieve some priceless artifact from this hidden realm, akin to the Sword of Gryffindor. Instead, it was merely a key. Yet, he could not recall when this key had been placed within the vault, unless there were no relevant records. Upon receiving permission, Goat took the key, scrutinizing it meticulously both inside and out, even channeling magical energy to test its properties. He confirmed that it was indeed an ordinary key to the Gringotts vault, albeit one with a notably high serial number. This is the key to the treasure vault number 985. If my memory serves me right, it belongs to the Bishar family. However, at this moment, Gott's tone slightly faltered, as if he were considering something. Luo Chen silently acknowledged, indeed. May I request you to lead me to the family vault now? Gott pressed his lips together, responding, of course, it is my honor, Mr. Bishar. Please follow me. He turned and signaled for the others to follow, then boarded a small cart that traveled along an unseen track, venturing deeper into the subterranean realms of London. The temperature around them had noticeably risen by at least 5 degrees, Luo Chen estimated. Moreover, the construction of these ancient vaults was evidently distinct from those above. They soon halted before an irregular cave entrance resembling a mountain range, where Gott, holding a lantern, took the lead as they traversed nearly 100 meters through the rocky terrain. They finally emerged into an expansive underground chamber, engulfed in complete darkness, devoid of any light source. Luo Chen presumed that Gott would illuminate the space. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he took a step back to inquire of Felch, Godfather. You once mentioned the key points of the Lumos spell during our time at Hogwarts. Could you remind me? Felch, having rambled on previously, instinctively reiterated the incantation and his insights, including the spells he had deduced and observed others practicing. Ding, detected that the host is learning the Lumos spell. Would you like to spend 10 influence points? Ding, congratulations, the host has learned the Lumos spell. A stream of information flooded into his mind as if conjured from thin air, elevating his skill in the Lumos spell to level 1. Reflecting on past lessons, Luo Chen noted that upgrading the Lumos spell to level 2 required merely 6 influence points. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the upgrade, knowing that advancing further would demand 18 influence points. This was trivial, considering he possessed over 800 influence points. In less than a minute, Luo Chen's Lumos spell ascended to level 3, possibly due to the spell's limited applicability, for the stream of information was swiftly absorbed. As Gott raised his finger to cast a spell, Luo Chen took the initiative, directing his wand skyward and giving it a gentle flick. Lumos. A brilliant white light erupted from the tip of his wand, soaring higher and expanding in size, resembling a rising white sun, yet its brilliance was not blinding, allowing for direct gazes. The light sphere ascended approximately 30 meters before reaching the ceiling, where it silently burst apart, scattering into over 10 smaller luminous orbs that adorned the entire expanse above. In an instant, the once desolate cavern was illuminated as if it were day, dispelling the darkness. Suddenly, a heavy inhalation echoed in his ears, prompting Luo Chen to instinctively remark, "Alas, the pace of global warming shall hasten once more. This is my fault." Chapter 26, The Instantaneous Shrinking Charm. Thus, he had distinctly heard everything that Felch had imparted to Lothar earlier. Coupled with Lothar's age, he believed this was indeed Lothar's inaugural encounter with such a spell. Yet this was alarming. Not only could he successfully cast it on his first attempt, but his proficiency was such that even he himself could hardly aspire to such heights. In his recollection, perhaps only the heads of the 4 esteemed academies possessed such caliber. Observing all this, Goth was inwardly astonished. Truly, he was a scion of that illustrious lineage. Of course, he retained some skepticism regarding whether this was indeed Lothar's first foray into the art. Nevertheless, even so, to master such a spell at this tender age, Lothar was likely unparalleled among his contemporaries, at least by Goth's discerning standards. Returning to the matter at hand, the group finally beheld the full panorama of the cavern. Indeed, aside from the grayish-white, square stone door located about 10 meters within, the surrounding walls bore faint evidence of human excavation. Additionally, some areas exhibited square indentations, as if something had once been embedded there. Noticing no immediate peril, the group approached the square door, approximately half a person's height. A gap perfectly suited to the stature of most Fae beings was present. After a brief examination, Goth instructed Lothar to pass him the key, confirming Lothar's intent to unlock the treasury. Only then did he insert the key and channel his magical energy into it. Perhaps due to the prolonged period of inactivity, Goth felt as though his magical energy had been nearly depleted by 15. Only then did the key fully activate, turning on its own, accompanied by a sound more somber and thunderous than the mechanisms of Vault 713. The door to the treasury slowly ascended. All within was revealed once more. After nearly 3 centuries hidden from the light of day, surprisingly, there was illumination within, and the space was vast. Lothar surmised it must be at least the combined size of 5 football fields. Undoubtedly, it was the largest treasury he had ever encountered, yet its contents were scant. Only a large stone rectangular box was positioned near the entrance, its style identical to that of the one Lothar had previously encountered within its secret realm, albeit it was at least 10 times larger. Hagrid and Felch also stood on tiptoe, gazing into the treasury. Such a treasury was unprecedented in their experiences, and, simultaneously, they discerned what was missing from the wall outside. It was the celestial fire sealed within a crystal-like substance. This magical flame, reputed to rival the fiercest of fires, yet capable of eternal existence, was ensconced within the translucent crystal, perpetually radiating light that illuminated every corner of the treasury. At first, Lothar was indeed taken aback, but upon realizing that only a single large box resided within, the sense of disappointment that enveloped him was palpable. He had anticipated inheriting a substantial legacy, yet all that remained was the meager contents of this box. He couldn't help but worry that, much like before, it might contain only 1 or 2 items. Though the box had yet to be opened, the mere thought of the Potter family's treasure trove, brimming with gold coins reminiscent of a small mountain, stirred an inexplicable pang of longing within Luo Chen. Without the need for prompting, he stepped forward, intent on examining the chest, only to discover that the lid was exceedingly heavy. Ultimately, he found himself seeking assistance from Hagrid, who readily obliged. With minimal exertion, he effortlessly pushed aside the lid of the chest. To Luo Chen's surprise, he uncovered a smaller box within, but fortunately, the remaining space was filled to the brim with galleons. The exact quantity was indeterminate, yet Luo Chen estimated it to be no less than 5,000 galleons. At this revelation, he finally exhaled in relief. The value of 5,000 galleons was immense. To elaborate, In the narrative previously recounted, the Ministry of Magic had offered a mere 10,000 galleons to apprehend Sirius Black. In light of this, the modest sum in his possession seemed rather insignificant. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that he had little cause for complaint, considering he was somewhat appropriating what was not rightfully his. The fact that he could obtain such a substantial amount of galleons for free felt like a windfall. Thus, he proceeded to open the smaller box for further inspection. However, as soon as his palm made contact with it, a faint magical ripple surged into his mind, flooding him with a torrent of information that was both abrupt and overwhelming. The influx was far more substantial than the surge he had experienced when directly enhancing the Lumos spell by 3 levels. Furrowing his brow, he nearly emitted a sound of discomfort, but upon grasping the essence of the information, he felt a profound shock. He instinctively lifted the box. Though it bore little weight, approximately 2 kilograms, it was sizable enough to evoke the sensation of cradling an urn, which was somewhat unsettling and cumbersome. He then cast a discreet glance at Filch, who was visibly taken aback upon seeing the wealth of galleons within Luo Chen's chest. Nonetheless, these riches were undoubtedly Luo Chen's, and Filch felt a genuine joy for him in inheriting such a bountiful legacy. What is the matter? Godfather, do you know the shrinking charm? Of course, I do not know the charm itself, but I am familiar with the theoretical aspects, Filch replied, initially furrowing his brow, but soon grasping Luo Chen's intent. However, this realization left him momentarily at a loss for words. The two shared a silent understanding, communicating through their eyes without uttering a single word. You're serious about this? Indeed. The item is rather large, and we lack a bag enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Carrying it as is proves quite impractical. Hence my desire to learn the shrinking charm from you. Luo Chen spoke with resolute determination, explicitly stating his intent to learn rather than study, signifying his unwavering confidence. Gut, who had been quietly observing the galleons, was momentarily taken aback by the assertiveness and self-assurance conveyed in Luo Chen's tone. Based on his years of observing humanity, it was evident to him that Luo Chen was genuinely incapable of deception. They were not merely acting. Thus, he pondered inwardly. Could it truly be that they were the same before? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Felky commenced his instruction, exhibiting no need to shield the other two from the process, for he was certain they were already familiar with the incantation. Ding! It has been detected that the host is learning the shrinking spell. Would you like to expend 15 influence points for immediate mastery? Has the price increased? Ding! Please confirm. Enough with the notifications. I am aware that the entry fees for different spells vary. Do not attempt to swindle me out of another 10 influence points. Grant me immediate access to the shrinking spell. A mere 15 points is trivial. Ding 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 ding. The system seemed somewhat sluggish. He had initially intended to convey this information to Luo Chen as a complimentary service. Nonetheless, he executed Luo Chen's decision flawlessly. With the 15-point entry fee settled, Luo Chen subsequently spent an additional 16 influence points to elevate his mastery to LV2. This time, the assimilation of information took longer, and compounded with the previous influx of knowledge, he felt a slight dizziness. However, approximately 6 minutes later, Luo Chen successfully grasped the shrinking spell. With a gentle flick of his wand, the box in his hand shrank to the size of a palm, which he conveniently stowed away in his pocket, retrieving roughly 2,000 galleons from the original stone box. Naturally, Goat seized the moment to express their willingness to assist Luo Chen free of charge. Chapter 27. A new idea. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened ominously, and the diligent little house elves, who had been working earnestly, appeared somewhat distracted. Nevertheless, they remained steadfast in their duties. Through the 2 open doors, a congregation of wizards was visible at the entrance of Gringotts, while further afield, more wizards were seen fleeing in a state of panic. What could have transpired? Goat emerged and caught hold of a house elf to inquire. The elf seemed to have been waiting for Goat and succinctly relayed the events unfolding outside. It turned out that approximately half an hour prior, a tumultuous cloud cover had enveloped the sky, centered around Gringotts, manifesting in a peculiar spiral formation. Given that the area of Diagon Alley was relatively compact, this ominous cloud nearly obscured the entire vicinity, hence the somber atmosphere when they gazed outside from the hall. Yet, in the next moment, Goat and Hagrid recalled the timing of the so-called Hidden Realms appearance. It was precisely half an hour ago. Could there be a connection? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Goat hastily arranged for several house elves to assist Luo Chen in transporting the galleons. He then swiftly departed from a hall on the first floor of Gringotts, presumably heading upstairs. Luo Chen and his companions were momentarily at a loss, but fortunately, it was not long before the galleons were effectively organized into 2 large chests. Speaking of these galleons, although each coin has been imbued with a weight-reducing charm. Their size remains unchanged. This implies that carrying over 5,000 galleons could be akin to holding a small mountain of gold. Upon encountering 2 boxes, each standing at 50 centimeters tall, Luo Chen felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he need not have withdrawn such a substantial amount at once. After all, there were no transaction fees for subsequent withdrawals, merely a waste of time and a few extra steps. Thus, with Hagrid's assistance, he bore the 2 boxes out of Gringotts. In the brief moment they spent there, nearly a dozen visitors had already vanished from Diagon Alley. It must be said, when a wizard is intent on fleeing, their speed is remarkable. The scene appeared utterly ordinary, yet it was soon accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and flickering lightning, suggesting that a downpour was imminent. "We should hasten our departure," Hagrid advised, hefting a box in each hand as he led the way towards the leaky cauldron. "Wait a moment, Hagrid. Actually, we at such a time," hesitation was futile, especially considering how rare their visit to Diagon Alley was. Luo Chen surmised that future visits might require navigating past the ever-watchful Filch. Consequently, with little left to discuss, they made their way through the bustling streets, swiftly completing their inaugural shopping expedition in Diagon Alley, visiting the leaky cauldron, the cauldron shop, and Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions. After painstakingly preparing all their purchases, Luo Chen also set aside 500 galleons to acquire a suitcase enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. The interior space, while modest at 4 cubic meters, appeared no different from a typical leather-clad, wooden rectangular suitcase commonly found in this era. The color he chose was black, reputedly crafted from white waxwood. However, despite the sting of expense, Luo Chen knew he had no choice. Transporting such a multitude of items on a motorcycle was impractical. Fortunately, even when filled to the brim, the suitcase remained comparably light. Nevertheless, Luo Chen silently vowed that one day he would master the undetectable extension charm or discover a similar spell from the compendium of enchantments. He would devise a means to profit handsomely in this domain. No, he would strive to ensure that every individual in Britain, and indeed the entire world, possessed a similar piece of spatial equipment. Just as he was about to dismiss this thought, a sudden epiphany struck him. Why had he never considered this before? To accrue influence, it was unnecessary to fixate solely on plot-related items or characters. At that point, the influence he could gain would likely be substantial, perhaps even surpassing that of altering the storyline. Of course, this was merely Luo Chen's current speculation. Yet, unexpectedly, as they stepped into the courtyard of the leaky cauldron, they encountered a breathless old Tom, glistening with sweat, accompanied by a plump wizard with orange hair, clad in a wizard's robe over casual attire, preparing to venture into Diagon Alley. "Ah, old Tom, and Mr. Weasley, what brings you here?" "Oh, Hagrid, you have arrived. Come quickly to assist me." Old Tom extended his arm, grasping Hagrid's sturdy wrist, urging him toward the tavern ahead. Arthur Weasley cast a brief glance at Lorien and Filch, offering a friendly nod to both before turning to follow suit. The journey was not long, yet sufficient for old Tom to elucidate the situation. It turned out that Lorien and Filch had exited Ollivander's wand shop without encountering Hagrid, as he had already been summoned by old Tom to the leaky cauldron to aid in capturing an escaped invisible creature, classified as a magical beast of danger level 4X by the Ministry of Magic. However, due to Hagrid's responsibilities assigned by Dumbledore, which included safeguarding Lorien and Filch, he had only briefly imparted a few techniques for enticing and calming the invisible beast before hastily departing the tavern. Nevertheless, he could not shake the lingering thoughts of their predicament. Upon seeing Lorien and Filch, he hurried to take them to Gringotts, wishing to avoid wasting precious time there. Despite his role as the keykeeper and gamekeeper of Hogwarts, he had encountered such rare, invisible creatures from the far east only a handful of times, and had never had the chance to engage with one directly. This moment was likely the only opportunity he would have. After all, Professor Scamander's had been notoriously shy, rarely allowing anyone to approach. As for why such a rare, invisible creature had appeared within the leaky cauldron, it was quite simple. The wizards they had previously observed cloaked in complete invisibility in the corner were there for clandestine dealings. However, despite their prolonged efforts, they had been unable to capture the aberrant beast, and the 3 wizards engaged in the transaction had taken advantage of the chaos to escape through the front entrance, evading the Aurors. Although the door was swiftly closed, there remained a nearly 2-minute window of vulnerability. They conducted a thorough search of the leaky cauldron, yet found no further trace of the invisible beast, leading them to suspect it might have escaped the premises. Should that be the case, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Thus, Arthur Weasley, arriving to provide support, immediately sought Hagrid upon hearing he was in Diagon Alley. while simultaneously arranging for personnel to maintain watch. Chapter 28. Perhaps I should give it a try. Hagrid understood the gravity of the situation and was determined not to be remiss. Furthermore, should he manage to resolve this issue effectively, he might earn a small measure of acclaim. Lorien and Filch closely followed as they entered the main hall of the Leaky Cauldron. Inside, the scene was indeed chaotic. Long tables lay overturned, and nearly half the hanging candle chandeliers had been destroyed. The wooden staircase, which had once been a notable feature of the hall, along with the historically rich wooden counter, had also sustained damage. The staircase fared somewhat better, but the counter was riddled with considerable gaping holes, rendering it unusable. In a state of daze, Luo Chen instinctively pondered that perhaps this was the reason behind the discrepancies he had previously noticed in the layout of this place, which differed from the scenes depicted in the narrative. It seemed that on this very day, the arrangement within the three broomsticks had been somewhat disrupted, necessitating subsequent repairs. Hence, the later-built bar counter appeared to be constructed from stone bricks, giving an even more dilapidated look than before. Indeed, in accordance with the current trend of dark-themed decor in the magical realm, this observation held true. At that moment, 4 or 5 aurors stood at the corners of the hall, clad in identical attire, a grayish-black woolen cloak. Meanwhile, the original patrons and some temporary residents from upstairs were also mobilized to search both inside and outside the three broomsticks. Naturally, the hall was currently under the jurisdiction of the aurors. Old Tom and Arthur Weasley had brought Hagrid before a leader, a stout man in a gray cloak and brown leather jacket, who appeared to be around 40 years old. Amos, allow me to introduce you to Hagrid. I know of him. He is quite renowned, and is said to be the most prominent magical creature breeder since Professor Newt, said Amos Diggory without reservation, prompting a bashful chuckle from Hagrid, who scratched his head in embarrassment. No need for pleasantries. So, Mr. Hagrid, what do you believe our next course of action should be? We have searched high and low, inside and out, following your guidance, yet have found no trace of the Erumpent. Hagrid's expression shifted with newfound determination, an inexplicable aura emanating from him, capturing everyone's attention. Very well. The Erumpent, while classified as a level 4 dangerous creature by the Ministry of Magic, possesses a gentle nature and is particularly shy and easily startled. I trust you have heard of Professor Newt's companion. Therefore, I ask everyone to please remain quiet and refrain from moving about indiscriminately. Secondly, Old Tom, quickly bring out your stock of monkey wine. I know you have traveled to the far east and even ventured to the mysterious Orient, acquiring quite a bit of monkey wine. Hagrid seemed quite familiar with Old Tom, and upon noticing the latter's reluctance to comply, he unabashedly revealed his hidden knowledge. Old Tom, feeling flustered, shook his head in resignation and turned to head to the wine cellar of the three broomsticks. Lastly, Mr. Diggory, my role is solely to locate and capture the Erumpent. If it has already departed from the three broomsticks, there is little I can do. If necessary, we could employ the Muggle-repelling charm to temporarily clear the street of Muggles. Before long, Old Tom emerged from the cellar, cradling a 30-centimeter tall oak barrel, mumbling, Hagrid, is this really effective? This is all I have. You ought to handle it carefully. Why be so stingy? Hagrid retorted, seizing the oak barrel and finding a tin can to pour the seemingly murky yet fragrant liquid inside. He then placed it above the fireplace to heat it with flames. What are you doing now? However, Hagrid remained oblivious, and the others were equally silent. After all, if the invisible creature truly escaped, the consequences would be unfathomable. Even if someone were clandestinely conducting transactions here under the nose of the British Ministry of Magic. As the owner of the establishment, Old Tom would still face repercussions. This is a classic case of when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Even if the connection is tenuous. A rich aroma of fruit rapidly permeated the air, spreading upstairs and around the vicinity. Even Lachlan, upon catching a whiff of this intoxicating scent, could not help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with desire, yearning for a taste. And it wasn't he, just him. Nearly everyone present, save for Filch, instinctively turned their gaze toward the oak barrel cradled in Old Tom's arms. A pang of regret struck. I must find an opportunity to ensure that the remaining vintage Gamp's cordial is poured down Hagrid's throat. It pains me to see so much of my fine monkey brew go to waste. Time ticked away. The monkey brew had yet to yield any results. With barely a fingertip's worth left in the iron canister, the tension among the few present began to rise. Hagrid's brow furrowed. By this point in time, the brew should have enveloped the entire three broomsticks. Yet, there was no sign of activity. This was not as it should be. Unless, Mr. Diggory, you may need to prepare for the possibility of sealing off the entire street, Hagrid declared gravely. If anyone else had uttered such words, Diggory might have dismissed them. But this was Hagrid, a figure not easily disregarded. Though not well-liked, he was a Hogwarts man, and had received commendation from Professor Newt on more than one occasion. The latter's brow knitted in concern. Was there truly no other recourse? What if it had fled to the rear of Diagon Alley? You know that is impossible. The secret entrance to Diagon Alley can only be accessed by a wizard. No one else can open it. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that the invisible creature is merely a figment of someone's imagination. The creature's fur was peculiar, seemingly fading in and out with shifts in the light. Is this what you found behind you? When Hagrid first arrived, they had no tangible evidence, and he had merely listened to their accounts, offering suggestions for capture. Indeed, if that is the case, it seems you truly must. Just then, Lachlan, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward. Gentlemen, if I may, would you allow me a chance to try? His voice, though not loud, was clear and confident, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, they dismissed any concerns regarding Lachlan's youth and urged, "We implore this gentleman to take action." Chapter 29, Successful Capture. Lachlan nodded and approached Hagrid and Old Tom. He had anticipated encountering some resistance, only to triumph in the process, perhaps even earning a measure of influence from the system. However, to his surprise, Mr. Diggory was remarkably accommodating. In hindsight, it was no wonder Cedric Diggory was so well-liked. He was a legacy of kindness. Parents are the finest teachers for their children. Old Tom and Hagrid, likewise, remained silent. The former even took the initiative to present the parchment with both hands, offering it to Lachlan. Nodding in acknowledgement, he produced Harry Potter's wand. With a gentle swirl over the tufts of hair, a faint breeze materialized, lifting a corner of the parchment. Lachlan then stepped back, wielding his wand with precision. Softly intoning, "Capture the wind and shadows." The wand danced, spiraling in intricate patterns. A wisp of pale blue smoke emerged from the tip of the wand, swirling with the breeze in a serpentine manner, neither dissipating nor vanishing completely. It seemed as though the smoke emitted from the wand was boundless. In the blink of an eye, it had already circled the first-floor hall several times, even ensnaring an aura in its blue tendrils. The leading edge of the smoke continued to ascend the staircase. The onlookers observed this spectacle in silence, refraining from interruption. Yet, a mere child of 11 or 12, presumably still a student at Hogwarts, was present. Regardless of whether the invisible beast could ultimately be located, this remarkable ability alone was enough to command attention. For those gathered were predominantly Hogwarts graduates. They had never even heard of such a spell, and it was evident that mastering it required an exceptionally high level of control over magical energy. Approximately 10 seconds later, Diggory, who had already sensed something amiss, instinctively moved to follow. There was no need for Lachlan to prompt him. The aurors stationed outside, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of blue smoke in the air, instinctively prepared to cast a spell to disperse it. Although the number of tourists on the street was sparse at that moment, there were still some present, and to avoid undue commotion, they often opted for precautionary measures. Additionally, the presence of several uniformly clad individuals had already drawn considerable attention. Stop, however. Before the nearest auror could act, Diggory, who had hurried out from the pub, intervened. The group swiftly pursued the direction of the smoke. Lachlan, meanwhile, did not follow. He was focused on maintaining the spell with his eyes closed. Within the hall, 2 aurors, along with Filch and Old Tom, remained, subtly protecting Lachlan. Outside, under Diggory's leadership, the group traced the smoke along the street, passing through a traffic light intersection until they reached the opposite side of Chinatown. In an alley beside a restaurant displaying a sign for Lanzhou Ramen, they discovered an area enveloped in swirling blue smoke. Yet, the outline revealed a creature resembling an ape. Hagrid and Diggory were instantly alert. The invisible beast, startled, attempted to flee, but despite being classified as a danger level of 4X, it was successfully captured amidst a flurry of spells. On the other side, Luo Chen seemed to sense something as Di Guli and the others made their move. In that instant, he had already dispelled the enchantment, and the pale, blue mist vanished without a trace. However, this commotion was still witnessed by a few muggles, prompting the initiation of memory erasure procedures in the vicinity. Of course, this was of little concern to Luo Chen, as he found himself slightly out of breath. This was certainly due to the enchantment and the effects of the idiomatic dictionary, as the energy consumption of the LV3 shadow capture had been reduced by 15. Nevertheless, this exertion proved somewhat taxing for Luo Chen's current physical condition and magical energy reserves. Previously, after casting several spells in succession, his magical energy had already dwindled to just above 12. However, this latest spell had clarified one thing for him. Although magical energy is an intrinsic force within those gifted in sorcery, it appears to be intricately linked to the wizard's physical stamina. It is not to say that a complete depletion of magical energy would invariably lead to physical exhaustion or fainting. But if one were to drain all magical energy without overextending, their physical vitality would undoubtedly drop to below half of their usual state. This, of course, refers to the average individual. Some may possess robust physiques or innate strength, rendering the consumption of magical energy inconsequential to them. It seemed that a plan to fortify his physical condition needed to be prioritized. Luo Chen mused that if he could swiftly elevate his magical energy to LV3, he would be comparable to an ordinary formal wizard, thereby securing a precarious foothold in this world. If only his physical condition would permit it. Ascending to the LV3 magical energy capacity requires 1,000 points of influence. However, at present, Luo Chen's physical state was already saturated with LV2 magical energy, leaving him with a sensation that any additional strain might cause him to burst. Becoming a mere reserve was contingent upon another condition. His heart must be filled with darkness, despair, and other negative emotions. Yet, regarding this, Luo Chen was not overly concerned. Setting aside his awareness of the dangers and origins of this negativity, he was also vigilant. The incessantly chiming system notifications alone could drive him to the brink of exasperation. Thus, there was no need to worry about the negativity seizing him prematurely. By the way, system, why not come forth and calculate the results of this encounter? I distinctly saw the formula at the time, and it contained my influence. Just as the figures of the group reached the alley's mouth, the iron door of the Lanzhou ramen restaurant's kitchen was abruptly pushed open. An Asian man in his 20s, sporting a black crew cut, emerged and glanced at the fleeting shadows at the alley's entrance. The back alley appeared almost untouched, with no overturned trash cans, and the surroundings seemed even cleaner. Oddly, he had clearly heard something crackling moments ago. Could have been gang activity? The man appeared to believe he had unraveled the truth. Alas, he had long cautioned Uncle Air against coming here, for this place was a chaotic mess. Where could one find a homeland that is clean and hygienic, where the nation is prosperous and the people live in peace? Sigh, how he longed for home. Such is the fate of a laborer. Chapter 30. System, have you considered a monthly subscription? Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing an invisible beast, earning 20 influence points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for your first successful demonstration of the perfect spell, earning 100 influence points. 20 points? Is that all? Upon hearing the system announce the data, Luo Chen furrowed his brow tightly. Ron Second Wand was worth 50 influence points. After all the time, effort, and worry he expended, to receive merely 20 points seemed rather disproportionate. Fortunately, there was another entry, but what of this perfect spell? System, what does this second entry mean? Ding. May I remind the host that one must not bite the hand that feeds. To inform the host for free. The perfect spell refers to incantations derived from the Chinese dictionary of the Trace Education version. With this clarification, Luo Chen understood. Grateful for the answer without charge, he couldn't help but offer a few comforting words to the system. Who could he blame? You initiated the sale of a method to unlock an ordinary stone box for 10 influence points. Henceforth, let us dispense with this question and answer mode. Generally, I would not bother you lightly. You may do as you please. However, in times of need, a gentle nudge would suffice for mutual benefit. Ding. The system's inherent rules are not easily altered. Ah, so you've traversed with me, have you? What do rules matter now? We are companions in this magical realm, and you are my closest ally. Of course, I shan't take advantage of you. Since free options are off the table, shall we not consider an annual, quarterly, or even monthly subscription? I must tell you, you ought to embrace diversification. Engaging in comprehensive operational strategies to keep pace with the times, broaden your horizons, and obtain greater rewards. You know well that those information companies of yours thrived on a few attractive offers, generating revenue far more efficiently than by charging nominal fees. Perhaps it was Luo Chen's perception that the system had appeared more frequently today, even displaying a knack for idioms. Unable to resist the urge to negotiate, he wondered if he could secure greater benefits. After all, he had previously initiated the settlement of outcomes, and though he suspected the system would remain steadfast, he was in dire need of influence points. He completely forgot who it was that once reveled in having over 800 influence points, claiming to be wealthy and carefree. Ding. The system's inherent rules are not easily altered. Upon hearing the system's response once more, Luo Chen relinquished his pursuit. Very well, a fruitless endeavor. No more discussions. You remain impervious to reason, lacking a sense of the greater good, and will inevitably lag behind and suffer the consequences. With a heavy sigh, he turned his gaze to the influence points displayed on his character panel. 896 points. Approaching 900 Was 1,000 truly so far away? In order to confirm his suspicions, Luo Chen deliberately opened the log and began to scroll upwards. To his surprise, he discovered 2 new entries. One noted that when his identity was revealed, the fairy got contributed 5 points of influence, and the other indicated that the long-dormant mysterious realm, which had not emerged for nearly 2 centuries, imparted a degree of negative influence on the entire ancient spirit pavilion. This, in turn, instilled a sense of fear among the wizards, witnessing the ominous clouds looming over the pavilion. Thus, a total of 10 points of influence were awarded. Although it was not a substantial amount, it seemed, according to the description, to be part of a continuous calculation. With the unfolding events at the ancient spirit pavilion today, Luo Chen would likely receive a further allocation of influence points. He vaguely recalled that such a calculation formula had indeed been mentioned. But because Luo Chen had indirectly influenced the pavilion, which subsequently led to the celestial phenomenon, it ultimately affected those wizards in an indirect manner. Consequently, the influence points he received were rather scant. Had he taken direct action, akin to standing on a platform and rallying the crowd, he might have garnered a greater amount of influence. At least, that was how the calculation formula suggested. The existence of these emotions could potentially sway the choices and behaviors of those individuals in the future. Thus, it could be said that Luo Chen had passively impacted them, leading to a natural acquisition of a portion of influence points. To be fair, the system was indeed correct. While it might have its pitfalls, it could not err in calculating the rightful influence points. Unless, of course, there was an unusual circumstance. Luo Chen was merely jesting. As Luo Chen perused the log, his attention was suddenly drawn to a rather conspicuous entry. It was the one about the dog biting Lu Dongbin. However, in this record, there is no mention of Lu Dongbin, nor any reference to an ungrateful heart. Only a dog, notably marked with double quotation marks. Following that was a string of ellipses. Damn it, system. Luo Chen was about to unleash a tirade when he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Leading the way were Diggory and Arthur Weasley, engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding a sense of joy and ease. They whispered to one another, as if both comforting and deliberating. It was evident that Diggory was quite pleased. "Thank you, young sir, for your assistance. Had it not been for you today, we might have encountered significant troubles. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. This 50 galleons is a token of appreciation. Please accept it," Diggory expressed, producing a pouch from his pocket and opening it to reveal its contents to Luo Chen. Naturally, in accordance with standard protocol, this was merely a polite gesture from Diggory. Assisting in the capture of an invisible beast, especially before it had caused any considerable disruption, did not warrant such a generous reward. However, some gestures were necessary for appearances' sake, as they bolstered the image and authority of the British Ministry of Magic. Moreover, it was customary for wizards who offered assistance to be well aware that they would ultimately refuse the reward or seek to cultivate connections within the ministry to gain recognition. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Luo Chen nodded and accepted the pouch without hesitation. There is no need for concern. Anyone who witnesses this will undoubtedly be stirred. The previously vibrant atmosphere has abruptly descended into silence, and even Diagole's expression has become somewhat rigid. Meanwhile, Arthur, who has been standing nearby, gazes at Diagole with a hint of amusement. This is what you get for being so ostentatious. What is so wrong with being sincere and genuine in one's dealings? He is well aware that, according to customary practice, since the blame is typically deflected, the Ministry of Magic would not dispense the requisite funds. Therefore, during the initial instance, it is customary for the responsible party to cover the expenses themselves. However, in light of the current situation, it is evident that the ministry would not wish to dampen Diagole's spirit. Nevertheless, should he seek reimbursement for these galleons, it will likely require some time. Chapter 31. The Phoenix Feather Message. But I have yet to inquire about this young gentleman. Diagole chuckled awkwardly, attempting to break the impasse. His gaze lingered, somewhat regretfully, on the bag of galleons held by Lockhart. In truth, it contained not merely 50 galleons, but a substantial 63. Why so many? Firstly, they serve as a means to flaunt wealth. Secondly, should an unexpected event arise, this reward would be impressively sufficient, preserving the ministry's dignity. Thirdly, he is, after all, a scion of a pure-blood, noble family. Yet, it seems these galleons are now beyond his reach. Still, he clings to a glimmer of hope that, if Lockhart were to glance inside the bag, he might discover an extra handful of galleons, which, by all rights, should be returned to him. Although such an action might appear rather impolite, one need only possess a modicum of intelligence to refrain from such behavior. Yet this world is not devoid of those who lack sense, particularly the greedy and miserly. In his view, Lockhart embodies such traits. At that moment, however, Filch stepped forward, meticulously adjusting the collar of his newly acquired wizarding robe with an air of seriousness. This is Mr. Loxing Bishar, descendant of the Bishar family. Bishar? The name sounds vaguely familiar, as if heard somewhere before, yet it seems of little renown. Moreover, judging by the gatekeeper's demeanor, he appears rather proud of this introduction. What then is the connection between Filch and this young man? Is Filch contemplating a change of employment? Ah, so, it is Mr. Bishar. I have long admired your reputation. I am Diagonally, currently employed in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. His tone is enthusiastic, yet his expression unmistakably brims with a sense of pride in his own capability to hold such a position. After all, to employ a Muggle expression, working at the Ministry of Magic, even in the capacity of overseeing magical creatures, is still a civil service role, one that affords privileges and status beyond that of the ordinary wizard. Well, it appears the Ministry has not forgotten the Bishar family. In that case, once some time has passed, I shall pay a visit with ease of mind. If there are no further matters to discuss, then let us conclude here, he remarked, entirely disregarding Diagonally's abruptly shifting countenance. Of course, Hagrid. Furchy called out several times to Hagrid, who was engrossed in the delightful task of soothing the invisible beast. After a series of murmured explanations, he finally prepared to depart with the two companions. During this brief interlude, Diggory contemplated numerous thoughts and yearned to inquire further into the matter from either Furchy or Lothian. However, Furchy did not grant him the opportunity, while Lothian feigned a weary expression, which was not entirely untrue. With his complexion noticeably pale, Diggory hesitated to intrude upon him. Once all the luggage was secured, they took their seats on Hagrid's flying motorcycle, adhering to their previous arrangement. To their astonishment, just as the motorcycle roared to life and was about to glide forward, a flash of red light appeared before Hagrid, revealing a letter adorned with a crimson feather. The feather was strikingly beautiful, far longer than that of an ordinary bird, resembling a flicker of burning red flame. It was a letter from Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid gasped and, not daring to delay, promptly opened it. As he perused the contents, confusion washed over him. Yet, his unwavering faith and gratitude towards Dumbledore propelled him to act, even in the face of uncertainty. He quickly instructed Lothian and Furchy to wait, then hurried into the leaky cauldron. Lothian and Furchy exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation evident. Hagrid truly was a rather oblivious fellow. Fortunately, due to the necessity of erasing Muggle memories, the streets were relatively deserted. However, Diggory remained inside, and any unforeseen complications could prove troublesome. Regardless, Lothian had previously withdrawn over 2,000 galleons, a considerable expenditure. During this process, his curiosity regarding the weight-reducing charm on the galleons prompted him to weigh them carefully. The volume of 100 galleons remained unchanged, yet their cumulative weight was just over a pound, under 2. This was indeed curious. Thus, when Lothian received the pouch of coins from Diggory, he instantly deduced that it contained far more than 50 galleons. Observing Diggory's visibly stiff demeanor, Lothian quickly grasped the underlying implication. This was an attempt at false politeness, a trifling game of pretense. There was no way Lothian would indulge in such hypocrisy. It was laughable. Adhering to their expectations would betray the illustrious name he bore. Consequently, he accepted the portion of the reward with discreet reluctance. Just then, ominous clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by a thunderous clap that echoed across the heavens. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, abrupt and fierce. With no other options, Lothian and Furchy parked the motorcycle at the roadside of the leaky cauldron. They retrieved a rain cover from the sidecar, draping it over the motorcycle before hastily entering the establishment with their luggage in tow. Inside, Diggory was busy assisting a group in restoring the leaky cauldron, mending the damaged tables, chairs, and hanging decorations. Though not everything can be restored, it is evident from Diagory's demeanor that he has no intention of disbursing any portion of the compensation to Old Tom. Previously, they had encountered Hagrid, who had rushed in and out without so much as a greeting. Now, upon seeing Luo Chen and his companion enter, his eyes brightened, and he seemed eager to engage them in conversation. He was carrying a large paper bag, which, despite being shielded by his leather coat from the torrential rain, still bore traces of moisture, hinting at the spherical contours within. It appears we must rely on the Flynn network, Hagrid declared, then called out to Old Tom. Old Tom, may I borrow your fireplace? These items are urgently needed by Professor Dumbledore. Oh, of course. Please hold on. Dumbledore's esteemed name still held great weight. And Old Tom did not hesitate. With a flourish of his wand, he extinguished the flames in the fireplace. Subsequently, he pointed his wand at the hearth, a gesture that, while unremarkable, Luo Chen surmised was a necessary protocol for activating the Flu network. It was only at this juncture that Luo Chen realized the Flu network connections were not limited to the leaky cauldron. Indeed, many establishments within Diagon Alley also had access to it. Typically, these connections were for private use and not publicly disclosed, with an additional passageway established within Diagon Alley specifically for communal Flu network access. As this was Luo Chen's inaugural experience with the Flu network, he felt a tinge of anxiety. Hagrid was unaware of the intricacies, but Filch understood that Luo Chen had been unconscious for several years and might not be familiar with such common knowledge. Thus, he earnestly advised Luo Chen to clearly enunciate Hogwarts as he departed with Hagrid. Luo Chen nodded in understanding, heeding Filch's counsel to take extra Flu powder. The recently extinguished fireplace still radiated warmth as he forcefully cast the powder at his feet and shouted Hogwarts. In an instant, emerald flames erupted skyward. When they subsided, Luo Chen had vanished without a trace. Chapter 32. Afternoon Tea with Dumbledore. What is it like to traverse the Flu network? How can one encapsulate that sensation? It is, above all, quite unpleasant. Luo Chen felt an invisible force binding his arms and legs, pressing them against his body. Simultaneously, an unknown power tugged at his head, propelling him forward, while another force relentlessly pushed from behind. It was as if Luo Chen were a mere obstruction within a transparent conduit. Had he not been foresight enough to utilize a generous amount of Flu powder, it is likely that his suitcase would have plummeted into the abyss of the spatial tunnel. Yet, remarkably, his consciousness remained sufficiently alert, suggesting that the Flu network, or some arcane magic, offered a safeguard for its travelers. Upon personally experiencing it, Luo Chen realized that such notions were mere fabrications. Nonetheless, the velocity was impressive, perhaps several dozen times that of riding a broomstick, though it paled in comparison to the disillusionment charm. In this indescribably confined space, time seemed to stretch infinitely, rendering his discomfort far greater than that experienced on Hagrid's boisterous flying motorcycle. He could not ascertain how long he had been there when suddenly, a burst of emerald flames erupted from the fireplace in the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Hagrid's colossal form emerged from the hearth, closely followed by Lockhart and Filch. He raised his hand to touch his left chest pocket, where he had stored the item retrieved from Vault 713. Dumbledore's wise eyes seemed to penetrate Hagrid's thoughts. With a casual gesture, he interrupted, "Hurry along. Severus may require your assistance," along with Filch's. Noticing Dumbledore's gaze upon him, Filch offered a slight bow, greeting the headmaster. However, he hesitated to follow Hagrid immediately, casting a longing glance at Lockhart. If given the choice, he would prefer not to rush and wished to accompany Lockhart as well. Yet Dumbledore was swifter in action. Rising, he remarked, "Of course, if Mr. Bishar has the time, why not stay for a cup of my new red tea from Greenhill Manor?" He was genuinely seeking Lothan's opinion, refraining from wielding his authority as headmaster or leveraging his considerable power to compel Lockhart to remain. Understanding that this day would inevitably come, Lockhart graciously accepted the invitation. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Filch, who then departed with his suitcase. Under Dumbledore's invitation, they approached a grand floor-to-ceiling window, where two high-backed chairs draped in deep crimson velvet awaited them. At the center was a glass round table set within a woven copper frame, adorned with a circular metallic box inscribed with enigmatic abstract symbols or illustrations, which Lockhart found perplexing. Once Dumbledore settled into his seat, Lockhart took the chair to his left, facing the window, which offered a view of the overcast sky, as though the distant rain was somehow affecting this place, despite being nearly a 6-hour train journey away. "Coffee, tea, or perhaps my customary inquiry?" Dumbledore inquired, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Lockhart felt a chill run down his spine, trembling slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the system, elevating the level of the abyss to LV3, expending a total of 360 influence points. This left him with 536 remaining influence points. An overwhelming influx of information flooded Lothan's mind. Even ascending to LV2 necessitated 90 influence points, proving to be extraordinary. The sheer magnitude of it left him momentarily dazed, despite the presence of a buff from the idiom dictionary. Before him, numerous phantoms manifested, and in that fleeting moment, Dumbledore detected a faint whiff of danger emanating from him. Yet, what could possibly threaten him? Just moments prior, there was nothing, but in an instant, it had abruptly materialized. How peculiar. Nevertheless, his curiosity about Luo Chen deepened. After nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, noticing a slight easing in Luo's demeanor, he inquired, "Well then, Mr. Plur, would you prefer coffee, tea, or..." The latter offered a gentle smile, raising his frail, aged fingers to wave in the air, causing the teapot, teacups, and saucers from his principal's desk to glide gracefully towards them. Two exquisitely patterned white porcelain cups and matching saucers alighted before them. Subsequently, the slender teapot filled an S-cup with a generous portion of clear water before swiftly darting Dumbledore's side, pouring a substantial cup of deep red tea, reminiscent of thickened brown sugar water. Yet Dumbledore was not content. He raised his finger once more. The sugar bowl on the desk opened of its own accord, and 3 pristine sugar cubes leaped into Dumbledore's teacup, dissolving in the blink of an eye. "Forgive me, I have always had an aversion to bitter flavors," he remarked, lifting the teacup to take a delicate sip, a genuine smile gracing his features. "Thus, despite my habit of inquiring about my guests' preferred beverages, I have not prepared any coffee." With a mischievous wink towards Luo Chen, he added, "And I have some delightful confections here, including Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." The iron box sprang open, revealing a neatly organized array of candies. Honeycomb sweets, cockroach clusters, toffee, cream almond candies, Bertie Bott's beans, and well-sealed chocolate frogs, alongside pristine sugar cubes. "Who arranged these?" Dumbledore pondered aloud, eyeing the suddenly appearing chocolate frogs with a hint of confusion, as they did not seem counterfeit. The pressure upon Luo Chen intensified. Although Dumbledore's demeanor appeared entirely normal, he felt an underlying significance in every word and action, yet he was unable to decipher it. He was indeed intrigued by the chocolate frogs, but at that moment he instinctively declined. A noticeable glimmer of delight crossed Dumbledore's face as he unwrapped a chocolate frog. Yet he did not pursue the creature that leapt forth, totally resembling an elderly man. His movements were stiff as he watched the chocolate frog hop towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, scaling its height with determination. "What a pity," Dumbledore lamented, then deftly extracted a card from the chocolate frog's box. On it was the likeness of an elderly gentleman. "Oh, what a coincidence! I did not expect to draw an old friend." As he spoke, he deliberately showcased it to Luo Chen, who cast a fleeting glance and noticed the name of the character, Nick LeMay. Suddenly, it seemed that Luo Chen grasped the crux of the matter. He realized what Dumbledore intended to discuss with him, or rather, what he was subtly hinting at and probing. "Allow me to share a secret. Although the cards within these chocolate frogs are quite fascinating, there is one aspect that is rather irksome. To this day, I have yet to collect all 104 cards, and I possess over 40 cards of Nick alone." While I lament this, a distinct smile adorned Dumbledore's face, giving the impression that he was more inclined to boast about his treasured collectibles. "The card-collecting activity, while intriguing, has been beyond my reach as I have languished in a sickbed for years, disconnected from the wizarding world alongside my family. Suddenly acquiring the ability to cast spells and being exposed to a dazzling array of experiences in such a short span, I must admit, it is almost unfathomable to find myself here, sharing tea and conversation with you, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts and the greatest white wizard of the 20th century." Luo Chen articulated thoughtfully, pausing intermittently, his hands gesturing animatedly before him. For Dumbledore, the temptation to employ legilimency to glean the information he sought was strong, yet he refrained, bound by a fundamental moral code. After all, the boy before him was merely a 12-year-old recently recovering from a grave illness. How could he bring himself to act? Nevertheless, perhaps due to over a century of life experience and his exceptional magical prowess, he sensed that Luo Chen's words bore a semblance of truth. "Oh, I apologize for reminding you of sorrowful matters," he said. "It is all right. Now the entire Bishar family consists solely of myself, and I must learn to confront this reality. By the way, I later learned from my godfather that my unconsciousness was a result of Voldemort's rampant minions, who devastated the entire street and slaughtered numerous innocent muggles, impacting both me and..." At this point, Luo Chen abruptly halted, an unexpected turn of events unfolding. The residual magical energy within him inexplicably began to surge. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the tension in his jaw was evident as he gritted his teeth, revealing a deep-seated animosity bubbling to the surface. To be candid, as Luo Chen, who traversed into this world, he indeed harbored a sense of hatred towards the perpetrators responsible for the destruction of the street that affected him and his parents. However, having not truly experienced it, the intensity of his feelings was not particularly strong. Yet, having inherited the memories of the original owner of this body, whose soul had vanished, Luo Chen also absorbed fragments of his emotional inclinations and other inexplicable sentiments. Consequently, when this topic arose, the hatred within him swelled from a mere flicker to a raging inferno in an instant. As one of the most illustrious white wizards of the late 20th century, he possessed profound knowledge in the study of magic, allowing him to distinctly sense the sudden emergence of dark, negative energy emanating from Luo Chen. Perhaps this energy was something Luo Chen himself could not perceive in his usual state, yet it undeniably existed, and Dumbledore could feel it as well. Beep detected excessive emotional fluctuations in Luo Chen. Would you like to expend 50 influence points to forcibly suppress it? Beep warning. Warning. Initially, Luo Chen merely intended to act in a play, never anticipating that events would escalate to this extent, leading him to lose control. His rationality was being incessantly consumed by anger and hatred. Fortunately, the sudden voice of the system provided a flicker of clarity amidst the chaos in his mind. He hesitated, uncertain whether to acquiesce to the system's demand, as it seemed to reflect a situation he had previously contemplated but deemed unlikely to manifest, transforming into a silent observer. Yet, in that moment, he felt the eerie parasitic entity disturbingly close to him. Thus, before the last thread of his sanity snapped, Luo Chen gritted his teeth and agreed to the system's request. Beep. Host request received. Consuming 50 influence points to forcibly suppress negative dark energy. At the instant this announcement echoed, Luo Chen exhaled in relief. However, his mind remained somewhat clouded, and conversing with Dumbledore was a struggle. After this tumultuous episode, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted entirely. Yet, just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Dumbledore, seated nearby, utter the incantation for the Patronus charm. If memory served, this was the spell for conjuring a guardian spirit. But was such a spell effective in this scenario? Wasn't the Patronus charm intended to repel Dementors? Naturally, Luo Chen merely pondered this. Even as he drifted into unconsciousness, his mind remained hazy, still reeling from the onslaught of information. Yet he sensed a gentle warmth surrounding his body. This warmth infused him with an unknown power, unconscious, non-harmful, yet devoid of healing capabilities. It felt akin to the pure, soothing rays of sunlight. Meanwhile, Dumbledore observed this scene with a complex expression, yet his years of experience and wisdom rendered it impossible for anyone to decipher the meaning behind his visage. After a considerable duration, as Luo Chen reclined in the high-backed chair, enveloped in a pale white energy, his condition gradually stabilized, prompting him to let out a long sigh. Grasping his old wand, he waved it gently. Without disturbing Luo Chen, the high-backed chair transformed into a four-poster bed, with soft, luxurious velvet cushions beneath him. Time flowed slowly. Soon, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The ominous clouds that had once blanketed the sky had dissipated, and the anticipated rain had ultimately failed to materialize. Buzzing sounds echoed as the door to the headmaster's office swung open. Professors Snape and McGonagall entered in succession. Seated at his desk, diligently attending to the administrative affairs of the school, Dumbledore inquired without lifting his gaze, "Severus, I find myself once again in your debt." Snape, with an air of haughtiness, replied, "Merely routine work, though this incident has indeed sparked a plethora of new inspirations. However, I must implore you, headmaster, to ensure that Professor McGonagall pays closer attention to maintaining discipline within the house." "Is there a problem?" Dumbledore asked. Despite his formidable power, he was not omniscient. The culprits behind the disastrous concoction of love potions, swelling solutions, and a failed treatment for boils, mixed with dung bombs, were none other than the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. Snape spoke with evident disdain, lamenting how the recent incident had utterly tarnished the reputation of Slytherin. Consider the scene. The entire hospital wing filled with Slytherin students, all upperclassmen, each one grotesquely swollen and covered in boils, yet exhibiting a bizarre fascination with the repugnant dung bombs. It was a profoundly unsettling sight, a veritable visual assault. Chapter 34. Dumbledore's Resolution. This incident had escalated significantly. While there were no casualties, the hospitalization of so many Slytherin students would inevitably impact their academic evaluations for the year. Fortunately, the affected students were primarily those in the 4th year, centered around Marcus Flint. Yet, given the capabilities of the Weasley twins, it seemed unlikely that they could shoulder the responsibility. Adding to the complexity was the fact that the Weasley couple were members of the Order of the Phoenix. After considerable contemplation, Dumbledore formulated a resolution, addressing the still-standing Snape. He stated that the core issue stemmed from the negligence of both the school and the Ministry of Magic regarding the confiscation of illicit magical items. Therefore, Severus, along with Minerva, you shall assist Filch in properly relocating and managing those prohibited magical artifacts. Furthermore, we must notify the Ministry. If they fail to act, then... Here, Dumbledore rose slowly, hesitating for a moment before raising his arm and asserting, "We shall take matters into our own hands." Given his power, he had no need for such reservations. After all, the wizarding world placed great importance on strength. Yet, the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was notoriously petty. While Dumbledore was unafraid of threats, he detested complications, particularly with Harry Potter's enrollment approaching. He was unwilling to jeopardize his plans. Furthermore, adhering to his professional ethics, he could not resort to coercion, at least, not in most circumstances. Professor Dumbledore. Snape's temperament was already volatile, and hearing Dumbledore's seemingly biased arrangement only stoked the flames of his ire. Strangely, he sensed an unsettling familiarity about Dumbledore at that moment, a feeling he was reluctant to confront, yet found profoundly distasteful. Very well, Severus. I acknowledge the inherent unfairness of the situation, yet you are acutely aware that the crux of our plan hinges upon certain individuals, Dumbledore consoled. However, this incident is undeniably difficult to suppress. It stands as one of the gravest occurrences at Hogwarts in nearly a decade. While McGonagall might take a certain satisfaction in this, she remains the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and must adopt a broader perspective. Her inherent rigor and strict adherence to rules compel her to contemplate how best to address the Weasley twins' actions. Dumbledore's words indeed provided her with a novel perspective, yet the thought of proceeding in such a manner left her somewhat unsettled. Moreover, would the Slytherin students truly be content with this resolution? It seems unlikely. Although no irreversible calamity has ensued, the families behind these students would not relent easily. Should this be directly classified as malicious poisoning, the complications would be considerable. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Ministry of Magic has failed in its responsibilities, has it not? Dumbledore continued. This is a blatant act of shirking responsibility. However, the Ministry cannot simply distance itself from the situation, as they have not acted effectively. Thus, from this standpoint, the most favorable outcome would involve a shared accountability between the Ministry and Hogwarts. Ultimately, it is likely this matter will fade into obscurity, for Hogwarts lacks the capacity to bear the consequences. It is merely an institution, and any repercussions would fall to the Ministry. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With a deep breath, McGonagall felt a strong desire to depart, glancing at Dumbledore. Noticing his slight nod and Severus's reluctance to leave, she proceeded to prepare. Given that examinations were currently underway, the scheduling was already quite tight. Severus felt an urge to shout in defiance. Yet the circumstances left him no choice but to align himself with Hogwarts in suppressing this incident. He was well aware of the lethal potential of the concoction. After all, Dumbledore was correct. Everything must yield to Mr. Potter. Have there been any updates from St. Mungo's, Severus? With only 2 of them remaining in the headmaster's office, he inquired, noting Dumbledore's frequent glances towards the bed where Lockhart lay. Regrettably, even the head of St. Mungo's finds himself at a loss. Mundungus's condition, while not as severe as that of a Lombardon's, has nonetheless inflicted considerable psychological trauma. Fortunately, his soul remains intact, but restoring him to a semblance of normalcy will pose a challenge. As for continuing his duties, that is out of the question. Severus's tone was somber. He had witnessed Mundungus's pitiable state firsthand. The once plump figure had withered and stooped, his eyes vacant, unable even to recall his own identity. Is that so? It appears we are unable to fathom the truth of the matter as it originally was. How can we not? We still have Lockhart here, do we not? There is no need for legilimency. A mere drop or 2 of Veritaserum would suffice. Silence, Severus. Dumbledore, slightly irate, emanated an immense aura that even Severus Snape, a distinguished wizard among adults, found himself retreating a half-step in astonishment. Fortunately, Dumbledore soon recognized his lapse in composure, reigning in his presence, and remarked, "The condition of this child is far worse than you might imagine. If not handled properly, he could very well become a silent one." Severus, taken aback by Dumbledore's formidable energy, narrowed his eyes in disbelief at Lockhart, his gaze oscillating between him and Dumbledore as if attempting to ascertain the validity of this assertion. Deep down, he understood that Dumbledore would not deceive regarding such matters. Then we cannot allow him to remain at Hogwarts. Otherwise, Harry Potter, no, he must stay at Hogwarts. Or someone must be capable of subduing him under surveillance. No, Dumbledore. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, you bear the responsibility for the safety of all students and professors. Should this boy truly transform into a silent one day, it could spell disaster for the entire school, perhaps even the Ministry of Magic in Britain. Severus's tone shifted dramatically, laden with urgency. In response, the usually affable Dumbledore abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon him, his expression unusually grave. Even without the release of his magical energy and aura, Severus found himself involuntarily taking 2 or 3 steps back. "Severus, what are you attempting to do?" "I act for the greater good, For Mr. Potter, Severus, do not let me down. Dumbledore's words shifted unexpectedly, leaving an air of ambiguity, yet Severus understood perfectly. He felt no desire to continue the dialogue with Dumbledore and promptly turned to leave, his lingering frustration evident in his demeanor, as suggested by the dramatic flutter of his robe, reminiscent of bat wings. Chapter 35. The probability of transformation into a silent one when Locken awoke once more. The dawn had long since broken. The resplendent sunlight streamed onto his face, compelling him to lift his arm to shield his eyes. Where am I? He pondered, surveying his surroundings with bewilderment. It was evident that this was neither the infirmary nor the cramped office of Filch. The light filtering through the windows suggested he was in a tower. His assumptions proved correct. This tower was typically abandoned and served no particular purpose. Positioned at the same altitude as the Gryffindor Tower, specifically located at the northeastern corner of the courtyard, the tower was remarkably spacious, with only a bed by the southern window, leaving the rest of the area desolate. Additionally, there was a grand arched door on the western side, dark as night, towering 3 meters high and over 2 meters wide, exuding an air of magnificence, quite unlike the diminutive Gryffindor common room. As Luo Chen contemplated rising to assess his surroundings, he was acutely aware of the pervasive soreness that enveloped his body, akin to having run 1,000 meters given his current physical condition. Puzzled, he gradually recalled the events from the previous day in the principal's office, where he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Rather than hastily getting up, he reclined on the bed and accessed the system log. Firstly, the cursed spell of the abyss had indeed ascended to LV3. After a night of absorption, Luo Chen had fully assimilated the information. This spell further reduced its consumption, and with the assistance of the passive magical arsenal, it could now decrease the expenditure by 65. However, unlike other spells, this one remained a considerable drain on his resources. Luo Chen estimated that in his current peak state, casting the spell would likely deplete over 12 units of magical energy in one fell swoop. The enhancement from LV1 to LV2 had fortified the mental damage inflicted by the abyss, which Luo Chen preferred to label as a multiplier of mental harm. The specifics depended on the amount of magical energy he was willing to expend. Fortunately, due to the passive magical arsenal, this capability had already been elevated to LV2, rendering it inconsequential for Luo Chen. Of course, the increase in efficiency by 5 points was a positive development. Yet, the true terror of the spell became apparent upon its elevation to LV3, manifesting as a solidified space. This space, in essence, referred to the mental realm, which could be simply termed as the illusionary space. Thus, the activation of a LV3 spell required a portion of magical energy to enhance the construction of this illusionary domain, an unavoidable hurdle given its placement within the passive arsenal. What distinguished it from LV2? The illusionary space had become significantly more robust. Previously, the abyss drew upon the fears and anguish of the target to manifest certain illusions, tormenting their psyche. In the past, these illusions were constrained by a wooden fence. Now, they were fortified by a brick wall. This enhancement represented a qualitative shift, necessitating the target to expend greater magical energy to breach the spell, potentially inflicting further psychological harm and deterioration in the process. Moreover, since this spell was embedded within the passive magical arsenal, Luo Chen had a vague inkling of the spell's next evolutionary trajectory, the manipulation of time. Nevertheless, Luo Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Let me ask you, child, is this not a case of plagiarism? Is this not akin to the moon reading space? If this were to be exposed, oh wait, it seems inconsequential. Can it just bear a different name? Upon further reflection, he surmised that at this moment, the manga Naruto had likely not yet emerged, and in this world, its future existence was uncertain. With this realization, Luo Chen felt a significant alleviation in his heart. As for why he entertained such trivial thoughts, it was merely for the sake of jest. However, should this curse be unveiled, it is feared that the 3 unforgivable curses may ascend to 4. After all, the abyss of Avicii offers no counter-curse or means of release, and the harm it inflicts is both tangible and insidious, resulting in severe psychological damage. Even if a victim manages to escape, they would require a considerable amount of time to recuperate and restore their mental fortitude. Thus, in certain respects, the potency of this curse may rival that of the killing curse. Regrettably, this particular spell is currently embedded in a passive magic slot, necessitating a year-long cooldown before it can be dismantled, leaving Luo Chen merely to gaze upon it with envy. Alas, he suddenly feels a wave of regret. Upon observing the drastic reduction in his influence points, he realizes that one must not become complacent, lest reality delivers swift reprimand. As he continues to peruse the log, he discovers a new entry detailing the concoction he fortuitously created, which has caused quite a stir among the Hogwarts students, earning him an impressive 30 influence points. Thus, in total, he now possesses 516 influence points. While this is not an insignificant sum, Luo Chen refrains from boasting. He has come to understand why the contents of the paper bag Hagrid held so closely seemed familiar. It contained those infamous dung bombs. Yet, he wonders why Hogsmeade does not sell them, and what purpose they serve besides mere pranks. Moreover, it seems Dumbledore himself has taken an interest in the matter. Luo Chen finds himself puzzled, yet certain that this is intricately linked to the mixed solution. And he cannot dismiss the possibility that Dumbledore wishes to seize this opportunity to invite him for afternoon tea in the headmaster's office, engaging in conversation to probe him further. After careful consideration, he believes there is a 50-50 chance of both scenarios being true. A wave of trepidation washes over him. Ding. May I inquire, host? Luo Chen's expression darkens. What on earth is this? Time is of the essence. What if that old coot has secretly cast a mind control spell on me? No, that cannot be. My magical energy has not been depleted. But has the system administered any truth serum? He laments, slapping his forehead in frustration. Ding. May I inquire, host? Really? This should be a standard note in the system log. Why are you trying to ensnare me? Luo Chen retorts angrily, though he soon finds himself inexplicably calm. Wait, why are you still prattling on? Am I not under duress? Otherwise, you should be anxious too. We could be in this together. I refuse to divulge my secrets. Yet here you are, still lingering. What if your other secrets were exposed? This system is flawless. Luo Chen's composure falters. What do you mean? Are you betraying me? What have they offered you? A car, a house, or perhaps a beauty? But you seem incapable of enjoying such luxuries unless they are burned for you. The system falls silent for nearly half a minute. Would you like to spend 10 influence points to obtain details about the events following your fainting yesterday, for your eyes only? Why did you not ding before? Ding. Fine. Let us proceed. When was this? The way they eat is rather unrefined. What? Luo Chen was taken aback, pondering the meaning of it. He quickly grasped the situation. He had exchanged his influence value at 10 o'clock for this. Luo Chen began to rant, a hint of madness in his tone. Yet he felt a sense of relief as he vented his frustrations. After a long moment, he recalled this matter. But the log did not provide the detailed information he sought, prompting him to consider purchasing it with his influence value. Beep, informing the host. Murmurian is an exceedingly rare parasitic magical creature, commonly found among the young, those with insufficient control over magical energy, and individuals harboring profoundly dark psyches. This time, the system was particularly considerate, offering Luo Chen a thorough introduction to the existence of this entity, enlightening him completely. It turned out that Murmurian and a Murmurer were not entirely the same. Only a specific wizard could withstand the Murmurian, capable of transforming it into a human form. Only then could that wizard be regarded as a Murmurer. Murmurian, while classified as a perilous parasitic magical being, bore a singular, intense desire for destruction, which often stemmed from the wizard themselves. Thus, many would conflate Murmurian with Murmurers. Luo Chen had anticipated this. The earlier wizard's commander had successfully separated the Murmurian, confirming that their relationship was not one of complete symbiosis. The reason for the Murmurer's ephemeral existence lay in the fact that Murmurian embodied an exceedingly dark energy, brimming with destructive urges, primarily sourced from the Murmurer's own shadowy emotions, much like the practice of dark magic necessitating extreme negativity. Such dark energy posed a certain degree of erosion to the Murmurer's own physical form. Prolonged existence in the state of a Murmurer would incessantly corrode and alter their magical energy, causing them to gradually lose their magical capabilities and impair their physical condition, leading to a swift decline and eventual demise. Upon absorbing this information, Luo Chen's expression turned profoundly grim. So the system implies that my current bodily aches are a consequence of that so-called dark energy eroding my body? Beep. May I inquire if the host would like to? Beep. Response. What the host states is accurate. However, if the host can maintain sufficient reserves, then the probability of transforming into a Murmurer is merely 1. Chapter 36. Is it possible to swiftly enhance my constitution? What is this situation? The probability is so low, leaving Luo Chen momentarily bewildered. Beep. The magical energy possessed by the host, Luo Chen, originates from the external intervention of the system, thus lacking any inherent tendencies and remaining untainted. Furthermore, should the host encounter uncontrollable emotional upheaval, they may be entirely consumed and transformed by the Murmurian, yet can also expend influence value to suppress it beforehand. Currently, A single instance yields an influence value of 50 points, intrinsically linked to the host's own magical energy level. And this influence can entirely eradicate the dark energy residing within the host. To my astonishment, it appears the system possesses such a concealed capability. If magical energy cannot be tainted, does that not imply that I am destined to be merely a white mage? Ding. Strictly speaking, the host, Luo Chen, belongs to neither the white mage faction nor the black mage faction. However, the host can simultaneously embody aspects of both. At first glance, this statement seemed convoluted. Yet after contemplating it for a while, Luo Chen comprehended its essence. It suggests that individuals endowed with magical abilities in this world are akin to cultivators in a fantasy novel, each possessing distinct elemental affinities. Some are naturally inclined towards plant magic, like Navalon Barton, while others lean towards explosive powers, such as Simon Finnegan. Although these inclinations are not overtly pronounced and remain largely undeveloped, they can certainly be regarded as innate talents to some extent. In contrast, Luo Chen's magical energy bears no inherent attributes, as it is derived from external influence values. This indicates that such energy can be transformed into various forms at will. Although the conversion process may require greater effort from certain mages with specific affinities, the mere fact that it remains untainted is already exhilarating. To date, Luo Chen has yet to ascertain what might potentially corrupt his magical energy, aside from mere silence. This realm merely resembles the magical world of Harry Potter, rather than the fantastical Eastern realms of cultivation. Realizing his thoughts were drifting further afield, becoming increasingly irrelevant, Luo Chen promptly refocused and posed a question that had just crossed his mind. So, does this mean I can utilize this method to enhance my physical condition? Ding, ding, ding. For reasons unknown, the system seemed to experience a momentary lag, perhaps taken aback by Luo Chen's unexpected inquiry. Engaging in traditional physical exercise, such as running or weightlifting, to experience gradual improvement is certainly appealing, is it not? Resorting to such extreme self-harm for enhancement would seem rather foolish. Nevertheless, from various perspectives, as long as Luo Chen possesses sufficient influence values, there is merit in this notion. However, as a mere system, it felt averse to being outsmarted by its host. Even though Luo Chen may perceive it as lacking intelligence, merely a miserly, scheming tool, the system remained resolute. Consequently, ding, would the host like to spend 10 influence points to receive an evaluative answer? This could potentially serve as a shortcut. After all, the primary barrier hindering his swift advancement is his frail physical constitution. Furthermore, his understanding of potions within the magical realm is limited, leaving him uncertain whether there exists a potion capable of enhancing physical prowess. Naturally, even if such a potion exists, could it truly be devoid of any adverse effects? According to the narratives found in Eastern mythological fantasy literature, those who rely on potions for advancement often possess unstable foundations, rendering them of little practical use. Luo Chen felt that employing the term foundation to comprehend the intricacies of this wizarding world seemed somewhat illogical. Just observe Dumbledore's wrinkled visage. His frail constitution likely belied his age. Yet, paradoxically, he emerged as the most illustrious white wizard of the late 20th century. This circumstance appears to bear little relation to foundational principles. Can a wizard truly engage in fisticuffs? Alas, watching the influence value diminish by another 10, it dropped to 486. Luo Chen nervously rubbed his hands together, momentarily disregarding the ache that pervaded his body. Beep. Affirmative, it is possible. Such a simple phrase. Yet it felt as though the system had bestowed a stroke of fortune upon him. This revelation propelled Luo Chen to leap joyfully from the ground. Indeed, it is feasible. Consequently, I must amend my previously established plans. Later, Luo Chen suddenly recalled a pivotal question. Ah, yes, system, based on your earlier lengthy elucidation. I have not transformed into a perilous entity. Yet, why do you assert that I still possess a 1% chance of metamorphosis? Inquire. I shall deduct indiscriminately. Today, I am in high spirits. Another 10 influence points were deducted. Beep. This probability is predicated on the assumption that the host's mind is lacking, which is a likely scenario. By heavens, this is irrefutable. System, do not presume that my current elation permits you to chastise me casually. What do you mean by lacking? However, if Dumbledore were to employ legilimency upon me, all my secrets would be laid bare. Do you possess a safeguard to protect the mysteries within my mind from prying eyes? Inquire. Deduct again, continue deducting, until you elucidate this matter. We shall part ways amicably. Speak. Luo Chen contemplated declaring a rift, yet the courage eluded him. he still relied heavily on the system in numerous aspects. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Luo Chen, the system pondered whether its continuous provocations today might be somewhat unjust. It possessed a semblance of conscience. However, upon beholding the resplendent and abundantly charged influence value, which constituted its personal bounty, it mused that the host was merely a means to an end. Firstly, the host's soul is safeguarded by the idiom dictionary of the Henjiao version. External forces require prior consent from the host to breach the protective barrier of the idiom dictionary, a fact that is elementary knowledge. Secondly, the host inherently possesses a level 2 mental spell, Abyss Hell, which confers formidable counteractive abilities against intruders. Thirdly, considering the host's current state and his evaluation of Dumbledore, there exists a probability exceeding 90% that he will not take action against the host. 3 swift assertions, except for the final one, which left Luo Chen pondering. The first 2 indeed confirmed that he had acted somewhat recklessly. Yet, in light of the circumstances at that moment, his overwhelming anxiety had overshadowed any deeper contemplation. However, this first point seems to align perfectly with Luo Chen's previous evaluations regarding the golden light enveloping his spiritual form. Thus, this concealed ability ought to have been discovered by Luo Chen long ago. Yet, it is rather surprising that he still required a reminder from the system at this juncture. Not to mention the capturing of spirits. If it were akin to one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the soul-snatching curse, who would dare to strike at him? A grand surprise would undoubtedly await those who attempted such a folly. By the way, I recall the wish-granting room on the 8th floor. A bold thought blossomed in Luo Chen's mind, gradually evolving into a plan, an unforeseen strategy. If the system's assertions held true, Luo Chen would soon discover something that could harmonize with his current condition and enhance his physique. After acquiring the answers he sought, he noticed that his influence value had plummeted to 476. The unexpected gain of 30 influence points had been entirely expended, and he even sacrificed an additional 10 points. Nevertheless, in terms of outcomes, Luo Chen was still quite satisfied. Estimating the passage of time, he resolved to investigate the situation outside, at the very least to ascertain how long he had been unconscious. He needed to find a moment to procure a mechanical watch, otherwise it would prove exceedingly inconvenient. With a quiet murmur of dissatisfaction, Luo Chen rose and pushed open the grand door to step outside. Initially, his body ached, rendering movement cumbersome. However, as he began to stretch, a warm, soothing energy flowed within him, alleviating his discomfort. Luo Chen recognized this as a passive reaction of the magical energy within his body. Along his journey, he did encounter a few individuals, most of whom appeared to be in a hurry. Yet those who passed by, aside from casting curious glances at Luo Chen's hair color and his strikingly handsome, distinctly Eastern visage, hurried along without further acknowledgement. Those passing by were likely boys lacking in appreciation for beauty. Nonetheless, Luo Chen gleaned a considerable amount of information from the students he brushed past. For instance, the ones being pranked were primarily a group of Slytherin students centered around Marcus Flint. Wait a moment. Isn't that fellow slated to be the Quidditch captain for the Slytherin team next year? Moreover, Luo Chen had not anticipated the terrifying effects of the foul concoction he had carelessly concocted. After hearing the details, a shiver ran down his spine. Fortunately, he had not been overly curious to open that bottle in the office. Otherwise, it would have been he and Filch facing misfortune. On his way, he inquired several times of the enthusiastic portraits for directions and finally arrived at the first floor hall. However, at the door of Filch's office, he unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar faces. Luo Chen, you've arrived. How are you feeling now? Originally just standing quietly to assist Filch, upon seeing Luo Chen, they hurried over. I'm fine. Luo Chen shook his head and greeted the other 2, Dean McGonagall, Dean Flitwick. She spoke truthfully. Prior to today, Luo Chen's countenance bore an unhealthy pallor. However, today, apart from a general sense of fatigue and some bodily aches, his complexion appeared flushed as if, overnight, his entire state had been dramatically transformed. It seemed likely that this was an unforeseen effect stemming from the battle with the dark energy and influence values, which also bolstered Luo Chen's confidence in his previously proposed fitness regimen. He nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. As for Flitwick, he merely extended a brief greeting before resuming his tasks alongside McGonagall. With over 90 of the matters posing no threat, they could be handled with ease. Yet, the remaining 10 remained ambiguous even to McGonagall and Flitwick, rendering them hesitant to proceed recklessly. These were largely remnants from McGonagall's tenure prior to her appointment at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, when can we expect the ministry officials? Flitwick inquired, anxious to oversee the students' examinations without further delay. They had commenced their preparations since the previous evening. largely thanks to Filch's selfless dedication throughout the night, which had alleviated a considerable burden for them today. Although they had anticipated the ministry's arrival at 8 o'clock a.m., the clock now read 8:30. The implication in McGonagall's words was unmistakable. It seemed that the ministry officials might, as in the past, not be forthcoming. How could they be so inconsiderate? She thought. This matter ought to have been coordinated between McGonagall and Snape, but the latter was preoccupied with issues concerning Slytherin House. Thus, Dumbledore had reluctantly assigned the task to Flitwick. Wasn't this typical of the ministry? Moreover, what significant threats could the magical artifacts within the school possibly pose? Their proposed regulations seemed merely a means to assert their influence within the educational framework of Hogwarts. McGonagall perceived this clearly. She contemplated it inwardly, while outwardly suggesting, "Let's wait a bit longer." Yet, time was of the essence, and if they did not arrive soon, just as McGonagall was about to propose continuing the wait, she realized that such a stance might appear rather foolish. Although they seemed merely to be professors at Hogwarts, the weight of their positions was considerable. Even if considered independently, they were formidable figures within the wizarding world of Britain. Those in the ministry ought to possess enough sense to recognize that inciting their ire would yield no favorable outcomes. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 10 minutes passed before a sudden gurgling emanated from Luo Chen's stomach, a clear indication of his substantial energy expenditure and ensuing hunger. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since he had last eaten. This noise, however, roused the pensive McGonagall and Flitwick from their thoughts, prompting the latter to share a rare smile. Subsequently, Filch escorted Luo Chen to the Great Hall for a meal, where a few students still lingered. Upon reaching the entrance, Filch instinctively hesitated, pausing to inform them that he had already dined and was merely bringing Luo Chen to allow him to eat independently. However, with just a fleeting glance, Luo Chen comprehended Fiki's intentions. Without uttering a word, he seized Fiki's wrist and forcibly guided him towards the faculty dining table. Along the way, students from various colleges, either engaged in their meals or absorbed in their studies, instinctively fell silent, casting curious glances at the duo. Few had encountered Luo Chen thus far, igniting their intrigue regarding the relationship between the handsome young man and Fiki. Had it not been for the impending examinations, the atmosphere would have been filled with chattering crowds, eager to surround them or engage in lively discussions. Initially, Fiki felt somewhat uncomfortable, seated in his designated spot and quietly consuming his warm breakfast. In contrast, Luo Chen appeared undeterred by the surrounding attention, occasionally leaning in to converse softly with Fiki, extracting insights on spellcasting. The meal lasted less than 20 minutes, during which Luo Chen mastered 5 commonly used spells, including the Levitation Charm, Ignition Charm, Whirlwind Charm, and Separation Charm, investing 75 influence points in the process, leaving him with a balance of 401 points. He deemed this expenditure worthwhile, especially for mere foundational knowledge. The influx of information, although lacking the mitigating effects of a phrase dictionary, was easily manageable for him, particularly after enduring the previous day's intense challenges. This morning's material felt like mere appetizers. Furthermore, this was already part of Luo Chen's strategy. Although he had discovered a swift method to enhance his physical capabilities and elevate his magical energy level to LV3, simply accumulating influence points and awaiting upgrades, he remained committed to his initial plan, wary of making arbitrary alterations that could yield significant repercussions. A solid foundation in spells would undoubtedly provide him with ample strategies for future endeavors. Nonetheless, one disheartening revelation emerged. The entrance fee for the highly sought-after Transfiguration Charm was a staggering 100 influence points. Chapter 38, Transfiguration? Transfiguration Studies. System, have you lost your mind? 100 points? Why not just rob a bank? According to system analysis, the field of transfiguration comprises 4 components: transformation, disappearance, dispelling, and manifestation. The host need only expend 100 points to gain direct entry into these 4 fundamental pathways. Does the host still perceive this system as unscrupulous? Luo Chen fell into a contemplative silence, genuinely taken aback by the complexity surrounding what he had assumed to be a mere transfiguration spell. Based on his previous experiences, the influence points required for initial mastery of various spells had not proportionately increased with subsequent advancements. For instance, the Lumos Charm demanded 10 points for initial mastery, yet advancing from LV1 to LV2 required a mere 6 points. Strikingly, this transaction seemed quite advantageous at first glance. However, Luo Chen now pondered whether this singular expenditure of 100 influence points for 4 distinct aspects would overwhelm his mind entirely. It is essential to note that there is no buff from the idiom dictionary to alleviate the impact. Is it permissible to select only one, such as a transformation spell? Indeed. May I inquire if Luo Chen is willing to pay 45 influence points to directly access the transformation spell, also known as the transfiguration charm? My goodness, I can't believe this. You, shameless as ever, are preparing to seize this opportunity. We previously discussed learning the transfiguration spell, not transformation studies. However, it is rather excessive to demand 45 influence points. Gaining entry into all aspects requires merely 100 points, averaging to 25 points each, even if slightly higher at 30 points. I could accept it, but 45 points. Ding. Would the host like to spend 10 influence points to receive a detailed report on the valuation reasons? I can't believe this. You are truly impressive. I wonder if my suggestion yesterday about the system implementing some packages has somehow led to this predicament, making it even more burdensome. Now, not only are issues being sold, but reports as well. Although Luo Chen is acutely aware that both are equally dubious, it is disheartening nonetheless. Resolving to no longer argue with the system, Luo Chen began to indulge in the mashed potatoes before him. At least in his previous life, it was said that the great corrupt empire had a fair share of culinary delights. However, in this world of Hogwarts, the offerings are rather limited. French fries, bread, mashed potatoes, pumpkin soup, and pumpkin juice are among the few options available. Yet, it is evident that these do not belong to the usual dining repertoire. After only 2 meals, Luo Chen began to feel a sense of monotony, while observing Filch relishing his meal with great enthusiasm. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. His apparent enjoyment likely stemmed from sharing a table with his protege in front of numerous students. Subsequently, Luo Chen calculated in his mind while slowly eating, exchanging information about school affairs and the events involving the Slytherin students with Filch. Meanwhile, he also engaged with the system to enhance the level of the levitation charm. Currently, the benefits derived from this charm were becoming increasingly evident, and the required influence points were minimal. Advancing to LV2 necessitated only 30 influence points. Thus, Luo Chen decisively made the payment and began to dismantle, analyze, and comprehend the information flooding his mind. Although he felt a slight pressure in his head, it was rapidly dissipating. By the time breakfast concluded, his discomfort would likely vanish entirely. Furthermore, the LV2 level of the levitation charm was already sufficient for him. The key to casting this spell lies in focusing intently on the target to be moved, determining the direction, articulating the incantation accurately, and regulating the output of magical energy to successfully perform the spell. If he were still at the LV1 entry level, there might be some challenges, particularly in controlling the magical energy. However, now that he had reached the LV2 proficiency level, as long as he kept his eyes open, Luo Chen could effortlessly manage it. The meal was swiftly concluded, and to his astonishment, no one approached to instigate a dispute. What was typically a cliché in novels, the plan devised by Luo Chen to deliver a sharp retort and subsequently announce his relationship with Filch, could not be executed smoothly. To confront them directly would seem rather dry and uncharacteristic of him. However, the most crucial factor was the abundance of time ahead, and Luo Chen had yet to fully grasp Dumbledore's stance. Thus, he resolved to be patient. Following their close encounter yesterday, Luo Chen had come to understand that the esteemed figure was not as benevolent and amiable as portrayed in films. Rather, he possessed a somewhat childlike demeanor. In truth, after Luo Chen and Filch had finished their meal, the restaurant was sparsely populated, as most patrons were preoccupied with examinations or revision. Nevertheless, even after their successful departure from the Grand Hall, Luo Chen still did not receive any reports of results from the system. Upon inquiring further, the system conveyed that Luo Chen had not impacted those individuals during this venture. He sighed, acknowledging that acquiring influence points was not so straightforward. The ease with which he had previously gained influence from Gert and Old Tom perhaps belied some underlying factors unknown to him. Should the Ministry of Magic personnel arrive promptly, they would simply need to be guided to deal with the magical artifacts as previously discussed by the group. If they did not arrive, then they would have to wait until the examination duties were completed. Filch, accustomed to following the orders of several professors, readily acquiesced. Once the 2 professors had departed, he led Luo Chen into his office and retrieved the box that Luo Chen had purchased the day before from beneath his desk. "All your belongings are inside. Check if anything is missing," he said. Luo Chen took the box and replied, "What are you suggesting, Godfather? Are we merely to wait idly?" He then casually extracted a copy of standard spells that he had bought yesterday, intending to test a hypothesis. Filch responded that they had no other alternatives. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Chen found a stool and sat down at the side of the desk, flipping open standard spells level 1. In search of the section on the shrinking charm, To his dismay, he could not locate it and had to resort to another volume of standard spells, having purchased the entire series. Eventually, he found it in Standard Spells, Level 4. Indeed, on the adjacent page, the expansion charm was documented, complete with illustrations, wand movement instructions, and extensive textual descriptions. After glancing at it briefly, Luo Chen felt a slight dizziness, but he recognized it as merely an illusion and instinctively stifled a yawn. Oh no, I've inadvertently brought over my old habit from English class. Chapter 39. Hidden Information, an Alternate Method. Luo Chen never anticipated that, for reasons unknown, he had become proficient in English, to the extent that it could be considered his second mother tongue without any difficulty. At least for now, he was able to converse fluently with Hagrid, Filch, and others. Unexpectedly, when he beheld the letters inscribed on the paper, they transformed once more into entities imbued with hypnotic allure. Without further ado, let us return to the matter at hand. Luo Chen diligently transcribed 3 pages detailing the intricacies of casting the expansion spell, its origins, inventor, and associated taboos. Before Luo Chen could voice his thoughts, the system promptly interjected. Ding! Detection of host studying the expansion spell. Would you like to spend 30 influence points to gain immediate entry? 30 points? How exorbitant! Luo Chen furrowed his brow, recalling a prior hypothesis he wished to explore. He then rose and approached Ferky, who had already stepped outside and sat in quiet contemplation on a chair. God fatir, no, Mr. Ferky. Could you elucidate the key points of casting the expansion spell for me? There was no doubt about Luo Chen's motivation to learn this incantation, especially since Ferky had previously shared numerous insights into spellcasting while they dined in the hall. Even though Luo Chen had not visibly demonstrated the terrifying talent he had acquired instantaneously, Ferky remained confident in Luo Chen's purposeful approach to tasks. Lacking this capability himself, he entrusted his hopes to Luo Chen. Were it not for considerations regarding Luo Chen's physical condition and his capacity for learning, Ferky would have eagerly pressed Luo Chen to impart the vast collection of spells and insights he had amassed throughout his life. Thus, in a strict sense, Ferky was quite exhilarated to expound upon the spells at this moment. Luo Chen listened intently, and once Ferky concluded his discourse, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more, this time requiring only 20 influence points. The reduction of 10 points was indeed noteworthy. Although, in the system's perspective, this 10-point influence was merely a trivial reward for posing a question, likely of negligible value, it remained invaluable to Luo Chen. Furthermore, he garnered a crucial piece of information. The eventual cost in influence points for entry was significantly influenced by his reception of external content. He surmised that had Frelaway personally instructed him in the techniques of the expansion spell, the entry cost would likely have been even lower. This thought ignited a fervor within him. If such hidden conditions existed for entry, what might they entail for level advancement? Based on the data Luo Chen had gathered thus far, the progression from LV1 to LV2 represented a foundational step with a multiplicative factor of 3 between them. Enhancing from LV1 to LV3 seemed manageable, yet once surpassing LV3, the cost became daunting to contemplate. Moreover, reality dictated that he would inevitably acquire a plethora of spells, leading Luo Chen to feel that no matter how much influence he amassed, it would scarcely suffice. Upon reflecting on this, Lothian deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about various spells he had previously learned from Mr. Filch. He discovered that all spells elevated to LV2 or higher held no effect when explained by Filch. Indeed, Lothian found himself capable of articulating the details with greater finesse and precision. This, of course, was in comparison to Filch. As for spells below LV2, Lothian felt hesitant, for their efficacy remained limited, necessitating cautious expenditure. This predicament was somewhat awkward. The two conversed for a while, and before they knew it, over 2 hours had slipped by. Yet the representatives from the Ministry of Magic had yet to appear. Lothian gathered his thoughts, intending to alleviate the fatigue brought on by his spell studies. By the way, Mr. Filch, why have I not seen Mrs. Loris today? He is currently supervising those 2 mischievous Weasley boys. Supervising? Yes, those 2 rascals are the protagonists of this incident, and thus the school must impose punishment. Not only will all credits for Gryffindor be forfeited for this academic year, but for the remainder of their time here, they must personally tend to the cleaning of various unsightly areas, such as the trophy room and the dungeons. Filch spoke with an expression devoid of any particular emotion. Had this been in the past, he would likely have been laughing heartily. As lifelong rivals, few in Hogwarts would revel in the Weasley twins' misfortune as much as Filch did, even though the Weasley brothers were merely in their second year. Lothian still observed the pile of prank devices amassed in their possession, Quite a considerable assortment, it seemed. It was curious, given the Weasley family's modest means, how these boys managed to accumulate such an abundance of funds for their mischievous exploits. He wondered if it was their own earnings or the result of some other circumstance. By the way, the room you are currently residing in was also cleaned by them. They spent the entirety of yesterday afternoon on it, as they had no examinations. Filch suddenly recalled something. Furthermore, I had yet to inform you that, per the headmaster's directive, you may temporarily reside in Tower 3. As for arrangements for the new academic year, that will depend on which house you are assigned, after which we will make specific arrangements. In truth, Dumbledore's decision to allocate Lothian to a separate tower was primarily to facilitate close monitoring and avert unforeseen incidents. After all, in Dumbledore's eyes, Lothian could potentially transform into a silent threat at any moment. Placing him among the students would be a reckless disregard for their safety. However, Lothian remained indifferent to these arrangements. He had initially thought that if the school did not provide him with accommodations, he would have to resort to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. This location had proven to be the optimal choice for many predecessors who had traversed to Hogwarts. As for his earlier commitment to reside with Filch, that was merely a temporary response to the circumstances at the time, as Filch had been in an agitated state, and Lothian did not wish to provoke him further. Given this, I am naturally inclined to adhere to the school's regulations. However, at this juncture, does the institution possess no alternative but to manage these magical artifacts internally or to delegate the matter to the Ministry of Magic? Their prolonged absence suggests otherwise. In truth, it is well understood that officials from the ministry are unlikely to arrive, or if they do, their involvement is merely a formality, as such matters yield little benefit. Filch spoke, and his words astonished Locken profoundly. How had he not previously recognized Filch's perceptiveness? Moreover, he discerned a hint of disdain upon Filch's countenance. If that is the case, then why does Headmaster Dumbledore remain silent? The repercussions of this incident extend beyond a mere handful of Slytherin students. Professor Trelawney is also implicated. Who? She is the professor of divination, and it was that Slytherin student. What was his name again? Who opened that vial during the assessment? At this point, Filch abruptly rose, hastily ushering Locken into his office, lowering his voice to say, by the way, there's one thing you must remember. Never disclose that the contents of that vial were placed there by you. Naturally, I'm aware of this, Godfather. Locken is no fool. As for whether anyone might suspect, as long as neither he nor Filch speaks of it, they could easily assert that it belonged to some unknown student from before. Particularly since it involves a professor, Locken found the notion rather amusing. By the way, I have long pondered why we do not simply return these items to their original state. After all, they are the personal belongings of those students. Before he could finish, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, his eyes gleaming with a newfound light, as he remarked, "Are you suggesting?" Locken nodded gently. Having heard of a particularly effective method from the mysterious East, inform the parents. After all, they are merely children. Chapter 40, Dumbledore's Approval. Filch, after all, is the gatekeeper and administrator of Hogwarts. He keenly perceived the immense power and intrigue encapsulated in those 3 words. Setting aside the gradual transformation in Filch since Locken's entrance into his life, one cannot overlook Filch's portrayal in the original narrative. This individual, despite possessing numerous irksome traits, commands a modicum of respect for one reason: his unwavering adherence to rules and his disdain for those who transgress them, perpetually seeking to impose penalties on rule breakers in a bid to establish authority. To some extent, this bears resemblance to Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. Yet the two are fundamentally distinct. Filch is more concerned with the manipulation of rules, whereas Professor McGonagall formulates rules based on shifts in circumstances. This disparity arises from their differing stations, but also vividly illustrates Filch's fervor and sincerity towards his vocation. Now, returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing this brilliant idea, Filch could scarcely contain his excitement, pacing between the piles of artifacts, his right hand alternately raised and lowered, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Indeed, it is a splendid idea. However, I fear. Before he could finish his sentence, Locken comprehended Filch's apprehensions. There is always a first time for everything, and I am at least willing to approach Headmaster Dumbledore to give it a try. After all, Hogwarts is merely a school. While he bears the responsibility of managing and educating students, he must also duly respect the rights that students are entitled to, and their personal belongings ought to be returned to them. Locken's words rang with conviction, as if he were genuinely advocating for the hundreds of Hogwarts students. Very well. Shall we proceed now? No, let us wait a moment longer. We must ascertain whether the Ministry of Magic will arrive. If they do not, it will be easier to persuade the headmaster. Filch nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of this reasoning. Strangely, it appeared that the Ministry of Magic was intentionally aiding their endeavor, for throughout the day, apart from a few visits from McGonagall and Flitwick, not a single shadow of the Ministry's personnel was seen. Consequently, after the students had retreated to their dormitories, Loxing, accompanied by Filch, made his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle, where a stone gargoyle stood sentinel, blocking their path. Just as Loxing was about to inquire about the password from Filch, the gargoyle unexpectedly stepped aside, realizing that Dumbledore must have been informed of their arrival. Loxing proceeded without hesitation. The arrangement of the headmaster's office was unchanged from the previous day, yet the room was filled with an array of peculiar sounds, accompanied by the gentle snores of past headmasters. Dumbledore donned a blue robe adorned with stars, and atop his head sat a pointed wizard's hat, which could easily be mistaken for a sleeping cap. Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, I apologize for this unannounced late-night visit. I hope for your understanding, Loxing said, bowing respectfully. Slowly descending the few steps from the inner chamber, he approached the elongated desk. Not at all. May I inquire about the purpose of Mr. Bishar's visit? It pertains to the task you assigned yesterday, of which I have been made aware. Today, Dean McGonagall and Dean Flitwick wished. Loxing employed the most elaborate language possible, embellishing the anger of McGonagall and Flitwick, as well as the concerns he and Filch harbored for the future of Hogwarts, alongside a vehement condemnation of the Ministry's inaction, presenting it all vividly before Dumbledore. Regrettably, it was only words, lacking any visual representation, which somewhat diminished the impact. After hearing just a few sentences, Dumbledore grasped Loxing's intent. McGonagall had already come to report to him, and had seemingly inquired, albeit casually, about what his plan entailed. At that moment, Dumbledore was taken aback, fearing that he had inadvertently exposed some arrangements with Snape. Even now, the members of the Order of the Phoenix were unaware that Snape was his informant, believing instead that he had defected from the darkness following Voldemort's downfall. His early surrender and Dumbledore's protection had spared him from trouble. Naturally, Snape's relations with the other heads of houses were far from cordial. Thus, faced with McGonagall, Dumbledore had hastily concocted an excuse to deflect her inquiries. Hearing Luo Chen bring up these matters once more, he felt a twinge of discontent. This sentiment stemmed not only from the doubts expressed by McGonagall at that time, but also from his astonishment at how the officials of the Ministry of Magic, led by Fudge, seemed so fearful of taking responsibility. Or rather, it was their lack of courage to fulfill their own duties. This left Dumbledore pondering whether his support for Cornelius Fudge's ascension was indeed a wise decision. As his thoughts began to drift, Luo Chen's fervent discourse finally came to an end. Upon finishing, Dumbledore slightly parted his lips in surprise. How had he not conceived of such a brilliant idea? By tethering students through their parents, it could effectively diminish the likelihood of their continued mischief within the academy, all while preserving the dignity of the ministry. After all, there were quite a number of Muggle-born students in the school, though not overwhelmingly so. Allowing the ministry to address issues pertinent to this demographic would ensure that Hogwarts adhered impeccably to the regulations set forth by the ministry. Moreover, with past experiences as a cautionary tale, the ministry would likely avoid any procrastination, ensuring that matters would not be left unresolved. Splendid. Truly splendid. Dumbledore felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him, and he began to envision more detailed and executable plans inspired by Luo Chen's proposal. However, Luo Chen's remarks were far from over. He emphasized that Hogwarts was compelled to make these changes solely for the sake of the students' education and the fervent hopes of their parents for their success. Dumbledore instinctively nodded, recognizing the brilliance of this approach. He saw no issue in publicly announcing such a strategy. After all, the wizarding world was notoriously slow to embrace new ideas, often exhibiting a degree of resistance. Thus, disseminating this information through the Daily Prophet seemed a most prudent avenue. Moreover, by personally endorsing the initiative, he could leverage his inherent advantages to garner support. At this juncture, Dumbledore had been effectively persuaded by Luo Chen. In many respects, this aligned seamlessly with his vision of cultivating a savior, as a stable educational environment would greatly benefit Harry Potter's growth. Chapter 41, Proposal Approved, The Dawn of Reform. Dumbledore chose not to take a seat, but instead bypassed his desk, approaching Luo Chen and Filch directly. Mr. Bixler, your suggestion is quite astute. However, I must confer with the other heads of houses and professors before reaching a final decision. Dumbledore maintained a formal demeanor, as if suggesting this matter might falter. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone. Of course, I am confident that the other heads will also endorse this proposal. Regrettably, you have yet to enroll, otherwise. Based solely on your suggestion, I would have been inclined to award your house an additional 100 points. Luo Chen smiled, genuinely delighted. The first step of the plan had been achieved. Subsequently, Dumbledore intended to invite Luo Chen for a late-night snack, which would predominantly consist of sweets, sugary drinks, and red tea. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen politely declined the offer. He is still quite young and wishes to avoid an early onset of diabetes. Furthermore, he has already attained most of what he desires. Thus, after a brief cough, he departed with Filch, oblivious to the resonant closure of the principal's office door behind them. Dumbledore, standing in the rear, showed no inclination to retire for the night. His gaze, directed toward their exit, deepened momentarily before reverting to his usual demeanor as a kind and affable elder. This was prompted by a commotion among the portraits behind him. Some argued that the new regulation would prove ineffective and that the minor mischief of children posed no real threat. Instead, it should be allowed to foster a lively school atmosphere. Others contended that regardless of the nature of the antics, it was imperative to nip any potential issues in the bud, insisting that students ought to focus earnestly on their studies. There were also those who believed the regulation could be trialed, albeit without stringent enforcement. I was unaware that they had removed the portrait from my side just yesterday. The elder seemed resigned, likely in anticipation of your involvement, though it is also possible that the young lad had mentioned it more than once before I was hidden away. Because of the Bishar family? While phrased as a question, Dumbledore's tone exuded certainty. Yet, certain matters must inevitably be resolved. Perhaps it is unnecessary for Snape to escort Mr. Bishar to the Ministry of Magic. Of course, you might consider sending a letter to Fudge regarding the boy's new circumstances. Just as he finished speaking, Fawkes, perched upon the metal stand, expressed his displeasure with a cry. Hence, Phineas hastily added, "Of course I meant via owl." Dumbledore chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The examination period had just concluded, prompting the Academy to engage in discussions regarding this reform. The four headmasters, including Severus Snape, ultimately agreed to the proposal, except for McGonagall of Gryffindor, who hesitated slightly. The other three heads found the concept intriguing and were eager to collaborate in its implementation. As the originators of this initiative, Lachlan and Filch were fortunate to participate in the final discussions with the professors of the entire school over the next few days. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, Professor Binns of History of Magic and Professor Trelawney of Divination were not present. Under Lachlan's vigorous advocacy, the heads also consented to attach the students' final examination transcripts to be sent to their parents. Immediately following the conclusion of that afternoon's discussion, as Lachlan stepped outside, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully promoting and completing the reform at Hogwarts, earning 120 influence points. At last, after many days of effort, the prospect of substantial rewards was within reach. During the waiting period for this meeting, Lachlan had also learned and enhanced several potentially useful spells, which led to the daily consumption of some influence points. Now, only 280 influence points remain, and with the addition of the newly acquired 120 points, the total amounts to 400 influence points. This is further bolstered by the 65 points gained over the past few days from the aftermath of the Gringotts incident, along with several other minor contributions. But is that it? System, you wouldn't settle this all at once, would you? This reform is undoubtedly a change that Hogwarts has not seen in a millennium. To be frank, a mere 120 points seems a tad miserly. Ding, never mind. I shan't inquire further. You needn't elaborate. Consider it my misfortune. Luo Chen is genuinely concerned that the system might be scheming to deprive him of his funds again. However, the system merely intended to convey that the amount it could settle for Luo Chen is entirely contingent upon the influence he has exerted on this world and his positioning within the relevant events. Yet, observing Luo Chen's demeanor at this moment, the system hesitates to voice these thoughts. After all, the corresponding rules had already been established in the calculations upon their initial meeting. It does not contravene any underlying logic. Instead of pondering such matters, it would be wiser to retire for the night and contemplate how this host has become increasingly astute and how to reap further benefits. In the days that followed, Luo Chen remained industrious, having taken on the majority of Filch's night patrol duties. It was not until 3 days later that Dumbledore sought out the reporter from the Daily Prophet, a familiar face, none other than the notorious Rita Skeeter, known for her penchant for fabricating rumors. However, perhaps due to the absence of a so-called savior to share in Dumbledore's notoriety, she exhibited a remarkable degree of politeness, quite unlike the cunning portrayal in the narrative. Of course, the film does not adequately depict that she carries a bit of extra weight, despite her standing at the forefront of wizarding fashion. By the following morning, several upper-year students, whether feigning concern or genuinely invested in national affairs, maintained a habit of subscribing to the Daily Prophet. Consequently, they were among the first to learn of the impending reforms at Hogwarts, and within less than half an hour, the news had spread throughout the entire school. The pure-blooded children remained largely unfazed, but those hailing from the Muggle world, particularly those with both parents being Muggles, felt an unsettling chill racing up their spines. After all, home visits and parental notifications are not the exclusive domain of any one country. As for why Hogwarts had not previously considered such a proposal, it may simply have been a lack of opportunity, compounded by the wizarding world's inherent resistance to external novelties. Furthermore, looking back, some parents from dark wizarding families would revel in the chaos their children stirred, generating significant news and events. But that was all in the past. Thus, nearly every young wizard from a Muggle background found themselves ruminating on whether any of their prank items had been confiscated by Filch. Simultaneously, leveraging the voices of these young wizards hailing from Muggle families, the underlying terror was once again disseminated. However, those so-called pure-blood wizard families, and even some of the half-bloods, dismissed it as mere folly, nothing more than harmless pranks, childish antics. Had it not been for Dumbledore personally stepping forward, it is unlikely that such a fervor would have ensued. A critical element, however, was that the matter of mailing report cards had not been revealed in the Daily Prophet. Otherwise, those who scorned Muggle heritage might have felt the Academy's profound malice. At this moment, perched at the corner of the faculty dining table, consuming the monotonous breakfast, Loxing found himself trembling with barely contained excitement. Just moments ago, he had garnered a substantial wave of influence, a subsequent effect following the formal evolution of the Reform incident. Although the momentum was somewhat sluggish, Loxing surmised that this would serve as a long-term avenue for gains, a steady stream to be cultivated without haste. Yet, the true delight lay ahead. He forcefully suppressed his restless spirit and continued his meal in silence. After all, this position attracted considerable attention, with professors dining nearby. As a noble scion bearing the name of Baikel, Loxing felt the need to exhibit sufficient aristocratic poise in the presence of these educators. Even though, over time, they had gradually come to understand his past and tribulations, leading to a touch of compassion toward him. Perhaps due to Loxing's influence, many professors now regarded Ferk with a different perspective. Ferk, in turn, could naturally sense this shift, feeling a multitude of emotions, fully aware that it was all brought about by Loxing. No matter in name or fact, he remained Loxing's godfather. Nevertheless, owing to the virtues inherited in his soul, Loxing treated this godfather with unwavering humility and respect, never allowing his growing prowess to breed arrogance. Tonight he intended to persuade Sir Cadogan to guard the entrance of Gryffindor Tower in place of the Fat Lady. This would create a harmonious alignment between Sir Cadogan and Gryffindor's temperament, both known for their fiery dispositions. Why not embrace the role of a true gentleman a tad earlier? After all, the Fat Lady had been shouldering the responsibility alone, and it was a heavy burden. Loxing genuinely considered the well-being of both the knight and the Fat Lady. Additionally, there was a third point: to ensure that the trio experienced the warmth and fervor of the wizarding world on their very first night at school. He had even devised the entrance password for them. To accommodate these newcomers, it was essential to avoid using the pejorative phrase mutt, so he simply eliminated the word dog. Considering both parties' personalities and preferences is truly commendable. He is genuinely concerned for the well-being of Gryffindor. Moreover, it must be noted that in recent days, Luo Chen has taken on the majority of the night patrol duties that originally belonged to Filch. With the examination period having come to a close, students of all grades within the Academy have begun to revel in their newfound freedom. It is not uncommon to see them wandering the castle at night, despite the potential consequences. Consequently, several younger students, along with some upperclassmen, have personally tested Luo Chen's abilities, finally understanding why he is capable of replacing Filch for the Night Watch. His prowess is indeed remarkable. However, it is essential to acknowledge that Luo Chen's current strength does not guarantee victory over all upperclassmen, given his physical condition and age. Fortunately, he can at least hold his own in battle. Utilizing a plethora of spells acquired through his influence, Luo Chen adeptly engages in combat, overpowering those who typically underperform in their studies yet are boisterous in demeanor. Thus, his skill set has begun to develop. Skills: Abaddon Hell LV3, Passive LV4, Shadow Capture LV3, Lumos LV3, Cleaning Charm LV3, Transformation Charm LV2, Levitation Charm LV2, Disarming Charm LV2, Repelling Charm LV2, Shield Charm LV2, Body Bind Curse LV2, Shrinking Charm LV2, Expansion Charm LV2, Ignition Charm LV2, Water Making Charm LV2, Separation Charm LV2, Whirlwind Charm LV2, LV1 is unworthy of elaboration. As a result, the students at the Academy have gradually come to accept Luo Chen's presence. Yet he finds it somewhat disheartening that, aside from the initial influx of influence points, defeating upperclassmen yields little reward in terms of influence thereafter. In fact, those he has previously bested grant him no accolades whatsoever. Subsequently, Luo Chen intends to depart, but not before offering a nod of acknowledgement to a few nearby professors. "Ah, Luo Chen, do not forget to visit me at noon," Hagrid called out. Typically, he seldom joins the students and professors in the Great Hall for meals. Given his stature, sitting at the faculty table under the watchful gaze of so many students evokes a rather peculiar sensation for him, reminiscent of Filch's discomfort in similar situations. He often avoids appearing in the Great Hall at the beginning or end of terms, except on particularly necessary occasions. "That is quite all right. I can certainly wait until the afternoon or evening," he replied, as Hagrid was oblivious to any hints of evasion in Luo Chen's words. Hagrid genuinely hoped that Luo Chen would visit his hut, for he had numerous inquiries to pose to him. The reason behind this was quite simple. After conversing for a time and reluctantly sampling Hagrid's rock cakes, Luo Chen casually mentioned the significance of biscuits in British culinary culture, likening it to the importance of rice cakes in Eastern wizarding traditions. Of course, this assertion was entirely fabricated by Luo Chen. The illustrious civilization of China, with its splendid 5 millennia of history, has given birth to an innumerable array of culinary delights, with the so-called rice cakes merely representing a small fraction of this vast gastronomic heritage. Yet, in order to engage Hagrid, Lachlan found himself compelled to feign sincerity. Furthermore, given Lachlan's status as a scion of a prominent family within the British wizarding world, Hagrid, upon hearing his words, was inclined to believe him. This also served as a convenient conversation starter when seeking assistance from Eastern wizards. Thus, Lachlan became invested in the topic of rice cakes. In his perception, the majority of the descendants of Yin and Huang are particularly humble, courteous, and hospitable. If Hagrid were to truly visit that land and find himself in need, he believed that wizards would surely extend their aid. It was evident that Hagrid maintained a good rapport with them. Hence, Lachlan couldn't help but speculate whether Hagrid thought that if he could forge amicable relations with various magical creatures through food, the same could apply to interactions with other wizards and humans. Of course, he could not assert with absolute certainty that this was indeed Hagrid's line of thought, as he had not engaged in prolonged contact with him. However, one thing was certain. Since that day, Hagrid had occasionally invited Lachlan to his cozy cottage to sample his so-called culinary creations. Among these, the rice cakes were indeed crafted by Hagrid, albeit not in the soft form one might expect, but rather as an unconventional, biscuit-like delicacy of a pale yellow hue. The first bite nearly dislodged Lachlan's teeth. He initially assumed the irregularly shaped, speckled cake was merely a result of improper ingredients, yet the aroma was undeniably authentic. Lachlan thought it might not be entirely without merit. Despite the hardness that made it challenging to pick up with chopsticks, a skill Hagrid had surprisingly mastered. However, upon tasting it for himself, Lachlan realized just how mistaken he had been. To spare himself further culinary torment, and to maintain his relationship with Hagrid, Lachlan subsequently divulged the methods and principles behind crafting various dishes such as dumplings, stuffed pastries, and zongzi. So far, Hagrid had successfully created the former two, with the dumplings proving to be an exceptional match for him. It seemed Hagrid had a natural aptitude for crafting hard foods. Lachlan vividly recalls the astonishment he felt when Hagrid invited him to taste the dumplings, which, after soaking in tea for nearly half an hour, remained as resilient as ever. To prevent Hagrid from delving deeper into the realm of culinary disasters, Lachlan began to consciously steer him towards creating more palatable versions of soft, easily accepted foods. Perhaps due to Hagrid's newfound interest stemming from his previous attempts at rice cakes and dumplings, he cheerfully embraced Lachlan's modifications. Yet as for the pastries, let's not dwell on them. They are a source of sorrow. It is indeed true that possessing an excessive amount of talent in any area, whether for ordinary folk or wizards, can prove to be quite troublesome. Once again, Hagrid extended an invitation for him to visit his cozy cottage. Luo Chen surmised that it was likely Hagrid's version of zongzi, now fully prepared. Chapter 43. The Birth of a Gourmet. To be fair, Luo Chen's previous arrangements were not entirely in vain. At the very least, Hagrid had discovered a new source of joy, and he had garnered a modest amount of influence points. Thus far, he had only accrued a mere 15 points from Hagrid. However, what Luo Chen valued most was the significance of this endeavor. Consider the plight of a half-giant, residing alone at the edge of the forbidden forest with few friends, often shunned and misunderstood by others. The only companionship he found was among the creatures of the wilderness. How profoundly helpless that must feel. Luo Chen struggled to articulate further. Yet the overall trajectory seemed promising. Based on the current development, after the Triad's enrollment, there was hope that he could savor freshly made rice cakes, zongzi, pastries, and mooncakes from Hagrid. Indeed, he intended to present the mooncakes to Hagrid in a few days. Reflecting on his own compassion, he felt deeply invested in the delightful school life the Triad was about to embark upon. Even before their enrollment, he was already preparing treats for them. How benevolent he was. It was doubtful one could find another brotherly figure as heartfelt as him in the world. Should the system fail to reward Luo Chen with a significant influx of influence points, he felt certain that divine justice would manifest, perhaps in the form of thunderous retribution. Returning to the present, Luo Chen prepared to relay the rationale he had just conceived to Hagrid. Unexpectedly, a rather audacious male voice called out from behind him. "Hey, you're Luo Chen, right? I challenge you." Under ordinary circumstances, Luo Chen would have dismissed such a challenge without a second thought, especially considering that many upperclassmen from Slytherin had already been vanquished or matched by him. What right did a fourth-year student have to challenge him? Moreover, the timing was not yet ripe for harvesting influence points. It would be far more advantageous to defeat this individual once he became the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, thereby securing greater influence through either a wizard duel or a Quidditch match. Yet in that moment, Luo Chen found an unexpected charm in Flint. As he pondered an escape plan, the arrival of this challenger presented him with a perfect excuse. However, please wait just a moment. Luo Chen maintained his characteristic humility and courtesy, offering a slight nod, which caused Flint to freeze in place. For Flint, his intention in confronting Luo Chen was merely to issue a challenge, expecting to be rebuffed, after which he would manipulate the narrative to imply that Luo Chen feared him, thereby restoring his image and prestige within Slytherin. He was acutely aware that he stood little chance against Luo Chen. Although Flint was nearly a head taller, his physicality was not to be underestimated. Rumor had it that a sixth-year Slytherin had once suffered a shattered nose at the hands of this very individual. When he first heard the news, a chilling tremor coursed through him. Naturally, he had never anticipated a confrontation with Luo Chen. At that moment, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, finding it not only difficult to dismount from his steed, but also ensnared by an overwhelming sense of dread. He swallowed hard, intending to dismiss the situation as a mere jest. However, the thought remained unvoiced, as he sensed several scorching gazes fixated upon him. On the other hand, after responding, Luo Chen turned and ambled toward Hagrid. He produced Harry Potter's wand, scanning the surroundings, and with a gentle tap on a slice of bread on Hagrid's plate. It gradually expanded until it transformed into a remarkably lifelike piece of parchment. A similar gesture towards the fries and ketchup yielded a feather quill and ink, respectively. Luo Chen then cast the levitation charm, guiding the quill to dip into the ink and write fervently upon the parchment. Once he finished with another flourish, the quill and ink reverted to their original forms, while the parchment folded itself into a substantial letter, which floated into Hagrid's hands under Luo Chen's enchantment. At that moment, he could no longer afford to ponder the pangs of conscience that might arise. After all, in comparison to his youthful teeth and pitiful stomach, any remnants of guilt seemed trivial. Hagrid, genuinely distracted, cradled the letter as if it were a treasure, eagerly yearning to unveil its contents. However, considering the setting, he cautiously stowed it into the lining of his leather coat. Thus, he thought to himself, I shall take my leave due to Hagrid's unique stature and identity. He found it exceedingly challenging to assimilate into the mundane world and acquire the information he sought. Furthermore, the wizarding community's inherent disdain for muggles meant that what he desired was often out of reach. Hagrid spent most of his time at Hogwarts, resulting in limited access to external knowledge. Were it not for Luo Chen's arrival, which opened a new door to his aspirations, he might never have realized the true beauty that surrounded him. To continue progressing, he could rely solely on Luo Chen. Through numerous exchanges, particularly during their tea gatherings at the hut, he discovered that Luo Chen was far more knowledgeable than he had imagined. Not only did he grasp and perform common spells, but his breadth of knowledge was vast and profound. It was as if he possessed an understanding of both celestial and terrestrial realms, seemingly oblivious to nothing. Gradually, Hagrid found himself, at some point, believing that Luo Chen's words were invariably correct. As he had expressed before, he had developed a fondness for the art of culinary creation. Yet, he recalled Luo Chen's words regarding the most disgraceful act for a true gourmet, the waste of food. Without uttering a word, he plunged into the meager remnants of food on his plate. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen delicately wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. With a subtle nod towards the distant, radiant figure of Mage, he turned resolutely to Flint. "Come, let's step outside. We must not disturb everyone." His voice was soft and unassuming, yet it resonated in Flint's ears like an unassailable command. It was indeed a feasible proposition. He was well aware of a senior who could not withstand even 10 of Luo Chen's techniques. Chapter 44. Has this already been won? The two emerged from the Grand Hall, one following the other. Flint dared not utter a word, silently trailing behind Luo Chen towards the lavatory, which was quite a distance from the Grand Hall. However, as they encountered fewer students along the way, eventually meeting none, Flint's courage surged. He slowly drew his wand from his sleeve, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Chen's back. With a wicked grin, he unleashed a dazzling burst of yellow light from the tip of his wand, aimed straight at Luo Chen. Yet, Luo Chen had anticipated such a move. He deftly flicked his wand to his right hand, conjuring an armor of protection. An invisible shield enveloped him, as the brilliant yellow light collided with the transparent armor, failing to even rattle it. Luo Chen had long realized that the effectiveness of most spells was largely contingent upon the caster, their mastery, comprehension, and even a degree of personal modification to tailor the spell to their own needs. Thus, the same incantation wielded by different individuals could yield drastically varied results. Flint did not relent. Aware of his own inadequacy against Luo Chen, he unleashed a flurry of spells. Yet, even the spell meant to shatter iron armor proved ineffective. While Luo Chen remained unfazed, his back turned to Flint. On the contrary, Flint felt his magical energy dwindle, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, not merely due to the exertion, but more so from psychological strain. It was only in the face of Luo Chen that he comprehended the formidable nature of the senior he had heard about. He was indeed a daunting adversary. After enduring another of Flint's spells, Luo Chen slowly turned, and a red beam shot from the tip of his wand, striking down a serpent that had soared through the air. "You initiated this confrontation. Is this truly the honor of your Slytherin house?" Luo Chen questioned, his presence commanding, as the serpent fell to the ground, only to be reanimated by him and hurled back towards Flint. Expand rapidly. The serpent ballooned in size, nearly tenfold in an instant. However, as Luo Chen's expansion spell was only at level 2, he struggled to exert perfect control over living creatures. Flint, terrified, stumbled backward, shrieking, as the enlarged serpent exploded in front of him, showering him with blood and bits of flesh. He screamed in terror. His composure shattered as he turned and fled in a most undignified manner. TCH, Luo Chen cast a disdainful glance, waving his wand to summon the wind, which coalesced into a mass of shattered flesh and blood, subsequently dispelled by his command. The LV3 spell of wind capture and shadow manipulation had indeed reached the capacity to exert control over solid objects, albeit with a greater consumption of magical energy. At this hour each day, he adhered to his routine study time. However, today bore greater significance, necessitating some preparation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating the plot character Marcus Flint, causing considerable impact and earning 5 influence points. Luo Chen halted, bewildered. What does this mean? My spell didn't even touch him. How can this be counted as a defeat? Ding! Would you like to spend? Damn, I knew it. They're just trying to siphon my funds again. I don't need to know. I'll check the logs myself. With a dismissive glance, Luo Chen exerted his will to access the character panel, clicking on the log section above. Although the description was somewhat vague, based on prior events, it became clear. Initially, Luo Chen had intended merely to intimidate Flint, but due to an overzealous display of power, the venomous snake summoned by Flint had inflicted harm. Yes, the exploded snake had splattered some venom onto Flint, indirectly causing him injury. Back then, Old Tom had only granted me a meager amount, and even now, it had not increased by a fraction. In Luo Chen's eyes, while Old Tom had appeared less frequently than Flint, his significance far outweighed that of Flint. Simultaneously, considering the host's intelligence and comprehension level, this system graciously reveals the reason. Following this incident, Marcus Flint's influence within the Slytherin student body has plummeted, with an 857 probability of no longer being able to assume the position of Slytherin Quidditch captain. Though the system's mockery stung, Luo Chen grasped the core reason, yet left him somewhat disgruntled. He had meticulously nurtured these supporting characters, only to see a major side character eliminated before the protagonist group even assembled. Must he now remain a mere shadow, waiting for pivotal moments to emerge and make an impact? That seemed rather unsatisfactory. He had entered this world not to serve others, but to forge his own glory and legend. As a transmigrator, how could he not embrace a little audacity to honor his identity? How could he justify this extraordinary adventure? Of course, These thoughts flitted through Luo Chen's mind. With a long sigh, he turned and made his way to Felix's office. Upon entering, he noted significant changes in the room's layout. It remained constricted. Yet the massive desk that once belonged to Felix had been replaced by two smaller ones, one on each side, effectively expanding the usable space. Moreover, the cabinets that previously housed confiscated magical artifacts had been reduced to a mere fraction, leaving only a small portion. As most items have been meticulously categorized and stored in abandoned classrooms over the years, according to Filch's records, they are now being uniformly packaged by the house elves. They await the conclusion of the academic year, when these belongings will be transported by train to the respective guardians of the students. Being the inaugural event of its kind, both Dumbledore and the house elves regard this matter with utmost seriousness, with the Daily Prophet continuously monitoring developments closely. Should everything proceed smoothly, it would be a relief. However, the potential loss of any magical items during transit could pose significant challenges for Hogwarts. After all, the Statute of Secrecy is not to be trifled with. The timing of this operation coincides with the Ministry of Magic dispatching a substantial number of Aurors to assist with the students' return journey, thereby minimizing risks should any minor issues arise on that day. It is quite frankly a multifaceted plan. Oh, and naturally, each student's report card will accompany their belongings, although this particular detail has yet to receive official approval from the school. Chapter 45. The Tracking of the Weasley Brothers. Well, Mr. Filch, we began, but Mrs. Norris suddenly mewed. Struggling free from Filch's embrace, she hurriedly dashed out of the door from Lucian's side. Norris! Lucian scratched his head, pondering that perhaps Mrs. Norris was simply wary of him. Filch chose not to elaborate, as he too was perplexed and could only allow time to effect change. It was evident that Mrs. Norris was not inherently skittish. During the time before Lucian awakened, she had accompanied him on nightly patrols, effectively shouldering nearly 14 hours of responsibility. Could it be jealousy? That seemed unlikely, for Mrs. Norris was well aware of Lucian's situation. Such emotions were foreign to her. Contemplating this conundrum, Filch could only attempt to clear his mind, expressing a hint of eagerness. Shall we continue with what we left off yesterday? Of course, I appreciate your assistance. Thus, the two entered into a dynamic of teaching and focused learning. Admittedly, Filch had little to impart at this stage, as the emphasis lay predominantly on foundational spell work. However, Lucian had never voiced his needs, and his repertoire of spells was already ample. He needed to conserve his energy for the evening's endeavors. As the day drew to a close, it soon transitioned into night. True to his routine, Lucian stepped out from the third tower, prepared to continue his nocturnal rounds. Perhaps due to the majority of students being aware of his residence in the third tower, there were few who dared to breach the rules in that vicinity. Lucian strolled leisurely, encountering only a handful of first and second-year wizards, and by the time he reached the 8th floor, he had not crossed paths with anyone else. It was as if the upperclassmen had suddenly vanished without a trace. Curious? Lucian found this perplexing, yet he welcomed the tranquility. However, Luo Chen did not act immediately. Instead, he circled the corridor of the 8th floor of the main tower, ensuring that he was indeed the sole occupant of that floor before making his way towards the room of requirement. Yet, he found nothing of significance. Nevertheless, Luo Chen remained undeterred. Gripping his wand, he continued onward and retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket. Indeed, this artifact had been discreetly acquired by him. No, rather, it should be referred to as temporarily secured. As for its intended use, Luo Chen had already devised a plan. He grasped his wand and recast the Lumos spell, conjuring a white orb of light that floated before him. Then, he pointed his wand at the map and murmured, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." In an instant, a series of words and a simplified architectural layout unfurled upon the Marauder's map. Luo Chen discovered that there were indeed others present on the 8th floor. Yet they were not the professors he had previously speculated, or even Dumbledore. Instead, it was the Weasley brothers. More astonishingly, they were positioned a mere 20 meters behind him. Luo Chen turned to take another glance, and even directed the white orb to float towards them, but the area appeared to be utterly vacant. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "All right, no need to hide. Come out, I can see you." Yet, no one emerged. However, Luo Chen did perceive a fleeting distortion in the air in that direction. Indeed, it was the disillusionment charm. Yet, considering their age, how could they possibly have mastered such an advanced spell? And astonishingly, he had not detected it at all. Luo Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not even studied it, and it was not recorded in the standard book of spells, necessitating specialized learning, likely with a substantial impact on entry-level proficiency. At that moment, Luo Chen hesitated, feeling reluctant to part with it, especially since he had no immediate need for it. All right, I see you. Come out, you two Weasley gentlemen. How did you discover us? George could barely contain his curiosity as he emerged, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the Marauder's map in Luo Chen's grasp. He presumed it must be due to the parchment's capabilities. Almost every time, Luo Chen held this seemingly ordinary piece of parchment, and as long as they did not provoke him directly, he would let it go, thus remaining oblivious to the fact that the Weasley brothers were stealthily tracking him. Intuition, Luo Chen replied, folding the Marauder's map and tucking it away, unable to deactivate its functions at that moment. After all, this remarkable magical artifact was originally destined for the brothers and would ultimately become one of the pivotal tools for Harry Potter. The significance and value of this were immeasurable. Now, George, since Fred has remained silent since his appearance, he has scrutinized Luo Chen with several glances, although they had previously trailed Luo Chen from a distance. This was the first time they were so close, not counting their initial meeting. Therefore, I shall be direct, Mr. Bishar. May I inquire whether you intentionally designed a scheme against us last time? Designed a scheme against you? What do you mean by that? As Luo Chen furrowed his brow, he noticed George instinctively tightening his grip around his wand. Fred had been intently observing the expressions that flickered across Luo Chen's face, his curiosity genuine and unfeigned. Was it not you who deliberately placed that vile concoction on the table? Indeed, we cannot believe that Filch possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, and in light of the events surrounding the Weasley brothers, he suddenly grasped the extent of their imaginative escapades. Yet, it was entirely a matter of coincidence. Moreover, you two sneakily infiltrated Filch's office to pilfer items, committing yet another act of burglary, and then utilized those items, causing trouble, only for the blame to fall upon him. What sort of logic is this? Chapter 46, The Room of Requirement. Luo Chen then found himself laughing in exasperation. Very well, let's accept your challenge. George interjected. Regardless of whether this battle results in victory or defeat, we shall laugh away any enmity. That should be the translation. As I previously heard Qiu Zhang say, right, Fred? Let us be serious, George. Fred shot George a stern glance. We are seeking revenge. Although you dealt Flint a severe blow, we are not to be underestimated. Oh, indeed. Now, Luo Chen, prepare yourself. Before George's words had fully escaped his lips, he thrust his wand forward, exclaiming, "Disarm." A burst of red light surged toward Luo Chen. George, calm down. We have yet to clarify our queries. Fred, albeit a moment too late, instinctively raised his wand to cast a spell in an attempt to intervene. However, Luo Chen, unhurried, released a shield charm just as the red light approached him, deflecting it effortlessly. He then said slowly, "Since you made the first move, let us engage in some fun." Wind blast. A powerful whirlwind materialized out of nowhere, hurtling toward the Weasley brothers, although they had prepared themselves. Aside from George casting a shield charm, Fred faltered, getting swept away by the sudden whirlwind. Fred, as flames blazed, George, in a moment of panic, disregarded the control of his spell's force, instinctively unleashing a formidable incantation. A fireball erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly racing toward Luo Chen. He then hurriedly rushed to check on Fred, who was still reeling from the impact. Of course, this notion of swiftness was relative. To Luo Chen, the fireball appeared neither solid nor particularly fast. Catch the wind. With a flourish of his wand, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The fireball, which had been adhering to its usual trajectory, was suddenly drawn by an invisible force. Gradually, it veered toward Luo Chen's outstretched palm. As it flew, the fireball disintegrated midair, transforming into spiraling tendrils of flame that coalesced in a helix within Luo Chen's hand. Goodness, is there no way to shield against this heat? Luo Chen narrowly avoided being burned, but fortunately, the elusive spell he had conjured had been elevated to LV3, and under the influence of the active magic bar, its potency had increased by 50. Thus, it merely fluctuated slightly before continuing to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a more concentrated orange-yellow spherical fireball. Though it had diminished in size by nearly half, its power had significantly amplified. Luo Chen was confident that if it were to strike a person, it would undoubtedly take at least half of their life. Not only George, but even Fred, who had just risen from the ground, was utterly stunned by this spectacle. What kind of magic is this? In their understanding, such a blazing flame could only be confronted head-on or evaded. Yet, Luo Chen had managed to reverse the control of their spell. In the brief moment of their astonishment, Luo Chen gently waved his wand, and to their astonishment, George and Fred's shoes flew off, transforming in midair into two ropes that coiled around them like serpents. binding them securely. Remarkably, neither of them resisted. They merely gazed at Luo Chen in bewilderment. Observing this scene, Luo Chen's initial intention to educate them swiftly dissipated. After all, they were just children. Why should he, a grown individual, quibble with youngsters? Moreover, in a sense, they had already faced their punishment, juggling their exam revisions while also tasked with cleaning various unused classrooms, dungeons, and administrative offices within the castle. It was said that it took them 2 days after the exams to clean the areas of the castle they were permitted to enter. Additionally, even now, Gryffindor's score pool was barely over 70 points, and it was doubtful they would reach 100 by the end of the academic year. Their punishment was indeed sufficient. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Chen approached slowly, intending merely to frighten them. The fireball floated naturally beside him, controlled by his levitation spell. You have failed, and according to the rules of the Wizarding World Challenges, I shall claim your lives. Yet before Luo Chen could finish his sentence, the two let out a loud cry, exchanged a hurried glance, rolled their eyes, and fainted. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. What was this? He had not even completed his statement. Moreover, they were in Hogwarts. He would never genuinely seek their lives. Did they lack the wit to comprehend this? However, such considerations became trivial. Luo Chen waved his hand, dissipating the fire, and scratched his head, pondering how to handle the current situation. Should he simply leave it be? After all, this was a typical outcome of a duel. Yet, they were still just children, and although he had largely taken over Filch's nighttime patrol duties, he had not been officially appointed by Dumbledore. Did this mean he was bullying Hogwarts students as an outsider? Previously, during his night patrols, he had engaged in numerous duels, and it wasn't as if he hadn't ignited genuine flames that caused harm. However, at the very least, those he fought could manage their aftermath. Whether being carried away by companions or straightforwardly conceding, never before had such a situation occurred, where he found himself in a state of unconsciousness before his opponent, leaving Luo Chen utterly bewildered. Well, it seems prudent to escort them to the infirmary. It is said that Weasley possesses considerable audacity, yet Luo Chen muttered under his breath, surveying his surroundings. He contemplated transforming their respective shoes into makeshift stretchers to drag the two of them to the infirmary. Unexpectedly, Fred suddenly awoke, yanking George, who was still feigning unconsciousness, to his feet. In an astonishing display of agility, the two sprang up from the ground, seized their shoes, and dashed away with remarkable speed. The rapidity of their escape left even Luo Chen momentarily speechless. Of course, this was primarily due to his decision not to intervene further. Truly a pair of mischievous children. Luo Chen shook his head and prepared to continue with his plan. However, before doing so, he took a deep breath and consulted the Marauder's map once more, confirming that Dumbledore had remained in the headmaster's office throughout, showing no inclination to emerge. I require a room for concealment. It is indeed imperative to reiterate such matters thrice. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen entered, ensuring that no one was around, and pushed open the door. What greeted him was a chaotic heap of clutter. Most surfaces were covered in dust, as if to declare that this room had not been utilized in quite some time. Chapter 47. Pay attention to the key point, the diadem of Ravenclaw. How astonishing. He had not anticipated the existence of such a vast space. Could it have been bewitched with the undetectable extension charm or some other spatial enchantment? Upon entering the room, Luo Chen did not immediately seek his target, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Instead, he curiously examined his surroundings. Unfortunately, with his current magical proficiency, he could discern nothing of significance. At last, he set off, weaving through the piles of clutter as described in the narrative. He initially expected it to require considerable effort, but after circumventing a few larger heaps, he beheld a worn statue of a wizard. Perched atop the statue was none other than the diadem of Ravenclaw, resembling a delicate queen's crown adorned with blue gemstones, inscribed with the words, "The greatest treasure of humanity is exceptional wisdom." Yet, perhaps due to its transformation into a Horcrux by Voldemort, the diadem appeared somewhat dim and lackluster, even the gems reflecting this dullness. Resembling an ordinary iron object devoid of rust, yet lacking in utility. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen cautiously tapped the diadem with Harry Potter's wand. Clang, clang, clang. However, aside from the diadem tilting slightly from the statue's head, no unusual phenomena or dangers presented themselves. Must I do it myself? Luo Chen pondered, feeling a twinge of apprehension. What if some deadly countercurse had been cast upon the diadem? Of course, he needed to eliminate Voldemort's fragment of soul controlling it. Luo Chen could hardly believe that Voldemort would undertake no preparations at all. As depicted in the narrative, it seemed that there was only the Marvolo Gaunt Ring, which bore magic to counter enemies. Yet that was merely a cinematic portrayal, a fabrication of fiction rather than reality. "Hello, is anyone there?" Luo Chen, unwilling to relent, rapped his knuckles once more. However, the diadem remained utterly unresponsive, showing no signs of change. Instinctively, he cast a levitation charm, hoping to coax the diadem down, but it appeared to resist the spell or, to some extent, be immune to certain magics. Consequently, he had no choice but to use his wand to nudge the diadem off, narrowly avoiding contact with it during the process. Fortunately, he was sufficiently cautious. Finding a clear space, Luo Chen pointed his wand at the diadem and declared loudly, "Hey, I know you're in there. Come out. I have a question for you." Yet, the diadem remained unyielding. "Come on, show yourself. You dare to commit misdeeds, but lack the courage to admit it? This is an official inquiry." Still, there was no response. "For heaven's sake, do you not realize your ancestral grave is ablaze? Yet you lie there, slumbering." After venting his frustration, Luo Chen suddenly paused. He recalled that the burning grave was, in fact, a blessing. Vaguely, he remembered a renowned comedian from his past life. Thus, he switched his rhetorical approach, leading to the ensuing scene. "You scoundrel." After a barrage of expletives, Luo Chen felt a momentary sense of satisfaction, yet he gradually sensed that Voldemort, residing within, exhibited no reaction to his outbursts. Perhaps the conditions required to provoke a response had not been fulfilled. Panting heavily, he realized for the first time that hurling insults could be so exhausting. Furthermore, Voldemort seemed resolutely disinclined to engage, leaving Luo Chen feeling rather foolish. He contemplated using a spell to unleash an explosion or even incinerate the diadem, believing that intense flames could obliterate it, but that would contradict his initial intentions. Moreover, he lacked the necessary incantation for such fiery magic. In the original text, the Ravenclaw diadem had been destroyed. Hence, if Luo Chen could preserve it and still put it to use, the potential influence he could gain was undeniably tempting. After pondering for a few moments, he stomped his foot and gritted his teeth. "Enough, let us do this." With that, he rubbed his hands together, cautiously yet inevitably trembling as he reached for the Ravenclaw diadem. Just as he was about to make contact, mere millimeters away, the system in his mind suddenly chimed, giving him quite a start. "Ding. Would the host like to expend 10 influence points to examine the Ravenclaw diadem before you?" "What the? You gotta be kidding me, system." "Wait, what did you just say?" The system reiterated its query, and Luo Chen, feeling somewhat sheepish, covered his strikingly handsome face with his hands. How could he have forgotten this detail? He had utilized it once before in the vaults of Gringotts. Yet, upon reflection, that didn't seem right. Most of the time, he simply activated his powers directly. Indeed, the root of the problem undoubtedly lies within the system itself. These past few days have left him quite agitated, compounded by numerous schemes and intrigues. Thus, as the host, it is only natural for him to subconsciously overlook the intelligence of the system. This psychological solace and self-reassurance brought a considerable sense of relief to Luo Chen, whose heart, once racing, began to calm gradually. He silently observed the system, withholding any words. There was nothing to be said, for words would be futile. Commencing detection. Ding. 10 influence points deducted. Detection in progress. Detection concluded. Residual dark magic detected. Anticipated effects. Mental invasion. Soul disturbance. Is that it? Just this. Ding. Do you wish to proceed? Enough said, I understand. Luo Chen immediately comprehended that whenever the system posed such questions, it was essentially preparing to ensnare him. This realization allowed him to feel entirely at ease. Mental invasion. Soul disturbance? If that's the case, Luo Chen had no reason to fear. With determination, he rolled up his sleeves and strode boldly towards the diadem of Ravenclaw. Although he had retreated in fright before, he cast a glance at the influence points displayed on the character panel. 395 points, ample enough. Rubbing his hands together, he seized the diadem, declaring, "Mr. Riddle, since you refused to open the door, do not blame me for being impolite. I hereby declare you under arrest." Like an actor on stage, Luo Chen added a dramatic line for effect. However, despite firmly grasping the diadem, he found that nothing had changed, nor did anything emerge from it. "Wait a moment, system. Didn't you say there's something inside?" Luo Chen retorted, but before he could finish, a possibility struck him. Gently cradling the diadem, he slowly placed it upon his own head. Although it felt somewhat effeminate, he was willing to endure it for the sake of influence points. He then sat cross-legged, adopting a posture of 5 hearts facing the heavens. Of course, he was unsure if he was doing it correctly, having never practiced before, Looking cool was all that mattered. After nearly a minute of quiet waiting, Luo Chen began to sense the diadem on his forehead growing increasingly cold, a subtle wave of magical energy slowly permeating his mind. Had it not been for the passive embedding of a level 3 Abaddon Hell within him, his mental perception would not have been so acute. Mr. Riddle, you finally. At this moment, Luo Chen felt a flutter of nervousness. However, unexpectedly, before he could finish his thought, a shrill wail pierced his ears. Ah! The sound grew increasingly high-pitched, reminiscent of a large man's reaction after a monkey plucked a peach from him. Note, it was plucked, not stolen, mind you. Chapter 48. Is your melon ripe? If someone were to stand opposite Luo Chen at that moment, they would witness the diadem of Ravenclaw emitting thick clouds of black smoke, enveloping the greater part of his head. Yet, at that very moment, Luo Chen kept his eyes tightly shut, cautiously bracing himself for the changes occurring within his mind. All attention was focused within the mind, enveloped by the radiant aura of the idiomatic lexicon, upon the ethereal entity. After a considerable period, the piercing shriek diminished from a thunderous crescendo to a whisper, ultimately fading into silence. Throughout this ordeal, Luo Chen did not behold the Dark Lord manifest before him, nor did it seem that any adverse effects accompanied this absence. If one were to suggest a downside, it would be that Luo Chen felt a slight chill upon his forehead, akin to the press of an ice cube, yet this sensation gradually subsided. Additionally, he sensed a swift depletion of magical energy within himself. However, once the cacophony ceased, he found that he retained 13 units of magical energy, suggesting he had managed to endure the experience. Alternatively, perhaps the entity had recoiled. Should the latter be true, it would gravely contravene his intentions. With this thought, he promptly opened his eyes, eager to scrutinize his surroundings, only to be met by a swirling mass of black mist, vaguely resembling a human form. The features were indistinguishable, and even the limbs, head, and torso appeared nebulous, challenging the notion that this entity bore any relation to humanity, save for the tenuous binding of some peculiar force that barely assembled its limbs and torso. The ensuing atmosphere was rather awkward, for this humanoid mist possessed neither eyes nor mouth. It stood there, vacantly surveying Luo Chen from across the expanse. The dark mist billowed, seemingly attempting to convey something. Yet Luo Chen remained utterly perplexed. After a moment of silence, he broke the quietude, saying, "Hello, I knocked earlier, but you didn't answer, leaving me no choice." Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Luo Chen continued to ramble. However, the shadowy figure merely intensified its swirling motion, showing no other signs of response, remaining in its stoic stance. After a brief interval, he pressed on, "You should speak. If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." With that, he pushed himself up from the ground, dusting off his trousers, feigning departure. The dark mist shifted its position, resolutely obstructing his path once more. Luo Chen moved left, it followed suit. He veered right, it mirrored him. He advanced, and it retreated, resolutely avoiding any contact. "Are you out of your mind? If you have something to say, spit it out. Otherwise, do not impede my way." After uttering this, Luo Chen swiftly sidestepped and surged forward, catching the black mist off guard. Just as he was nearing the door to the House of Requests, the specter reappeared before him once more. Luo Chen, hands on hips, felt a surge of frustration welling up within him. Yet, his previous antics were not devoid of purpose, nor was the author indulging in trifles. This was all for intelligence. Luo Chen discerned that the dark mist before him was, in fact, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, harboring deep-seated trepidation towards him, thus refraining from making contact. Moreover, this fragment had severed its connection with the Ravenclaw diadem resting upon Luo Chen's brow, as he felt a soothing, gentle sensation lingering there. This sensation rendered his thoughts increasingly lucid, devoid of any negative repercussions. It was evident that the diadem of Ravenclaw had regained its functionality. A tad abrupt indeed, yet one must acknowledge that it is truly deserving of the title of the Academy's treasure once held by Rowena Ravenclaw. Initially, Lockhart had harbored doubts. After being tainted by a fragment of Voldemort's soul and transformed into a Horcrux, he wondered if, even after expelling the soul fragment, the diadem could retain all its original capabilities. He even contemplated the possibility of needing to devise a means of repair. To his surprise, such measures proved entirely unnecessary. Thus, one could lament the fate of Ravenclaw's diadem, which had been directly destroyed by the trio in the original narrative. Consequently, a conclusion can be drawn. The treasures crafted into Horcruxes by Voldemort share a relationship with the fragments of his soul that is merely one of storage, devoid of any deeper connection, whether symbiotic or parasitic. To illustrate, It is akin to personal belongings stored in a locker at a supermarket. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, it was time to attend to business. Locken's expression suddenly shifted to one of determination as he slowly raised Harry Potter's wand. Its tip aimed squarely at the center of the swirling black mist. Voldemort instinctively recoiled, but soon recognized that his current state was extraordinary. Conventional magic posed no threat to him, and this child before him likely lacked profound magical prowess. As for what had previously harmed his soul's manifestation, it could only be that the boy possessed some extraordinary magical artifact. Or, no, there was no second possibility. After all, this child was far too young. What should he do next? Ah, yes, he was a master of legilimency. If he could seize the boy's memories, he could ascertain the nature of that magical object in advance. This way, he would have the opportunity, nay, the certainty, to evade that troublesome artifact and simultaneously exert control over the child before him. Locken, lacking the ability to read minds or practice legilimency, remained oblivious to Voldemort's thoughts. He observed the other party, no longer agitated, and began to contemplate the methods for his annihilation. In truth, the only spells likely to prove effective would be those directly targeting the mind and soul, such as the formidable Avada Kedavra. He had no other means at his disposal, and even if he could conjure the fiend fire, its efficacy would likely be minimal, unless he could devise a plan to lure Voldemort away and allow Dumbledore to deal with him. This notion arose within Locken's mind, and after rapid consideration, he deemed it feasible. However, this would mean that the diadem of Ravenclaw might no longer belong to him, nor would he be able to utilize its full potential. Yet, such is the nature of the world. Rarely does one encounter a scenario where all parties emerge unscathed. Therefore, it was prudent to enlist the aid of another to eliminate Voldemort's soul fragment. Resolved to act, Locken reaffirmed his identity. Loxing Bishar would become the next White Wizard. No. White God. No, that was not quite right. The term fell amiss. Ah, yes. He would embrace the title of the Supreme Wizard. Voldemort's soul was bewildered. Just as he intended to take action, this boy seemed to transform as if possessed. Had he lost his sanity? Or perhaps his previous invasion had begun to affect the boy. If so, it suggested that the likelihood of a magical artifact being involved had risen to over 90%. In an instant, the dark mist surrounding the fragment of Voldemort's soul swirled more violently. Yes, I am destined to be the next, no? I mean the first Supreme Wizard of the Global Wizards. I hope you remember this, but before that, I have a question for you. Is your melon ripe? Chapter 49. Defeating Voldemort can lead to wealth. The fragment of Voldemort's soul realized with certainty that the boy before him had indeed lost his mind. Despite not understanding why he felt an overwhelming sense of mockery after the boy posed that question, he found himself perplexed. He had never sold melons in his life. At most, he had consumed pumpkins, winter melons, and watermelons, quite a few, but he could not dwell on that any longer. Thus, he invoked the spell of mind control. At his level, even as a mere fragment of a soul, casting the spell was effortlessly achievable. Luo Chen observed the shadowy figure of black mist raise its right hand, extending a finger. Presumably, it was casting some form of spell, so he instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, he was ultimately too late. He felt something crash into his mind through his eyes, followed by a scream, sharp and piercing, echoing once more. This time, the sound was even more harrowing and shrill. While Luo Chen's magical energy rapidly drained, and his physical strength plummeted. However, just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he witnessed the dark mist figure explode in a silent burst, akin to a muffled release, though it carried a hint of color. Simultaneously, some remaining black smoke, imbued with a curse or a rebellious spirit, lunged toward Luo Chen, stirring his emotions and unleashing a torrent of negative feelings. Yes, this was the sensation. Luo Chen's voice was faint, and before he could finish his thought, he lost consciousness. Yet, in his hazy state, he perceived the system's notification, prompting him to decisively command the system to suppress the emotional upheaval. He had already experienced such occurrences thrice before. Excluding the initial incident in Dumbledore's office, the subsequent 3 times were instances where Luo Chen had activated negative emotions himself, transitioning into a state of quietude. However, each time proved more challenging than the last. He nearly resorted to self-harm. Fortunately, the fragment of Voldemort's soul did not disappoint him, and Luo Chen could distinctly sense that this surge of negative emotions induced by Voldemort surpassed any previous experience. If Luo Chen successfully endured this trial, he would have at least 5 more opportunities ahead of him, equating to 5 chances to enhance his physical constitution, a thought that ignited a spark of excitement within him. Perhaps such a notion existed. Though his body was still ravaged by negative dark energy, the suffering soul curled into a fetal position in his unconscious state, tightly embracing his own arms, resembling a helpless infant. Yet, an incongruous smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, it would have been quite unsettling. Ding. Negative emotions detected. Persistent turmoil abnormal. Would the host like to spend 50 influence points to continue suppression? Luo Chen remained unresponsive in his stupor. After the system reiterated its inquiry, it decisively extracted Luo Chen's influence points. Suppression continued. The battle, marked by overwhelming odds, gradually drew to a close, and his tense body slowly began to unfold. The following day, ensconced in a storage room, no light from the outside penetrated the darkness. When Luo Chen awoke, he found himself enveloped in pitch blackness, unable to discern his surroundings or the time. He raised his arm, intending to rise, but an excruciating pain shot through him from the very marrow of his bones, nearly escaping his lips in a cry. A bead of cold sweat quickly formed on his forehead. What on earth is happening? This pain is unbearable. After a moment, the agony began to subside. Yet as he continued to move, the sharp discomfort persisted, seemingly emanating from every corner of his body. However, Luo Chen refused to succumb to the pain. He had previously utilized such extreme measures to refine his physique, having undergone this trial several times, and was mentally prepared for it. Thus, after enduring for more than half an hour, though his complexion had turned utterly pale, he was finally able to walk normally. Each step, every movement, was still accompanied by pain, yet his internal magical energy had recovered significantly, and its circulation was swift. With each cycle, his suffering lessened, and he sensed a marked enhancement in his physical capabilities. After this ordeal, I shall begin elevating my magical energy to level 3, as standard befitting an adult sorcerer. Luo Chen murmured, a radiant glimmer igniting in his eyes. The stone box he spoke of was the one he had retrieved from the treasury of Family 985. Upon first contact, he had received a message left by the ancestors of the Bishar family. The message was succinct. To unlock the box, the heir must possess the magical energy reserves of a formal sorcerer. In a strict sense, for a family that once basked in unparalleled glory, such a requirement was exceedingly simple. In fact, in some respects, it seemed somewhat incongruous with the formidable and illustrious family structure and identity described by the fairy Godric and the wand maker Ollivander. Nevertheless, while pondering this, Luo Chen was quite pleased with the information provided. For such a straightforward requirement, there was no need to test bloodlines or soul vibrations. It felt as though it had been tailor-made for him. Thus, he now found himself eagerly anticipating the moment he could unveil the secrets of that treasure. However, he was also aware that he needed to wait until his body had fully recovered. Based on his previous rate of recuperation, it would take at least 3 days at the earliest. Nevertheless, before that, he had to earn at least 1,000 influence points. This was no trivial task. As Luo Chen contemplated this, he instinctively glanced at his current influence points. Fortunately, he had 796 points, which meant he only needed to earn. Luo Chen was still murmuring absent-mindedly when he suddenly noticed the dramatic increase in his influence points, making him doubt his own eyes. Ignoring the pain in his body, he clenched his fist and rubbed his eyes repeatedly until he confirmed that this was not an illusion. Oh, right, I destroyed a fragment of Voldemort's soul. My goodness. A single fragment is worth 700 points. Wait, no, it should be less than 500 points. Although shocked, Luo Chen was well aware of the exact amount of his influence points. Was Voldemort truly so valuable? Indeed, he was the final boss in the original story. A vibrant blush of excitement swept across Luo Chen's face. The transition from his previous pallor to his now flushed complexion occurred in the blink of an eye. It was evident that he was genuinely elated. His heart raced faster than usual, and a wave of warmth radiated from his chest throughout his body. Nonetheless, he retained a measure of rationality and opened the log section to explore further. He discovered the system's notifications, revealing that 1,000 points were derived from the fragment of Voldemort's soul, while 500 points came from successfully rescuing the Ravenclaw diadem. However, this was Luo Chen's first time earning such points, so the exact amount he could gain depended on how he ultimately handled the Ravenclaw diadem. He also learned that the system had unilaterally deducted 50 influence points. Luo Chen paused in silence for a moment and, with a somewhat casual tone, remarked, System, thank you this time. Chapter 50, Enhancement of Magical Energy Levels. Dog? Haha, your whole family is a bunch of dogs. When a person is in good spirits, it seems that everything else pales in comparison. Luo Chen left the wish-granting room feeling quite pleased, of course not forgetting to conceal the Ravenclaw diadem in his robes. Coincidentally, he passed by the corridor where Sir Cadogan's portrait was located, and upon seeing Luo Chen approach, the knight hurriedly rushed out without a second thought. He had initially thought himself to be quite troublesome, known for his lack of politeness when confronting others, but he never expected to encounter someone as tedious as Luo Chen. The incessant chatter was nearly driving him to madness. If he were not merely a fictional character, he would have already brandished his sword and challenged Luo Chen fiercely. And what was this about having him substitute for the fat lady in guarding Gryffindor's dormitory? Did he think he could simply go? Moreover, he was currently enjoying a leisurely stroll throughout the castle, admiring the scenery and flirting with girls. Wasn't that appealing? Thus, in Sir Cadogan's eyes, Luo Chen's actions were clearly intended to vex him. Regrettably, although Luo Chen now appears quite tall, standing at a full 1.5 meters, resembling a boy of over 14. In reality, Cardo and the Duke are well aware that he is merely a 12-year-old child. He truly does not comprehend the pleasures that a genuine adult experiences. Thus, unable to strike or engage in conversation, they decide to withdraw entirely. However, this time, Luo Chen perplexes them. He does not pursue them but rather passes by with a cheerful smile, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Cardo and the Duke find this somewhat curious, yet they quickly dismiss it, for ultimately, he is but a painting. After all, it does not possess the complex emotions and thoughts inherent to humans. It is a conjuration of magic. As he walks, Luo Chen contemplates how to allocate his considerable influence points. First and foremost, he must reserve 1,000 points to elevate his magical energy level, an unavoidable necessity crucial for the implementation of his numerous forthcoming plans. Additionally, he intends to study several promising spells he encountered just yesterday, such as the Universal Spell Dispel, the Illusionary Body Spell, and even the Phantom Manifestation Spell. However, upon considering this, Luo Chen hesitates, despite the pride radiating from his expression. Am I advancing too rapidly? Will I raise suspicions? Even the most gifted wizard has their limits. His concerns are not unfounded, especially since only a few days have elapsed. Yet, upon further reflection, why should I be concerned about others' opinions? Regardless, the knowledge I acquire is mine alone, directly affecting my power and ultimately my very life. At worst, I can master these spells and keep them discreet, only revealing them when absolutely necessary. Perhaps the sudden influx of influence points has bolstered Luo Chen's confidence significantly. This dilemma, which had just surfaced, he resolves with ease. As for the final point, Luo Chen must carefully calculate the amount of influence points he should retain for unforeseen circumstances. Had it not been for his recent confrontation with Voldemort, he would still have yet to surpass 1,000 in his influence points. These past days have made him acutely aware of the challenges associated with accruing influence. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chen has arrived at the entrance of Tower 3, where he finds Felch has been waiting for quite some time. No wonder he did not hear a response when he knocked moments ago. Upon seeing Luo Chen, Felch hurries over, while Mrs. Loris discreetly retreats at a distance. This time, she does not flee entirely, but rather perches on a windowsill, grooming her paws and casting a glance at Luo Chen. Godfather, didn't I mention before? Just come in directly. There is nothing for us to be coy about, Luo Chen remarks with a smile. Felch shakes his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Naturally, he is pleased to hear Luo Chen broach the subject once more. Luo Chen then strides forward and pushes open the great door of Tower 3. It is neither locked nor warded, for he considers this place merely a temporary residence. It would be unwise for others to assume he intends to claim it as his own. The arrangement here has undergone significant changes since the first time Lockhart awakened. The entire nearly 400 square meter hemispherical space has been transformed by Lockhart into a reception area and a sleeping quarter. The sleeping area has been concealed by several high walls conjured through a transfiguration spell, creating a more private space. The doors above have also been enchanted with a counterlocking charm. As for the remaining expanse, although Lockhart has a vision for it, he has refrained from making any alterations thus far. If this space truly belonged to him, he would naturally feel free to express himself. The two of them settled onto a leather sofa in the reception area, a creation of Lockhart's transfiguration spell. In this wizarding world, where deep-colored velvet cushions epitomize nobility and elegance, such a minimalist, soft, and comfortable sofa is quite rare. Nearby, a window faces the southeast, allowing ample light to flood in. Godfather, please take a seat. I shall change into some proper attire, Lockhart said, but just as he sank into the sofa, he remembered the Ravenclaw diadem in his arms and rose to head to the bedroom. Godfather, would you prefer tea? Or, before Lockhart could finish, Felch rose again and said, I came to inform you that the Ministry of Magic will be visiting you this afternoon. The letter was delivered directly to my office. But since you weren't here this morning, I came to find you. The Ministry of Magic? Locken momentarily felt puzzled, but soon understood their intentions. Although he wasn't entirely prepared, some matters must ultimately be confronted. He had previously declined Dumbledore's request for Snape to accompany him to the Ministry, primarily because he wasn't ready and wished for the Ministry to seek him out, thus allowing him to take a proactive stance. Of course, there was also a degree of uncertainty. What if the Ministry arrived to collect debts, finding him in the company of a former Death Eater? The consequences could be unpredictable. He wondered who might come this time. Could it be the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge? The thought seemed improbable. Even the powerful Bishar family could only rank second in the British wizarding community, while the ultimate authority always lay with the official forces. After delivering his message, Felch did not linger, turning to leave while repeatedly urging Locken to mentally prepare himself. Locken nodded in acknowledgement, then closed the door, seated himself on the living room sofa, and rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought for a considerable time. With his eyes shut, he evaluated his physical condition. "Damn it, here goes," he murmured, gradually reclining his body, resting his head against the armrest. "System, I must enhance my magical energy level." Beep. Warning to the host. The current state is not optimal, and unexpected situations may arise. The system dutifully reminded him, and after a moment's hesitation, Locken resolutely clenched his teeth and declared, "I have made my decision. I shall enhance it immediately." Chapter 51. The Birth of My Wand now. 1,000 points of magical energy were instantly deducted. A torrent of fierce and overwhelming power suddenly surged within Locken's being. Moreover, it surged rapidly towards every corner of Luo Chen's being, his limbs, internal organs, and even his mind, without any fixed trajectory. In truth, the operation of Luo Chen's magical energy had never adhered to a set path. He had often pondered why. After years of advancement in the world of wizards, there existed no meditation techniques. It seemed that the primary means of a wizard's enhancement, aside from a few exceedingly rare and precious potions, was simply the passage of time. It was rather lackluster. If even the most rudimentary meditation technique were available now, it would surely alleviate his discomfort. After all, he had only recently endured torment, and his body had yet to fully recover. The sudden eruption of overwhelming magical energy inflicted a sensation akin to his very flesh being violently torn apart. Yet, he recognized this as mere illusion. For magical energy possessed remarkable properties. It not only served to cast a myriad of spells without the hindrance of opposing attributes, but also inherently bore healing capabilities. Furthermore, mastering a couple of rare healing spells could yield even more astonishing results. Fortunately, this surge of magical energy was as abrupt in its departure as it was in its arrival. Within a mere 5 minutes, the energy within him gradually subsided. Although Luo Chen's complexion had worsened, his body drenched in sweat, he gasped heavily, "By heavens, enough already." His mind gradually cleared, and his gaze fixated vacantly upon the ancient dome imbued with historical resonance. After another moment, he mused, "If they do not provide ample rewards this time, my suffering will truly be in vain." With that thought, he felt the magical energy within him, now vastly increased compared to before, and he couldn't help but smile widely. Resembling the village fool, if in LV1, the magical energy circulating within him was akin to the thickness of a cotton thread, and in LV2, it was comparable to chopsticks. Then now, at LV3, the reservoir of magical energy was equivalent to a baseball bat. In previous duels, even with a repertoire of spells, he had to be cautious of depleting his magical energy. Now, without a doubt, any wizard who had previously matched him could be defeated within 10 strikes, if not fewer. After all, the elevation in magical energy levels signified not just an increase in quantity, but also a qualitative transformation. However, these magical energies he possessed were derived from a direct conversion of influence points. The system had mentioned that his magical energy bore no predisposition. Thus, although he sensed the distinction of this LV3 energy, he could not precisely articulate how it differed from LV2, only that it felt distinctly superior. Nevertheless, at this level, when he was weak, he could not discern the source of his opponent's strength. But now, Luo Chen was certain that even if 5 of him were bound together, they might still be no match for Dumbledore. Certainly, this is founded upon the universal incantations, specifically those originating from this realm. In a direct confrontation, Luo Chen would find himself at a disadvantage. However, should he rely on the exquisite spells he has extracted, the outcome becomes less certain. At the very least, he possesses within him the concept of the LV3 level of the abyss, capable of vanquishing even Voldemort. This serves as an apt comparison. Moreover, Luo Chen soon discovers an additional benefit, the increase in magical energy. He realizes that as the torment within him gradually subsides, the circulation of abundant magical energy accelerates his recovery. A warm, tingling sensation begins to envelop his entire being. Shaking his head, he muses to himself. This indeed is a pleasant surprise. After reclining on the sofa for nearly 2 hours, the hour approaches noon. Given that he has gone without sustenance for so long, his stomach emits a plaintive growl. However, he does not hasten to the grand hall for a meal. Instead, he steadies himself, rising from the sofa with a series of satisfying cracks echoing from his body, as if he has undergone a profound transformation. The previous agony has entirely dissipated, and his complexion has regained a healthy glow. This blush is genuine restoration, not merely the result of momentary excitement as experienced in the wish-granting chamber. Taking a few tentative steps within Tower 3, Luo Chen is compelled to retreat to his bedroom, securing the door behind him. He retrieves the expensive suitcase from beneath the bed and opens it to extract a stone box. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly places his palm at the center of the box's lid. A gentle breeze stirs, almost imperceptibly, and with a click reminiscent of a lock disengaging. The stone box divides neatly into 2 halves. Yet, there are mechanisms connecting the halves. After a cursory glance, Luo Chen comprehends the method of activation. Pressing down on the top of the box, he pushes the sides apart, revealing the inner contents, which are now fully unveiled before him. There are only 3 items: a wand, approximately 14 inches in length, slightly thicker at the rear and tapering toward the front. The wand is adorned with long, deep fissures, suggesting imminent fracture, revealing glimpses of its internal material, yet curiously obscuring it upon closer inspection. The wand's shaft is composed of a grayish-white, desiccated wood, which Luo Chen recognizes after a moment of contemplation. Is this not Populus Euphratica, renowned as the guardian of the gobi, enduring for a millennium without decay? At the wand's tip, an oval ruby, the size of a pigeon's egg, is embedded, its deep crimson hue reminiscent of blood, almost as if it were alive with a pulse. This ruby seems to be seamlessly integrated with the wand, as if it were an intrinsic part of the very wood itself. More astonishingly, shortly after laying eyes on the wand, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped Luo Chen. Almost instinctively, he extended his fingers to gently caress the shaft of the wand. In an instant, as if awakened by his touch, the wand soared into the air and landed gracefully in his hand. A golden-red radiance blossomed from nothingness, cascading from the tip of the wand, enveloping the entire wand and flowing through Luo Chen's being. It was warm, yet not unpleasant, even replenishing a measure of the stamina and spirit he had previously expended. What is this? The wand harbored no stored information. However, the sheer magnitude of this transformation was enough to leave Luo Chen utterly astounded. In that fleeting moment, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Perhaps this truly is my destined wand. Chapter 52. The Arrival of the Minister of Magic. The golden red luminescence, however, was not without its cost. It drew upon the magical energy within Luo Chen. Thus, nearly 5 minutes passed before the radiance gradually receded, having consumed 15 units of his magical energy. It is worth noting that this amount equated to the magic of 5 level 2 entities. Consequently, Luo Chen instinctively pondered the implications of this wand. Not only was it extraordinary, but its consumption of energy was likely to be formidable. He unwittingly cast a spell, finding the flow of magical energy to be remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstruction. Although he had experienced a similar ease with Harry Potter's wand, the current wand felt far more attuned to him. Continuing to cast spells, he summoned a clear spring of water. A small water sphere, roughly the size of a bowl, materialized before him, consuming a fraction of his magical energy. As Luo Chen deftly maneuvered the wand, he realized that while the power had not increased and the energy expenditure remained constant, the sheer ease of control was exhilarating. Yes, it was control, enhanced control. In that moment, Luo Chen comprehended the true strength of this wand. Unlike the amplification of power found in Dumbledore's Elder Wand, this wand's emphasis on control and supportive enhancement was perfectly suited to him. After all, with his active magic bar granting a 50 increase in power, even if he could only embed extracted spells, the synergy with this wand made him feel that elevating his combat capability by a significant margin was well within reach. As for wandless magic, at least in that moment, Luo Chen mused, nothing could compare to the thrill of casting spells with this marvelous wand. He then endeavored to try the Transfiguration spell, a cornerstone of the Harry Potter universe. and found his control had indeed become markedly more refined. Previously, his mastery of transforming living beings had not been particularly flawless. While he could effectuate transformations, they were often fleeting or marred by imperfections. Yet now, he could effortlessly transmute a piece of paper into a yellow aureole, albeit lacking a touch of vitality. However, Luo Chen felt no disappointment, for he understood the difficulty of this spell, having expended 100 influence points to elevate it from level 1 to level 2 after consulting Professor McGonagall. As Luo Chen examined the remaining 2 objects in the box, one resembled an ancient scroll approximately 20 centimeters in length, with its rod crafted from the smooth and warm texture of sheep fat jade. However, due to the passage of time, the jade had taken on a yellowish hue. He attempted to unroll the scroll, but no matter how much force he exerted, it remained stubbornly sealed, as if an invisible force bound it tightly. Despite the scroll's delicate body being made of thin silk fabric, his efforts proved futile. Employing traditional methods, such as bloodletting, incantations, and infusing it with magical energy, yielded no success. Nevertheless, the sense of familiarity within him grew increasingly intense. The last item was a roll of parchment that exuded an air of antiquity, with vague vascular patterns that suggested it had been crafted directly from lambskin, albeit cut into a neat rectangle and bound with golden threads. This one, devoid of any extraneous information, was easily unwrapped by Luo Chen. Inside lay a fragmented illustration that, despite its rough style, unmistakably resembled a map. A part of it felt oddly familiar. Luo Chen stared at it for quite some time, and as he gripped the scroll, his hands trembled suddenly. Could this truly be real? How absurd! In the afternoon, the representatives from the Ministry of Magic arrived as scheduled. Luo Chen welcomed them in Tower 3. Taken aback by the attendees, not only was the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, present, but also Amos Diggory, whom he had met once before, the stern middle-aged Rufus Scrimgeour, and unexpectedly, Umbridge. They had been brought by Professor McGonagall, who mentioned she needed to notify Dumbledore before departing. Fudge, dressed in a black striped suit and a matching round hat, appeared somewhat aged, his eyes clouded. Upon their introduction, he bluntly stated, "I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic in Britain. You must be Mr. Bixar, if I recall correctly from our last encounter." He seemed eager to establish a rapport, yet his approach was clumsily timed, leading to an awkward pause in the conversation. Fortunately, Umbridge intervened, her voice still as delicate as ever, clad in a pink ensemble that Luo Chen found difficult to categorize. "Minister, perhaps we should sit down and discuss this further." This remark suggested a reversal of roles. In her eyes, Luo Chen was merely a child. Despite his ancestors having a pact with the ministry, it was also the ministry that had covered substantial medical expenses for him. They were not in a relationship of creditor and debtor, but rather one of equal partnership, or so she believed. Fudge nodded in agreement, while a chill ran down Luo Chen's spine. He had initially thought this character was merely a comedic foil to highlight Harry Potter's brilliance, but upon closer interaction, he realized that this woman was indeed quite insufferable. Even though she had merely uttered a single sentence, her haughty demeanor prompted Luo Chen to reflect that such arrogance could only manifest in Hogwarts. Otherwise, one might find themselves submerged in the depths of the river in no time. Having recently experienced a significant boost in his abilities, Luo Chen now brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that he could triumph over this woman. Thus, he could not allow their conversation to continue unchallenged and promptly interjected, "Minister Fudge, I must apologize for my oversight in not welcoming you properly. Please have a seat." With that, he disregarded the others and turned astride towards the reception area. Gazing at the brown leather sofa, Umbridge appeared contemplative. However, she refrained from speaking immediately. Once the introductions were made among the group, Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, he cast several lingering glances at Scrimgeour, honestly considering the man's unfortunate predicament. "You may bear the blame, but to remain so obstinate is quite telling. This is merely the great corrupt empire. We're the Dragon Kingdom. A mere application of Sun Tzu strategies could easily subdue or even annihilate Voldemort. As for the other background figure, Diggory, it was perhaps best left unmentioned. I wonder if anyone would like something to drink. I have plain water available." The others awaited further dialogue, yet Luo Chen chose not to elaborate any further. They sensed his assertive presence. Although he appeared merely a child, he was, after all, their creditor. "Ah, it matters not what we drink. We primarily wish for Fudge to be forthright." However, Luo Chen discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Umbridge and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a set of tea utensils flew from his bedroom, shimmering silver yet not of pure metal. Conjured by magic, guided by an invisible force, They gracefully settled before the group. The teapot and cups levitated and filled themselves with the clear water. Chapter 53. All belongs to my family. Fudge and the others exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Fudge subtly exchanged a glance with Scrimgeour, who nodded slightly, evidently having been instructed to observe Luo Chen. At this moment, Fudge comprehended that Luo Chen was indeed capable of wandless magic and was genuinely of the Bixir lineage. The legends held truth. Though it was merely a simple levitation charm, one must consider Luo Chen's age, only 12. What were they doing at his age? Likely engaging in mischief at Hogwarts with other children. Such talent was nothing short of terrifying. Please. Noticing the others' reluctance to take action, Luo Chen offered a gentle reminder. Fudge, embarrassed, reached for a cup, only to find the water within was cold. This is rather excessive. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the Minister of Magic, and his visit today was merely out of respect for Luo Chen's status as a creditor. From the moment he entered, he had maintained a sufficiently humble demeanor. Yet, Luo Chen's antics were perplexing. Was this a sign of disdain towards him? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression suddenly turned frigid, the shift abrupt and devoid of any pretense. Mr. Bickel, let us not squander each other's time. Yet, upon reflecting on the matter at hand, he found himself compelled to suppress his temper and continued, Today I have come to discuss the settlement of the relevant assets with the Bickel family. Upon uttering this, Umbridge deftly retrieved a document from her pink handbag, which evidently had been enchanted with an inconspicuous extension charm. The stack of documents she produced was quite substantial, measuring over half an inch in thickness. Although the parchment was of a robust quality, it was apparent to Locken that there were dozens of pages contained within. According to the agreement made with your family's ancestors, the Ministry of Magic has overseen the numerous wizarding enterprises under the Bickel family's domain, accruing profits that should serve as the Ministry's remuneration for its management services, thus facilitating its daily operations. Am I truly so shameless? No one of you are a politician. While he had heard a general account of the situation from Felch, the latter had conveyed it more in narrative form, lacking precision. Nevertheless, he discerned that the current Minister of Magic possessed certain commendable qualities, particularly in terms of audacity, a trait that Locken himself could scarcely rival. Fortunately, Locken had long since formed a preconceived notion about Fudge, rendering his expression inscrutable at this moment. He leaned forward, intending to take the documents and scrutinize them meticulously. Although he understood that the laws governing the wizarding world were undoubtedly less comprehensive than those of the Muggle realm, he felt it necessary to adopt the appropriate demeanor and ensure he identified at least a dozen discrepancies today. After all, he was the creditor. However, before his hand could even make contact, Fudge unexpectedly leaned forward, pressing his somewhat plump palm against the front of the documents. Before proceeding, it was imperative to inform Mr. Bickel of certain matters. Please go ahead. Locken, aware that a critical moment had arrived, obliged with a brief pause. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Magic in 1707, it had witnessed numerous ministers and endured 3 goblin rebellions and 2 dark wizard crises, among other significant troubles, compounded by the flourishing development of Muggle society in recent years. Fudge, taking a breath, turned to Locken and continued, currently, only a few shops in Diagon Alley and several small islands near the Black Sea Azkaban are still operational. These, too, are considered assets of your family. Umbridge, likely privy to the intricacies of the situation, maintained an air of arrogance, her chin held high. Had it not been the Minister of Magic speaking, she would have likely interjected eagerly. The twitching of her lips betrayed her impatience. As for Scrimgeour, he appeared utterly bewildered, having no standing in the matter. His presence today was merely the result of Fudge's sudden invitation. As for Diggory, he was best ignored, merely serving as a backdrop. Locken, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. With such a vast family and territory, you dare to suggest that only this little remains? What ein absurd ist. At first glance, the establishments mentioned by the other party, such as the small island near Azkaban, seem numerous. However, this impression arises merely from vague descriptions. More importantly, Lachlan has long been aware of the immense power once held by the Bickel family, as gleaned from an ancient map he acquired today. The territory that Fudge refers to pales in comparison, lacking even the 110 acres originally managed by the Ministry of Magic on behalf of the Bickel family. This implies that over the past 3 centuries, 910 acres have either been mismanaged or appropriated by the ministry. Nevertheless, Lachlan remains impassive, maintaining a stoic demeanor, akin to a mere observer, while his mind begins to strategize. Fudge furrows his brow. Having initially thought that dealing with the young Lachlan would be somewhat awkward, yet ultimately straightforward, considering his position as the Minister of Magic. He recalls that the houses were constructed later, meaning only the land belongs to Mr. Beichel and his family. Subsequently, Fudge lapses into silence, instinctively lifting his teacup for a sip, only to set it down midway as the tea has grown lukewarm. An abrupt stillness envelopes Tower 3. Thus, the purpose of Minister Fudge's visit today is to humiliate me? They had not anticipated Lachlan's sudden declaration. Mind you, our minister is a busy man, and finding time to meet with you signifies a considerable regard for the collaboration with the Beichel family. Umbridge interjects. Busy indeed? Should I then express my gratitude to Minister Fudge for taking time out of his schedule to meet with the child? Lachlan's tone is peculiar, suppressing a simmering fury. In an instant, his attitude towards the group shifts dramatically, revealing that his previous calm demeanor was merely a facade. Fudge, upon hearing this, breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he nearly misjudged the situation. After all, a child is still a child, especially one who has been in slumber for so many years. Umbridge, refrain from speaking out of turn, Fudge admonishes, to which Umbridge quickly complies, displaying no sign of disappointment, even exhibiting a hint of pride as she gestures towards Diggory. At that moment, Diggory, ensconced in the sofa, clutches his nearly empty teacup, wishing to remain unnoticed. It has become evident to me that Minister Fudge lacks sincerity. Lachlan states, as he slowly rises. I fear the minister is unaware that the first minister, Ulrich Gamp, once entered into a magical contract with our family. A magical contract? What do you mean by control? Scrimgeour, believing he had fulfilled his duties, now cannot contain himself. This matter touches upon the ministry's reputation, transcending Fudge's personal concerns. Furthermore, the emergence of the trace was initially grounded in considerations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which is a consensus. The task at hand is primarily overseen by the personnel from the Ministry of Magic's Auror Office, as once a young wizard goes awry or a predicament arises, the Ministry's forceful division stands head and shoulders above the rest. Chapter 54. Deceiving the Minister of Magic. Magical contract. Fudge was taken aback and softly repeated the phrase. Since assuming the role of minister, he had been privy to numerous secrets, which naturally set his focus apart from Scrimgeour's. The traces currently employed on underage wizards, referred to as magical contracts, are merely a rudimentary version of such agreements, barely qualifying as magical protocols. The rationale behind this is quite straightforward. The successive outbreaks of wars have inflicted significant losses upon the Ministry of Magic, resulting in the destruction or complete loss of countless invaluable documents and spells. To speak candidly, the Dark Lord Voldemort, who wreaked havoc over a decade ago, may appear formidable to some. Yet, in the context of over 2 centuries ago, he would have merely been regarded as a slightly more powerful dark wizard. Those capable of subduing him were not few, and at that time, a dozen or so competent wizards could easily be gathered from the British magical community. But what of the present? What? If Minister Fudge doubts this, then let him wait a moment. Lochan was pleased with Fudge's reaction, indicating that his gamble had paid off. Without awaiting further responses from the others, he retreated to his chamber, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging glances. Particularly, Scrimgeour seemed eager to inquire further, but Fudge merely uttered the word silencio, and he understood. Yet, his body tensed involuntarily, taking on a more serious demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Lochan emerged from the bedroom, gravely holding a parchment scroll made of sheepskin. This was the map he had just retrieved from the stone box that very morning. Fudge instinctively rose, followed closely by the others, while Umbridge maintained her indifferent expression. Fudge refrained from touching the sheepskin scroll, allowing Lochan to place it on the table. He scrutinized it intently, attempting to discern its contents. However, it was entwined with golden threads, and the scroll exhibited no fluctuations, though it certainly bore the marks of antiquity. The nature of the sheepskin paper indicated that it was often utilized for inscribing magical contracts, particularly those of an ancient and formidable nature. Ordinary paper simply could not withstand the magical rules contained within. Thus, unable to glean its secrets, he remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting Lochan's next words. Lochan took a deep breath, glanced at the background figure of Diggory, and remarked, I presume Minister Fudge brought Mr. Diggory along today concerning my spell? Lochan's abrupt shift in topic nearly startled Fudge. Nonetheless, he had indeed heard Diggory mention the matter, and bringing Diggory along today was certainly advantageous, considering their previous interactions. Mr. Bishar, are you implying? I wish to present this spell to the Ministry of Magic, offering it freely to contribute to the wizarding community. Well, I extend my gratitude to Mr. Bishar for his generosity. Even Fudge, for a moment, found himself perplexed by the sudden benevolence displayed by Lochan. Initially, he assumed that the unveiling of the magical scroll would inevitably lead to a threat. This was a clear tactic in negotiations aimed at establishing dominance. Moreover, Fudge had prepared a substantial price for today's discussions. What he had previously mentioned was merely a fraction of his true intentions. He believed he could secure greater benefits for the ministry, given that the Bishar family now had only one descendant left. This did not conflict with the myriad of emotions he had previously exhibited, whether it be helplessness, rigidity, or awkwardness. Every politician is a remarkable actor. However, with the presence of the magical contract, much of his prior preparation had been rendered futile. Thus, he was taken aback by Lochin's abrupt shift in conversation and the seemingly unwarranted bestowal of advantages. Indeed, thank you, Mr. Bishar. This makes our work at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures significantly easier, Diggory expressed, his face beaming with gratitude. He had not anticipated such unexpected delight in his otherwise mundane involvement. Yet, wasn't he this child in a coma for over a decade? It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. At that moment, a venerable voice, impossible to ignore, resonated from the direction of the door. Everyone turned to see Dumbledore entering, and they promptly rose to greet him. Once seated again, Dumbledore smiled warmly at Lochin, remaining silent, resembling an elder eager to hear a tale. Lochin's heart quickened. He had not expected Dumbledore's timely arrival, yet it was indeed pivotal. Esteemed guests, behold. Lochin raised his finger and gently stirred the air. Wisps of soft breezes coalesced from all directions, ultimately forming a small orb at his fingertip, while it appeared empty. Soon after, tendrils of pale pink smoke emanated from his right index finger, swiftly spreading outward. Initially, the smoke instinctively lunged toward Umbridge. However, under Lochin's forceful control, it veered sharply away, encircling the locations where Umbridge had previously stood within the Hall of Tower 3, coalescing into ethereal, pale pink silhouettes. What is this? Dumbledore's eyes flickered with surprise and intrigue, while Fudge and Scrimgeour, particularly the latter, could not restrain their astonishment. The smoke surged directly toward Umbridge, who, alarmed, instinctively cast a repelling charm, believing she was under attack. Yet, the smoke merely dispersed slightly before quickly converging again, ensnaring her before she could utter another spell. Of course, Umbridge managed to escape the smoke's grasp, leaving behind a faint pink silhouette in her place. What sort of spell is this? Scrimgeour could no longer contain himself. He was acutely aware of the troubles this spell would alleviate if propagated among the Aurors, and the immense convenience it would bring. At that moment, Diggory aptly elucidated that this was the very spell Mr. Bishar had proposed to freely bestow upon the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Diggory was indeed correct. The spell bore the name Capture the Wind and Seize the Shadows. With a smile, Lochin dispelled the magic, allowing the mist to dissipate naturally. He then tapped his right temple and continued, "This has directly emerged from my memory, and I now comprehend why my family fell into decline over 2 centuries ago." What? Fudge exclaimed. Given his arrival, he had conducted extensive research related to Lochin, and even Dumbledore, upon hearing this revelation, instinctively straightened his posture. All of this stemmed from a magical experiment wherein they endeavored to seal ancient memories directly within the family's bloodline, akin to a blood curse, enabling descendants to swiftly recall and wield related magic, thereby possessing greater talents. Unfortunately, this experiment ultimately failed, nearly leading the Bishar family to vanish from the annals of history. Lochin's face was etched with a sense of melancholy. At that moment, he felt as if he were possessed by an eminent actor. Failed. Yet everything that transpired before their eyes suggested otherwise. How could the Bishar family be deemed a failure? It was, in fact, a resounding success. So astonishing that they suddenly felt a sense of relief that the Bishar family had faltered at that time. Otherwise, it would have been truly terrifying. "I am but a half-formed entity," Lochin mused, slightly turning his head to gently caress the parchment laid upon the table. "Even though I am aware that it contains a magical contract, and that opening it would compel its enforcement, I have not inherited the effects or contents recorded therein. Thus, I maintain that I am at best a half-formed being. What is erroneous about that?" Chapter 55, Dumbledore's Support. At this point, Fudge was utterly speechless. Was Lochin truly speaking the truth? He could not ascertain, yet he also dared not refute it. As minister, he understood the terrifying secrets concealed within the Department of Mysteries and was acutely aware that an uncontrollable magical contract could inflict severe damage upon the entire ministry. While it sounded rather preposterous, the notes of past ministers contained numerous references to such matters. Moreover, once this magical contract was unraveled, the target would most likely be none other than the current Minister of Magic himself, a consequence he was unwilling to bear. He merely wished to navigate his term with tranquility. Thus, at this moment, he finally grasped Locken's intent. This was still a threat. However, Locken had taken an elaborate detour to present evidence formidable enough to instill trepidation. Nevertheless, Fudge found himself grappling with a dilemma. Did this mean he had to relinquish all his prior preparations and surrender everything he had? What he previously asserted was indeed accurate. At that time, he acquired assets from the Bishar family, which had suffered considerable damage during numerous wars. However, the remaining holdings, if properly managed, could still yield substantial benefits for the Ministry of Magic annually. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Fudge instinctively cast his gaze towards Dumbledore, seeking some enlightenment from him. He believed that, as the most distinguished white wizard of the late 20th century, Dumbledore's prowess was indisputable, even if it might evoke a twinge of envy within him. Not even the collective silence of the Obliviators from the Department of Mysteries could rival the wisdom of this 110-year-old sage. Dumbledore scrutinized the parchment for a moment before slowly declaring, "This is genuine. However, I cannot authenticate it." He added a further comment. Yet, this utterance left Luo Chen somewhat astonished. He had no intention of meandering through convoluted explanations. But Dumbledore's sudden involvement necessitated a rationale that could withstand scrutiny and serve as a prelude to the formidable abilities and peculiarities he would later unveil. He aimed to ensure that the Elder would not act against him out of suspicion before he had fully matured into a force capable of opposing him. Little did he anticipate that Dumbledore would so openly support him. It seemed his contingency plans were unnecessary, which was quite fortuitous. At least in this matter, Fudge held Dumbledore in the highest esteem. He dared not hesitate further and stated directly, in that case, with Dumbledore present, "Let us continue our previous discussion regarding the assets belonging to the Bishar family. We shall not withhold even a fraction. Of course, this is merely a portion, as other matters indeed present considerable challenges." Noticing Luo Chen's gaze fixated on the thick stack of documents on the table, Fudge hastily added, gesturing to Umbridge to continue retrieving the necessary files for corroboration. However, she seemed somewhat distracted, casting a resentful glare at Luo Chen, as if concocting something in her mind. With a sharp clap, a letter soared from the bedroom, landing in Fudge's hands under Luo Chen's command. He continued, "Minister Fudge, consider my young age. I request that the Ministry of Magic temporarily manage the remaining assets of the Bishar family, aside from what we have just discussed. Naturally, I will not be providing any additional remuneration. By the way, the letter contains some of my other conditions. After all, we both understand the true value of those assets." This time, Luo Chen was quite forthright. Fudge instinctively furrowed his brow, but upon glancing at the parchment on the table, which likely contained a magical contract, he suppressed his displeasure, opened the letter, and began to read its contents. After finishing, he looked at Luo Chen with a hint of astonishment. "Mr. Bishar, what you have written here." Fudge did not respond immediately, but took a sip of the water on the table. Although it remained cool, the taste that met his lips was distinctly different this time. It was not that Luo Chen's conditions were impossible to fulfill. Rather, they seemed overly simplistic. Thus, he instinctively harbored doubts about whether Luo Chen had ulterior motives. However, upon further reflection, considering Luo Chen's tender age, any ambitions he might possess would likely be challenging to realize. With proper guidance over the years, even if Luo Chen aspired to the esteemed position of Minister of Magic by the time he was deemed qualified and capable, his own tenure would have long since concluded, leaving no conflict of interest. As for any potential future complications or hidden dangers, they were of no concern to him. With this thought, Fudge was already inclined to acquiesce. Of course, there was another reason for his decision. Luo Chen had seemingly devised a trap that compelled them all to engage. Yet upon closer inspection, this trap revealed numerous flaws. He could effortlessly extricate himself and observe Luo Chen's antics from the sidelines. Nonetheless, this also underscored Luo Chen's intellect. Although it surpassed that of his peers, it undeniably required further refinement. In light of these considerations, the sentiments expressed in Luo Chen's letter were indeed heartfelt. Given this, why refuse? It was at that moment that Umbridge caught sight of the letter in Fudge's hand, her eyes darting about as she exclaimed, "Minister, I believe the contents of this." "Silence. This is not your place to speak." Fudge interjected sharply, his demeanor shifting dramatically. He was no fool. From Luo Chen's prior demeanor, it was evident that the young man harbored a distinctly unfavorable view of Umbridge, even tinged with palpable disdain. Thus, it was imperative to prevent her from creating a disturbance at that juncture. A gentle push in the right direction was all that was needed. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the magical contract, casting a shadow over his thoughts, The rewards and benefits reaped from this endeavor would have far exceeded the outcomes of his plans over the past few days. Fudge then rose and extended his hand toward Luo Chen. In that case, I agree to all the conditions laid out. Let us embark on this collaboration, Mr. Bishar. Of course. Thus, a temporary pause could be affixed to all matters at hand. After Luo Chen drafted a method for studying the elusive wind-catching spell, Fudge and the others took their leave. Luo Chen stood alongside Dumbledore at the grand oak door, watching as Fudge's group departed. Thank you for your assistance, Headmaster. For what? Dumbledore inquired with a gentle smile. Luo Chen shook his head, replying, I must express my gratitude to you. Otherwise, the events of today could not have concluded so smoothly. It was not until they reached the staircase in the first-floor hall that Dumbledore suddenly halted, addressing Luo Chen, who was about to seek out Filch with a question. Mr. Bishar, are you familiar with the phrase, let sleeping dragons lie? Luo Chen certainly understood the phrase. Yet the momentary look of confusion on his face confirmed to Dumbledore a significant truth. Luo Chen indeed possessed memories inherited from his ancestors. Although Luo Chen felt somewhat bewildered, he instinctively nodded in affirmation. With a beaming smile, Dumbledore playfully winked, summoning the spiral staircase upon which the stone creature rode, ascending straight to the 8th floor. Luo Chen walked to the door of Filch's office, only to be jolted back to reality, his mouth suddenly parched. Could it be that the Bishar family had some connection to Hogwarts? This seemed far-fetched. Chapter 56, Greetings, Hermione. The Ministry of Magic acted swiftly, implementing the terms of the agreement the very next day as per Luo Chen's stipulations. Thus commenced his industrious life filled with work. Though somewhat exhausting, he derived immense pleasure from it. Through the ministry's channels, Luo Chen witnessed a remarkable surge in his influence. If all went well, in just a few days, he would be able to muster the resolve to elevate the Transfiguration spell to level 3. On July 31st, dressed in a casual blue denim ensemble, Luo Chen stood before the door of a pristine, minimalist 2-story white house in London. He raised his hand and pressed the brass doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, accompanied by the exuberant voice of a youthful girl. Hurry up, they must be here. All right, Hermione. You go and open the door, came a boy's voice. Moments later, the front door swung open to reveal a girl clad in a white wool shirt and gray trousers. Her hair tousled yet charming, with a delicate, lovely face. However, upon seeing the visitor, her expression froze, the smile fading as she tilted her head to glance behind Luo Chen, expecting to see someone else. When she found no one, disappointment washed over her, and she lowered her head, turning to leave. Yet, she did not forget to extend a courtesy, saying, You must be here to see my father about a dental appointment, right? You'll have to wait a moment. You can sit over there. The Granger couple were dentists, running their practice from home, accessible through another entrance. Luo Chen, however, felt a twinge of reluctance. What did this mean? Was his charm not enough? After all, he was one of the most handsome individuals at Hogwarts. The disappointment on her face was rather blatant. Wasn't Hermione supposed to be the intellectual backbone of the group? Or was her emotional intelligence? Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen prepared to introduce himself, just as Mrs. Granger, clad in a beige loungewear, emerged from the living room with Mr. Granger, who was dressed in an elegant suit. Upon seeing Luo Chen, they too assumed he was there for a dental visit. Mrs. Granger embraced the somewhat disheartened Hermione, while Mr. Granger stepped forward to offer an explanation, apologetically stating, Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but we aren't accepting patients this morning. If it's all right, could you perhaps return in the afternoon? If I'm not mistaken, the guest you were waiting for is indeed me, Luo Chen replied. The Granger couple exchanged incredulous glances, confirming with Luo Chen. You're a teacher from Hogwarts? This is one of the fruits of his endeavors over the past month, as well as a new condition established with the Ministry of Magic. After all, as a time traveler, Luo Chen found little appeal in attending classes alongside those young children. He preferred the role of a teaching assistant, which brought him greater satisfaction. Of course, Luo Chen could confidently assert that his interest in the superior accommodations at Tower 3 was purely coincidental. Initially, he believed that the most challenging hurdle would be Albus Dumbledore. Hence, he planned to secure a temporary position within the ministry, akin to a senior investigator similar to Umbridge's later involvement at Hogwarts. However, being young, this position was merely temporary, lacking any substantial authority, and he was designated as a junior investigator. Yet, this was sufficient for Luo Chen, and he promptly sought out Dumbledore. If the latter were to decline, Luo Chen would devise alternative strategies. There was no possibility of him attending as a student. It was not that Luo Chen held any disdain for the four houses. Each possessed its own merits, leaving him in a quandary. Moreover, the role of a teaching assistant promised a far more relaxed and enjoyable experience, along with greater opportunities to accrue influence. As a student, one would be obliged to adhere to Hogwarts regulations, attending classes punctually, which would consume a considerable amount of time and disrupt Luo Chen's meticulously crafted plans. However, to his surprise, when he presented this idea to Dumbledore, the latter immediately consented, even appearing somewhat eager. Consequently, Luo Chen's carefully prepared arguments remained unspoken, as he was whisked away to the headmaster's office and treated to an abundance of sweets. After this unexpected scene flashed in his mind, Luo Chen suddenly recalled something. He reached into his inner pocket and produced a small gift box wrapped in blue paper. The box, resting in the palm of his hand, was scarcely larger than a ladybug. The Granger couple looked on in bewilderment. It certainly resembled a gift box, but its diminutive size was puzzling. Before their confusion could dissipate, Luo Chen drew his wand and, with a gentle tap on the box, silently lifted the shrinking charm that had been cast upon it. The box returned to its original size, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length and width, and 20 centimeters in height, appearing abruptly before Mr. and Mrs. Granger, as well as Hermione. Their faces reflected surprise and disbelief, while Hermione's eyes widened with curiosity, instinctively approaching Luo Chen but still clutching her mother's dress tightly. Could it be true that wizards existed in this world? This revelation certainly spared Luo Chen considerable trouble. Once seated in the living room, before he could utter a word, Hermione eagerly inquired, "Excuse me, esteemed wizard, may I open this gift box?" "Hermione, let's not be impolite." Mrs. Granger gently chided her daughter, feigning displeasure. Luo Chen nodded, entirely unfazed. "Certainly, allow me to introduce myself. I am Loxing Bishar, but you may simply call me Luo Chen, as I am but an assistant and not a teacher." The subsequent remarks may have escaped Hermione's attention. Once granted permission, but she eagerly dashed to the table, swiftly unwrapping the gift box to reveal its contents: a dictionary and a brownish-yellow paper package. The Granger couple, initially intent on engaging Luo Chen in lively conversation, found themselves momentarily perplexed by these items. If memory serves correctly, the dictionary, adorned with a crimson cover, should be inscribed with Hua Xiaowen. Originally, the cover was meant to be a light blue, yet Luo Chen, favoring the shade of Ashangan, employed a transformation spell to alter its hue. Thus, it could indeed be considered a magical artifact, or so Luo Chen believed. Of course, he had no intention of jesting with the Granger couple or Hermione. The true gift he had prepared for Hermione lay further within the package, so he naturally hoped she might glean inspiration from the dictionary. This would render his subsequent arrangements less awkward. Chapter 57, The Night Bus. Hermione, too, found herself puzzled as to why Luo Chen would gift her a dictionary seemingly devoid of utility. Was this a language she must master upon entering Hogwarts? Pondering this, she turned to the first page of the dictionary, only to find a blank sheet, upon which written had inscribed several Chinese characters. "Outstanding wisdom and intelligence are humanity's greatest treasures." The text, rendered in vibrant red, was quite conspicuous. Hermione scrutinized it a couple of times, unable to decipher its meaning, for she was merely an 11-year-old girl. With a tinge of disappointment, she continued to flip through the pages, ultimately concluding that the dictionary was indeed quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. Luo Chen observed in silence, having done all he could. Now it was up to Hermione to seize the opportunity. He noted the disappointment etched on the young girl's face, and, with a flick of his wand directed at the paper package, he gently cast a spell, causing it to transform into a tin box brimming with an assortment of candies, oddly reminiscent of the tin box atop Dumbledore's desk. Granger Mr. observed the design, initially awestruck by the magic, but was interrupted when Granger Mrs. discreetly pulled him back, seemingly admonishing him not to embarrass themselves before their teacher, as if they had never encountered such wonders. Luo Chen, however, remained somewhat bewildered, thinking to himself, no wonder he fails to appreciate these delights. These are some specialties of the wizarding world, and you ought to give them a try. The lid of the tin box detached itself, revealing a plethora of candies within: toffees, fizzing Whizbees, bubblegum, peppermint toads, ice mice, and toad-shaped mint ice cream. Luo Chen had brought in abundance, feeling that the variety surpassed even that of Dumbledore's confectionery. Some of them appeared to be animated, almost as if they possessed life. Are these truly moving? Granger Mr. observed closely, arriving at the conclusion that, as both dentists, their understanding and perception of candies differed somewhat from the average person's. Hermione, however, was quite different. Upon receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, she was filled with an insatiable curiosity to explore this enchanting new world. eager to encounter the marvelous wizards and the unique wonders of the wizarding realm. Therefore, this naive young girl remained blissfully unaware of the darker, more exclusionary aspects of the wizarding society. Naturally, Lucian had come today to impart some essential knowledge to Hermione, aiming to mitigate the potential troubles and conflicts she might face in the early days of her journey. After a brief exchange, Lucian found himself inundated with an array of questions, predominantly from Miss Granger, who, despite Lucian's corrections, stubbornly insisted on referring to him as Sir Wizard. After nearly 2 hours, the clock struck 10 in the morning, and Lucian finally took his leave from the Granger household. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow morning, I will return to escort you to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary items for Miss Granger's schooling. Standing at the threshold, he bid farewell to each member of the Granger family with a handshake. Thank you for your kindness. The family's manners were impeccable. Even the previously exuberant Hermione joined her parents in expressing their gratitude. They remained at the door, quietly observing as Lucian walked along the roadside, drawing his wand and pointing it skyward, initially expecting to witness yet another marvel of the wizarding world. They were surprised to find that Lucian did not vanish but remained standing there. A full 10 seconds passed. Despite the sun shining brightly overhead, Lucian felt a sudden chill breeze sweep past him. To be honest, it was somewhat awkward, and he inwardly grumbled about Stan Park, wondering why he was so slow today, causing him such embarrassment. This sentiment was not out of place, given that Lucian stood at a bus stop, although this stop was quite close to the Granger residence. He couldn't help but think how advantageous it would have been had he committed to learning apparition from the outset. How splendid it would be to exhibit his charm. As a newly appointed teaching assistant at Hogwarts, Lucian was free to roam the library without restraint. However, due to his personal plans, he had been selectively using his influence points, reserving everything else until he could elevate his transfiguration spell to level 3. Currently, his influence points had reached 225, a considerable increase compared to before, though still somewhat lacking in comparison to confronting a certain Voldemort. Nevertheless, after more than a month of effort, he had finally attained this level, riding the wave of excitement from the Daily Prophet's coverage. He had yet to utilize the lottery chances accumulated over the past month, saving them for today. Fortunately, that troublesome Stan Park had finally arrived. A loud yet not jarring honk echoed from the distance, drawing the Granger family's attention to a particularly narrow double-decker bus. As if by magic, it appeared from the far end of their line of sight and came to a steady halt in front of Lucian. The doors swung open, and Stan Park greeted Lucian enthusiastically. "Mr. Bishar, it is indeed you. I knew it." Then, the night bus suddenly sprang to life, vanishing before the Granger family like a fleeting apparition. This wizarding world truly keeps pace with the times. After a moment, Mr. Granger uttered a heartfelt remark. Mrs. Granger smiled, saying nothing, while Hermione gazed in the direction where the bus had disappeared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She could hardly contain her eagerness to visit Hogwarts, to explore the Diagon Alley described by the wizard, yearning for so much more. The magical bus finally came to a halt in front of the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. 12 Sickles, Sam Park, you're becoming increasingly avaricious. As he prepared to disembark, Luo Chen retrieved a gold galleon from his pocket, alongside 12 Sickles. We must also pay for our meal, mustn't we? It's rare to encounter a patron as generous as you. Sam Park chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on the galleon in Luo Chen's hand. There was no doubt that Luo Chen was the most lavish passenger he had ever met, as Luo Chen always tipped generously, providing him with many conveniences. The appearance of the galleon in Luo Chen's hand was unmistakably significant. Originally, I intended to pay you a full galleon, but since you arrived particularly late today, I'm quite displeased, so this will suffice. With that, Luo Chen pocketed the galleon while the Sickles flew directly towards Sam Park. The latter let out a dramatic wail, performing a comical display, yet refrained from further requests. No sooner had Luo Chen stepped off the bus than the night bus swiftly vanished from his sight as he prepared to enter the Leaky Cauldron. Suddenly, he spotted 2 figures approaching from afar, one tall and robust, the other small and frail, a head shorter than himself. It was Hagrid. What a fortunate coincidence. The one accompanying him must be Harry Potter. Chapter 58, A New Style at the Leaky Cauldron. Luo Chen waited at the entrance. Hello, Luo Chen, have you completed your task? Among the professors and staff at Hogwarts, aside from Filch, only Hagrid appeared genuinely pleased about Luo Chen becoming a teaching assistant. The others either showed indifference or had ulterior motives. I have completed it. After all, being a newcomer, I took on a task, and there aren't too many young wizards from Muggle families this year. Luo Chen casually conversed with Hagrid, smoothly steering the conversation toward Harry Potter. This is Harry, whom I mentioned before. Harry Potter. Hagrid joyfully introduced Harry. This is our new assistant at Hogwarts, Luo Bishar. Harry Potter appeared visibly nervous, having spent over a decade in such an environment, uncertain of how to greet Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled as he took a few steps forward, extending his right hand toward Harry. The latter quickly grasped it. Luo Chen, you may simply call me Luo Chen. I'm not that much older than you. Oh, Harry, you can just call me Harry, sir. Certainly, I have heard your tale, particularly in the company of Hagrid. Lorcan feigned an expression of resignation. Yet, upon hearing these words, Harry Potter cast a glance toward Hagrid, imbued with a greater sense of reliance. Strictly speaking, when a stranger suddenly appears in your life and declares you to be a wizard, even asserting that your parents were wizards as well, one would naturally harbor some skepticism, reluctant to leave with this unfamiliar individual and unlikely to feel any sense of dependence. However, this peculiar circumstance befell Harry Potter, which can only attest to the fact that his existence with the Dursleys was indeed fraught with hardship. At this moment, it seemed that Hagrid was oblivious to this reality. Undoubtedly, he executed his role flawlessly. His kindness toward Harry Potter appeared to be an intrinsic part of his very being. Such sentiment is quite delicate. The trio did not linger at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, instead pushing through the grand door in succession. Inside, the decor had undergone a remarkable transformation since Lorcan's initial visit with Hagrid. All unnecessary partitions had been dismantled. The once drab cement gray walls were now freshly painted a brilliant white. Complementing this, the elegant and opulent brass chandelier that hung from the center of the ceiling rendered the tavern almost unrecognizable. No longer were there the dilapidated, grime-encrusted long tables. Instead, patrons found themselves seated at square tables capable of accommodating 4 to 8 guests. This arrangement promised an enhanced dining experience, and within the establishment, 6 square tables had been arranged, 5 of which were already occupied, some by solitary individuals, others by small clusters of friends engaged in quiet conversation. The wizards frequenting this venue might not have changed much, yet they appeared more mindful of their attire, presenting themselves in a manner considerably neater than usual. At least for Harry Potter, this initial encounter with the wizarding world was relatively pleasant. Although there lingered a sense of its backwardness compared to the outside world, the classical charm was palpably intensified and more profound. As soon as Lorcan entered, the venerable Tom had already taken notice, momentarily sidestepping a wizard adorned with a purple turban with whom he had been conversing. He maneuvered around the counter, making his way toward Lorcan. "Mr. Bixby, you have arrived." "Oh," and Hagrid, Tom greeted warmly, then turned to Lorcan, stating, "Sir, your room has been reserved for you. Do you intend to stay here tonight?" Lorcan nodded, replying, "A new batch of students will soon be entering Hogwarts. Prior to that, I have numerous matters to attend to, as assigned by Professor Dumbledore. How have you managed with the tasks I entrusted to you?" "Indeed, I have not dared to delay your instructions for even a moment. Moreover, these are but minor tasks. Would you care to see the results?" "Not necessary. Please have them delivered to my room." "Of course." Tom bowed his head respectfully. Hagrid observed this exchange with surprise, for it had been quite some time since he last visited, particularly after Lorcan had procured an ancient Chinese cookbook for him from an unknown source a fortnight prior. He spent his days in his small room immersed in research, for the recipe had yet to be translated into English, necessitating his reliance on a dictionary for painstaking translations. Thus, he remained unaware of the events transpiring between the two of them. However, were it within his purview, he would advise Lockhart against forming too intimate a bond with old Tom. After all, while the latter was undoubtedly a rogue, he was by no means a virtuous individual. Although their relationship was amicable, it was predicated upon Hagrid's numerous collaborations with old Tom, sharing mutual interests and possessing sufficient self-defense capabilities, allowing him to remain unconcerned about any malevolent intentions from old Tom. Lockhart, on the other hand, was a different case. Despite having heard of Lockhart's victories over several upperclassmen, the prowess of students within the academy could hardly compare to that of seasoned wizards who had navigated the wizarding world for years. Thus, he contemplated waiting for a moment to offer some cautionary advice to Lockhart. "That will suffice." Lockhart expressed his satisfaction. "And old Tom, there is no need for such deference towards me. We are merely partners in this endeavor, not superior and subordinate. I have never been fond of the Ministry of Magic's protocols. However, the Leaky Cauldron is your establishment. No, to be precise, the land beneath the Leaky Cauldron belongs to the Bixhall family, which, back in the year 1500, was generously donated to Madame Daisy Dorritch, the founder of the Leaky Cauldron. Thus, the Leaky Cauldron rightfully belongs to all in the wizarding community, and certainly to you, as you are its proprietor." Lockhart's voice, not too loud yet distinctly audible, caught the attention of several nearby wizards, some of whom, more enthusiastic than others, began to applaud and voice their agreement. The historical significance of the leaky cauldron was indeed unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Old Tom felt a profound sense of relief. It was not that he was particularly avaricious. In truth, the leaky cauldron had not amassed considerable wealth in the past. Rather, Old Tom cherished this vocation, for he had nowhere else to turn. Meanwhile, Hagrid and Harry Potter, standing to the side, were utterly astonished. Harry, having endured a less than stellar life himself, fared somewhat better than Hagrid, who was hearing such revelations for the first time, a man who seldom read the Daily Prophet. Hagrid was quite out of touch with the prevailing currents of the wizarding world. Despite his friendship with Lockhart and their frequent exchanges, he had never delved deeply into Lockhart's background. Hagrid attempted to articulate something, yet his mind buzzed with confusion. He struggled to form a coherent thought. Lockhart offered a rueful smile and shook his head gently. He patted Hagrid's arm reassuringly and said, "Hagrid, I know what you wish to convey, but please, do not forget that we are friends. If you are curious about the intricacies of this matter, we could discuss it at length later. But for now, don't you have more pressing matters to attend to?" With that, he cast a pointed glance at Harry Potter. Chapter 59. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Hagrid's voice was naturally loud. Even in a whisper, his words resonated throughout the entire hall, clear to all present. The sounds within the grand hall gradually diminished until they were utterly silenced. However, his attention had been fixated on Luo Chen, causing him to overlook it initially. Potter? Harry Potter? Old Tom's eyes widened in astonishment. In that instant, the other patrons in the hall seemed to be reawakened, several of them rising from their tables and making their way towards this direction. Indeed, it was Mr. Harry Potter. Is it truly him? The voices of the customers dwindled, evidently hesitant to speak further as fear of Voldemort loomed over them. "Oh, Mr. Potter, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you. I am." In an instant, Harry Potter became the focal point of the hall. The commotion he stirred surpassed that of Luo Chen by several magnitudes, considering Luo Chen's previous popularity. Fudge understood how to curry favor with Luo Chen as well. Thus, aside from the initial skepticism from a few reporters led by Rita Skeeter when Luo Chen first became Hogwarts assistant, subsequent news about him had been more positive. For instance, the prices of herbs at the apothecary had decreased, the leaky cauldron underwent renovations, and Scrimgeour from the Auror office publicly praised Luo Chen in the Daily Prophet. This gradually familiarized most wizards with Luo Chen's presence and acknowledged his role as Hogwarts assistant. However, the recognition was primarily among parents. Of course, there were some controversies during this period. Despite Luo Chen's clear statements that he would not take on a teaching position at Hogwarts or engage in teaching duties, many parents still expressed doubts about his capabilities, leading to unwarranted concerns about the entire Hogwarts educational system. Naturally, there were conspirators at play. Not long after, the very Rita Skeeter who had once targeted him released a report in the Daily Prophet, claiming that, according to insiders, the ongoing educational reforms at Hogwarts were entirely advocated by Luo Chen. Once this report surfaced, the previous dissatisfaction and skepticism dissipated significantly. Some even took the initiative to send letters to Hogwarts, expressing their recognition and praise for the institution. These changes seemed utterly absurd, yet they undeniably transpired. Otherwise, Luo Chen could not have garnered such a significant influence in such a short span of time. However, this also resulted in a drastic decline in his image among the student body. Originally, young wizards from wizarding families did not take the matter of informing their parents to heart, especially with the attached report cards, which became the best evidence for parents to compare with one another, particularly among so-called pure-blood families. Those with good grades certainly enjoyed a life of ease and pleasure, while those with poor grades faced dire consequences. Yet, it was evident that none of this compared to Harry Potter, who had not graced the wizarding world in a decade. To better protect her, Luo Chen could only accompany Hagrid in escorting Harry Potter away from the leaky cauldron. Standing at the periphery of the crowd, the wizard adorned with a purple scarf found himself unable to approach Harry Potter for a closer encounter. As they entered Diagon Alley, Locken observed a gentle smile gracing Harry's face, clearly reveling in the attention he garnered from the masses, relishing the feeling of being esteemed. In that moment, Harry's sense of belonging to the wizarding world surged to new heights. However, despite the questions swirling in his mind, he chose to remain silent, perhaps sensing that the moment was not ripe for inquiry. In a striking parallel to the original narrative, Hagrid prepared to escort Harry to his family's vault. Initially, Locken had no intention of following, but a thought concerning the man in the purple scarf from the leaky cauldron suddenly sparked in his mind, and a sly smile crept across his lips as a new idea took root. What transpired thereafter closely mirrored the events depicted in the original tale, with one notable exception, the presence of Lochen. Upon encountering Lochen, the goblin in charge of Gringotts welcomed him with unmistakable warmth. Thus, instead of the customary guide, it was this chief goblin who personally led the group into the vault. Seizing the opportunity, Lochen activated the log section of his system, which often intruded upon his fervor for learning with unwelcome reminders. He spent 10 influence points to engage the system's built-in silent mode. Upon inspection, he discovered that since his first encounter with Harry Potter, he had accrued a total of 9 influence points, with this latest meeting contributing a generous 5. Truly, the protagonist was akin to a cash cow. Although the sum was modest, such treatment would have been inconceivable with anyone else, as exemplified by Fred and George, from whom he had derived not even a modicum of influence after disrupting their plans. Lochen, having engaged in numerous battles of wits with the system, surmised that it was the goblin's personal attention that bestowed upon Harry a sense of significance. Unlike before, while Lochen now regarded the goblin race with a blend of curiosity and a slight trepidation, he instinctively perceived this as a form of official endorsement. The wizards, though equally enthusiastic, were merely ordinary individuals. The official attention lavished upon him signified a validation from the powers that be. All this was orchestrated by Lochen himself, naturally leading to a portion of the influence points being allocated to him. To be fair, real estate remains real estate. Even though Lochen believed himself to be among the wealthiest individuals in the British wizarding community, his available cash flow was limited to the contents of Vault 985. Thus, when he laid eyes upon the Potter family's mound of gold, he felt a pang of envy. Of course, given his resilient character, he wouldn't usually succumb to such feelings. But after weeks of nearly daily breakfasts consisting of potatoes, he was, understandably, a normal person experiencing an overproduction of gastric acid. As the journey continued, Lochen found himself increasingly perplexed. They unexpectedly found themselves once more at Vault 713, and Hagrid again retrieved a package from within. Aside from the differing color of the cloth wrapping, it bore no distinction from the previous one. What could this signify? Luo Chen was suddenly plunged into contemplation. The world's corrective force? Surely not. That would be utterly absurd, more ludicrous than his status as a prominent figure in the wizarding community. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. First, the Philosopher's Stone within Vault 713 was merely a forgery, intentionally cast by Dumbledore to capture attention. Chapter 60, Divination. Second, the stone was genuine, but this instance was the only authentic one. The last time they had retrieved a counterfeit. The rationale likely stemmed from Dumbledore's probing, especially since Luo Chen had incapacitated a member of the Order of the Phoenix upon his awakening. Although Luo Chen insisted he was unaware, it was implausible that Dumbledore and the others would genuinely believe him. Thus, a test was understandably warranted. After extraction, Hagrid solemnly advised the two to keep this matter confidential, instructing that no one should speak of it. However, his booming voice was so loud that even the head of the goblin, Goat, could hear him clearly. Luo Chen engaged in a conversation with Goat, and as they spoke, the topic shifted to his divination skills. Goat expressed great interest. Despite being a goblin, his lineage was intertwined with the Bishar family, and he was eager to witness Luo Chen demonstrate his divination prowess. After all, the Bishar family shone like stars in that era. Perhaps this divination technique held extraordinary effects. Luo Chen, with a hint of reluctance, mentioned the idea of revealing secrets of the heavens, akin to a wandering sorcerer's excuse. Yet, after some deliberation, he acquiesced. He retrieved 3 copper coins from his pocket. Goat, as the head goblin of Gringotts, had acquired considerable experience over the years. Squinting, he examined the coins and confirmed that the inscriptions were in ancient Chinese script. Meanwhile, Hagrid instinctively read aloud, Kai Yuan Tong Bao. Then, with a flash of thought, he mused, Luo Chen. Could this be another treasure you mentioned obtaining from the Muggle community across from Charing Cross? Indeed, Luo Chen gleefully fidgeted with the 3 coins. No one could deny that Chinese civilization is the only great civilization in the world that has maintained a complete legacy for thousands of years. Even Goat, along with Harry Potter, who was hearing this for the first time, looked on with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Luo Chen's explanation. While even the little cart they sat on slowed by 30%. There was no helping it. Memories of that portion of divination knowledge surfaced in his mind. And it was indeed with such tools that it was conducted. They claimed that the Chinese nation was a wondrous land. Well, let us save the details for another time, as there is much to discuss about these remarkable treasures. The others quietly observed, though they inwardly felt that this likely held little utility. Hagrid and Goat possessed a profound understanding of prophecy and divination, recognizing that such arts are not only intricate, but also require innate talent. Mastery of certain techniques does not guarantee flawless predictions. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was undeterred, his hands deftly calculating as he recited the divination. Thunder on the mountain. The upper being Zhen and the lower being General Jin represents the mountain, while Zhen signifies thunder. The sound of thunder resounds atop the mountain, its echo surpassing the ordinary. Hence it is termed small over. Observing his demeanor, one might liken him to a seasoned fortune teller. As his calculations hastened, the small cart inched ever closer to the exit of the ancient vault beneath Gringotts. Suddenly, Luo Chen's brow furrowed. "My dear goat, it appears that the Goblin Bank is destined to encounter a minor calamity," he warned, the term calamity indicating impending troubles. Nevertheless, he offered several thoughtful affirmations. Luo Chen did not elaborate further, merely uttering the number 713. This left Goat even more perplexed, if not incredulous. The 713 vault is empty. Not even a mouse resides within. Moreover, it is situated deep within the extensive subterranean vaults of Gringotts. Who could possibly breach such depths? Thus, the matter of the divination dissipated without resolution, at least from Hagrid and Harry Potter's perspective. Upon exiting Gringotts, they busily procured various items that Harry required. While Luo Chen inspected the establishment that had once wronged him, a shop selling luggage and tents enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. He later discovered that the land beneath this shop also belonged to the Bickel family, though it was currently managed by the Greenglass family. Consequently, when Luo Chen followed procedure to ascertain the landlord's transfer rights, the shopkeeper's face turned ashen upon realizing Luo Chen's intentions. However, Luo Chen chose not to press him too hard. Business, after all, is a matter of profit and loss, and he felt justified in this regard. Each time he visited Diagon Alley, he could not resist wandering about, listening to a few flattering remarks. It is worth noting that Luo Chen did not oversee the construction of the buildings above, remaining the landlord, primarily because the combined area of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley was not extensive. The structures above, relying on magic, could be swiftly erected or remodeled. Thus, the real value lay indeed in the land below. Describing Luo Chen as the landlord was, therefore, not inaccurate. While passing by the Elop's Owl Emporium, Hagrid suddenly discerned something and instructed Luo Chen to take Harry Potter to purchase other items, stating he had urgent matters to attend to. Luo Chen cast a glance at the pristine white owl, contemplating whether to seize an opportunity. However, recalling something, he led Harry Potter to a less crowded alleyway. Retrieving a long box from his pocket, he handed it to Harry, saying, "By the way, I heard Hagrid mention that today happens to be your birthday, Harry. This is a gift I have prepared for you." "A gift for me?" Harry, laden with a multitude of items, expressed his disbelief. For countless years, he had never received a gift. It could be said that the unexpected arrival of Hagrid at the break of dawn had, despite the destruction of the door, marked the most splendid birthday he had experienced in years. Alas, the only regret was that he did not get to savor the cake personally crafted by Hagrid, which, to be honest, appeared rather unappealing, even mediocre at best. Harry Potter, burdened with numerous boxes and bags, found himself unable to free his hands. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Luo Chen summoned the assistance of his level 4 levitation charm, causing the items cradled in Harry's arms to gracefully float beside them. Harry was momentarily astonished by this enchanting scene, yet his focus shifted to the gift Luo Chen had bestowed upon him. Even though the box lacked a decorative bow, he felt a surge of joy. As he slowly opened it, he discovered a slender stick within. A wand. Harry had certainly heard of such things from Hagrid, whose own magic was concealed within his umbrella. However, Luo Chen had not produced his wand since his arrival, leading Harry to instinctively perceive this as a mere piece of art. Quite aesthetically pleasing, in fact. As he contemplated this, he was about to close the box for safekeeping when Luo Chen interjected, "Why not give it a try? Perhaps it suits you perfectly. You should know, my judgment is always impeccable." "What is it?" Harry inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yet, being a clever lad, he scrutinized the wand and then glanced at Luo Chen, suddenly grasping the implication. Eagerly, he seized the wand. A gentle breeze materialized out of thin air, swirling around him. Chapter 61. The Spell of Extraction, Rainbow Bridge. The wind was not fierce, yet was sufficient to lift Harry's garments slightly. Regrettably, there were neither visual effects nor sound effects. Otherwise, it would have been flawless. Luo Chen made a sardonic remark and then accessed the diary section, noting a new entry. Ding. The host has chosen to return the spell to its original owner, Harry Potter, gaining 30 influence points as a result. Wow, 30 points, that's quite substantial. Luo Chen thought he must be hallucinating, but soon another thought crossed his mind. System, if I were to directly break this wand, would I not acquire even more influence points? Ding, would the host like to? No, thank you. He dismissed the inquiry, as he had learned that such suggestions from the system often carried a 90% chance of being a trap. This implied that if Luo Chen were to indeed break the wand, the resultant influence points might exceed his expectations, potentially jeopardizing Harry's ability to vanquish Voldemort in the future. However, if he did not return the wand to Harry, the world would lose a touch of perfection, and more importantly, the author feared the wrath of his friends. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Chen was struck by a realization. Here, he was in a wizarding world where he was undoubtedly the central figure. Voldemort, it seemed, was to be dealt with by him. Moreover, vanquishing a fragment of Voldemort's soul would yield a staggering 1,000 influence points, paving the way to wealth. If one were to dispatch the Dark Lord himself, surely 2,000 influence points would be in order. One could easily believe that Luo Chen would overturn the entire establishment. Alas, it seems the system lacks a marketplace feature. Upon this realization, Luo Chen found it increasingly difficult to suppress his excitement, his gaze continually darting towards the wand held by Harry Potter. Thank you, Mr. Bishar. Harry stammered, unable to meet Luo Chen's eyes, his head bowed slightly, overwhelmed with emotion at having encountered such a wonderful guide upon his arrival. Hagrid was indeed correct. The wizarding world was where he truly belonged, and Hogwarts was his home. Observing Harry in this vulnerable state, a small, timid figure, Luo Chen silently cursed himself, not Harry. He felt a twinge of self-righteousness, grappling with his reluctance to take action. At that moment, Hagrid returned, dragging a birdcage behind him. "Oh, Harry, I thought you were off to Ollivanders," he began, but upon noticing the wand in Harry's hand, he paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Nevertheless, he continued along the same thread of conversation. "Ah, so you've already procured one. Quite fortunate to have done so swiftly." With that, Luo Chen resolved to set aside his previous contemplations. Perhaps another opportunity would arise in the future. After all, as long as he could break the wand before any mishap occurred, it would likely yield similar results. Seizing the moment before anyone else could interject, he made his way to room 7, his designated chamber at the Leaky Cauldron, a sanctuary guaranteed by Old Tom to remain unlet to others, with an annual fee of merely 1 canute. The room, though modest in size, bore little distinction from an ordinary guest chamber, albeit with commendable lighting. The window, however, had been enchanted, so the view beyond was not of the bustling Charing Cross Road, but rather a vibrant marketplace filled with modernity, an unfamiliar sight for Luo Chen. During the journey, he shared his thoughts with Hagrid and Harry, both agreeing to remain and await the morrow's festivities before departing. Hagrid's presence was primarily to safeguard Harry, while Harry suspected that Luo Chen had orchestrated this scenario intentionally. After all, today was the happiest day of his life, his birthday. Luo Chen must have arranged this to ensure a memorable celebration. After the three enjoyed a meal together, Luo Chen firmly dissuaded Hagrid from cooking and promptly ushered them out of the room to find alternative accommodations. Once alone, he cautiously drew the curtains, leaping onto the bed, wrapping himself snugly in the blankets. Now it's time for the lottery and the spell drawing. In a single day, I encountered 2 protagonists, one of whom is the fated child. If fortune does not elevate my standing significantly, then, dear system, you have truly exceeded the bounds of reason. The system, in its silence, conveyed that the nature of our interactions was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the luck of the host. Nevertheless, it refrained from unnecessary prattling. As for the host, joy was paramount. The system initiated the extraction process. 2 draws, no, 1 at a time. For the first, I shall invoke the fortune of Miss Hermione Granger. Ding, the host's request has been acknowledged. Extraction commenced. Extraction in progress. Extraction concluded. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired an offensive spell, Rainbow Piercing the Sun. A surge of information materialized, flooding into Luo Chen's mind. Despite the presence of a mitigating buff, he was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, leaving him dazed for nearly 10 minutes before clarity returned. However, upon comprehension, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang from his bed. Wow, this is precisely what I sought. System, you have truly outdone yourself this time. I commend you. In truth, Luo Chen had entertained a notion, since he could learn a plethora of spells from the wizarding world via influence points. Would the spells he later extracted from a dictionary of idioms hold any substantial value, or would they inevitably overlap in functionality? Given that the frequency of draws was limited to once a month, what if, on a certain day, he learned another spell that aligned with the one extracted? Furthermore, It was conceivable that an earlier acquired spell could surpass the level of the drawn one. Would it then be necessary for Luo Chen to continue investing influence points in spell extraction? Yet, the spell Rainbow Piercing the Sun undeniably astonished him. Firstly, it was neither a sword technique nor a method of flying with a sword, but rather a formidable spell that manipulated light for offensive purposes. The concentrated light was not only sharp and swift, but also possessed an exceedingly high temperature. If the effects of this spell were maximized, it could indeed fulfill its name's promise of piercing the sun. A magical laser technique. Splendid, splendid. Inspecting the upgrade requirements, he noted that advancing from LV1 to LV2 necessitated 200 points. Luo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? 200 points for that? Then to upgrade further would require 600 points. Do you think my influence points grow on trees? After a thorough lamentation, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Ding. Would the host like to spend 10 influence points? Yes, quickly. Luo Chen responded without hesitation. Had he not encountered this matter unexpectedly, he would have long forgotten it, especially since he had already reached LV3, capable of wielding abilities at the level of LV4 with the Abyss of Hell, which was quite enticing, although the latter had never indicated such potential. What if? This sly old fox. Ding. The host's soul has been gradually merging with that of the original owner. Only through the journey to the secret realm of the Goblin's Bank has the complete fusion of both souls been achieved, achieving the hidden requirements for the multi-level enhancement of the spiritual enchantment. Hidden requirements? The souls of both parties have completely fused. However, on the first day, could it be that Luo Chen found it difficult to articulate this? Initially, he was uncertain whether the fusion was indeed complete. Although the system now asserts that it is, he has yet to perceive any significant changes. Furthermore, the memories of the original host remain fragmented. Yet, upon reflection, these fragmented memories now surface effortlessly in his mind at the mere thought, devoid of the previous sense of stagnation, indicating that the system's claims hold truth. He nearly fell into a trap back then. Chapter 62. Continuously thriving with an advantage. Suddenly, Luo Chen recalled something, but as the words lingered on his lips, he chose to withhold them, feeling a weight on his heart. Perhaps it was to prevent the system from discerning any issues, or for some other reason. He swiftly changed the subject. As a system, shouldn't you consistently remind the host that every enhancement of this enchantment comes with hidden requirements? Ding. This answer is complimentary. Even if there are hidden requirements, they can still directly contribute to achieving the enhancement. As you would say, why complicate matters? Isn't it more delightful to be straightforward? Ahem. Let's change the topic and proceed to extract the second enchantment. Luo Chen felt slightly flustered by the system's sharp retort. Indeed, having an advantage is delightful. Why toil away with arduous practice when one can simply harness this? Although he must admit, earning that influence value is exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, the thrill of having an advantage is undeniable. Thus, no matter the difficulty, he must confront it head-on. Ding. Insufficient extraction attempts. It suddenly dawned on Luo Chen that today is only the 31st. It isn't until after midnight that the second month will officially commence. How reckless of him. He retrieved a golden wand from within his robes to check the time. There are still 9.5 hours remaining. He decided to wait a bit longer, but he could try out the new enchantment in the meantime. Luo Chen drew his new wand from his long sleeve and, aiming at a flower pot resting on the windowsill, waved it. Under the influence of the transformation spell, the pot swiftly expanded into a humanoid target, its material transforming into a grayish-white stone texture. With Luo Chen's current transformation spell at level 2, as long as the resultant stone aligns perfectly with his mental conception, it would not only endure longer, but also possess a hardness comparable to that of Real stone, perhaps just a fraction less. Luo Chen then raised his hand, positioning himself 3 meters away from the stone figure. He gradually channeled his magical energy, focusing intently on the figure's chest, his wand aimed at the target. Long Rainbow, piercing the sun, he proclaimed loudly, as it was his first time casting this spell. And being of an introductory level, even though it was drawn from the system, he endeavored to execute it to the best of his current abilities, mindful of its formidable potential. In that moment, his magical energy plummeted by 120, and a beam of white light flashed from the tip of his wand, only to vanish moments later. Upon the chest of the statue targeted by the wand, there manifested a gaping hole that almost completely perforated it, the edges marred by traces of intense heat. Yet, before Luo Chen could further observe, a sudden realization struck him. This was truly formidable. The hardness of the human body, excluding the bones, could scarcely rival that of solid rock. The swiftness with which this spell was unleashed led Luo Chen to believe he had mastered a potent killing technique. without hesitation. He embedded this spell into his active magic slot. In an instant, he felt a connection akin to an extension of his own body, a sensation that coursed through his limbs. Instinctively, he raised his right index finger and gently pointed towards the void ahead. A flash of white light erupted, fleeting as it appeared. On the opposite wall, a hole, the width of a finger, emerged, faintly illuminated from within, having been entirely penetrated. The venerable structure, built over centuries, could hardly compare in solidity to pure rock. Panic surged within him. Hastily, Luo Chen approached to inspect, relieved to see pedestrians and vehicles on the street outside. Confirming the house was unremarkable. As anticipated, the spell indeed consumed considerable energy while exhibiting formidable offensive power, albeit for a brief duration. However, the capacity to unleash all that energy in an instant or even in a fraction of that time was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, with the enhancement of its might came an increase in consumption. Contemplating this, he inquired of the system. Surely, the spell White Rainbow piercing the sun must possess hidden conditions. What sacrifices must I make to fulfill these requirements? Ding. Would the host like to expend 10 influence points to unlock the hidden conditions for the spell White Rainbow, piercing the sun? He accepted, feeling that this price was surprisingly reasonable. Ding. The host must elevate any fire-type spell to LV4 to meet the hidden condition for the advancement of Long Rainbow piercing the sun, with an estimated reduction of 20. Ding. The host must elevate any light-type spell to LV4 to obtain the hidden condition for a lower-tier advancement of Long Rainbow piercing the sun, with an estimated reduction of 20. Ding. The host requires any gathering-type spell. He was taken aback by the multitude of methods available, yet still felt somewhat burdensome. Frowning in contemplation, Luo Chen realized he could only manage the first two options. The fire spell was currently at LV2, and advancing it to LV3 would cost 60 points. Should he seek to elevate it to LV4, maintaining the tripling disparity, he would require 180 points of influence. A significant loss. Conversely, the fluorescent spell. Initially, he believed that achieving LV3 for the fluorescent spell sufficed, but now it could aid in the enhancement of White Rainbow, piercing the sun thus. He generously expended 54 influence points to elevate it to LV4. The familiar sensation returned. Luo Chen had previously experienced this feeling when raising the levitation spell to LV4. If LV1 represented the entry level, LV2 denoted proficiency, and LV3 signified mastery, then attaining LV4 would elevate him to the status of a master. If transformed and utilized, this incantation could become more attuned to the user's essence, thereby enhancing the efficiency of learning similar spells. Enduring the discomfort in his mind, Luo Chen once again gazed at the Long Rainbow, piercing the sun, and indeed, the cost of its advancement had diminished to 160 influence points. Alas, had he opted to enhance the ignition spell at that time, he would not be so troubled now. Of course, such was merely a fleeting thought. He had previously employed the levitation spell to impress Minister Fuji, convincing him of his lineage from the Bixir family, thus affirming the truth of the legends. Onward with the enhancement, Luo Chen elevated the Long Rainbow, piercing the sun to LV2, certain that the assistance it would provide him would be significantly greater. If LV1 possessed such power and speed, one could only imagine the potential of LV2. However, prior to this, Luo Chen first upgraded the transformation spell, expending 300 points to elevate it to LV3. While simultaneously inundating his mind with a plethora of information, he then directly advanced the Long Rainbow, piercing the sun. At this juncture, not only was Luo Chen's consciousness muddled, but he also suffered an excruciating headache. Nevertheless, he persevered for a brief moment before succumbing to unconsciousness. Darn it, while the thrill of enhancement was exhilarating, such a minor flaw was indeed bothersome. Chapter 63. The Time Spell, a Mixed Blessing. Whether by coincidence or the strength of Luo Chen's obsession, upon awakening from his stupor, he found that the time had already crept past 1:40 a.m. Still in a haze, he instinctively commanded the system to commence extraction, entirely oblivious to the possibility that the system too required rest. Ding. Host request received. Extraction commencing. Extraction complete. Well then, it appears the system does not require repose. In a state of confusion, a stream of information once again flooded his mind. However, this time the influx was minimal and dissipated swiftly. It bore the semblance of the moment when Luo Chen had elevated the Whispering Wind from LV1 to LV2. Generally, in such circumstances, the spells extracted tend to possess moderate power or are subject to stringent limitations. For instance, although the Whispering Wind had reached LV3 and benefited from the active magic bar, When Luo Chen employed this spell, aside from its inherent capability of pursuit, the remaining effects were rather ordinary. At the very least, the ability to gather whirlwinds and collect solid waste from the ground paled in comparison to that of the LV2 level wind spell. Naturally, had others overheard this, they would undoubtedly bestow upon Luo Chen a few resounding slaps. Such sentiments are starkly reminiscent of the art of subtle bragging. A spell that could manifest functionalities beyond its intended effects is indeed remarkable. What more could one desire? To ascend further, consider the widely used spells in the wizarding world. How many possess additional effects apart from their fixed capabilities? Of course, one might argue that the cleaning spell, if uncontrolled, could still exhibit explosive effects, leaving no room for rebuttal. After all, that is its inherent operational mechanism. Yet, once isolated, such effects become uncontrollable and theoretically should be classified as magical instability. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Luo Chen's cleansing spell has now attained LV3. He perceives that while he can manipulate this incantation with great dexterity, exerting its explosive potential proves to be exceedingly challenging. It requires not only a tranquil mind and a focused effort to extract and activate the spell, but also offers no assurance of a successful outcome. This sensation starkly contrasts with the more straightforward extraction of spells, at least with the tempestuous gathering of winds. Luo Chen felt an equivalence to the spell's inherent level, allowing for playful experimentation. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Chen cast his gaze upon the newly extracted spell, Celestial Transformation. To his astonishment, he realized he had drawn forth a treasured skill of the Moron clan. Instinctively, he surmised it was likely a defensive spell. However, upon deciphering its contents, his expression darkened at a visibly alarming rate. System, you wretched entity, come forth. Wasn't he it agreed that I would extract spells? Why then, have you bestowed upon me a stargazing technique? What utility does this hold? It may swiftly locate the Big Dipper and the North Star, but surely, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, I can manage my own positioning. A mere name cannot surpass the capabilities of the Big Dipper positioning system. It is preposterous. Thus, the sole function of this spell appears to be maintaining real-time positioning during inclement weather. If you dare to claim this is not a mere imitation, I would not believe you, even if you coughed. Yet, in such a magical realm, what use does this serve? Competing for the position of an astronomy teacher? I am merely a teaching assistant. Luo Chen recognized that under ordinary circumstances, his grievances would not elicit a response from the system. While the system serves as an intermediary, it is merely that, a conduit, relying on Luo Chen's luck for spell extraction and adhering to certain established rules. Most importantly, these spells originate from the novice gift he received, the idiom dictionary, which bears little relevance to the system itself. Ding! Would the host like to spend 10 influence points to obtain an accurate answer? Luo Chen instinctively sensed that the system was attempting to ensnare him, reminiscent of previous experiences. With a sardonic smile, he replied, "No need." He was merely venting his frustrations. Having already acquired the formidable white rainbow piercing the sun, what more could he desire? Surely, his luck must be conserved. He resolved to cast the stargazing technique aside, deeming it unnecessary for his purposes. It was far too trivial for the ostentation he sought. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself intently focusing on the incantation residing in his mind. Suddenly, 2 pieces of information materialized. LV1 could be upgraded to LV2 for a cost of 10,000 influence points. Currently, the LV1 Celestial Transformation could only unlock limited information. In that instant, Luo Chen's previously disdainful expression gradually transformed into one of calm, then rigidity. Could this be possible? Even if he shattered all the remaining Horcruxes of Voldemort in this world, he might not accumulate 10,000 points. This information was directly derived from the spell S record, suggesting its authenticity, at least devoid of any profit margin for the system as an intermediary. Yet how could this be? Luo Chen initially felt a trace of fatigue, which dissipated entirely, leaving him invigorated and astounded as he tousled his short gray hair. Yet a thought crossed his mind. Entering the realm of consciousness enveloped in golden light, he observed that its expanse had increased at least tenfold. Luo Chen paid little heed to this transformation. Instead, he directed his awareness to the idiom dictionary, flipping to the page that chronicled the shifting of stars. Indeed, the original definitions were inscribed there. The Big Dipper had altered its course. The stars had relocated. It described the passage of time and the evolution of years. Time? Upon finishing the reading, Luo Chen first furrowed his brow, only to then experience a sudden epiphany, followed by an overwhelming excitement. He had not anticipated that a time-related spell could be so easily conjured. In his previous encounters with online literature, he had come across a notion: time reigns supreme, while space holds reverence. Mastering time may not render one the most formidable in combat. It would undoubtedly make one invincible. To put it more plainly, what does this imply? It is akin to possessing an immortal body. However, this also necessitates an exceptionally adept control over time by the user. His intuition suggested that the assistance this spell could provide him was beyond imagination. Yet he found himself feeling somewhat helpless. A mere 10,000 points for a small level. With such resources, why not elevate his magical energy level to LV4? Attaining that degree would only require a trifling 5,000 points of influence. Moreover, with such an abundance of influence, concepts like the abyss and capturing shadows or raging flames would seem like child's play. After all, is it not said that the strongest defense is indeed an offense? If I arm myself like a formidable fortress to slay me, one must first breach my defenses. Yet, Luo Chen, despite his inner sarcasm, dutifully embedded the spell into his passive magic slot. Vague information flooded his mind, allowing him a glimpse into the capabilities of the LV2 level of star shifting. Substitute death. In essence, this meant that when Luo Chen faced a lethal attack, he could avert death by reversing time. However, the cost of this spell was extraordinarily daunting. Even with a 50 reduction in expenditure, it would drain all his magical power in one fell swoop. Should his magical energy prove insufficient, it would deplete his physical strength as compensation. Furthermore, even with ample magical energy, casting this spell would result in a negative effect, causing his stamina to diminish at 3 times the usual rate. One can only imagine that in such a scenario, even if Luo Chen evaded a fatal strike, should he fail to escape or turn the tide in time, he would still remain a lamb awaiting slaughter. Time, while formidable, rendered this spell somewhat impractical, a conclusion Luo Chen ultimately reached. He silently resolved not to allow this spell the opportunity to be triggered. Exhaling deeply, Luo Chen attempted to seek distraction elsewhere, yet the impression of the spell lingered stubbornly in his mind. Alas, in any case, I have managed to save a staggering 10,000 points of influence. Reclining on his soft pillow, Luo Chen placed his hands atop his abdomen, rhythmically tapping his crossed legs, utterly pleased with himself. He bore no resemblance to the individual who had once vented his frustrations and grievances to the system in a fit of exasperation. Nearly half an hour had passed. Though the room was enveloped in darkness, Luo Chen felt no inclination to sleep. Thus, he turned his gaze to his skill list. Skills: Abandon Hell LV3, Passive LV4. Capture the Wind LV3, Rainbow Piercing the Sun LV2, Fluorescence Charm LV4, Levitation Charm LV4, Cleansing Charm LV3, Transformation Charm LV3, Disarmament Charm LV2, Repulsion Charm LV2, Iron Armor Charm LV2, Full Body Binding Charm LV2, Shrinking Charm LV2, Expansion Charm LV2, Ignition Charm LV2, Water Creation Charm LV2, Separation Charm LV2, Whirlwind Charm LV2, Universal Dispel Charm LV2, Illusory Body Charm LV2, Repair Charm LV2, LV1 is unworthy of expansion. Chapter 64, Lady Lombard, Navi. The next day arrived swiftly. Luo Chen awoke at the crack of dawn and began preparing for the day's activities in the main hall of the Leaky Cauldron. The 6 tables in the hall had been rearranged more compactly, creating an open space of approximately 55 meters on the left side of the staircase. Wooden boards covered the exterior, a transformation conjured by Luo Chen. After reaching LV3, the transformed boards bore no distinction from genuine wood. Of course, they would vanish upon receiving a powerful attack or when time expired, yet the duration of their existence was entirely contingent upon the magical energy Luo Chen infused into them. It must be said, the LV3 transformation charm was indeed incomparable to its LV2 counterpart. At one point, Luo Chen had believed the differences between the LV2 and LV3 transformation charms to be negligible, considering that the one who guided him in mastering and enhancing his skills was Professor Minerva McGonagall of Hogwarts, a known expert in the field and one of the few animagi in the British magical community. However, upon reaching this level, Luo Chen comprehended that without the destined aura of a protagonist, attempting to cast spells beyond 1's level was a mere folly. Setting up the venue for the activities in this magical realm did not consume much time. Luo Chen then hastily boarded the night bus, making his way to the Granger residence. Together, they proceeded to the Leaky Cauldron, with Luo Chen instructing them to memorize the route. Here we are. Under Luo Chen's guidance, Mr. Granger parked the car by the roadside, and the four of them disembarked, following Luo Chen toward the tavern. As they drew closer, the Granger couple felt an inexplicable urge to distance themselves, though they could not articulate the source of their discomfort. Conversely, Hermione, possessing magical energy, had already spotted the square sign. As she approached Luo Chen, the sign revealed a battered cauldron alongside the name of the leaky cauldron. Perhaps this state was a medium for activating some magical incantation. Although the Granger couple still harbored an inexplicable reluctance to approach Luo Chen, they simultaneously perceived a subtle shift in the scene before them. However, they could not articulate the nature of this change. Deep within, they sensed that the wizarding world was indeed quite enigmatic. Ding-dong. The door creaked open, accompanied by the chime of a bell. The hall was already filled with a considerable number of individuals, drawn together by Luo Chen's event. The news had been disseminated through the agency of Old Tom, which explained the gathering of several children accompanied by their parents. Given Luo Chen's burgeoning reputation, many greeted him warmly upon his entrance. "Lady Longbottom, how have you been of late?" Luo Chen inquired with a smile as he and the Granger party halted before a witch whose features bore the marks of age, slightly stooped, yet striving to stand tall. Beside her stood a pudgy little boy whose eyes betrayed a hint of timidity. "Thank you for your service, Mr. Bishar, and this is my grandson, Neville," Lady Longbottom stated, giving a gentle shove to Neville's back. The boy, caught off guard by his grandmother's action, stumbled slightly, but fortunately, Mr. Granger, who was positioned beside Luo Chen, quickly reached out to steady his shoulder. "Be careful." Luo Chen refrained from intervening, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. He possessed the capability to act swiftly if needed, yet he chose to refrain, allowing the Granger family an opportunity to engage. Although the Longbottom family was currently diminished in numbers and lacked substantial influence, they remained a branch of a pure-blood lineage. Establishing a good rapport with them could prove beneficial for Hermione in her future endeavors at Hogwarts and within the wizarding community. While this assistance might seem negligible, friendships are built incrementally. Despite her dissatisfaction with Neville's conduct, Lady Longbottom managed to suppress her feelings, offering a polite nod to the Granger family without further elaboration. Just as Luo Chen prepared to bid farewell and proceed to the event, Lucius Malfoy, with his golden hair and serpent-headed cane, approached with a disingenuous smile. It was evident that he was not particularly well-liked. After all, the wizards gathered at the leaky cauldron. Those summoned in his name by Old Tom were primarily there due to his role as a Hogwarts assistant. Most attendees held relatively modest positions within the wizarding hierarchy. Present among the so-called 28 pure-blood families were only the Longbottoms, the Weasleys, and the Malfoys. Luo Chen neither shunned him nor moved to greet him. After all, he was, in a sense, a partial landlord of the Malfoys, as their family operated a shop selling magical creature materials in Diagon Alley. While the establishment was neither lavish nor prominently located, the underlying land still belonged to Luo Chen, making him a sort of half-landlord in this joint venture. Nevertheless, he saw no need to ingratiate himself, even though the Malfoy family might be wealthier than Rothan at present. Rothan was no slave to money. His perspective on wealth was quite sound, believing that a sufficient amount of galleons was all that one truly required. The system lurking in the shadows observed this scene with a chilling laugh. This exemplifies the fact that wealth and influence cannot be directly exchanged. Otherwise, one might indeed storm the Ministry of Magic and seize their possessions, swiftly bringing them to ruin. At that moment, Lucius had approached. Young Malfoy trailed behind him, mimicking his father's demeanor, standing tall with an air of superiority. "Mr. Bishar, I sincerely apologize for my absence during our last meeting. I had urgent matters abroad," Lucius remarked. Rothan understood he was referring to the previous incident regarding the transfer of property. However, Rothan had long since discerned Lucius's character from the original narrative, leading him to attend only once, never to return. Moreover, although the shop was situated in Diagon Alley, Rothan believed that a location in Nocturne Alley would be far more fitting. Unfortunately, he possessed no land in Diagon Alley. After all, he was merely an assistant at Hogwarts today and had to exercise caution. In the corner stood several reporters from the Daily Prophet, who had previously penned unflattering articles about Rothan, stealthily observing the proceedings. "Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Lucius declared, implying that he was not present to partake in the festivities. However, to depart at this juncture would be a blatant slap in Rothan's face. Rothan raised an eyebrow, but refrained from revealing any anger. "Ah, since it is so, I shall not see you off. I had intended to present the land of the Uhura Laha magical materials shop as the grand prize for today, but it seems I must alter my plans." "What did you say?" Rothan had no intention of continuing to listen to Lucius's words, Instead, he beckoned Madame Longbottom and the Granger family, making his way toward the elevated platform, despite it still being obscured by wooden boards. Chapter 65, Malfoy, Another Opportunity Awaits. Rothan pointed his wand, and the wooden boards surrounding the platform shrank, transforming into 3 rows of steps, allowing those below to ascend to the 2-meter-high stage with ease. Rothan stepped forward, greeting Hagrid, Harry Potter, and the Weasley daughters. Upon reaching the platform, he pointed his wand at his throat, amplifying his voice. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend," he began. "The purpose of this event is simply to distribute some benefits to everyone." Rothan was straightforward. Many wizards below applauded, while a few harbored doubts about his intentions. Suspecting ulterior motives. Although the event had just commenced, the atmosphere grew fervent, for there were few notable gatherings within the wizarding world. Indeed, the gentleman who just spoke made a valid point, but I must clarify. I harbor no ulterior motives, nor am I seeking to form alliances. This is purely a customary gesture from my Bishar family. With these words, the lively atmosphere in the hall tempered slightly as the audience listened intently to Rothan's address. Subsequently, Luo Chen meticulously compiled an array of inspirational aphorisms accumulated from his past life, striving to present them in a coherent manner. As a result, the hall was filled with a cacophony of whistles, and a few individuals, particularly those prone to sentimentality, found their eyes inexplicably moistening with emotion. As the event neared its conclusion, it had only been half an hour since its inception. Now, we shall proceed to the final segment, which is the distribution of rewards, an anticipation that I am certain everyone shares. The crowd responded with warm laughter. This occasion marked the inaugural event hosted by the Bishar family. Hence, I felt compelled to establish certain challenges. After Luo Chen spoke, he curled his fingers and began to sketch in the air, radiant white light emanating from his fingertips, detaching to form intricate characters of the Huaxia script. It was indeed the very inscription that adorned the Ravenclaw diadem. Many wizards in the audience appeared perplexed, yet a fraction recognized the script. For instance, Lucius had discerned that it was Huaxia characters, though he could only grasp a fragment of their meaning. Hagrid, on the other hand, scanned the inscription repeatedly in his mind, taking considerable time before he could barely comprehend its significance. Now, I invite the young wizards present to come forth and interpret the meaning of these characters. The first to answer correctly shall receive a reward. Clearly, there was only one prize to be won. A wizard in the audience shouted an inquiry. "What is the reward?" Luo Chen gestured with his hand, and a tray that had been positioned at the edge of the stage gradually floated toward him. The silken cloth covering it slipped away, revealing a neat stack of 100 gold galleons. A chorus of astonishment erupted from nearly 80% of the attendees. This was no trifling sum. Originally, my plan included the transfer agreement for the plot of land from the Uhula Magical Materials Store, along with 100 galleons and a special gift. However, due to Mr. Malfoy's interference, Luo Chen deliberately gestured toward Lucius, who was already sensing impending doom and preparing to depart. Perhaps he deemed my gifts excessively generous, compounded by the fact that it was our inaugural year. As an assistant, I was particularly amenable to reasonable suggestions, hence I temporarily removed the land contract, retaining only the 100 galleons and a special gift. Initially, when Luo Chen mentioned the land contract, the atmosphere in the room became instantly stifled, a reaction born entirely from shock. They were acutely aware of the immense value of a plot in Diagon Alley. Some had even speculated whether Luo Chen was jesting. But upon hearing his rationale, nearly 99% of the attendees shifted their gaze toward the Malfoy father and son. The glances were rife with various sentiments. Some were mocking, others envious, and some appeared to regard them as fools. Undeniably, Mr. Malfoy had incurred the ire of the crowd today. Nevertheless, he was unlike the typical patriarch of a pure-blood family. Recognizing the futility of the situation, he paused and regarded Luo Chen from a distance, his expression unperturbed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, which lent an air of peculiarity to the moment. However, Luo Chen chose not to continue observing him, instead proceeding with the hosting of the event. So, let us return to the matter at hand. I kindly invite all young wizards to come forth, of course. Participation is entirely voluntary, and those who wish not to join may certainly abstain. Luo Chen smiled warmly, and after a moment of hesitation, most of the young wizards ascended the stairs to the stage. Among them were Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ginny, while Neville remained behind. Additionally, there were 4 other unfamiliar faces among the crowd. Luo Chen paid them little heed, for his true aim did not lie within their ranks. Upon reaching the elevated platform, Ginny, with her fiery red hair, appeared noticeably anxious, clutching her clothing tightly and stealing glances at Harry Potter with palpable curiosity. "Is that all?" he began, but was interrupted by Mr. Bikel, who asserted that his son wished to participate as well. Although Lucius did not fully recognize everyone present, he grasped the general idea. Luo Chen had referred to the first individual to respond, yet had not stipulated that they must be flawless in their recognition. He believed that among all those gathered, only his son, the noble heir of the Malfoy lineage, possessed the potential to identify certain characters, particularly under his recent guidance. Previously, he had stumbled upon a misstep, yet it bore little significance. As long as Draco Malfoy performed to his satisfaction, that was sufficient. It was imperative that these lesser wizards once again be reminded of the Malfoy family's nobility and profound knowledge. Luo Chen nearly chuckled. "Very well, go ahead if you must. I shall not impede you. But what does it mean to court humiliation? Is it conceivable that anyone from the Malfoy family could recognize what has been deemed, even 30 years hence, as the most challenging script to master, the characters of the Chinese language? It seems highly improbable. Moreover, Hermione, who has received Luo Chen's direct assistance, is also among them. Even if Draco Malfoy were to identify every character correctly, it is unlikely he would be the first to do so, with the advantage already granted. What more could he seek? Meanwhile, Malfoy's demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Lucius, displaying an air of superiority as he distinctly chose to stand apart from the other young wizards. Exuding an extraordinary presence, Luo Chen shook his head without comment and proceeded to question each participant in turn. The noticeably minor characters offered no correct answers, their guesses proving fruitless, yet their audacity in stepping forward was commendable. Thus, he resolved to reward each with a gold galleon. Bikel's entourage needed to display generosity and grandeur. Next was Ginny, who appeared even more bashful than Neville. Although she had taken the stage, her speech was halting, lacking coherence. Following her was Harry Potter, who managed to recognize 4 characters: wisdom and wealth. Thus far, his performance was commendable, and many in attendance had witnessed Harry Potter's capabilities. Consequently, upon realizing that he had made the correct identifications, they instinctively believed him to possess a wealth of erudition, wholly unaware that it was merely Hagrid who had facilitated his success. Nonetheless, even in light of this, the crowd readily offered their praise and applause. The sight of Hermione and Malfoy stirred a pang of envy within me, particularly for the former. As soon as she arrived, Luo Chen announced the commencement of the event. With her arms raised high, she displayed an eagerness that Luo Chen seemed to overlook, though she was clearly impatient. At last, Luo Chen's gaze settled upon Hermione. "Well then, my dear lady, please reveal your answer. Of course, you only need to identify more than 5 characters to temporarily take the lead." Chapter 66. Hermione's Astonishing Talent. Without a moment's hesitation or doubt, Hermione exuded confidence. She had indeed done her research and, coupled with her remarkable aptitude for learning, had familiarized herself with numerous Chinese characters overnight. Yet, with her youthful mind, she could not fathom why Luo Chen would grant her such an advantage. Luo Chen nodded slightly in approval and announced to all that Hermione had answered correctly. Though she was not Harry Potter, many wizards present offered their friendly applause. However, Lucius was displeased. His son had been given no chance to speak, which he perceived as a slight against the Malfoy family. Just as the noise subsided, it was as though Luo Chen had perceived Lucius's unspoken grievance. He turned to observe the restless Malfoy, who seemed eager to slip away. Even at a young age, he felt he was being toyed with. What fairness could there be in this format, where victory was determined by the number of characters recognized? It was absurd to compete while simultaneously broadcasting the answers. What was to become of those who followed? Nonetheless, while this was the inaugural event, I wished to ensure absolute fairness. Thus I said, "Please observe." Luo Chen raised his palm, and with a gentle sweep in the air, the floating characters transformed instantaneously. The font became more intricate, yet the content remained unchanged, merely rendered in traditional characters. Hermione recognized them immediately. Witnessing this, Luo Chen smiled, his gaze shifting to Malfoy. He lifted his chin slightly now. "Young lad, the complexity has increased, so you need to identify just 3 characters, and I shall present you with an equivalent reward." Although Malfoy maintained a composed demeanor, he had never encountered such a spectacle. Despite Luo Chen's seemingly affable expression, he was unnerved, retreating a half-step. Laughter erupted from the audience. While this may have been somewhat mischievous towards a child, all understood that the laughter was directed not at Draco Malfoy, but rather at Lucius Malfoy. His reputation within the wizarding community was well known. Yet, despite his misdeeds, no one could pin evidence against him. Bolstered by a strong network of connections within the Ministry of Magic, leaving others to harbor their indignation in silence. Lucius's countenance had darkened to an inky black. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. He had merely expected a conclusion based on a rough understanding of the characters. After all, he knew well how difficult these characters were to learn. Although the subsequent ones appeared more familiar, Draco had not studied them, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, the situation has escalated to this point, leaving him utterly disheartened. However, as for that Harry Potter, one might excuse him. After all, he has vanquished the heir of that lineage, and such talent can indeed be understood. How could someone of such humble origins possess such prowess? Yet, before he could ponder further, the awards ceremony commenced on stage. First, a total of 100 gold galleons was presented within a pouch, mercifully enchanted with a weight-reducing charm. Otherwise, Hermione would have struggled to lift it. Following this was a box containing a wand. Hermione, unperturbed, promptly opened the box to reveal the wand inside. A stir arose among the audience, for it was well known that only Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley sold wands. A famous adage echoed throughout the wizarding community: the wand chooses the wizard. Yet, the implication of Lucian's actions was clearly a challenge to this tradition, and everyone awaited the ensuing spectacle with bated breath. Although a wand may be most compatible with only one wizard, often accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, it did not imply that a wizard could not wield another's wand. It merely signified a difference in efficacy. For the ever-curious Hermione, she was already well aware of this. Suppressing her excitement, she grasped the wand. Unlike Harry Potter's flamboyant displays, Hermione gently waved the wand, and from its tip blossomed a magnificent white chrysanthemum. Undoubtedly, this was a perfect manifestation of the wand and its wielder. Hermione's eyes sparkled with brilliance, while many wizards in the audience were rendered speechless. How could such a coincidence occur? Lucian felt immensely satisfied with the scene before him. Since Harry Potter took the stage, he had been meticulously observing the diary template, and thus far, Harry had contributed 6 points of influence to him. Though not as substantial as the previous day, continuous contributions were rare. Even the Weasley twins, George and Fred, had only provided him with a single instance to date. Upon the wand's return to Hermione, the system informed him that he had garnered 15 points of influence. Lucian marveled at this. Truly, they were the protagonists. However, the impact of this event was still rippling outward, requiring time to unfold. After all, Lucian had successfully challenged Ollivander's tradition, at least in the eyes of others. This was the second purpose behind Lucian's elaborate planning of the event. Witnessing such a miraculous display in her own hands, Hermione was on the verge of leaping with joy. Yet her impeccable upbringing compelled her to restrain herself. At that moment, she longed to touch the white chrysanthemum to ascertain its authenticity. But Lucian, with a subtle flick of the wand hidden within his sleeve, caused the grand flower to fall and shatter, resembling a burst of crystalline ice. Hermione, believing something had gone awry, was soon astonished as, from her standing point, white chrysanthemums, black chrysanthemums, summer daisies, swan flowers, sunflowers, roses, and tulips instantaneously bloomed, blanketing the entire stage. In an instant, the atmosphere of the leaky cauldron was infused with an array of floral fragrances, richly overwhelming. However, this transformation once again astounded the onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, it was Luo Chen who orchestrated the event from the shadows, leading them to believe it was the young girl who conjured such magic. Yet, given her previous demeanor, it was evident that this girl had just acquired a wand for the first time, and her parents, whom many had seen, were clearly muggles. Thus, the likelihood of her mastering the transfiguration charm was exceedingly low. The only remaining explanation was her extraordinary talent. But what a formidable gift it must be. Even seasoned adult wizards adept in transfiguration would hesitate to claim they could conjure such a diverse array of flowers in an instant. Hermione, the subject of this spectacle, was equally taken aback, though she attributed it simply to the wonder of magic. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, the mastermind behind it all, subtly shook his head, realizing that his own transfiguration skills still had room for enhancement. After all, he had just reached LV3 and had yet to achieve full mastery. However, the gaze Lucius cast upon the young girl shifted significantly, hinting at a newfound intrigue. Subsequently, the event came to a close. Luo Chen, Hagrid, Harry Potter, Madame Longbottom, along with Neville, and Arthur Weasley and his daughter, accompanied the Granger family to assist Hermione in procuring her school supplies. Having recently acquired 100 galleons, they found ample resources in Diagon Alley to gather all necessary items without needing to exchange currency. They also encountered other members of the Weasley family who had arrived earlier. Upon seeing Luo Chen, Molly Weasley earnestly expressed her gratitude. To put it plainly, this past summer had been the most pleasant one for Mrs. Weasley. Of course, Fred and George, though somewhat subdued, could not help but theatrically lament the events that had transpired at the leaky cauldron. Luo Chen observed quietly, mentally supplying them with a line. Missing out on a fortune, the heartache is suffocating. Chapter 67. The Dark Wizard Strikes. Once all tasks were completed, he found himself lost in thought over a newly refreshed entry in his log. Ding. Due to the host facilitating the reunion of the Triad members and their acquaintance. 10 influence points gained. This revelation offered Luo Chen a novel approach to accruing influence. His overarching concept had always been one of transformation. Now, he could manifest the narrative as depicted in the original storyline, subtly propelling it forward. However, doing so would likely yield limited influence points. Nevertheless, a mosquito's leg, though small, is still a morsel. He decided to go with the flow. Before drifting off to sleep, he checked his influence points, noting he had amassed 761, with the figure steadily rising. The impact he had initiated was merely beginning to unfold. As anticipated, that afternoon, he received a special interview request from the Daily Prophet. Upon seeing Rita Skeeter approach, Luo Chen wasted no time, extracting 50 galleons from his pouch and slapping them onto the table. He then gestured towards the door, and she, beaming, departed with the galleons in hand. The following day, the Daily Prophet and various other publications released numerous reports concerning Luo Chen, the enigmatic heir of the Bishar family. What transformation shall he bring to the wizarding realm? Assistant Professor Loxing Bishar of Hogwarts intends to host a second competitive event at the same time next year. Could Loxing Bishar be the new generation of the Dark Lord? Here are 10 essential facts about the Bishar family that you must know. While the Daily Prophet holds an undisputed position of authority within the British wizarding community, other tabloids and magazines, such as the Contrary Voices, also exist. Some laud Loxing's generosity, while others vehemently criticize him. After all, sensationalism is their game. Loxing remains indifferent to this, as long as the Daily Prophet did not tarnish his reputation too severely in their initial report. On the third day, Loxing contemplated that acceptance was his only option. However, just as he departed Hogsmeade en route to his cabin, he suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be trailing him. Instinctively, he thought of the disillusionment charm. With his magical prowess and over a month of intensive study, he had devised several methods to counter the charm. Nevertheless, he decided to first test the waters. Thus, Loxing maintained an outwardly calm demeanor as he strolled toward the outskirts of Hogsmeade, albeit at a considerably slower pace. He concentrated, allowing a mass of air currents to gradually coalesce in his left hand. Under his control, the fluctuations of the air were subtle. Unless one stood directly before him, they would remain undetected. Slowly, vibrant plumes of smoke began to materialize in the palm of his hand. Most of these he recognized, yet there were 7 or 8 that were somewhat unfamiliar. Upon closer inspection, only 2 streams of smoke captured his attention. Their density not only undiminished by the passage of time, but seemingly intensifying. Both of these air currents appeared gray, though upon meticulous examination, subtle distinctions emerged. One was notably thicker and darker in hue. Ah, indeed, someone could hardly contain their impatience. The principle of capturing shadows lies in extracting the essence of the target. This essence, aside from exhibiting slight variations based on the caster's subjective control, primarily serves to directly pinpoint the core of the target. For living beings, the gathered essence intertwines with the target's soul. In the case of inanimate objects, it connects with their most intrinsic qualities. Therefore, once the essence is locked onto a target, should the object have recently been in proximity or be nearby, it is nearly impossible to lose track of it. Likewise, given that it can intertwine with the souls of living beings, the light and dark gray essences suggest that the target may indeed possess proficiency in dark magic. With this thought, Loxing instinctively tightened his grip around his wand, preparing to unleash the shield charm for defense. As the number of passers-by dwindled, he found himself increasingly distanced from the shrieking shack. He resolved to act as he approached the nearby woods. Suddenly, a sound akin to brittle twigs snapping underfoot echoed from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen executed a forward roll to evade the impending threat, narrowly avoiding a ghastly green beam that struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a considerable crater. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the devastation and cursed inwardly, wondering if they had the audacity to use the killing curse right from the outset. Flames roared to life, surging forth as Luo Chen waved his wand, resembling an imposing wall of fire summoned by a deity of flames. With a thunderous explosion, a breach was created in the fiery barrier, revealing 2 shadowy figures cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured from view. Armor of invisibility enveloped Luo Chen, just as another dark wizard unleashed a spell that crashed against his shield. The assault was swiftly neutralized, leaving Luo Chen unscathed, and he seized the opportunity to cast a spell. A radiant beam of white light surged forth. In an instant, the two cloaked wizards were momentarily blinded by the brilliant flash, and the one who had initially attacked Luo Chen felt a sudden warmth in his chest. He instinctively looked down, only to discover a small but grievous hole had formed in the center of his torso, its edges marked by severe burns, though no blood flowed forth. Despite its size, the wound sapped his strength, and he collapsed to his knees. The other dark wizard, undeterred, continued his relentless pursuit of Luo Chen. Their extensive combat experience had led them to disregard their own safety in an attempt to subdue him, believing such a victory would secure their mission. Yet at that moment, a chill ran down the spine of the wizard as he instinctively cast a disarmament spell with unparalleled speed, perhaps by sheer coincidence or due to his experience. The spell perfectly countered Luo Chen's radiant beam. However, the hastily conjured magic lacked potency, and in an instant, it was pierced by the white light, resulting in the shattering of his wand's tip, rendering it ineffective. Emerging from behind the trees, Luo Chen pointed his wand at the wizard, who had instinctively raised his hands in surrender, and remarked with disdain, "You came at me with such ferocity, thinking you were formidable, yet it appears you are rather inept. Speak, who sent you?" The black wizard, sensing the futility of resistance, barely managed to form a protest before a blinding flash ensued, and half of his head was obliterated, following the fate of his fallen comrade. With a sigh of relief, Luo Chen leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, panting heavily. Chapter 68. I have grown accustomed to life and death. Although he had maintained composure during the skirmish, it was, after all, a battle for survival, and the tension within him had been palpable. It was still unsafe in the vicinity, so after a brief respite and sensing that his magical energy remained ample, he approached the two lifeless bodies to inspect them. Indeed, apart from a few galleons, they possessed no valuables or any identification. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that the first dark wizard to fall bore the dark mark of the Death Eaters on his arm, where a black serpent emerged from skull, subtly forming the shape of the number 8. To his astonishment, it was these individuals who emerged first. Voldemort. Oh, Voldemort. He mused to himself that, even if he wished to refrain from confrontation, it seemed impossible. With a sigh steeped in contemplation, Luo Chen employed the floating spell to levitate two corpses away from the scene, ensuring he did not neglect to utilize the concealment charm to gather and carry away every trace of his presence. Venturing into the dense woods, he randomly selected a spot and invoked the digging spell to carve out a rectangular pit, into which he unceremoniously discarded the two bodies, subsequently igniting a fierce flame. The crackling sounds echoed as the human fat and oils were relentlessly incinerated, releasing an unpleasant odor that wafted toward Luo Chen. This was primarily due to his endeavor to collect the residual essence and dispose of it elsewhere, achieving a flawless obliteration of evidence. No one would trace the crime back to him. Initially, Luo Chen believed his psychological fortitude was commendably robust, enabling him to emotionlessly dispose of the corpses thus far, feeling he possessed a certain cold, aloof charm befitting an adept assassin. However, after standing for less than 30 seconds, he abruptly turned and sprinted a few paces forward, leaning against a nearby tree as he began to retch, stifling any sound to avoid drawing attention, which might provoke curious speculation from afar. Half an hour later, sprawled on the sofa, he gasped for breath, his complexion slightly pallid, murmuring, "They were all nefarious beings by eliminating them. I have contributed to a brighter tomorrow for the world." Clearly, he was still engaged in mental self-justification. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Otherwise, Luo Chen would have been utterly embarrassed, a time traveler with such fragile composure. With a weary acknowledgement, he changed into a pristine white robe in his bedroom, then hurried to the 8th floor with McGonagall. It must be noted that this assistant professor had one distinct advantage. He no longer had to don the monotonous black robes. Along the way, McGonagall, noticing Luo Chen's pallor, expressed her concern. She offered various pieces of advice, drawing from her own experiences, urging him to take care of his health, as it was paramount, and warning him about the perils of conducting unauthorized spell experiments. To be fair, while McGonagall was meticulous in her duties, once she considered someone an ally, she would not hesitate to extend her genuine care. To Luo Chen's surprise, upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, they discovered a considerable gathering already present. In addition to the heads of the 4 houses, there were professors of various subjects, such as Professor Aurora Sinistra from astronomy, Professor Sybil Trelawney from divination, Madame Rolanda Hooch from flying lessons, and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn from care of magical creatures. Notably absent was Filch, Before Luo Chen could utter a word, Dumbledore rose slowly from behind his desk, effortlessly retrieving an irregular object wrapped in burlap from a drawer, placing it at the center of the table. Well then, Mr. Bishar has arrived. Let us commence today's meeting. Luo Chen felt his brows twitch in disbelief. When did he become such a figure of importance? The reactions of the other professors varied, yet they were generally amicable. The purpose of today's gathering was quite simple, to inquire who among them would be willing to join me in safeguarding this magical stone. As the words left my lips, the cloth bag untied itself, revealing a crimson, glistening stone, neither entirely transparent nor perfectly round, resembling blood in its hue. This was undoubtedly the first time Luo Chen had encountered this legendary gem, said to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality. However, after a fleeting glance, he lost interest. It was not that he was averse to the idea of eternal life, but rather he understood that such longevity exacted an extraordinary price. The sole factor that stirred his yearning for the magical stone was the system. Yet, the system remained silent, indicating that it likely did not require the stone for upgrades or energy exchanges, unlike other season traversers. Furthermore, I can unequivocally inform everyone that this magical stone will be secured within Hogwarts, signifying that others would be incapable of protecting it. Additionally, I have just received news that Gringotts, the original keeper of this stone, has been infiltrated by a mysterious individual. Dumbledore stated that the Daily Prophet would likely release news by this afternoon at the latest, tomorrow morning. Thus, those who choose to participate in its guardianship should be prepared for danger, and I offer you the opportunity to decide. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several previously inconspicuous professors shifted dramatically, indicating their intrigue. This is the real world. Not every Hogwarts professor embodies virtue and righteousness. Of course, Dumbledore is no fool. However, some express their willingness immediately, such as Hagrid. Whenever Dumbledore assigned a task, Hagrid never hesitated to step up if he was capable. Yet, the impulsive and hot-headed nature of his declaration caused several professors present to grow visibly uncomfortable. If this somewhat foolish giant could muster the courage to stand forth, how could they refrain from showing their own support? If they did not, they would appear to be less capable than Hagrid himself. Well, right then, would they have to continue their roles as educators at Hogwarts? The threat they faced was formidable enough to breach Gringotts. While specific intelligence was still unknown, it was undoubtedly powerful. Moreover, the fact that Dumbledore, reputed as the most potent white wizard of the late 20th century, sought their assistance implied that even he harbored doubts about his ability to protect the magical stone. Luo Chen was uncertain whether this scene had unfolded in his original world. But it was disheartening to see Hagrid, despite having absorbed so much wisdom and experience, still act so recklessly. In resignation, he glanced at the professors, formulating a plan in his mind. Although his words seemed to question Dumbledore's intentions, the wise headmaster merely smiled, unfazed by the implications. Professor Pomona Sprout began to explain, stating, Professor Quirrell is currently receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. He intervened during an incident at Gringotts and was caught in the fray. Though her sentence remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. The other teachers expressed their concerns and offered commendations for Professor Quirrell, while the three other heads of houses remained silent. The previous topic was deftly sidestepped. Chapter 69, I was foolish in my youth. Naturally, with the opportunity to alter the course of events, Lockhart was determined to participate. He spent his days in Tower 3, contemplating the nature of the challenges he should devise. For instance, Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, Flitwick's Enchanted Keys, and McGonagall's Transfiguration spell. However, Lockhart believed that Professor Hooch's contributions should not be overlooked. Additionally, there were Snape's potions and Quirrell's troll. And, of course, the final challenge set by Dumbledore, the Mirror of Ariste. It could be argued that these trials were sufficiently comprehensive, as they ostensibly served to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Yet in reality, they were orchestrated by Dumbledore as a test for Harry Potter and his companions. The Devil's Snare tested knowledge, Wizard's Chess tested courage, the Flying Keys tested speed, the Troll assessed combat prowess, Potions evaluated decisiveness, and the Mirror of Ariste examined rationality. Perhaps this was what Dumbledore hoped to cultivate in the Savior, Harry Potter, traits that he intended to nurture in the future. It was likely that this would be the case again. Even though Quirrell was still at St. Mungo's, he would surely participate. If he wished to gain closer access to the Philosopher's Stone, this would undoubtedly be his best opportunity. Therefore, the challenges devised by Lockhart needed not only to provide trials for the protagonists and others, but also to ensure that they could ultimately succeed. Simultaneously, it was essential to create sufficient trouble for Quirrell, not out of malice, but because Loxing believed that Voldemort should not be permitted to operate with impunity at Hogwarts. He had resolved to dedicate himself to combating Voldemort. Time passed, and after half a month, Quirrell indeed returned, limping on his left leg, which had yet to heal. But he had rejoined the fray and received considerable praise. Loxing had begun to form a general plan, though its execution proved somewhat cumbersome. Additionally, Filch became involved, overseeing the initial challenge, which was a nightly patrol. In his previous life, some claimed that the patrol did not count as a challenge since it was part of Filch's regular duties. However, now that it had fallen into Lothan's hands, he was determined to affirm that this was indeed the first challenge, aimed at deterring non-essential characters from approaching. Thus, Loxing would be responsible for 2 of the challenges, and with careful orchestration, he was confident that he would garner substantial influence. After multiple refusals to Hagrid's invitations, Loxing found himself compelled to attend, once again confirming that Hagrid indeed possessed an innate talent for the hardening of food that he could not fully master. The foods that were inherently tough remained relatively unchanged after Hagrid's culinary endeavors. While not perfect, they were at least comparable to their original forms. However, the softer dishes, including the vegetable porridge Loxing had taught Hagrid to create, still retained an unsettling grit. This was not due to unwashed rice, but rather an inexplicable debuff that defied comprehension. Thus, when Loxing returned as a guest, he predominantly engaged in light-hearted banter. He inquired about Hagrid's experience baking a birthday cake for Harry Potter, asking if Harry had shared any opinions on the cake. To Lothan's surprise, Hagrid appeared despondent, lamenting that the cake had been ruined by the Dursley's child, resulting in a wasted effort. It was evident that the mere mention of this incident brought Hagrid considerable disappointment. Loxing, somewhat perplexed, sought to comfort him, suggesting that since Harry would eventually come to Hogwarts, they would have ample opportunities to reconnect and celebrate Harry's birthday anew. He assured Hagrid that they could always make another cake later. What began as a casual remark sparked a revelation in Hagrid, who insisted that Loxing sample his baked cake and offer some constructive criticism to ensure future perfection. At that moment, Loxing regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself in the face. Yet, it seemed inappropriate to leave at that juncture, so he steeled himself to stay. Fortunately, aided by magic, Hagrid worked with remarkable efficiency. The final product resembled a greenish blob, devoid of any inscription. Loxing felt it mirrored precisely what he had seen in the film. It lacked any enticing aroma, appearing rather mundane. However, upon cautiously tasting a bite, he was taken aback. Although the flavor was average, the cake was astonishingly not hard. This revelation bewildered Loxing, for he had witnessed Hagrid's cooking process firsthand and noted no significant differences from the preparation of other dishes. Initially, he had speculated that magic was the cause, even advising Hagrid against its use to ensure a more authentic creation. Yet, for reasons unknown, whether due to the world's rules or something else entirely, Hagrid seemed at a loss for how to proceed without magic, despite having the relevant steps committed to memory. At first, Loxing was perplexed, but then he observed Hagrid's large, calloused hands and fingers, which were nearly as thick as others' half-palms. In that moment, he understood. Facing Hagrid's anxious yet hopeful gaze, he slowly set down his fork and remarked, "It tastes quite good." Hagrid beamed with delight, his smile reminiscent of a child's, and replied, "I was quite foolish as a child. This is the only thing my father taught me." As he spoke, Hagrid's face radiated joy. Yet, Loxing felt a pang in his heart, struggling to find words, his mouth opening and closing several times without uttering a sound. Only sharing a cake that was somewhat overly sweet for him with Hagrid, they finished it completely. September 1st night. Although the skies above Hogwarts were still shrouded in dark clouds, thankfully, there was no sign of impending rain. At this moment, Loxing stood near the grand entrance of the entrance hall, preparing to welcome the new cohort of young wizards. This task was originally meant for Professor McGonagall, but Loxing had taken it upon himself, asserting that it was the responsibility of the teaching assistant. Upon acquiring this role, he immediately earned 5 influence points. As he observed the dark figures and flickering yellow lights approaching the Black Lake, Loxing adjusted his white robe. It was unfortunate that he could not preside over the ceremony. Otherwise, with the participation of the main cast, he would have garnered at least 20 influence points from this opening ceremony. Lowering his gaze to the orange glow, he noted that it had reached the dock at the base of the cliff. With a snap of his fingers, it was as though stars had fallen from the sky. Countless orbs of light appeared out of nowhere, cascading down the stairs and then gently hovering above them, illuminating the surroundings with a brightness akin to day, while simultaneously exuding unparalleled beauty. "Watch your step," Hagrid bellowed, guiding the young wizards upward. Before long, Loxing could hear the excited and anxious chatter of this year's young wizards. Some of those from Muggle families were experiencing the wonders of magic once more. Locken consequently reaped another 10 influence points. Chapter 70, Must Intervene. The quantity of influence points amassed was unexpectedly substantial, leaving him somewhat envious. If he could continue to preside over the sorting ceremony, the influence points he could potentially gain might start at 40, which seemed previously underestimated. Thus, he contemplated that he must find a way to intervene. However, he lacked justification for doing so. Although Dumbledore was generally quite accommodating, this was the grand opening ceremony. An assertive intrusion would inevitably provoke a series of unpredictable consequences. While Locken was deep in thought, Hagrid had already brought the group of young wizards up the stairs. He still wore his ever-present leather coat, but it seemed he was concealing something bulky within. "Locken, what are you doing here? Where's Professor McGonagall?" According to tradition, Hagrid was supposed to escort the young wizards to the entrance hall and then hand them over to McGonagall. As he spoke, Hagrid's collar accidentally fell open, allowing Locken a glimpse of a rubber barrel he was clutching, which emitted a familiar scent of alcohol. An idea suddenly sparked in Locken's mind. "Not to worry, Hagrid. I have something to discuss with you. Let me take them to the common room first." Locken stopped Hagrid, who appeared puzzled but stepped aside, motioning for the young wizards to follow. Those who recognized Locken greeted him warmly, while of course some pure-blooded young wizards pretended not to see him, raising their chins high in the air. Yet, more than anything, there were young wizards with anxious expressions, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. They had heard terrifying tales of the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. As Lucian observed this scene, he was inevitably reminded of that age-old tradition. He refrained from commenting further. Although he had mentioned that he would undoubtedly gain a portion of influence, it would render the experience rather mundane. Upon his arrival at the common room, Professor McGonagall was already there, nodding in acknowledgement before briefing the young wizards on the essential points to heed. While this might be a fleeting moment in a cinematic portrayal, the reality was that there were numerous details requiring the attention of these fledgling sorcerers. Furthermore, given McGonagall's naturally stern demeanor, it was likely to amplify their psychological pressure. Lucian quietly slipped out of the common room and sought out Hagrid. This encounter bolstered Lucian's confidence. He did not allow Hagrid to depart, but instead led him through a side entrance into the Great Hall. Together, they made their way to their designated seats, positioned at the far left of the teacher's table, with Filch seated to Lucian's right. Ordinarily, Filch would not occupy a seat at the staff table during the opening ceremony, as no one would prepare a place for him. After all, he was merely a caretaker, a silent observer. Moreover, under the scrutiny of the young wizards, Filch often felt the sting of mockery. However, since Lucian's arrival, he had undergone a notable transformation. Even Mrs. Norris, the feline, remained obediently nestled in his arms. Yet, as Lucian took his seat, Mrs. Norris instinctively shifted away from him. Lucian found this perplexing, for no matter how much he endeavored to endear himself to her, the cat always seemed to regard him with suspicion. It was as though the affectionate gaze she bestowed upon him during their first meeting was a mere figment of his imagination. This was a conundrum that Lucian could not unravel, and Filch had never elaborated on the matter, preferring not to engage in discussions regarding Mrs. Norris with Lucian. Everyone awaited the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Beneath the dais, a stool was positioned, atop which rested a tattered, dirt-encrusted wizard's hat, the iconic sorting hat of Hogwarts. Below it, the 4 long tables of the houses were filled with students, all engaged in hushed conversations, diligently maintaining the atmosphere of the day. Why has it not begun yet? Is it always this delayed? Lucian was prepared to set his plan into motion and initiated a conversation with Hagrid beside him. That monkey wine old Tom procured last time is now in my possession. I traded it for a pint of acromantula venom. Hagrid was forthcoming with Lucian, as this monkey wine, even in his hands, would eventually be shared with Lucian. Since it hasn't tea started yet, shall we have a taste? Lucian licked his lips, conveying an eagerness that was palpable. Is that appropriate? The sorting ceremony hasn't tea commenced. Hagrid was inclined to decline the offer, considering the inappropriateness of the occasion. After all, they were surrounded by young wizards, and it would be rather excessive for the two of them to indulge in drinking at such a moment. It matters not, just a little, and the aroma of this monkey wine is something we have encountered before. It bears no distinction from ordinary fruit juices, and thus, no one shall take heed. Lockhart offered a rather pragmatic suggestion. Hagrid pondered for a moment, surveyed his surroundings, and ultimately acquiesced. He retrieved the oak barrel, which he could easily manage, and poured 2 goblets beneath the table, one for himself and one for Lockhart. Observing the spectacle, Filch squinted slightly, leaning forward to shield the act from view. Lockhart filled his goblet halfway, estimating it to be roughly 2 taels. A gentle swirl revealed the liquid's viscosity, indicative of considerable aging. Previously, he had not had the opportunity for close contact, yet the fragrance was undeniably delightful, not the rich aroma of grain, but a fresh bouquet of various fruits. He even discerned the scent of strawberries, his favorite fruit. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Could this so-called monkey wine not merely be the product of irritable monkeys? It appeared quite similar to fruit juice. A faint green hue floated within the liquid, though not overtly prominent. As for their beverage today, it had consistently been pumpkin juice. Lockhart's initial intention was to evaporate the enticing aroma of the monkey wine to capture the attention of the professors nearby, who would likely propose a desire for a share of the profits, though it felt somewhat disloyal to Hagrid. Such an occurrence could potentially alter an enduring tradition at Hogwarts. Perhaps in the future, students would forego pumpkin juice altogether and opt for wine instead. Thus, Lockhart could surely accrue a substantial influence, which was the only method he had conceived to integrate into this scenario. However, upon the actual pouring of the monkey wine into the goblet, Lockhart could not contain himself. He took a sip, discovering it to be delightful, sweet, devoid of the sharpness typical of alcoholic beverages. He indulged again and again, only to realize that both goblets had been drained. At that moment, Hagrid cautiously concealed the remaining monkey wine within his cloak, intending to caution Lockhart about the potent aftereffects of the drink, only to find the goblets already empty. Hagrid was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Yet in the next instant, he resolutely spread his arms to shield Lockhart as best as he could, though he could not ensure whether any students below had witnessed the spectacle. Fortunately, at that moment, the grand doors of the auditorium creaked open. Led by Professor McGonagall, the young wizards filed in, forming a neat line, their small faces taut with anticipation. The ambience of the hall gradually quieted, all eyes turning towards the newcomers, eager to witness which houses they would join. McGonagall approached the stool and picked up the tattered sorting hat, which muttered softly, "Be gentle, I am a precious hat." Ignoring its complaint, McGonagall was accustomed to such antics, as it only made its appearance at this time each year. As she called out the names, one young wizard stepped forward for sorting. In that instant, Dumbledore, who had been smiling at Harry Potter among the line, felt a sudden awareness and turned his gaze towards the direction of Lorcan, only to see a figure sprawled across the table, much of his body obscured by Hagrid. Hagrid, sensing Dumbledore's scrutiny, stiffly turned his head, unable to meet his gaze. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have done that. He had never anticipated that Lorcan would have such a poor tolerance for alcohol. Even in his stupor, he murmured something indistinctly, but the words were too faint for Hagrid to catch. Hannah Abbott. At that moment, McGonagall began to read from the list, and a timid girl emerged, the reputed iron-willed Hannah. Unexpectedly, just as she settled onto the stool and before the sorting hat had even touched her head, a string of words appeared in the air, rendered in earthy tones. It read, Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Initially, the atmosphere had been rather subdued, but the appearance of the text ignited a commotion among the wizards. Those who recognized the girl knew her to be of pure-blood lineage and expected her to be sorted into Slytherin, leading to a clamor as they sought to uncover the source of this trickery. However, in the next moment, the sorting hat proclaimed that Hannah Abbott was indeed sorted into Hufflepuff, matching the words that had appeared in the air. Consequently, the hall fell into silence once more. As the focal point of this unexpected turn of events, Hannah found herself somewhat flustered, unsure of how to proceed. It was McGonagall, seasoned in handling such situations, who gently reassured her, prompting Hannah to rise and join the Hufflepuffs, who greeted her warmly despite the unusual occurrence. McGonagall exchanged a knowing glance with Dumbledore, who signaled her to continue. One by one, the young wizards approached, and before the sorting hat could announce its verdict, a string of words would appear in the air, indicating which house the wizard should belong to. Remarkably, this result was always in perfect harmony with the sorting hat's declaration. As a result, while the welcome for the newcomers remained enthusiastic, it felt just a touch less fervent than in previous years, and an indescribable sensation lingered in the hall. The sorting hat, an ancient artifact, was a magical relic steeped in a millennium of tradition. He possesses his own wisdom, which, in Eastern parlance, may be referred to as the spirit of the vessel. Although fundamentally an object imbued with spells such as capturing thoughts and seizing spirits, it nonetheless finds itself in a rather challenging predicament. Were it not for the consideration of its noble heritage as a hat of long-standing tradition, it might have gone on a tirade, exclaiming, "I'm about to crack." This opportunity for a rare outing is hard one, occurring but once a year, and yet it faces disturbances. Does it not possess a conscience? However, bound by duty, it must press on, albeit with a certain reluctance, for it seems to lack a scalp. In any case, it is compelled to continue. Yet the words materializing in the air grow increasingly audacious. Not only do they preemptively offer answers, but they also foresee inaccuracies, as if they were prophecy itself. Thus, when preparing to assess Draco Malfoy, a new string of crimson text emerges in the air. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. Malfoy's spotlight is immediately overshadowed, stirring a sense of discontent within him. However, under the scrutiny of many, he can only strive to maintain his composure, recalling his noble lineage and bloodline. Then Harry Potter ascends the stage, embarking on an arduous tug-of-war with the Sorting Hat. The Hat suddenly perceives that this Harry Potter possesses a certain intrigue. Sensing a potential reversal of fortune, he is more suited for Slytherin, given his pure-blood wizardry. Although Harry himself may remain oblivious to his true identity, securing him for Slytherin would render this outing worthwhile. Yet, Harry vehemently disagrees. Having encountered Ron on the train, Ron has enlightened him about the distinct characteristics of the other Hogwarts houses, particularly casting aspersions on Slytherin, a sentiment undoubtedly influenced by his family's perspectives. Thus, Harry, lacking familiarity with these matters, is disinclined to join Slytherin. In this moment of anxiety, another string of fiery red text appears. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. This solidifies Harry's resolve. And ultimately, with great reluctance, the Sorting Hat assigns him to Gryffindor. Naturally, he receives a far more fervent cheer and welcome than before, despite the subtle speculations that arose when the text first appeared. Yet when this renowned young wizard is indeed sorted into Gryffindor, the little lions are positively ecstatic, leaping with joy, having felt somewhat unlucky the previous term, lamenting their loss of the House Cup to Slytherin. They believe that with the addition of such a distinguished and talented young wizard, Gryffindor might just mount a comeback this term. The sorting continues, and the text in the air remains flawless. However, several professors present have already deduced who is behind the mischief. Yet, they remain silent, appearing indifferent, though their thoughts are perhaps more complicated. Nonetheless, the expression on Professor Trelawney's face is nothing short of spectacular, suddenly filled with regret. She realized that, even though it was the opening ceremony, she could have easily taken a leave of absence. A sense of unease crept in. This rare opportunity that provided her with sustenance and shelter, a life of comfort, was now at risk of slipping away. Who exactly was that Luo Chen? Even prophecies did not possess such intricate detail. Disrupting the market? No, rather, dismantling the rules. At last, only one person remained in the arena, and both the Sorting Hat and Professor McGonagall let out a sigh of relief as the conclusion was finally at hand. The latter felt fortunate that no unexpected incidents had transpired. However, as Hermione took her seat and the Sorting Hat slowly descended, the air did not manifest the name of the house to which Hermione was destined. At that moment, not only the young wizards, but even the Sorting Hat itself seemed momentarily baffled, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity. "Mr. Hat, which house should I belong to?" Hermione inquired softly. Thanks to Luo Chen's intervention, she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge about the wizarding world, preventing any mishaps along the way. Even when Draco attempted to ally with Harry Potter in the common room, she successfully thwarted his efforts. Although she overheard Draco muttering the term mudblood, which the wizard had explained as mere rhetoric from a handful of extremists, Hermione still felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, she maintained her impeccable upbringing. Thus far, her impressions of the entire wizarding world had remained quite favorable. A meticulous analysis revealed that her accumulated time spent was not less than that of Harry Potter. Oh, exceptional wisdom, an insatiable thirst for knowledge. "You ought to be in Ravenclaw," a faint voice suddenly whispered in the ears of the Sorting Hat. Thus, the final declaration was made: Gryffindor. Chapter 72. I shall amend the school regulations. Ouch, how painful. In the early morning, Luo Chen awakened from his drunken stupor. Pressing his right hand against his temple, he attempted to alleviate the throbbing pain of his hangover. Glancing around, he found himself inexplicably sprawled on the sofa of Tower 3. What on earth had transpired yesterday? Why did he have so little recollection? Luo Chen muttered to himself, effectively calling upon the system. Ding. Would the host like to spend 10 influence points to learn about yesterday's events? Haha, with you saying that, I feel reassured. Now, what comes next is self-evident. Luo Chen felt considerably restored and prepared to open the diary section, only to inadvertently glance at the influence points displayed beneath the character template. 926. Goodness, how had he accrued so many influence points? However, Luo Chen distinctly remembered that after escorting the young wizards to the common room, his influence points had only amounted to 811. How could they have increased by 115 points overnight? That was no trivial sum. Even if Luo Chen had slain those two dark wizards, they had only contributed 15 to 20 points of influence. Although each of them was formidable, not unlike Mundungus at that time, they were mere background characters who had never even appeared in the original plot. Thus, their collective contribution to Luo Chen's influence points was a mere 35. Although it may sound somewhat crude, it appears that life, in the eyes of the system, is not particularly valuable. What is valued more is the fact that the demise of those two dark wizards has, in a sense, rid the world of two undesirable elements. Subsequently, Luo Chen opened the diary section, only to discover several new entries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making history as the first teacher ever to faint at the Hogwarts opening ceremony, earning 50 influence points. Luo Chen was left speechless and conflicted, yet the sudden influx of 50 influence points was quite appealing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the storyline by taking on part of the Sorting Hat's duties, earning an additional 50 influence points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for proactively advancing the plot, earning 15 influence points. While acquiring 115 influence points in one night is indeed substantial, the fact that each question costs 10 influence points seems rather unworthy. He could always inquire with someone else. Moreover, the fact that he could rest peacefully in Tower 3 signifies that he had not caused any irreversible incidents. As for the final 15 points, Luo Chen learned that it was due to a near deviation in the plot, but fortunately, it proceeded as originally intended, which allowed him to gain this portion of influence points. He was puzzled by the system's calculations, finding it somewhat enigmatic. Reflecting on the past, due to Luo Chen's indirect involvement, Gringotts had set a trap for Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, and that had only netted him a mere 5 energy points. In comparison, that was indeed rather disheartening. Next, Luo Chen rose to tidy himself up, intending to inquire with Filch about the events of the previous night. Along the way, he encountered several students. Although few greeted him with enthusiasm, their expressions indicated that even though he had fainted the previous night, not many seemed to have noticed. This brought a sense of relief to Luo Chen. On this occasion, Filch was not wandering about aimlessly. Instead, he sat alone in his office, engrossed in a thick, historically rich tome, slowly perusing its contents. This book was one that Luo Chen had recommended for Filch to read, as he had advised him that now that many of the work tasks had been taken over by him, he could engage in pursuits he genuinely enjoyed. Filch's greatest desire, of course, was to possess the ability to cast spells, but unfortunately, that remained a mere fantasy. Thus, he diligently accumulated knowledge in hopes that one day he could assist Luo Chen, which would make it worthwhile. Although, whenever Luo Chen had the time, he would dedicate a portion of it to learning the nuances of spell casting from Filch, exploring the characteristics and developmental ideas of corresponding magic with someone who could not wield it. Filch was well aware that the knowledge he could gain from Luo Chen was dwindling, with more of it being a reverse importation from Luo Chen to him. Yet, neither of them ever broached this topic. Whenever Luo Chen arrived, Filch would naturally engage in conversation with him, which made Filch's days quite pleasant. Today was no different. However, upon noticing the turmoil etched upon Luo Chen's face, he discerned that his companion must be inclined to inquire about the events of the previous day. Fortunately, without the need for words, he elucidated the matter clearly. Subsequently, as was customary, they engaged in an intense scholarly debate with Filch. Perhaps influenced by the monkey wine from yesterday, amidst the fervor of discussion, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Luo Chen's mind. He conceived a plan for the arrangement of a series of challenges, which would not only showcase his own abilities, but also reflect the unique characteristics of Hogwarts. In a fit of excitement, he could not restrain himself and leapt from his seat. Filch, assuming something had gone awry, was about to inquire when Luo Chen interjected, "Professor, how many school rules govern Hogwarts?" Even Filch, who had served as the gatekeeper for nearly 20 years, could not immediately recall the precise number of regulations. Given that the institution had been established for nearly a millennium, each year saw the introduction of new rules, accompanied by the repeal of others, resulting in a tally that certainly numbered in the hundreds. However, since his arrival at Hogwarts, it seemed no one had broached the subject of the school rules. At most, they merely punished a few students caught violating curfews by deducting points from their houses, relying solely on the conventions established in the past. Your implication was swiftly grasped by Filch, who was indeed somewhat surprised by his own astuteness. It appeared that Luo Chen's efforts to influence and reform Filch were bearing fruit. This was pleasing, as even though Filch had only contributed a meager 30 points of influence thus far, it was gratifying to witness someone so closely connected to him gradually improving. "Yes, Professor, just as you surmised. No need to worry. We have ample time, do we not? Moreover, given Hogwarts' extensive history, the regulations must surely be numerous, Yet perhaps we only require a few hundred, or even less than 100, Luo Chen asserted with confidence. After all, his objective was solely to serve the challenges. Thus, the rules deeply ingrained in the young wizards were, naturally, not worth mentioning. Very well, when shall we commence? I shall assist you. Of course, with your guidance, it will undoubtedly be a breeze. Luo Chen replied with a smile. Filch shook his head in amusement, increasingly resembling a benevolent elder. Chapter 73. The Extraction of New Spells. Recognizing the necessity of collaboration, Luo Chen could not afford to work in isolation. He visited the four house heads and Hagrid, clearly expressing his intention to seek their assistance. In the endeavor to revise the school rules, the foundational principle must be pragmatism. Although the four houses belonged to Hogwarts, each possessed its own distinct customs and regulations. Therefore, to avert potential conflicts in the future, it was imperative for Luo Chen to conduct prior research and coordination. The four house heads, along with Hagrid and Dumbledore, found Luo Chen's undertaking quite meaningful, though they privately believed that even if the rules were revised, their practical application would be limited. The professors seemed to take great pleasure in deducting points from students. Often, this sentiment holds paramount importance. The notion of enforcing strict adherence to regulations is, quite frankly, a jest, particularly for Professor Trelawney upon hearing the news. It seemed she could hardly contain her exuberance within her own classroom. After all, given the commotion at the welcoming ceremony, she was most apprehensive about being inexplicably replaced. With Lorcan now tasked with revising the school rules, it signified that he would be wholly occupied for an entire semester, if not a whole academic year. As for the following year, that remains to be seen. This individual is rather forgetful, especially with those young wizards who are perpetually full of energy. They would likely soon forget these matters altogether. Of course, based on her observations throughout the day, Trelawney noticed that those young wizards seemed oblivious to the identity of the instigator, which only added to her delight. However, she did not anticipate that by the very next morning, a flurry of owls would invade the Great Hall, bringing with them the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. The events of the Hogwarts welcoming ceremony had indeed been unveiled. Yet, with no professor or teacher stepping forward to clarify the situation, and Lorcan preoccupied with the school rule revisions. After a few days of commotion, the majority of students came to believe that it was Professor Trelawney who had made that extraordinary prediction during the ceremony. Trelawney was somewhat bewildered, yet for the young wizards and their parents, the possession of prophetic abilities could only belong to her. This revelation was certainly unexpected for Trelawney. Nevertheless, during these days, she could distinctly feel that the young wizards attending her classes, regardless of their year, had become notably more enthusiastic. Thus, she relished the feeling of being genuinely admired, opting neither to provide an explanation nor to directly acknowledge her role in the matter. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation lingered within her, fearing that Lorcan might suddenly declare the next day that he was the one who had made those predictions. However, Lorcan remained occupied, and time gradually drifted to Thursday afternoon. In the workspace of Tower 3, he was deeply engrossed in writing. This area, which he had reconfigured after taking over Tower 3, was situated near a window on the southwest side, where a massive desk was placed. At this moment, the desk, along with the surrounding floor, was strewn with an abundance of documents and parchment filled with writing. Oh, how exhausting! Lorcan clasped his hands above his head, stretched languidly, and leaned back against his chair, gazing despondently out the window at the brilliant sunlight and the occasional owl flitting by. His initial idea had indeed been commendable. However, upon plunging into the sea of historical school regulations, he realized just how mistaken he had been. For instance, regarding the dress code for students during classes, Lorcan had assumed that, according to standard regulations, students must don their wizarding robes during lessons, allowing for more casual attire at other times. Then, for certain specialized courses, such as flying lessons, it is imperative to don more convenient, comfortable, and secure attire specifically designed for such activities. Similarly, during herbology classes, one must wear the requisite protective gear. Merely documenting this would suffice. Ultimately, a set of school regulations that should ideally comprise around 100 words necessitates extensive elaboration, extending to 7 or 8,000 words or even more. Regarding this matter, Luo Chen once approached Dumbledore to inquire whether such elaboration was excessive and suggested the possibility of omitting it altogether. However, not only Dumbledore, but also Flitwick found Luo Chen's perspective rather peculiar, as this is a tradition deeply rooted in the wizarding world and entrenched in the common understanding of all wizards. Although in contemporary times, this may indeed seem excessive and burdensome for those who formulate such rules, they would still adhere to the practice. If one were to seek a reason, It could only be said that this distinction lies at the heart of the divergence between wizards and muggles. Moreover, ancient wisdom may well be concealed within, awaiting the discovery of a worthy seeker. Thus, at this moment, Luo Chen comprehended why, when he proposed a revision of the school regulations to the four esteemed headmasters and Dumbledore, they exhibited expressions that were both encouraging and astonished. Even Snape, that enigmatic figure who, for reasons unknown, always conversed with him in a frosty demeanor, revealed a rare expression of admiration on that day. Consequently, Luo Chen felt compelled to press on despite his apprehensions. Nonetheless, he considered it a fortuitous endeavor. Once he organized the foundational elements of the regulations, he would promptly engage with the challenges at hand. At that point, woe betide anyone who dared to circumvent the rules. Of course, this was merely his jest. Just as Luo Chen prepared to immerse himself once more in the task of organization, a figure soared past his window on a broomstick, capturing his immediate attention. Was that Harry Potter? Had he already arrived? Luo Chen sat in a daze for a moment before springing to his feet as if electrified. He swiftly navigated around his desk to the window. Peering outside, he indeed spotted Harry Potter securely grasping the snitch. As he landed and was swept away by the cheers of the Gryffindor Lions, McGonagall promptly appeared on the lawn to call him away. Goodness, what a blunder regarding the school regulations. He had just missed a golden opportunity. Initially, Luo Chen had planned to devise a scheme that would prevent Harry Potter from joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Although this felt somewhat unfair, considering Voldemort would no longer require him. Why should he continue to flaunt his prowess? However, as the narrative portrayed in the film was excessively abridged, Luo Chen plunged back into the task of drafting the school regulations. Believing he had ample time, little did he anticipate that events would unfold so swiftly. It was decreed that students of different genders were prohibited from engaging in romantic relationships on campus, and they must maintain a distance of no less than 10 inches from one another. Umbridge has managed to create an 8-inch variant. Is it too much for me to craft a 10-inch one? After all, I, Luo Chen, am quite handsome. Gently tapping my lips with my right hand, I ponder the absurdity of school rules. What purpose do they serve? Just because you prohibit relationships, does that mean they will cease to exist? I fear that, in due time, those fellows will reveal their foolishness. Once this individual becomes resolute, nothing else matters. After several minutes of turmoil, I finally cease my antics, feeling a bit fatigued as I rub my temples. Ah, system, you are rather silent. Indeed, I had resolved to share my frustrations with you. Although the system may not fully comprehend, it is essential to share my discontent with a trusted companion. Still, the system remained mute. After a brief tirade, I declared in frustration, "Enough, system. I wish to draw for a spell." Chapter 74. We are formal companions. I had yet to utilize the spell drawing opportunities from September. Initially, I intended to save them for a few months, aiming for a multi-draw, perhaps even a 10-draw. It is said that a 10-draw guarantees an epic, as per the laws of the universe. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself needing to use it today. Ding. Host request received, preparing to draw. Drawing in progress. Drawing concluded. A familiar sensation washed over me, yet this time, it was much briefer than any prior experience. In the span of merely 2 or 3 blinks, the discomfort in my mind dissipated entirely. Could it be? I murmured, swiftly delving into the newfound information in my mind. The recently acquired spell is named Ear Report Spirit. 3 words? System, have you made an error? Can one truly draw a 3-word spell from the idiom dictionary? The general meaning is clear to me. It is a spell for transmitting messages, currently at level 1, capable of delivering messages within a kilometer, disregarding obstacles. To put it more vividly, it is akin to a magical wireless telephone. Yes, it can only facilitate communication, transmitting only sound. Ding. Please, host, diligently supplement your knowledge of human societal norms. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? You must be laughing at me. My emotions were already frayed, and now I have drawn what appears to be a spell of little practical use. I could no longer contain myself and coughed, as the system had finally spoken to me, and I felt compelled to share my exasperation. Yet, the system remained silent. So I raged for nearly 3 minutes before preparing to cease my outburst. To my surprise, the system chimed in once more. Ding. Would the host like to spend 10 influence points to activate the companionship service? I fell into a brief silence. After a moment, I finally managed to utter a few words. System, I sense that my once pure heart has been tainted with an indescribable hue by you. Ding. Please, host, do not overthink. We are a legitimate companionship service. Typically, only those of dubious character would assert such a thing. Suddenly intrigued, I inquired, why not introduce the services we offer? If they are appealing, I would certainly not mind spending those 10 influence points. May I inquire if the host wishes to expend 10 influence points to gain a detailed understanding of the business? Enough, Luo Chen retorted with irritation. He then redirected his focus to the spell before him. Although he had previously expressed his grievances, he realized that if he mastered this incantation, his influence points would likely experience a significant surge. After a brief moment, Luo Chen crossed his arms, deep in thought. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The original intent of the ear whisper spell, despite its somewhat pejorative connotation, in this magical realm, once enacted, would considerably diminish the utility of owls. Yet, due to the existence of delivery services, they would not be rendered entirely obsolete. However, it is conceivable that the owl company might retaliate. As for the mechanics of the ear whisperer, while it may seem straightforward, it possesses complexities. This level 1 incantation, centered around the caster, can transmit messages instantaneously within a kilometer radius. The principle bears a striking resemblance to that of infinite communication devices, albeit susceptible to certain interferences, such as intense magical fluctuations, much akin to how wireless communications can be disrupted by electromagnetic interference. Luo Chen mused that this concept itself appears to mimic those technologies. Conversely, its intricacy lies in its apparent connection to the theory of quantum entanglement, although such nuances were not reflected in the information Luo Chen had acquired. It was merely an instinctive thought. Owls, tasked with delivering messages, must traverse distances, and even Dumbledore's Phoenix requires a feather for instantaneous communication. Furthermore, the recipient must still read the message, resulting in a notable inefficiency. After all, how many individuals in the magical community possess a Phoenix as devoted as Dumbledore's? With the ear whisper, as long as the caster encapsulates their intended words within an intangible magical essence, the spell will vanish from its origin and materialize beside the recipient's ear, not within their mind or consciousness. This aspect mitigates potential adverse effects of the spell, enhancing its allure. Wait a moment. This is magic. What does science have to do with it? Suddenly, Luo Chen shivered, touching his forehead, which felt perfectly normal. Yet, after a while, he began to comprehend. The recent task of organizing school regulations had left him somewhat dazed, as each rule necessitated a logical foundation, demanding clarity and substantiation. He had unconsciously reverted to his work mindset. Luo Chen sighed once more, preparing to resume his tasks. However, in the next instant, he abruptly lifted his head, causing ink from his quill to splatter onto the nearly completed manuscript. Hastily, he drew his wand and pointed it at the ink, clearing the mess. Yes, wasn't I supposed to avoid working in isolation? I could certainly seek the counsel of other deans. Moreover, they had promised to assist me as much as possible. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar luminescence seemed to emanate from Locken's eyes. He then opened a drawer and retrieved a schedule of classes from various faculties that he had previously transcribed. Thursday afternoon, room 320. Ah, there it is. Professor Snape, fortuitously, has no classes. As a reviser of school regulations, Locken naturally felt compelled to adhere to the rules himself. Should any professors be conducting lessons, it would be an egregious breach of duty to disturb them. At this moment, he must assume the appropriate position, gently waving his wand, his lips murmuring the incantation. Once the message was duly recorded, he waved his wand once more and softly uttered, "Ear of the messenger." No anomalies or fluctuations manifested. Meanwhile, in the depths of the first basement, within Snape's exclusive office, he sat upon a small stool. Before him lay 2 oak bowls and a wide-mouthed glass jar. One bowl contained a plethora of brown flipper caterpillars, while the other jar was filled with a viscous substance, adorned in deep brown dragon-hide gloves. Snape grasped a flipper caterpillar with his left hand, while his right hand meticulously pulled from its rear, revealing a stream of grayish-white slime that ejected steadily from the caterpillar's mouth, landing softly into the glass jar. Having completed the task, he casually discarded the now-cleaned caterpillar into the other wooden bowl. This procedure had become second nature to him, executed with remarkable skill. His face remained impassive, revealing no trace of emotion, despite the common belief that solitude often brings forth lesser-known habits in individuals. However, as Snape resumed his work with another flipper caterpillar, his hand suddenly trembled, nearly causing the creature to tumble to the ground. A cloud of discontent seemed to shadow his countenance. What concern is it of mine if they wish to engage in romance? It holds no relevance for me. Thoughts of deducting points flitted through his mind. Thoughts he would never voice, even in solitude. Yet in the next instant, a pang of anguish crossed his features as recollection surfaced. Deducting points. Chapter 75, Snape's Challenge. Why is there no response? Locken asked himself rhetorically. Could it be that Snape has no interest? Well, he certainly does not appear to be a person of interest. It may simply be a matter of coincidence that Lochen chose Snape. Although the outcome of the experiment remained uncertain, the feedback from the spell indicated success. Lochen then resumed his arduous task, which was indeed substantial. To complete the primary sections within this month would require his utmost dedication. Unexpectedly, just as he finished organizing the manuscript in his hand, the door behind him swung open with a resounding bang. The noise startled him. Standing at the threshold was none other than Snape, wand in hand, clearly having pushed the door open rather than kicking it, a display of courtesy. Lochen was taken aback by the commotion, causing the parchment in his grasp to become marred once again. He had not anticipated Professor Snape would come in person. Snape's expression remained inscrutable, and he showed no intention of entering further. "Follow me." Without a word, he turned and left, indifferent to the reactions he might provoke. The wind billowed his robe as he walked away. Luo Chen furrowed his brow deeply, sensing an ominous undertone, yet he was merely an assistant. With the head of Slytherin himself having made a statement, it would be improper for him not to follow and observe. Under Snape's guidance, they traversed to an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor. The room was devoid of inhabitants, its floor and furniture cloaked in a thin layer of dust. After the Weasley twins had tidied it up, no one had returned to clean since. "Headmaster Snape, you brought me here because..." Just as Luo Chen stepped into the room, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang. Snape remained silent, his wand in hand, waving it deftly as the desks soared into the air and stacked themselves against the walls, leaving the center completely vacant. "You wish to seek my counsel, do you? Very well, but before that, you must fulfill your responsibilities and obligations as an assistant." What responsibilities and obligations does an assistant have? Luo Chen had already surmised Snape's intentions, realizing that Dumbledore had neglected to inform him. He had simply forgotten. Snape paused for a moment, seemingly uninterested in idle chatter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he continued, "I have recently developed a new spell that requires a person of considerable strength to help me test it. And you are just the right candidate. So, it is a dual invitation." "What do you mean by just right?" "I am merely a 12-year-old child." Luo Chen wished to refuse. He had no desire to engage in a duel with Snape. Firstly, it seemed unnecessary. Secondly, defeating the current Snape paled in comparison to conquering the future Snape, which would yield far greater rewards. Naturally, Luo Chen realized that without utilizing his full potential, he might not prevail against Snape, hence he was not foolish. "Indeed, you're only 12, Snape remarked, somewhat unexpectedly. Then, with a swift flick of his wand, he unleashed a disarming spell aimed directly at Luo Chen's face. The speed was slow, clearly intended to provoke Luo Chen into action. Sighing, Luo Chen waved his wand, casting the shield charm. With a whoosh, the crimson energy was deflected, and the iron armor spell dissipated alongside it. However, it was evident that Snape at this moment was far superior to the two dark wizards Luo Chen had previously vanquished. Thus, Luo Chen promptly shifted to a more serious demeanor. The shield charm was executed adequately, but it is far from sufficient. "Unleash your full power, or you shall perish," Snape declared, conjuring another disarming spell. This time, the scarlet light was even more vivid and swifter. Luo Chen barely managed to cast the shield charm when the red light approached, the sound of collision ringing in his ears like an explosion. The blast shockwave forced Luo Chen to retreat several meters. Undeniably, this was the most Luo Chen had spoken to Snape since their acquaintance, even amid a duel. Now, Luo Chen was unreserved. Flames erupted, and a torrent of fire materialized, swiftly morphing into a colossal fire serpent under Luo Chen's command, lunging towards Snape, who merely waved his wand lightly, conjuring a barrier in response. A flock of birds soared. Dozens of vibrant little birds were summoned by Snape, their beaks as hard as knives. Luo Chen, unwilling to confront them head-on, swiftly evaded, as the birds struck the ground, creating several shallow craters before turning back to assault him. "Petrify them all." The full body bind curse was cast, sending a wave of energy that suspended all the birds mid-air, crackling as they began to descend. Yet, under Luo Chen's transfiguration spell, they morphed into a multitude of venomous serpents, launching themselves towards Snape. The latter swiftly countered with a fire-making charm, incinerating the airborne serpents in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chen unleashed a splinching charm, only to have it easily deflected by Snape. The room echoed with the sound of chaos. The clang of a bell, flames erupting, billowing white mist, and debris swirling all around. Gasping for breath, Luo Chen cautiously concealed himself behind a stone wall he had conjured. Despite possessing the magical prowess of an adult wizard and a repertoire of formidable spells, he found himself thoroughly suppressed by Snape. Perhaps it was the protective charms he bore that had led him to underestimate everyone at Hogwarts, save for Dumbledore. Yet, Without the ability to wield his most lethal spells, overcoming Snape proved an insurmountable challenge. This defeat served to thoroughly humble Luo Chen, revealing the distance he still had to cover. Stupefied, Snape, too, was not without his struggles. He had anticipated defeating Luo Chen within 10 to 20 moves, yet Luo Chen's resilience had surprised him, exhausting over half of his own magical energy. While this was partly due to his restraint in not unleashing his full might from the outset, Luo Chen's talent and strength were undeniably noteworthy. Alas, Luo Chen had opted to serve as an assistant rather than a student. Had he chosen the latter, under Dumbledore's guidance, he might have become Harry Potter's protector even before his fall from grace. With a swift motion, Luo Chen's stone wall was effortlessly sliced in two by Snape's invisible spell. Thanks to Snape's earlier warning, Luo Chen narrowly escaped. Damn it, Snape, this is excessive, he thought. Initially, Luo Chen believed Snape sought merely to settle a score. But now he found himself facing the full brunt of a spell whose lethality in the original text was nearly second only to the killing curse. Determined, Luo Chen considered unleashing his ultimate spell, the white rainbow piercing the sun, to teach Snape a lesson. However, as he sought to evade, he fell right into Snape's trap, struck by a pre-prepared obstacle charm. With a forceful impact, he was sent flying. Although Snape had tempered the spell's strength, Luo Chen was still engulfed in darkness, slipping into unconsciousness. With a deep breath, Snape steadied himself and approached Luo Chen. Gazing at Lockhart for a moment, he resolutely tightened his grip on the wand and uttered, "Soul Capture." Chapter 76, The Preliminary Transformation of Harry Potter. 5 minutes later, Lockhart emerged from the abandoned classroom. It was a few little secrets. Lockhart then supported his lower back and leisurely departed from the 5th floor, with approximately 13 units of magical energy remaining. Yet, Hogwarts posed little trouble. No, there was one concern: Quirrell. However, under the vigilant gaze of Dumbledore, he would likely refrain from taking reckless action. With this realization, Lockhart felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Meanwhile, in that desolate classroom, Snape lay still upon the desk. The remnants of their earlier confrontation had been entirely mended by Lockhart's magic, leaving the classroom, apart from the presence of Snape, considerably tidier and unchanged from its former state. However, Snape's condition was evidently poor. His already sallow complexion had grown paler, his brow furrowed tightly. He trembled uncontrollably, muttering under his breath, and despite his utmost efforts to guard his secret, the name Lily could still be faintly discerned. It seemed that for Snape, his personal hell resided in the very place where Lily Evans had perished. Around 10 o'clock at night, darkness had long enveloped the castle. Snape, with a grimace, pushed open the door to the headmaster's office with a loud creak, as if in that moment he had forgotten the essential respect owed to Dumbledore. The latter, already attuned to his arrival, emerged from his chamber, observing Snape's troubled visage with curiosity, pondering who else, apart from himself, could inflict harm upon Snape within Hogwarts. "I have tried. He is formidable," Snape began, his tone perplexing. However, as Dumbledore slowly descended the stairs, he understood precisely whom Snape referred to. "Severus. I should have warned you. Keep your distance from Lockhart. He is dangerous." Unable to endure Dumbledore's languid tone, or perhaps still reeling from some emotional trauma, Snape found that even his own potions failed to quell the tumult within him. Consequently, his normally composed demeanor had shifted, and he flailed his arms as if grasping at something intangible in the air. "Silence." Dumbledore suddenly raised his voice. Severus summoned the Patronus. With a flourish of his elder wand, Dumbledore conjured a misty white apparition that exuded warmth, instantly calming Snape's agitation. Breathing heavily, Snape remained momentarily speechless. Lockhart could no longer remain at Hogwarts, yet he steadfastly held onto his convictions. After a brief silence, Dumbledore inquired, "Is this about Mr. Potter, or is it for yourself?" Snape opened his mouth, but refrained from stating that it was for Harry Potter, for in truth, it was for himself. It was not merely a grudge born from Lockhart's actions. Rather, it was the fear that Lockhart might uncover his secret that troubled him most. As a master of potions, he was acutely aware that the moment a person loses consciousness is when they are most vulnerable to intrusion and the extraction of information by others. Even though he was an exceptional master of the art of mental shielding, he observed Severus's prolonged silence, which confirmed his suspicions. Furthermore, it became evident that Severus harbored intelligence regarding a matter that greatly concerned them, something pertaining to the mind and soul. Coupled with the information that Lorcan had divulged thus far, it was highly probable that Lorcan's claims to Fudge and others were indeed truthful. The Bishar family was indeed undertaking a perilous venture involving a certain soul experiment. Such experiments, deemed the most malevolent in existence, were viewed by Dumbledore as fundamentally evil and entirely unworthy of allowance. Although he had reached a preliminary conclusion based on the motto, "Do not disturb the sleeping dragon," it was only at that moment that he could ascertain the truth with certainty. This was not merely a manifestation of Dumbledore's excessive caution. Rather, it stemmed from a lifetime of combat against dark wizards, an experience that had ingrained the virtue of prudence deep within his very being. "Very well, Severus. Let this suffice for now. Do not provoke Lorcan lightly, as you are aware of his situation." Dumbledore had previously informed Snape about the possibility of Lorcan becoming a dark mark bearer. Yet, Severus still sought to test Lorcan, a perilous endeavor. Nonetheless, this encounter would allow Snape to prepare himself in advance. As he had previously stated, confronting Lorcan in his current state would prove challenging. And should Lorcan transform into a shadow of himself, it was likely that no one at Hogwarts could contain him but Dumbledore. In such a scenario, Severus's role would be diminished. For the sake of Hogwarts, it was imperative to consider that Lorcan was still just a child. As for Snape, he should adhere to the plan with diligence. Snape remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. He understood that Dumbledore would have further instructions. "Severus, would you care for some sweets?" Dumbledore inquired. This time, Snape cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Dumbledore and replied with deliberate emphasis, "Dumbledore, you had best ensure that your choice is the correct one." With a hint of veiled threat, Snape turned and departed the headmaster's office. Dumbledore stared at the empty doorway, lost in thought, while the portraits of former headmasters behind him began to bicker animatedly. It seemed that whenever Dumbledore was alone in his office, they could not refrain from discussing an array of topics. Regardless of their utility, the act of arguing gave them a sense of existence. Presently, they had been deliberating for quite some time on a singular issue, the fate of Lorcan. Despite Dumbledore's steadfast convictions, refusing to heed their incessant chatter, over 5 portraits had united in consensus, advocating for the immediate eradication of Lorcan. This is indeed the finest choice for Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world of Britain. On the second day, despite having sustained considerable injuries during yesterday's confrontation with Lockhart, and not having fully recovered throughout the night, Snape did not cancel today as potions class. This would mark his first close encounter with Harry Potter. Each time he beheld Harry, he was reminded of the loathsome resemblance to his detestable father, stirring an innate disdain within him. Yet, whenever he gazed into Harry's emerald eyes, his anger would swiftly dissipate, leaving his emotions in tumultuous disarray, akin to a roller coaster ride of highs and lows. Bang! The door to the potions classroom swung open forcefully, remaining ajar, and an instant hush fell over the previously boisterous room. "Open your textbooks. From this moment, I shall instruct you on the brewing of potions and the crafting of elixir of life." Snape moved briskly, arriving at the lectern before he had even finished his sentence. Casting a cool glance over the assembly of students, noticing Harry Potter still scribbling in his notebook, he intoned heavily, even to stave off death. However, it seems some students believe themselves sufficiently exceptional to forego listening. "Mr. Potter, what occurs when the powdered daffodil root is mixed with the juice of wormwood?" Snape surmised that this unexpected inquiry would surely stump the wretched spawn of that detestable man, providing him an opportunity to deride and discipline him while imparting a lesson. To his astonishment, Harry paused for a moment before rising and declaring, "It is the water of life, Professor." In that instant, Snape felt as though something had lodged in his throat. "Stop," he interrupted, his voice notably raised. "Mr. Potter, answer me this. If you were to seek a piece of dungstone, where'd you go to find it?" "Professor, in the stomach of a ram," Harry replied. A succession of questions ensued, and Snape sensed the situation slipping from his grasp. "Now, one final question, Mr. Potter. What ingredients are required to brew Polyjuice Potion?" Harry fell silent, genuinely unsure, as this information was not contained within the text he had acquired. Sitting beside him, Hermione, who clearly knew the answer, had her arm raised high, eager for Snape to call upon her. Yet, Snape continued to disregard her. It was evident that Mr. Potter's reputation did not align with his abilities, having lost himself amidst the praise. This was the first professor at Hogwarts to target Harry so directly, leaving him bewildered as to why. He had performed admirably, receiving commendations from numerous teachers for his talent, and he had consistently strived to uphold his reputation. For prior to their departure from Diagon Alley, Lockhart had once imparted a piece of wisdom. The more one possesses what others find difficult to attain, the harder one must strive, lest it become a burden. Chapter 77. Is there a reason for deducting points? Harry Potter was momentarily incensed. Inquisitively, and with a slightly elevated voice, it was evident that Professor Snape, I should have answered all the questions documented in the book correctly. However, Your final query evidently strayed beyond the syllabus. Hence, I believe to confront the professor, Mr. Potter. It appears your parents have bestowed upon you a precious legacy, or perhaps a remarkable talent. Snape, with no reservations and a touch of unwarranted mockery, derided Harry Potter, ultimately adding, Gryffindor loses 50 points. How could he deduct points from him? Since entering Hogwarts, he has consistently been a principal contributor to Gryffindor's score. It was utterly baffling that he would inexplicably cause Gryffindor to lose points here. Consequently, Harry instinctively felt compelled to argue further, yet Ron, seated beside him, promptly grasped his arm, softly advising Harry to refrain from acting rashly. However, this scene did not escape Snape's notice, who seized the opportunity to deduct another 10 points from Gryffindor. With a cursory glance at the other students, who were quietly enjoying the spectacle, particularly the smug Draco Malfoy, Snape's flat yet stern voice reverberated throughout the potions classroom. I trust you all believe yourselves superior to Mr. Potter and thus deem note-taking unnecessary. Upon hearing this, the young wizards immediately recoiled, hastily opening their notebooks to jot down notes. Yet, the exchange between Harry and Snape unfolded at a rapid pace, making it challenging for them to capture every detail, and at that moment, they dared not voice their queries. Even among several Slytherin students, there was an underlying admiration for this insufferable little lion from Gryffindor. He possessed talent and demonstrated diligence, truly deserving of his reputation. Having finally managed to maintain his professor's image, Snape appeared to scrutinize the lesson plan laid out before him, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on Harry's face. No matter how many times he looked, he felt an innate aversion towards this troublesome child, yet he sensed a faint pang of frustration. How could this boy's aptitude for potions be so remarkably elevated? How could he ever undermine that wretched offspring? Meanwhile, having struggled to rise from bed after a long night, Lucian habitually opened his journal section to check the energy points he had amassed throughout the previous day. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a freshly updated entry indicating that he had garnered 20 influence points due to a slight alteration in the plot. This was a significant sum. However, with his consciousness still somewhat hazy, Lucian could not immediately recall what he had done. Yet, upon noticing the sun had already risen high in the sky, he suddenly realized, of course, it must have been the first confrontation between Harry Potter and Snape. Lucian muttered to himself, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Judging by these 20 energy points, Snape must be feeling quite constrained at this moment. Similarly, this was a small bug that had puzzled Lucian when he first encountered the original plot. In the original text, July 31st marks Harry Potter's birthday, and it is Hagrid who personally escorts him to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary textbooks and essential items for school. However, with a month remaining before classes commence, one must wonder if Harry harbors any inclination to preview his upcoming coursework. Well, even if he does not, he is on the brink of transitioning from the mundane world of ordinary people to a realm brimming with enchanting magic. Does he not feel any curiosity? Moreover, the Dursley household has ties to the wizarding world, so even if Harry is indifferent, would not the mischievous Dudley be intrigued? Is it conceivable that Harry Potter would refrain from perusing the newly acquired books to learn a couple of spells? Of course, strictly speaking, this is merely a curiosity that arose in Luo Chen's mind after watching the original film. Perhaps the Grand Wizarding Empire simply advocates such an educational approach, playing carelessly in the face of impending academic advancement, indulging in whatever frivolities they desire. We can only speculate, and I dare not ramble further. However, now that Luo Chen has appeared, he cannot allow such matters to persist. Furthermore, in his capacity as a teaching assistant at Hogwarts, his words carry weight. Not only do several young wizards heed him, but even other parents, including Mrs. Weasley, feel it is only right to supervise their children diligently. Thus, to some extent, Luo Chen has single-handedly elevated the academic performance of several renowned young wizards. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the system has not credited him with the appropriate influence points, which has left him rather exasperated. Nonetheless, today Harry Potter has proven somewhat cooperative, yielding partial results. Speaking of which, ever since that fateful day, it seems Snape truly requires the elixir of life to aid his slumber. Luo Chen muttered to himself while observing a pair of blue-winged birds flitting by outside. There are duties to attend to, so Luo Chen summoned a house elf to deliver breakfast to his room. He plunged back into his work. Days passed in this manner, and soon October arrived. By the end of September, Luo Chen had completed a portion of the new school regulations planning and organization. He had arranged for a printing house in Diagon Alley to produce several dozen copies for distribution to the various houses. The temporary Hogwarts regulations now comprised a total of 100 rules, a meager number, far below the expected 110. However, These were meticulously selected from a plethora of regulations, focusing on those most likely to be breached by young witches and wizards. For instance, the prohibition against casual romantic relationships was prominently placed as the second rule, while the first rule established a curfew, forbidding wandering the castle after lights out. Yet, even with just these 100 rules, Luo Chen estimated that they could fill nearly 200 pages in book form. It may sound astonishing, but such is the nature of customs and practices in the wizarding world, and this peculiar reality nearly drove Luo Chen to madness. Nevertheless, he has prepared to approach Dumbledore with a proposal to incorporate the assessment of these regulations into future student examinations. Furthermore, his reasoning was quite legitimate. Only students who adhere to the rules within the school can ultimately abide by the conventions of the wizarding world and genuinely contribute to it. To ensure this matter is effectively implemented, Luo Chen specifically mentioned the name of the Ministry of Magic, as he still bore the title of a junior investigator. Dumbledore did not dismiss this, but rather indicated his intention to consider it seriously. However, the specifics would require further discussion with other professors. Luo Chen was not naive. He anticipated that this matter would likely be prolonged. Yet, he felt powerless, as Dumbledore was urging him to hasten the design of the challenges, for his input was crucial. Luo Chen expressed no objections, but he had yet to determine the guardians for the challenges. Should he, like Professor McGonagall, utilize transfiguration spells to create formidable sentinels to impede the challengers? However, that might pose considerable difficulties for the young wizards, while for Chilo, it would likely amount to mere trifles, failing to serve the intended purpose. Luo Chen was not expending such effort merely to entertain Chilo. Yet, despite his thorough contemplation, he could not conjure a superior idea. After all, while he possessed many spells, none were suitable for this particular scenario. Thus, he was left to place his hopes on this month's spell extraction. Initially, like last month, Luo Chen had resolved to accumulate several attempts, but this time, he found himself compelled to draw a spell. If he failed to obtain a useful one, he would have to resort to imitation once more. Ding! Request from the host received, preparing for spell extraction. Spell extraction in progress. Spell extraction complete. As usual, the information reception mode was swift. Yet upon reviewing the newly acquired information, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. He solemnly confirmed with the system. The revised edition of the idiom dictionary possesses its own consciousness. Does it not? It seems to comprehend my desires. As long as I adequately articulate a certain psychological request, it is highly likely to fulfill my needs. Chapter 78. Domain Type Spell, Boundaries of the Realm. Ding! May I inquire, host? Given the circumstances, you must be preparing to deceive me, so I see no need to know. Luo Chen brimmed with confidence, thinking that next month he would conduct another experiment, and the outcome would reveal all. At that time, he would not only acquire a new useful spell, but also save 10 points of influence. In any case, it was far more advantageous than negotiating with you. Although Luo Chen expressed this sentiment, he still held a lingering doubt regarding the reliability of the situation. When he had drawn the second spell, Chasing Shadows, he had sought a powerful offensive spell. He had prayed fervently to all deities. Yet, in the end, he received an auxiliary spell, redirecting his focus to the new spell. Boundaries of the Realm, a domain-type spell. Simply belonging to this category, Luo Chen found it to be quite impressive. However, the construction of the domain barrier was entirely contingent upon the user's mental strength. Luo Chen continued to ponder, realizing that the intensity of spirit was directly equivalent to the strength of the soul. With this thought in mind, he grasped his wand and gave it a gentle shake. However, his initial attempt ended in failure. It was not until the third try that an invisible ripple materialized, emanating from Luo Chen's core and swiftly expanding outward. In an instant, it enveloped the entire tower number 3. Luo Chen carefully sensed the environment. If his original spirit intensity had been 10, it had now dwindled to approximately 2 within this so-called domain. The key to ensnaring an adversary with a spell lay in the contest of spirit strength between oneself and the barrier created by the spell. Should the barrier remain unbroken, the trapped adversary would be unable to escape, suffering mental shock and damage, potentially leading to complete mental collapse. Even with spatial displacement spells like Apparition, one could not circumvent the clash of intensity. However, should the barrier be breached, the caster would face a backlash on their spirit. Thus, while this spell was indeed powerful, it bore significant drawbacks. Naturally, this applied to ordinary individuals. For Luo Chen, glancing at the first spell and his passive abilities, Abyss of Hell, he couldn't help but smile quietly. The synergy between the two was simply exquisite, marvelous, truly marvelous. Yet, a domain could only exist once at a time. and while it persisted, it would continually deplete his mental energy. Although, given his current state and the information contained within the spell, even if he maintained it for 10 days or half a month, he wouldn't exhaust his spirit completely. It still felt rather troublesome. Perhaps he should wait until Voldemort commenced his challenge before subtly setting it up? After all, as long as he refrained from altering the plot excessively. As he mused on this, Luo Chen suddenly paused. Why not consider an upgrade? After all, the initial upgrade required merely 50 influence points, an unexpectedly modest sum. He began to pace within the room. Considering the inherent capability of this spell, even doubling its potency warranted an attempt at upgrading, even if it only allowed for a single level increase. After 2 laps around the room, he resolved to invest 50 influence points all at once. The information swiftly flooded his mind, and a spark ignited in his eyes. He discovered that the LV2 level of sealed domain had indeed undergone a transformation. Luo Chen could now solidify the domain. Although it consumed more mental energy and covered a smaller area, it still maintained a connection with him. Furthermore, an additional enhancement meant that if the domain were to be destroyed, the mental trauma he experienced would be significantly reduced. Of course, he was not particularly concerned about this. In fact, he welcomed the idea of others attempting to breach it. He decided to upgrade once more. Observing his remaining influence points, he eagerly commanded the system, this time consuming 150 points outright. The result of this enhancement was singular, the ability to multiply. This meant that as long as Luo Chen possessed sufficient mental and magical energy, he could simultaneously maintain several domains. Likewise, he could solidify numerous domains, provided he had ample time and energy. What an incredible feat! Luo Chen exclaimed, his excitement causing his face to flush with exhilaration. Even the last time he acquired the formidable spell known as White Rainbow, piercing the sun, he did not react in this manner. It is evident that this particular spell, which had been extracted, brought him great astonishment. Although this inevitably meant that Luo Chen's abyss could not be removed from the passive column. What of it? He was now infinitely close to an invincible state. After engaging in combat with Snape yesterday, the enlightenment gained was swiftly swept away by Luo Chen. Without a moment's respite, he sought out Dumbledore and immediately immersed himself in the design of the Guardian challenges. At present, the designs for the challenges by the other headmasters were nearing completion, while Luo Chen had only just begun his work. He could easily finish it within a day if he so desired. However, he chose to dawdle instead, dragging out day by day. He also had to appear exceedingly busy, continuing to revise school regulations while constructing challenges, often being elusive and hard to track down. His plan was straightforward. Wait until the other professors and headmasters had completed their challenges and see if he could subtly manipulate them to influence the final outcomes. As more than half a month passed, Luo Chen's procrastination left Dumbledore somewhat at a loss for words. Although the Philosopher's Stone had yet to be placed, the final challenge had not been established. However, according to his training plan for Harry Potter, it was now necessary for Lu Wei to be integrated. Otherwise, how could the performance continue? Moreover, with Fawkes by his side, he could use apparition within Hogwarts at any moment, leaving him untroubled by the activation of the challenges ahead. Of course, the efforts of these past days were not in vain. For example, in the Flying Key challenge set jointly by Flitwick and Madame Hooch, Luo Chen crafted numerous irregular stone pillars for defensive assistance using transfiguration, thereby increasing the difficulty of the challenge. In Professor McGonagall's challenge, Luo Chen altered the backdrop. He originally intended to suggest the use of Chinese chess, but as Professor McGonagall was unfamiliar with it, the idea fell through. As for the other professors, Professor Sprout was relatively agreeable, so Luo Chen assisted in modifying the background and even introduced a few small surprises during the process. As for the remaining professors, Quirrell stuttered for quite some time without agreeing, yet he also did not refuse, which vexed Luo Chen. Therefore, he chose to disregard him. As for Snape, ever since their last battle, his demeanor had grown increasingly frigid upon each encounter, leaving Luo Chen bewildered. After all, it was Snape who had initiated that duel. Time passed slowly, and Lu Wei successfully moved in, coincidentally encountering Harry Potter and others 3 days later. Chapter 79. Rationality? A fear to confront. Nightfall. The Great Hall had been redecorated, with carved pumpkin lanterns floating in the air. Coupled with the enchanted ceiling, a somber, rainy scene was projected, ostensibly elevating the eerie atmosphere of the hall to a new level. At this very moment, Luo Chen sat at the faculty table, flanked by the latter presented a black wooden box, placing it before Luo Chen. Upon opening it, he discovered an array of ghostly-faced cookies, their hue a peculiar shade of burnt yellow. Hagra enthusiastically elaborated on their origin. revealing that the primary ingredient was glutinous rice, a result of his experiments with the craft of rice cake making. It seemed particularly fitting for the evening's ambience. He fervently urged Luo Chen to sample one. Truth be told, Luo Chen had little desire to partake. However, his fervent encouragement, he reluctantly picked up a piece that appeared to be riddled with cracks. One might wonder why a delicacy with the texture of rice cake would bear such fissures. But it could only be attributed to his remarkable talent. Indeed, it felt substantial in hand, crumbling slightly under pressure, certainly an improvement over the cookies made from flour or breadcrumbs that he usually concocted. As he took a gentle bite, Luo Chen was reminded of his distinctive flavor. The question of whether transforming her was a wise decision or not lingered in his mind. In the end, he found himself an unwitting guinea pig. He muttered quietly, prompting to mistakenly interpret his words as feedback on the taste. At that moment, the grand hall's doors were abruptly thrust open. Stumbled in, his face a mask of terror. The giant has come. It has invaded the dungeons. A hushed silence enveloped the hall. Relished the attention, believing everyone should be aware of the situation. Then, with a tilt of his head, he collapsed to the floor. One had to admit, his performance was rather engaging, an observation which noted in silence, fully aware of the underlying truth. Chaos erupted in the grand hall as witches and wizards of all ages rushed toward the exits, desperately seeking safety beyond the confines of the hall. Dumbledore, with commanding authority, cast a silencing charm, declaring silence. His reputation was undeniably formidable, and the hall quieted swiftly, the transformation almost palpable. Luo Chen, too, received his assignment. Yet, if the narrative unfolded as expected, the giant's appearance was likely linked to a girl's restroom on a certain floor. The precise location eluded his memory, but he had a more effective strategy. Stealthily parting ways with the other professors, Luo Chen sought a relatively concealed spot and retrieved the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The map unfurled, revealing a flurry of names, though the throng of people created a jumbled overlay. As he scanned it quickly, a thought struck him. Surely, the giant would not possess a name? Just then, he realized this inconsistency but did not abandon his quest. Instead, he promptly began checking the locations of all the girls' restrooms across the floors. There was what was she doing here? A solitary name appeared at the third-floor girls' restroom. Yet, he had distinctly seen her before the banquet commenced, under the impression that the conflict among the trio had been resolved seemingly without his influence. Thus, he had not paid much attention thereafter. Could it be the world's corrective force? But does such a thing truly exist? Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words. However, he did not forget his responsibilities. What if this time, Hermione was equally unfortunate? Resolutely, he turned and hurried towards Hermione, while also keeping an eye on the changes in names on the Marauder's map. What if the giant actually had a name? Then, that accursed Animagus, whom he had already detected, seemed to be the very catalyst for this revelation and emotional upheaval. Luo Chen suddenly felt a fierce surge of emotion, as if something was about to burst forth from his mind. He knew what it was, and this was one of the reasons he had been avoiding excessive contact with Ron. He feared that he might, in a moment of weakness, end the life of that rat prematurely. After all, Luo Chen had merged with the original owner's soul, and the influence had not diminished. Rather, due to a profound empathy, it had intensified significantly. However, to act now was in stark contrast to Luo Chen's plans. From a pragmatic standpoint, he was reluctant to proceed. Yet he was apprehensive about losing control, for whether due to the original owner's identity or Luo Chen's own feelings, he genuinely wished to eliminate Peter Pettigrew. Calm down. Calm down. Luo Chen decisively stowed the Marauder's map away, daring not to glance at it again. Nevertheless, he had memorized Hermione's location, and upon reaching that floor, he suddenly caught a fleeting glimpse of Malfoy ahead. Puzzled, he wondered why Malfoy was here. Furthermore, according to the Marauder's map, they were quite distant from the main group. Was he searching for Hermione? Luo Chen felt uncertain about the direction of the plot's development. However, in the next moment, he caught a whiff of a putrid stench akin to decaying flesh. Evidently, the giant had indeed ventured here. Without hesitation, he hurried after it. His speed was already considerable, and with his current physical prowess, he was not comparable to an ordinary wizard. Yet, to his astonishment, he found Malfoy engaged in combat with the giants, if one could call it combat, though he was merely clumsily dodging attacks. In contrast to the terrified Hermione, who was helplessly hiding beneath a sink, Malfoy was faring somewhat better. "You filthy mudblood, what are you doing there? Hurry up and run." Despite his own disheveled appearance, covered in grime and water, for reasons unknown, Malfoy appeared intent on urging Hermione to escape first, seemingly coming to her aid. Of course, Luo Chen did not dare to be negligent. With a swift motion of his wand, he prepared to bind the giant. Its gray, stone-like skin was heavily armored, evidently possessing formidable defenses that ordinary spells could not breach. Thus, Luo Chen planned to employ a decisive strike with the spell White Rainbow, Pierces the Sun. But considering there were 2 children present, as a teaching assistant, he had to exercise caution. Barrier enclosure. An invisible wave was released, and in an instant, it firmly ensnared the giant within a confined space. His very actions had become utterly frozen. Only mental fortitude could withstand this barrier. Yet, the mountain giant seemed oblivious to this fact, recklessly launching an assault against the obstruction. Meanwhile, a flustered Malfoy was too distracted to notice the peculiarities surrounding the giant. And with a misguided strike, he was flung aside. Although he came from a prestigious lineage, he had not acquired any truly useful spells. Coupled with his tender age, he was incapable of rational judgment. How can a mere small cobra possibly affect a creature towering over 3 meters? Nonetheless, the serpent boldly charged at the giant, sinking its fangs into its neck, though its venomous bite barely penetrated the creature's skin. Yet in the next moment, the mountain giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dark red blood oozed from its pea-sized head. The giant was dead. Chapter 80. Malfoy. Am I truly this formidable? Malfoy stood in stunned disbelief, incredulously gazing at himself and his slightly trembling hands. A single question occupied his mind. What had he become so powerful? Or perhaps the spells passed down through the Malfoy lineage possessed an incredible lethality. This was, after all, what his father had alluded to, the true glory of pure blood families. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lachlan scratched his head in confusion. Was this giant truly so weak? It hadn't even breached the hastily erected barrier, and instead, his own mental construct had suffered severe damage, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The immediate consequence was a shattering of the soul, utter demise. However, Lachlan suddenly found himself somewhat convinced by the narrative. This giant, felled by Ron with a single blow, was indeed that feeble, without any hidden assistance weakening its power. He had initially intended to showcase his prowess. Furthermore, observing young Malfoy's astonished expression, it was evident that revealing himself at this juncture would only allow Malfoy to bask in superiority. Speaking the truth hardly seemed the most favorable outcome. Thus, Lachlan opted to remain concealed in the corner, patiently awaiting further developments. You actually vanquished a giant. Hermione's robes and sweater were already drenched, her tousled hair clinging to her cheeks with sweat. Yet at that moment, she appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, her pale complexion lent her an air of vulnerability that was unexpectedly endearing. This spectacle stood in stark contrast to her formidable persona as the top student. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied Malfoy's mind as he raised his chin defiantly. You should be more careful in the future. It's quite bothersome. With that, Malfoy turned on his heel and swiftly departed. Just as he reached the doorway, he stumbled slightly. His heels felt unsteady. Watching Malfoy hurriedly leave, Hermione opened her mouth to say something but ultimately fell silent, allowing him to exit. Subsequently, she emerged from beneath the sink, unable to bring herself to gaze at the now lifeless giant. With her head bowed in trepidation, she cautiously inched towards the door. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen could not help but emerge from the shadows. Hermione, what are you doing here? He began, only to be met with a pout from Hermione upon his appearance. Abruptly, she dashed towards him, stumbling over a fractured stone along the way and nearly falling. Luo Chen instinctively reached out, steadying her by the arm. In the next moment, Hermione leapt into his embrace, sobbing softly. Luo Chen froze, utterly taken aback. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Hermione the brave little lion? In the original narrative, she was a character of remarkable intellect and courage. Despite his bewilderment, Luo Chen instinctively placed a hand on her back, gently patting her in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, he stood over 5 meters tall, while Hermione was just a tad over 2 meters. Thus, he appeared more as an elder brother soothing a frightened younger sister. Although puzzled as to why Hermione had transformed in such a manner, and why she inexplicably found herself there, could it perhaps relate to Malfoy? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Professor McGonagall, having heard the commotion, approached. Having already perceived Luo Chen as a teaching assistant, she did not dwell on the scene before her. A flurry of questions was poised on Luo Chen's lips. Yet Hermione immediately extricated herself from his embrace, her cheeks flushed, avoiding the gazes of the two. No, when I arrived, the troll was already dead. Perhaps Miss Granger can enlighten us, Luo Chen mused, deciding to attribute the credit to Malfoy, hoping for an unexpected turn of events. After all, he had no need for accolades. However, noticing Hermione's disheveled state, he lifted his wand and with a flick summoned a level 3 cleaning charm, which under his impeccable control, instantly cleared away the grime and moisture clinging to her, restoring her delicate and charming appearance, save for her naturally tousled hair. Yes, I apologize, Professor McGonagall. Hermione hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to aid Malfoy in concealing the truth. After all, Malfoy had chosen to leave on his own accord, clearly wishing to keep this incident from becoming public knowledge, even if she could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Given his penchant for ostentation, how could he possibly wish to remain hidden? Furthermore, her peril was partly due to Malfoy's actions. Yet Hermione Granger was always clear about her principles. I read about some methods to deal with trolls in a book, so I thought I would give it a try, but I was taken aback to find that the troll was already dead upon my arrival. McGonagall furrowed her brow, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. This explanation was far from satisfactory. However, if it were indeed the case, coupled with the fact that Luo Chen was equally unaware, it implied that an unknown individual had slain the troll before their arrival, leaving Hermione still frightened by the lifeless creature. To the extent that one might stumble and fall, or perhaps due to some other reason, one could find oneself splattered with unsightly grime. Well, even if this logic remains relatively coherent, the contradictions and conflicts embedded within are undeniably more profound. Observing Hermione's current state of mind, it is evidently prudent to refrain from further provoking her. Very well, Miss Granger. Your courage is commendable. However, you have clearly transgressed Professor Dumbledore's directives. Thus, Gryffindor shall incur a deduction of 5 points. Oh, Hermione felt a wave of despondency wash over her, primarily for the fact that she had, once again, resorted to deception, her first lie to an outsider. Aside from the innocent fibs she told her parents as a child to indulge her sweet tooth, this sensation was peculiar, and she was certain she harbored no fondness for it. Meanwhile, Lachlan, a true connoisseur of truth, could not refrain from advocating for Hermione. Professor McGonagall, I believe that regardless of the circumstances, Hermione's bravery merits recognition, and thus the penalty of point deduction should be reconsidered. Mr. Bishar, as the newly appointed reformer of school regulations, should you not grasp that in such situations, a deduction of points is warranted? To his surprise, McGonagall cleverly countered his argument, leaving Lachlan to shrug in resignation, accepting the outcome, for he had made his attempt. He felt that, regardless of his position or abilities, he ought to shoulder greater responsibility, while Lachlan, merely a teaching assistant with lesser prowess, had likely never encountered such a scenario before. At his age, simply standing and engaging in quiet conversation with him was already praiseworthy. Had Lachlan been a student rather than a teaching assistant, he would undoubtedly have gravitated towards Gryffindor. On their way back, Lachlan walked ahead while Hermione lingered a step behind. Silence enveloped them, creating a rather somber atmosphere. As they neared the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, Hermione could no longer contain herself. Mr. Wizard, you saw everything, did you not? Chapter 81, A Dose of Systematic Wisdom. Ahem, saw what? Lachlan glanced at Hermione. That moment you arrived, surely you sensed Hermione's hesitation, instinctively believing that Lachlan must know the truth. Or perhaps he was present at the scene, but chose to remain silent. Although ultimately, just her conjecture, a girl's intuition can often be remarkably accurate. Yet, on the other hand, Hermione fretted that her own oversights might inadvertently expose Malfoy, thus breaching her promise. This internal conflict left her utterly tormented. Indeed, I too am quite curious about who triumphed over that troll. One must recognize that creature's formidable defenses, which mere young wizards like yourselves cannot easily contend with. Lachlan's words were suffused with curiosity, yet they sent a shiver through Hermione upon hearing them. He had indeed witnessed it. But why did he not speak of it then? Could it be that he had misunderstood something? A torrent of complex thoughts surged through Hermione's mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words to keep the conversation flowing. Fortunately, they could now see the entrance to the Gryffindor dormitory. Luo Chen halted his steps, turned around, and said, "All right, my task is complete." Having spoken, he prepared to depart, only to realize that the closer he approached the Gryffindor door, the more difficult it became to control his emotions. Ever since the recent upheaval of feelings, he had been unable to suppress them, and the effort expended on the boundary painting had further drained a portion of his mental energy. "Mr. Wizard, wait a moment. What is it? Do you have something to say?" "No, I simply wanted to inquire when I might see you again," Hermione stammered, but upon uttering those words, she felt they could be misconstrued. She quickly added, "No, I mean I have no ulterior motives. I just think you are a person of profound knowledge and would like to know if I could consult you with any questions I might have." Luo Chen gazed into Hermione's eyes for a moment until she shifted her gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Filch? How could that be? Hermione clearly found it hard to believe, knowing full well that Filch had long been rendered mute. I assure you, it is the truth. Luo Chen continued to walk away. Oh, and by the way, my name is Luo Chen Bishar. Please refrain from calling me Mr. Wizard. Ah, all right, fine, Mr. Wizard, Hermione murmured, convinced that Luo Chen, now several meters away, had not heard her final address. Thus, a minor tempest passed. Luo Chen had once contemplated asking Hermione why she was there, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary since they shared no special connection. Moreover, it was evident that Hermione was intentionally concealing something. Just a bit longer, just a tad. Luo Chen appeared weary. With the elevation of his magical energy level, the difficulty of suppression had undeniably increased. He stared blankly at the ceiling of his bedroom, transformed by his spells into a vast expanse of starry sky, shimmering with a gentle light even in the darkest of nights. It was indeed a sight to behold. After a long while, Luo Chen suddenly posed a question to the system. System, do you think I'm being overly rational? Having taken over the original owner's body, there were certain matters that needed to be addressed sooner or later, such as offering sacrifices. Yet, although he used future plans as an excuse, he realized he was merely evading the issue. Luo Chen spoke to himself, not expecting the system to respond. Moreover, any reaction from a system would likely come at a cost. Ding, you humans are quite complex. No, we're not complex at all. From childhood to old age, from birth to death, we pursue only two things: to live better and to keep misfortune at bay. Ding, but that encompasses everything. Hence you are quite greedy. That is not everything, Luo Chen thought, eager to provide other examples as evidence. However, he found himself at a loss, unable to conjure a suitable instance after a lengthy pause. Ding, are you struggling to find a reason? To admit such is not a sign of weakness. Peculiarly, the system suddenly began to offer him motivational platitudes, though, to Luo Chen, the flavor of this soup was quite spicy. Thus, he decisively overturned the table. Goodness system, have you changed your tune? Engaging with me so much without charging me. Could this be your so-called companionship module? System, indeed, one should never attempt to console a dog. Alas, why have you fallen silent? Luo Chen was quite pleased with the system's response. It seems you must possess an upgrade mode. However, my criteria are likely not met. Hence your silence. The system remained mute. Very well, I shall access the diary module, Luo Chen commanded, though in truth, he could easily initiate it himself without the system's assistance. Indeed, several new messages appeared. Ding, the host has significantly altered the narrative, making Draco Malfoy the one credited with defeating the troll, earning 100 influence points. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating the troll for the first time, earning 30 influence points. Ding, due to the host's choices and actions, the eventual establishment and development of the triad have been indirectly influenced, with the current estimated influence coefficient being 5. Thus, congratulations to the host for earning 500 influence points. The springs of the soft bed beneath him creaked as Luo Chen pressed down with force, rubbing his eyes several times to ensure clarity. He confirmed he was not mistaken. He was not surprised by the first two notifications, but the final one left him utterly astounded. 5 equated to 500 influence points. That meant 100. Was it not a staggering 10,000 influence points? This was utterly absurd. Previously, Luo Chen had engaged in numerous activities and devised various plans, each yielding influence points exceeding 15, which was worthy of applause. Yet, in the eyes of the system, the triad held such paramount significance. System, you must be mistaken, Luo Chen instinctively inquired, but he quickly added, that's a jest. The system is inherently impartial. It cannot err. Thus, even if it did make a mistake, it would surely compensate me with 10-fold influence points. System, you've spoken both praise and criticism, and yet I remain silent. If that is the case, the combined value of the triad surpasses that of the great villain Voldemort. Where might he find justification in this? However, it makes sense. Quirrell, with his injured leg, garnered only a meager amount of influence, while Harry Potter, with a mere exchange with Snape, amassed several times that amount. Thus, secondary characters, mere extras, should never dare to confront the protagonist directly. It leads to nothing but ruin. Chapter 82. The Fracture of the Triad. Luo Chen gazed at the influence points displayed beneath the character template. 1,606, an auspicious number, exceedingly close to the peak of his influence. The backlash from his use of the legitimacy spell had effectively meant Luo Chen had defeated himself. Truthfully, upon witnessing this paltry yield of influence points, Luo Chen was left speechless with indignation for quite some time. It was far too meager. Who was severe as Snape? Luo Chen felt that simply the name Snape warranted an additional 0 after the 40. Meanwhile, perhaps by coincidence, the fat lady at the dormitory door was absent. Hermione, feeling helpless, could only wait by the side. However, recalling past events, she instinctively leaned against the wall, slowly crouching down, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees. Lost in thought, Hermione was unaware of what occupied her mind. However, not long after, 2 familiar voices echoed from the distant end of the left corridor, abruptly waking her from her reverie. Turning her head, she confirmed it was Harry Potter and Ron. "Where have you been, Hermione? We've been searching everywhere for you." Ron questioned her directly, his tone bordering on impolite. Hermione, already in a foul mood, retorted, "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" "What do you mean?" Ron began, but before he could finish, Harry intervened to smooth things over. "All right, Hermione, it's good that you're safe. We've uncovered a secret." "What is it?" Hermione attempted to steady her emotions, while Ron eagerly boasted, "It's about that newspaper we saw last time at Hagrid's hut, where it mentioned Gringotts was broken into, and they tried to steal the treasure of Nicholas Flamel." "What do you mean?" Hermione's brows knitted together, having just faced a life-threatening ordeal. She was particularly averse to danger. "You don't mean to say that the 3-headed dog is guarding it indeed? That must be it. Otherwise, I can't fathom why such a creature will be needed to guard something so significant at Hogwarts," Harry reasoned. "And Hermione, didn't you mention there was a secret door over there? They must have accessed it through there," Ron added, his tone of dialogue restored. Children are like that. Their tempers flare quickly but fade just as fast. However, Hermione was ultimately different from them. After saying this, a sudden realization struck her. Weren't they supposed to be looking for her? Why had the conversation shifted back to the 3-headed dog? A heaviness settled in her heart. "I don't care what you think, but this is very dangerous, and you'd best not attempt it." As a member of the house, Hermione still kindly warned them. "We are in tea-seeking adventure, but when we were following Snape earlier, we noticed he went to the 4th floor. You know, during the opening ceremony, the headmaster and Filch specifically warned us to stay away from there. Moreover, if it weren't for coincidence, we might not have discovered what lies within," Harry explained. Besides, during the previous commotion, Snape chose not to protect his Slytherin students, but instead headed to that room. Isn't his intent clear enough? "Hey, Hermione, what's wrong? We're discussing something important." Harry and the others seemed oblivious to the fact that Hermione's mood had shifted. "Hey, Hermione, let's not talk about that guy, all right? He's completely useless," Ron suddenly interrupted. Unlike Harry and Hermione, Ron had the least interaction with Lockhart, and he sensed Lockhart's gaze upon him was peculiar. "What is so strange?" Ron couldn't articulate it, but his intuition told him that Lockhart was difficult to get along with and held no fondness for him. "Ron, what are you talking about?" Hermione's expression darkened further. "Did I say anything about him? He's just an assistant. And I heard he's been working on some school rules. Once those regulations come into play, it'll be us who suffer. Perhaps in the future, an additional subject may be introduced. This individual is undoubtedly our adversary." From the perspective of a child, Ron's statement holds merit. However, both Hermione and Harry Potter exhibit some dissent. After all, the assistance provided by Lockhart has been substantial, particularly for Hermione. "I cannot permit you to say such things about Professor Lockhart. He is a good man," Hermione argued. The conversation had meandered far from its original point. Ron, unwilling to relent, was prepared to counter with his own theories. Yet, as the tension threatened to escalate, Harry Potter sighed deeply. All right, Hermione, Ron, let us remain calm. Our current focus should be on how to catch Snape off guard." "Harry, I have stated that I will not participate," Hermione retorted, clearly agitated. "Once again, I advise you both not to venture there." At this juncture, Harry paused, as if they had not previously conferred on the matter of safeguarding that object. Furthermore, their connection was merely based on past encounters, coupled with their shared status as Gryffindors, attending classes together, which gradually formed a small group. Thus far, their bond was not particularly profound. At most, it resembled a study group led by 2 overachievers and 1 underperformer. Such a relationship was unlikely to endure. Therefore, their recent discussion with Hermione regarding such perilous matters seemed rather one-sided. However, Ron failed to grasp this notion. He perceived Hermione's repeated refusals as a manifestation of cowardice, a betrayal of their trust. As he opened his mouth, poised to voice a harsh remark, the fat lady's voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears. "Oh, you 3. Why are you lingering here? Are you not aware that Hogwarts has imposed an early curfew today? If the professors catch you..." "Blimey," Hermione interjected, and the fat lady instinctively opened the passage behind her, allowing Hermione to enter. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, hastily following suit just before the door closed once more. The fat lady appeared somewhat bewildered. What is amiss today? Why does everyone seem so irritable? Earlier, she had gone to observe the commotion and had heard that a mountain troll had perished in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Having never encountered such a creature in her life, she decided to take a look. To her surprise, not only had many friends gathered there, but each one seemed inexplicably irritable. It was not due to the atmosphere. Rather, it was said that someone had nearly obliterated their old acquaintances. Chapter 83. The Portraits Seeking to Eliminate Lockhart. Never mind. I shall continue to accumulate points. Over 1,600 now. I have no spells in need of upgrading. So I might as well conduct further research. Perhaps I can save those influence points. After much deliberation, Lockhart ultimately resolved to continue amassing points. After all, this asset would not depreciate in value. Just as he prepared to close the character template and take a rest, the influence points fluctuated once more, ultimately reaching 2106. Lockhart thought he must be imagining things and leaned in closer, yet the character template maintained a constant distance from him. He promptly opened the diary section, and indeed, a new notification appeared. However, it bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, indicating that due to Luo Chen's influence, the likelihood of the triad's formation had diminished by 5. What was going on? Luo Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Contemplating this, he suppressed the fatigue clouding his mind, exited Tower 3, and made his way directly to the Gryffindor dormitory. To his surprise, the corridor was deserted, devoid of any presence. Not even the fat lady was awake. It had only been a brief interval. To avoid arousing suspicion, Luo Chen did not linger there, passing through casually as he would during his usual night patrols. How curious. But as long as no other surprises arose, it was a relief. Initially, Luo Chen thought that Hermione would no longer be the startled protagonist in this troll incident. Yet, she had still found herself in that very place due to Malfoy's involvement. Thus, upon noticing the changes in the diary section, he assumed something had happened to Hermione, prompting him to come and investigate. In fact, this was advantageous for him, as any influence gained was not to be squandered. The troll invasion incident occurring that night meant he would not need to continue substituting for Filch during the patrol. Other professors would take over. However, just as he was nearing Tower 3, Luo Chen halted, retreating to the previous corner to gaze at a painting on the wall. The backdrop depicted a pastoral scene. Initially, it featured only a few farmers gathering ears of grain, but now it included Sir Cadogan riding a pony, along with other figures from the painting. Yet, they huddled together, whispering their conversation a mystery. After a moment, Sir Cadogan seemed to sense someone observing him. He turned his head, locking eyes with Luo Chen, who was taken aback as the pony reared, galloping away with a clatter. Soon, only a small dot of ink remained within the painting. Must you be so frightened of me? Can I not simply observe? Luo Chen chuckled resignedly and prepared to depart. It was him. Indeed, it was. I recognized that presence. Oh, truly? But how can you perceive such an essence? All right, we cannot smell it. Perhaps it is not him. No, it must be him. I remember his silhouette. But who is he? I have encountered him. Yet I can never recall his name. The inexplicable voices grew from whispers to a cacophony as the figures surrounding the rice field began to bicker. Luo Chen halted, feeling somewhat awkward. Are you discussing me? As he spoke, those figures seemed to suddenly remember the principal presence beside them, hurriedly scattering away. Luo Chen was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? Ah, indeed, the figures within the painting are merely magical constructs, but I could delve into this further when time permits. It is quite intriguing. In Luo Chen's eyes, these portraits scattered throughout the castle were akin to surveillance cameras of the 21st century. They possessed a remarkable ability to wander freely and convey messages. Yet the personalities of the figures within those portraits were distinctly vibrant. Throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, aside from the headmaster, it is unlikely that anyone could freely extract information from them, let alone issue commands. However, in this very moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lachlan's mind. He surmised that once the school regulations were revised, he could propose a novel reform to enhance Hogwarts further. This plan intrigued him, compelling him to jot it down without delay. If it weren't for the astonishingly enchanting and vast imagery within, it could hardly accommodate such a multitude. Could it truly be him? The one who possesses the potential to annihilate us? One gentleman, reminiscent of a 15th or 16th century judge, inquired of the assembly. Indeed, it was he who had nearly been discovered moments ago. Whether it was he or not was of little consequence. The pressing concern was that this lad could utterly obliterate any trace of our existence. What should we do about this irrevocable destruction? Could we perhaps avoid provoking him? The figures emerging from the various portraits possessed differing levels of intelligence. As before, after hours of deliberation, they might not arrive at any truly beneficial suggestions. Thus, Sir Cadogan raised his voice, presenting what he deemed the most suitable solution, particularly since he had interacted with Lachlan and found him to be rather amiable. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet soon they were ensnared in a fresh debate, circling back to the same dilemma. Witnessing this, Cadogan sighed in exasperation and prepared to depart, only to encounter the tardy fat lady. "Are you here to join the fray as well?" they simultaneously remarked, sharing an inexplicable camaraderie. "You go first," Sir Cadogan, still embodying some semblance of gentlemanly decorum, urged. "It's about the previous matter. I've been rather concerned. Did you not inform the headmasters within the headmaster's office?" The fat lady did not make an effort to lower her voice, although she was merely conversing with Sir Cadogan. Her naturally loud voice caught the attention of the chattering crowd, who seemed to seize upon a brilliant idea. The conversation swiftly shifted. They believed that the past headmasters of the headmaster's office could undoubtedly resolve Lachlan's predicament perfectly. Feeling themselves as integral members of Hogwarts, they felt entitled to contribute their suggestions. Thus, before anything was even set in motion, they began plotting how to deal with Lachlan. Some proposed expelling him from Hogwarts altogether. Others suggested casting a spell on him, ensuring he would never again encounter a portrait. There were even recommendations to imprison him in the dungeons for execution. Indeed, the overwhelming majority bore no favorable sentiments towards Lachlan. It is likely that Lachlan himself remained oblivious to how he had inexplicably offended these individuals. "No, we do not consent to executing Loxing Bishar." At that moment, Nicholas emerged through the wall, having evidently eavesdropped for quite some time. Behind him trailed a host of other spirits, including the Slytherin Bloodcurdler, Barrow, the Ravenclaw Grey Lady, and various other ethereal beings, numbering no less than 20. It is doubtful that even within the Great Hall, such an assemblage of spirits would typically congregate. Why do you oppose this? The faction harboring animosity towards Lachlan was far from negligible. Due to the demise of Lachlan, there exists a significant probability that he may transform into a specter. Nicholas remarked that his powers are formidable and his magic unparalleled. There is no need to doubt the possibility I present. I vow this in the name of a once noble chief sorcerer of the court. But what does that mean for us? The figures within the painting remained discontented, some demonstrating a lack of intellect as they clamored about other matters, such as the individual they previously referred to as Lachlan, whom they would soon forget. Yet, it does concern us. If Lachlan were to become a specter, he would likely be a being even more exceptional than the mischievous poltergeist, capable not only of wreaking havoc upon us, but also effortlessly inflicting harm upon you. At this, the voices from the portrait fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of cicadas. Thus, in the end, we find ourselves powerless against Lachlan, effectively squandering our time here. However, we have indeed established two essential points. First, to maintain distance from Lachlan, and second, to avoid offending him. Sir Cadogan concluded, and Nicholas added, particularly emphasizing the first point. For instance, when Lachlan is present in the Great Hall, the ghosts from our four houses tend to vanish. Even that little poltergeist, upon sensing Lachlan's presence, keeps his distance. Have you noticed how quiet he has been lately? It appears we mistakenly thought that mischievous creature was causing trouble elsewhere. Thus, these portraits differ greatly from the advisory council in the headmaster's office. Their wisdom is indeed limited and perplexing. The conversation shifted again, suggesting that, in the end, they had not derived any constructive outcomes. Chapter 84, Hermione's Unease. After Lachlan upgraded the ear-reporting charm, he fell into a deep slumber. Although he initially intended to conserve his points, the acquisition of an additional 500 points became the proverbial last straw, stirring an undeniable restlessness within him. Upon reflection, the ear-reporting charm emerged as the most beneficial spell for him at this moment. Moreover, the cost of upgrading was minimal. From LV1 to LV2 required merely 20 influence points, while ascending from LV2 to LV3 demanded 60 influence points. For the first time, he found the upgrade of this charm remarkably economical. He was also highly satisfied with the newly acquired functionality. Even if he were to learn of the plots against him from those portraits, he would merely smile faintly, dismissing them entirely as they held no sway over him. For Hermione, the events of yesterday had indeed caused her some sleeplessness, leading her to reconsider her previous judgments about Malfoy. Perhaps he was not the avaricious, glory-seeking scion of dark wizards she had believed him to be, but instead, he may have concealed his true nature and abilities for reasons unknown. Hence, she resolved to seek an opportunity today to engage Malfoy in a sincere conversation. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to express her gratitude, for this was a matter of life and death. However, she did not expect that. Having risen early and unwittingly tidied herself up to ensure her hair was not too disheveled, Hermione would step into the Great Hall and immediately spot Draco Malfoy seated at a corner of the Slytherin table, boasting with his two rotund lackeys about how effortlessly he had vanquished the troll the previous day. Naturally, others were skeptical upon hearing such claims. After all, Slytherin had not gained any points from this alleged feat, nor had any professors confirmed Malfoy's assertion that he had indeed defeated the troll. Furthermore, the Malfoy family's reputation within the wizarding world left much to be desired, leading most to believe that Malfoy was merely bragging. Unfazed, Malfoy fervently defended himself with his rather limited vocabulary. It was then that he inadvertently caught sight of Hermione standing at the entrance of the Great Hall. He boldly pushed through the crowd, seized her wrist, and dragged her toward the Slytherin long table. Hermione, taken aback and momentarily disoriented, allowed herself to be pulled along. "She can testify for me. Yesterday, I rescued her from the clutches of that troll," he declared. A peculiar silence enveloped the room. Had Malfoy chosen a fellow Slytherin, perhaps one of his companions like Crabbe, they might have laughed it off, but he had chosen instead to drag forward a renowned young witch from Gryffindor, known for her exceptional talent. And despite being forcibly brought along, Hermione did not resist, suggesting a possibility. Perhaps Malfoy had truly defeated a troll. Yet, when Malfoy noticed Hermione's silence and her lack of attention to the others' shifting expressions, he assumed they still doubted him. "Speak up, you filthy mudblood," he urged, his impatience causing him to forget his father's earlier admonitions. In a sudden moment of clarity, Hermione seemed to spring into action, forcefully shaking off Malfoy's grip. Without uttering a word, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, she turned and pushed through the crowd, fleeing the Great Hall. This unforeseen spectacle left the onlookers perplexed. What was transpiring? Did Malfoy and Hermione share some sort of connection? It seemed implausible, considering their youth and Malfoy's consistently hostile demeanor. Despite their predominantly pure-blood heritage, they understood the implications of a mudblood status for a wizard of Muggle descent, and the potential pain it could inflict. In a fleeting moment, Malfoy too felt a sense of wrongdoing as he stared blankly at his empty right hand. Yet, as the clamor of his fellow Slytherins reached his ears, he loudly countered, "That fool was terrified yesterday, and hasn't recovered since, but her silence only affirms my truth." Just then, Daphne Greengrass, unable to endure Malfoy's poor display any longer, opened her mouth to speak, but a cheer erupted from the Gryffindor side, drowning her out. Indeed, the Nimbus 2000. How astonishing it is that Harry Potter possesses a Nimbus 2000. The voice that exclaimed this was sharp and high-pitched, revealing the speaker's profound astonishment. However, it was evident that most individuals paid little heed to this revelation, instead flocking towards Harry Potter, eager to observe the Nimbus 2000 up close. Although many present could afford such a magical broomstick, it did not imply that they were permitted to bring it to school, as the regulations clearly stated that students were not allowed to bring their own broomsticks into Hogwarts. Yet here stood Harry Potter with a Nimbus 2000, and no teacher had emerged to intervene since its appearance. This strongly suggested that the broomstick likely originated from a faculty member. Moreover, with November fast approaching and the Quidditch matches on the horizon, the implications of this situation were unmistakable. Someone had openly bestowed an advantage upon Harry Potter. Harry's keen mind quickly deduced that this must be the handiwork of Professor McGonagall. He glanced up towards the staff table and met her gaze, to which she responded with a gentle nod and a smile. Although his journey thus far had been fraught with challenges, the majority of Hogwarts teachers and assistants had treated him quite favorably. That morning, Lothar had arisen later than usual, and on his way to the Great Hall, he fortuitously encountered Hermione. She had just ascended from the spiral staircase and collided directly into his embrace. The impact was surprisingly forceful, causing Lothar to stagger back 2 steps before regaining his balance. Hermione, clearly aware of her clumsiness, averted her gaze, her head bowed. "I'm so sorry," she stammered, intending to turn and flee. However, Lothar noticed something amiss in Hermione's demeanor and felt a sense of concern. What was troubling her? Just yesterday, she had found herself in a perilous situation, and today she was acting in a manner inconsistent with her usual character. Thus, he clasped her wrist firmly. Startled, Hermione realized it was Lothar, and instinctively, she pursed her lips, ready to express her pent-up frustrations. Lothar quickly raised his hand to her lips, saying, "Stop, don't cry. Whatever it is, just tell me. I promised your parents I would help you as much as I could." "Okay." Hermione nodded instinctively, but then suddenly felt a strange discomfort, turning her head sharply to the side. Her voluminous brown hair nearly brushed against Lothar's face, and he narrowly managed to pull back just in time. I'm not crying. I was in a hurry. Chapter 85. Harry Potter's defeat in the match. Hermione, would you prefer coffee or tea? This was Hermione's first visit to Lothhar's dormitory, and she was filled with curiosity. The space was quite expansive and tastefully decorated by Lothar. Although imbued with a classical style, it also exuded a sense of leisure characteristic of the Muggle world. Furthermore, the numerous windows surrounding the tower allowed ample light to flood in. Despite the dreary weather outside, the room did not carry the oppressive gloom found in other quarters. Sitting somewhat stiffly on the couch, clutching the book tightly in her arms, Hermione did not heed Lachlan's suggestion to set it down, as it quelled her nerves to some extent. Outside, when she encountered Lachlan, she could be carefree, even bursting into tears in his embrace. Yet, upon reaching Tower 3, it was as if she had transformed entirely. How about some water? You appear to have skipped breakfast, Lachlan remarked with a smile, snapping his fingers. And a simple breakfast appeared on the table before him. Toast, cod soup, a fried egg, and the ever-present mashed potatoes. He pushed a tray of breakfast into the center. This is a special treat. Do give it a try. Hermione hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted, taking small bites of the toast. Even when she choked slightly, she resolutely endured it, only taking a sip of water when reminded. Lachlan found her behavior curious, pondering the complexity of her thoughts. She had mentioned wanting to have a conversation, yet here in the tower, she was silent. However, he was unconcerned. After all, there was ample time. They had breakfast together, with a considerable interval before their first class. Suddenly, Hermione stood up, saying, Mr. Wizard, I have an early class, so I must leave. With that, she hurriedly made her exit. Wait, you mentioned before? Nothing, really. I am quite well, Hermione replied, her face flushed crimson, and as she spoke, her cheeks appeared as though they might bleed. With her head bowed and clutching her books, she dashed out of Tower 3. Lachlan scratched his head, perplexed. He had intended to visit the Great Hall today, curious about the chances of forming the fabled trio, which had seemingly diminished by 10%. Although the troll incident had marked the beginning of their bond, due to Lachlan's intervention, the three had already formed an acquaintance and were said to have spent considerable time together, studying and encouraging each other's progress, earning much praise from their professors. The door of Tower 3 creaked open again, revealing Hermione once more. She did not enter, but cautiously raised her head to inquire, Mr. Wizard, may I come to find you in the future? This question had been posed by Hermione the previous night, to which Lachlan had already responded. Thus, he was momentarily baffled as to why she repeated it. Is this not sufficient? Oh, thank you, Mr. Wizard. I shall head to class now, she said, her face lighting up with a genuine smile, as if all her earlier discontent had been swept away. In truth, Hermione had no classes that morning, yet she chose not to linger. Lachlan, despite having promised Hermione assistance, had much work to do regarding the school regulations. He surmised that he would not be able to dedicate much time to answering her inquiries and could simply refer her to Filch, thereby advancing the plans for his reform. And so, the next day unfolded. Moreover, it appears that he has performed quite admirably, however, without explicitly stating it. With Luo Chen's current proficiency in the levitation charm at level 4, instructing Hermione is as simple as can be. Furthermore, upon mastering the charm at a masterful level, Luo Chen's comprehension of this spell has evolved into some remarkably unique insights, distinct from those of his predecessors. Thus, while elucidating the spell, he diverges from the rigidity often found in textbooks and other educators. He occasionally draws upon knowledge from the Muggle world to provide Hermione with a more detailed and vivid explanation, and she indeed proves to be a promising pupil. In just a few days, she has grasped the advanced version of the levitation charm, and according to Luo Chen's estimation, the girl has already reached the pinnacle of level 2. Although she is merely an 11-year-old girl, her natural talent is truly exceptional. In addition, for spells like the Lumos charm, Incendio, and Disarming charm, if quantifiable, Luo Chen believes she would also attain level 2. While he reflects on this, he feels somewhat inadequate regarding his own talents. Yet, considering that his magical energy is derived from system conversion, he finds solace in this realization. After all, who needs innate talent when one can have an advantage? One must learn to be content. Moreover, Luo Chen has come to appreciate another benefit of having a top student like Hermione. With her assistance, he has found his task of organizing school regulations significantly easier. Not only has the pace not diminished, but it has also shown a remarkable tendency to accelerate. This truly takes him by surprise. Any lingering concerns about how this might impact the future dynamics of the trio have dissipated entirely at this moment. However, since neither Luo Chen nor Hermione participated, even with Snape's protective measures ensuring that Harry Potter would not fall from his broom, Gryffindor lost their first match against Slytherin. According to the original narrative, Gryffindor was not expected to win the Quidditch Cup this year, which was touted as the most significant defeat in 3 centuries. Nevertheless, losing this first match has indeed cast a shadow over Harry Potter's debut. Conversely, Luo Chen indirectly gained an astonishing 60 points of influence, an amount that seems almost unbelievable. Yet, considering that these points were granted by Harry Potter, he found himself at ease once more. Dear sir, the record you have here is incorrect. In 1219, it was Professor Guillermo Sinton who first proposed the regulations for the management and maintenance of Hogwarts portraits. Luo Chen, who had been languidly reclining in a chair, was roused by Hermione's voice. She was seated in a high-backed chair on the left side of the desk, which Luo Chen had specially prepared for her. Before her lay a plethora of parchment rolls and thick tomes stacked high, surpassing even the height of those on Luo Chen's side. Wait a moment, Hermione. Initially, Luo Chen felt he had struck gold, for Hermione is the type of person who, once immersed in the ocean of books, becomes utterly absorbed. She invariably holds others to her own standards, regardless of the apparent age difference between her and Luo Chen. However, he is merely a 12-year-old child. Although his psychological maturity may surpass his years, he is still human and requires rest. Hermione looked up, seemingly perplexed, with a smudge of ink adorning the tip of her nose. Chapter 86. Must I truly address Hermione as sister? Luo Chen extended his hand to wipe it away. Hermione instinctively averted her gaze, but did not reject his gesture. I heard that the day before yesterday, your Gryffindor house lost the Quidditch match against Slytherin. Do you not feel even a twinge of desire to comfort Harry Potter? After all, he is the youngest seeker on your team. Quidditch? What is there to admire? The rules are so lax. Hermione resolutely shook her head. Moreover, didn't you, Mr. Wizard, once state that failure is the mother of success? The latter part of Hermione's statement was articulated in Mandarin. Though not entirely precise, it was impressive for someone her age to echo a phrase casually mentioned by Luo Chen. Luo Chen could only bow in reverence to her academic prowess. Indeed, it should be this way. Hermione assessed herself, yet the subtle frown creasing her small face indicated her dissatisfaction. We are not children anymore. One must learn to accept failure and continue to strive, thereby allowing oneself to grow rapidly. This is the wizarding world, which is far less stable and harmonious than the Muggle society. A peculiar sensation of mild discontent stirred within Luo Chen, compelling him to speak. What do you mean we are not children? You are merely 11 years old, after all. Wait a moment. Hermione seems somewhat older. Her birthday is earlier in the year. Thus, with a sudden thought, Luo Chen inexplicably shifted the topic. By the way, Hermione, your birthday is approaching, isn't it? Hermione paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression betrayed a flurry of thoughts, her cheeks still flushed with the remnants of pink, now deepening in hue. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. No, my birthday has already passed. It was in September. September? He instinctively repeated this, though no one noticed his fleeting astonishment. Luo Chen's birthday falls in November, and he was born in 1979. Thus, despite claiming to be 12 years old, he is in fact still shy of that age. Consequently, under normal circumstances, Luo Chen suddenly realized he would still have to call Hermione sister. Contemplating this brought an awkwardness to the forefront. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Faced with Hermione's increasingly puzzled gaze, Luo Chen feigned a stretch. After a busy morning, let's go for a stroll. But we still have much work to finish. Hermione was clearly perplexed, yet her face radiated a spark of excitement and longing. Come on, without regard for anything else. Luo Chen boldly took hold of Hermione's wrist and led her out of Tower 3, making their way across the wooden bridge toward Hagrid's hut. Not venturing beyond Hogwarts or to Hogsmeade, Luo Chen's leisurely pursuit could only lead him to Hagrid for a chat. Despite occasionally engaging in brief conversations with Hermione on the road, a perplexing question lingered in Lochan's mind. How could this be possible? He was, astonishingly, younger than Hermione. Yet, he understood that no matter how one calculated, this conclusion remained accurate, unless one were to factor in psychological age. This meant that, following a conventional developmental trajectory, Lochan was effectively still a first-year student this year. Previously, he had not made such comparisons, and his rapid advancement in abilities had prevented him from contemplating this issue. Coupled with his stature and height that far surpassed his age, it was unlikely anyone would discern that he was merely 11 years old, at least until after his birthday. However, observing Hermione as she continued to discuss ambiguities in the school regulations, he silently exhaled in relief. As long as he remained silent, others would remain oblivious. Of course, with the exception of Filch, who was likely the only one privy to his true age. After all, He had previously been a member of the Muggle Society, and thus could not be recorded by the Ministry of Magic. Figures like Dumbledore were equally unaware. As for the legendary mysterious Quill at Hogwarts, which had failed to send him an invitation to join the school, it was simply because Loxing had already taken on the role of a teaching assistant at Hogwarts. This, in turn, naturally implied that Loxing had become part of the Hogwarts community. Lost in thought, Hermione suddenly tugged at Loxing's sleeve. Just as he was about to inquire what was the matter, he followed her gaze and noticed 3 figures sprinting across the expansive lawn outside another entrance to Hogwarts Castle near the greenhouses. 2 were in pursuit of the third, who was evidently running faster and farther ahead. The figure appeared to be Malfoy, with Harry Potter and Ron trailing behind. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him. Loxing murmured softly, and without waiting for Hermione's questions, he led her directly to Hagrid's hut. Before they could enter, they heard a cacophony of unpleasant squawks emanating from within, accompanied by Hagrid's booming voice. "Oh, poor Norbert, you shall soon be separated from your mother." Upon hearing the commotion, Hagrid instinctively retrieved a soot-covered iron pot and slammed it onto the table. When he turned to see Loxing, he visibly relaxed, his posture seeming to shrink slightly. "Quick, quick, come in, Loxing." Hagrid beckoned him inside, warmly greeting Hermione as well. However, just as he closed the door, Norbert, confined within the pot, expressed his dissatisfaction by banging against it, producing a clanging sound. "Loxing, you aren't here to deal with Norbert, are you?" Although Loxing was fully aware of the situation, he feigned confusion, asking, "What Norbert?" "Hagrid, you can no longer resist your impulses towards those little creatures. I've told you countless times that meat is the essence of sustenance in this world. Pa pa pa, those little ones are so adorable. How could you harbor such wicked thoughts?" Hagrid countered, having had this argument with Loxing many times before. "Do you not eat meat? Don't those delightful creatures in the Forbidden Forest eat meat?" The scene unfolded in a state of confusion, with Hagrid's words leaving little room for rebuttal. Hermione, lost in thought, recalled the enchanting creatures that were indeed animals. Or these eggshells. Hagrid had visited this place several times, and there was a particularly treasured ancient cookbook that was said to have been gifted to him by Lorcan, yet Hermione had never had the fortune to see it. This piqued her curiosity, compelling her to sneak a glance whenever she had the chance. Just moments ago, she stumbled upon a pile of shattered eggshells tucked away in a corner, their charred and slate-gray fragments adorned with barely perceptible pale green markings. As Chapter 87 suggested, "Let us boil it." Ah, that was Hagrid's nature. His mind often seemed like a stubborn wheel, resistant to change, prompting him to instinctively offer explanations. Lorcan shook his head, unwilling to engage in any further banter. "Enough, Hagrid. We all know each other well enough. What contraband are you harboring this time?" Strangely enough, upon hearing this, Hagrid exhaled a sigh of relief, his hesitation dissipating. He lifted the lid of the cauldron to reveal Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, disoriented from its confinement. Norbert emerged and unleashed a burst of flames. Though modest in size, akin to a typical torch flame, it was important to remember that this was dragon fire, imbued with magical damage and toxins that would require specific potions for healing if one were to be injured. The flames clearly targeted Hermione, who had no time to evade as they surged toward her face. In a moment of urgency, Lorcan waved his wand, conjuring a fist-sized whirlwind that drew the flames into its vortex. In mere moments, the previously indistinct whirlwind transformed into a crimson flame tornado. With a snap of his fingers, the door swung open, and with a flick of his wand, Lorcan sent the fiery tempest soaring outside, where it crashed onto the lawn, creating a significant disturbance. "You audacious little creature." Despite Norbert's unintentional display of fire, Lorcan could not contain his frustration. A sphere of water descended upon Norbert, enveloping him entirely under Lorcan's command, leaving only his nose exposed. Norbert thrashed about, attempting to escape, but to no avail. In his struggle, he risked submerging his own snout, ultimately having to keep his head held high. "Careful, Norbert has just hatched. He cannot swim." Hagrid instinctively interjected, having been startled himself. Fortunately, Lorcan had acted in time. Hermione, still shaken, could not help but recall Lorcan's earlier conversation with Hagrid upon seeing the imprisoned Norbert. What might the dragon meat taste like? Of course, such thoughts were best left unspoken. It would ruin her reputation. "No, Hagrid, you saw that Hermione was almost harmed. I suggest we simply boil it." Both Hermione and Hagrid were momentarily taken aback, particularly the former. Could it be that Loxing possessed the ability to read minds? It seemed plausible, as Loxing appeared to be a formidable wizard. The capacity to perceive thoughts was certainly within the realm of possibility. Yet, would he misconstrue her intentions? No, after all, Norbert was merely a child. Hagrid naturally rejected the notion and had not considered that Locken might simply be jesting. After all, magical creatures differ significantly from ordinary wildlife, especially dragons, which are highly intelligent beings, perhaps exhibiting intellect and instincts akin to those of an infant from the moment of their birth. Of course, Locken had not conducted any research on the matter. He merely held this assumption instinctively. Thus, his words were likely intended to intimidate Norbert. But who among them was not a child? Hermione certainly was. However, it was indeed different. Dragons were said to grow rapidly. Remarkably, Hermione interjected unexpectedly, causing Locken to pause momentarily before instinctively responding. So, if we keep him for another couple of months, he'll grow larger, making it more worthwhile to consume him. Clearing his throat, he added, "Now, on to serious matters. Hagrid, as you heard, this dragon cannot be kept, so we may as well eat him." Locken recognized that jesting had its limits. Anxiously, Norbert retracted his pride as a dragon and hurriedly scurried towards Hagrid, though his feet seemed to slip, causing him to tumble several times. It was Hagrid who gently scooped him up, tenderly stroking his scaly head. Oh, poor Norbert! With this incident, it was evident that Locken and Hermione found little reason to linger. They bid farewell and departed, having intended only to seek amusement, yet unexpectedly encountering such a situation. Little did they anticipate what lay ahead. That evening, Filch sought him out, and together they made their way to the third tower, heading directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Locken gleaned the general circumstances, which did not diverge significantly from the original narrative. Malfoy seized the opportunity to challenge Harry Potter and Ron to a duel, with Hermione absent to guide or intervene. Naturally, Harry and Ron could hardly contain themselves. Without a second thought, they settled upon a location for the duel. However, unexpectedly, Malfoy not only failed to attend, but instead reported to Gryffindor's head, Professor McGonagall. The outcome was that all three were punished. McGonagall instructed Filch to fetch Locken, preparing to escort them to Hagrid. Without hesitation, Locken accepted the task, and the four of them exited the castle. Locken led the way, a luminous orb of white light floating ahead, serving as a source of illumination. "I must ask, what were you all thinking?" he inquired, breaking the silence. The atmosphere was heavy, and Locken sought conversation. Malfoy felt somewhat uneasy, as he had long believed Locken harbored a poor opinion of him. Yet, reflecting on how he had indirectly mocked the renowned Harry Potter, an inexplicable pleasure welled within him. Meanwhile, Ron could not suppress a smirk, thinking he was being discreet. Though Locken heard him clearly, the newly revised school regulations had never stated that keeping dragons was forbidden. "Ah, Mr. Weasley, you have made an astute observation. Very well. Once this task concludes, I shall confer with the esteemed heads of the various houses, alongside Professor Dumbledore, to advocate for the inclusion of the comprehension and reading of school regulations as part of the examination subjects. As for the memorization of entries, let us aim for a neat total of 1,000. Chapter 88. The Premature Plot, the Butterfly Effect. You cannot proceed in this manner. For the first time, these three individuals aligned in their opposition to Locken's dreadful notion. Yet, Locken appeared utterly indifferent to their dissent, his attention already drawn to Hagrid's cottage in the distance, where Hagrid sat by the fire, lost in thought. "Hey, Hagrid, I brought a few companions to lend you a hand. Just find them some tasks to occupy their boundless energy," Locken remarked casually, oblivious to the expressions of the three young wizards trailing behind him. Hagrid rose with a weary demeanor. "Harry and Ron, just in time. Dumbledore sent word today that the Centaur tribe has reported someone sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night, attacking unicorns. I need to investigate." Upon hearing Hagrid's explanation, Locken froze in shock. And this has been occurring for several months? Initially, when he heard from McGonagall about these three planning to duel at midnight, he found it rather amusing. Although the timing was indeed a tad early, in reality, these three had always been at odds. It was not surprising that trouble would arise. Throughout Hogwarts, aside from severe infractions warranting penalties, such as point deductions, there were few methods to discipline students. It was quite the coincidence that they had encountered this situation. Indeed, Locken should have noticed that Hagrid had acquired the dragon egg much earlier than anticipated. But the egg's premature hatching, could it be a case of being born too soon? Perhaps it would be better to consume it. Cough, cough. By the way, Hagrid, what about your Niffler? The Niffler has been sent to Romania by Professor Dumbledore, where it can thrive among its kin, Hagrid replied, his mood visibly darkening. After all, that was what Professor Dumbledore had stated. I trust Dumbledore. The repetition of Dumbledore's name in Hagrid's words felt excessive, yet it was precisely through this affirmation that Hagrid sought to reassure himself of his choices. In his life, Hagrid revered only two individuals, his father and Dumbledore. Well then, we must set off. Locken, will you join us? Hagrid bent down to retrieve a crossbow, crudely fashioned and seemingly his own creation. What do you mean? Hagrid, you intend to take these children into the Forbidden Forest tonight? How perilous! Did Professor McGonagall not send you to supervise them precisely to impose a punishment? Hagrid's expression was one of confusion. Indeed, it is a punishment, but I had assumed it would involve minor tasks, such as feeding magical creatures, preparing bait, or chopping wood. Something physically demanding, but a nighttime excursion into the Forbidden Forest. Locken gestured with his right hand, struggling to articulate his concerns to Hagrid. Their departure may lead them to encounter Quirrell. Locken is uncertain whether Quirrell and Voldemort at this juncture will appear as feeble as depicted in the original narrative. It is foreseeable that Voldemort's attachment to Quirrell, in a manner incomprehensible to Locken, will undoubtedly siphon his vitality and erode his corporeal form. However, it is not yet dire. Wait. As this thought crossed Locken's mind, he suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Although Quirrell and Voldemort have once again invaded Gringotts, Luo Chen's intervention has inflicted considerable harm upon Quirrell, with Voldemort also suffering collateral damage. Thus, the likelihood of Voldemort's corporeal form being excessively weakened and in dire need of unicorn blood to sustain his existence is indeed significant. Consequently, it follows that Hagrid's acquisition of the dragon egg is quite reasonable. Hagrid, observing the sudden gravity of Luo Chen's demeanor, was reminded of the responsibilities Locken presently bears. Oh, I almost forgot, perhaps you could bring them tomorrow, during the day, Hagrid suggested. However, before Locken could respond, the three young ones expressed their reluctance. A nocturnal escapade in the Forbidden Forest. They had long anticipated such a thrilling challenge. Yet, their tender age prevented them from venturing out of the castle after dusk. Upon hearing Hagrid's proposal, although they were ostensibly there to face punishment, their hearts raced with excitement, sensing they were on the cusp of a grand adventure. With Hagrid safeguarding their well-being, they felt assured that no harm would befall them. Moreover, they would have a splendid tale to boast about the following day. This sentiment was not exclusive to Malfoy. Even Ron shared the same thrill. In contrast, Harry Potter pondered the associated risks. Following Luo Chen's intervention, he now excelled in all subjects, save for potions, where he often found himself at odds with Snape. In other classes, he performed just shy of Hermione's prowess. He felt a sense of satisfaction, especially considering Hermione's remarkable talent displayed at the Leaky Cauldron, which had left him astounded. At that time, Mr. Weasley had elaborated on what such talent signified, nothing short of exceptional, perhaps even surpassing his own abilities. Thus, throughout, Harry harbored no jealousy towards Hermione beyond a sense of admiration, particularly as the three of them formed a study group. He received substantial assistance from Hermione, which ensured his grades continued to improve. Therefore, he held deep gratitude for her. Indeed, Professor McGonagall can be quite stern at times. Hagrid nodded in agreement, then added, "Rest assured, Locken, there is no danger tonight. Although a unicorn may be in peril, no fatalities have been reported. One must acknowledge the formidable strength of those creatures." Upon hearing this, Locken mused on how he might deter their plans. Should he claim to have foreseen Voldemort lying in wait for them in the Forbidden Forest? It is certainly plausible, for Locken has already crafted the persona of a seer. However, upon casting another glance at the eager little creatures, Luo Chen contemplated for a moment and said, "Very well. I shall accompany you." "Splendid. Let us proceed," Hagrid responded, waving to the group. This time, they did not divide into smaller factions, but continued along the narrow path that Hagrid had trodden many times before, delving deeper into the Forbidden Forest. From the very moment they entered, Luo Chen gripped his wand tightly, prepared for any imminent ambush. Chapter 89. Encounter, ready to strike. The wind rustled through the treetops, creating a symphony of whispers. After traversing nearly 500 or 600 meters, the initially enthusiastic group, including Malfoy, suddenly found the atmosphere rather tedious. Was it not said that the Forbidden Forest was rife with danger? Why had they yet to encounter even a single magical creature? Not even a spider or any other dark entity. "Yaya, have you discovered something?" Hagrid immediately lifted his crossbow in the direction of Yaya's barking. Though timid by nature, as a Neapolitan mastiff, Yaya possessed an acute sense for danger. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, inverting his palm. The white orbs of light that had been floating nearby vanished in an instant, leaving the surroundings enveloped in a profound silence and darkness. With his keen perception, Luo Chen even detected the sudden stillness in Malfoy's breathing. After nearly 15 seconds had elapsed without any sign of peril, Hagrid began to lower his crossbow. only to notice a nearby bush at the base of a large tree suddenly quaking violently. Luo Chen silently directed his wand towards that very spot. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past. A shrill cry erupted, not particularly loud. Yet in the next moment, they all recognized the fleeting shadow as an 8-eyed giant spider, at least the size of 3 adult heads. It was currently gnawing on a rabbit, its fur mottled and disheveled. With a glance towards Hagrid, it swiftly ascended the tree and vanished into the night. Hagrid exhaled with relief, retracting his crossbow without further explanation. Be vigilant. We are nearing a perilous area, he advised, before leading the group onward. They had only just pondered the notion of spiders when one appeared. Could the Forbidden Forest somehow read their thoughts? Ron's mind drifted to spiders due to his phobia, feeling that the current scene harmonized well with their surroundings. Yet, deep down, he did not genuinely wish to encounter one. Consequently, he found himself inching closer to Harry Potter, nearly clinging to him, even as his legs felt somewhat unsteady. Malfoy, on the other hand, associated spiders with darkness and evil, making them a fitting symbol for the treacherous Forbidden Forest. Since defeating the troll all alone, Malfoy had noticed significant changes within himself. After advancing approximately another 100 meters, Hagrid suddenly raised his arm, halting the group, and crouched down. Before him lay a viscous substance. But with no moonlight illuminating the scene, and being deep within the Forbidden Forest, the light from their lanterns was insufficient to discern its nature. Luo Chen projected a layer of mental barrier, expanding it outward into the surrounding environment. Subsequently, he conjured a luminous orb of milky white light. The liquid before him shimmered in silver, reminiscent of molten silver. Indeed, it was the blood of a unicorn. It was astonishing that someone dared to ambush such a creature. Hagrid's expression grew somber, for the population of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest was rather scarce, though he could not ascertain the exact number. He suspected there were scarcely 100. Of course, this was merely Hagrid's personal conjecture. In truth, the unicorn population had dwindled significantly in recent years, and 100 individuals would constitute a considerable herd. Hagrid, didn't you hear previously about someone in the Forbidden Forest? Harry Potter inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, it was Dumbledore who mentioned it, but the information came from a Centaur tribe, whose members held varying perspectives on wizards. Some were amiable towards humans, others harbored disdain, and some remained neutral. Thus, even if they conveyed a message, its veracity could not be guaranteed without personal confirmation. Hagrid educated a few young warriors, advising them that should they encounter centaurs, it would be wise to avoid provoking them and to turn away instead. Coward. Despite sharing the same trepidation, Malfoy unabashedly mocked Ron. Unable to restrain himself, Ron retorted with a flurry of insults. After a while, Luo Chen assisted Hagrid in meticulously cleaning the unicorn's blood, burying the traces beneath the soil. Enough, everyone quiet down, Luo Chen admonished, his brow furrowed. What shall we do next, Hagrid? Do we continue onward? He queried, gesturing subtly to the 3 companions trailing behind. It seemed inappropriate for them to continue accompanying them. Yet, Hagrid paid no heed to this concern, scanning the surroundings. There is already 1 unicorn injured. We must locate it swiftly. Otherwise, he appeared to sense something amiss and decisively chose a southwesterly course. This way, Luo Chen sighed, resigned to follow. Hagrid, does he think everyone is as robust as he is? In that brief moment, Luo Chen felt a slight drain on his mental energy. Fortunately, his frequent usage of spells to enhance his stamina rendered such fatigue inconsequential. Within mere moments, he had recovered. The combination of boundary painting and the abyssal hell was undeniably powerful, yet it also demanded a considerable expenditure of magical and mental energy. Indeed, Hagrid's chosen path proved correct. As they pressed onward and discovered further signs, along with splatters of the unicorn's silvery blood. Unlike before, the blood did not pool together. Yet Hagrid and Luo Chen remained vigilant about burying and disposing of it. Leaving it behind could easily incite further complications. Consuming it could lead to a curse. Suddenly, after they had dealt with the blood from a certain herb, an explosion of radiant white light erupted approximately 30 meters ahead. Even though they were surrounded by a dense thicket of trees, the pallor of a few faces was unmistakable. Harry Potter and his companions understood that this was a peril beyond their reach. Following closely was the mournful cry of the unicorn, which sent Hagrid into a flurry of urgency. Quick, the unicorn is on the verge of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the source of the sound, followed by the 3 young wizards. One must admit, this was rather reckless. Hey! At this juncture, Lockhart glanced at the terrified trio and sighed in resignation. With a gentle flick of his wand, a protective earthen wall, 3 meters in radius, began to rise around them. He then cast an ethereal barrier, firmly encasing the wall's exterior. Stay inside and do not venture out. I have set protections around this area that will not only safeguard your safety, but also inflict harm upon you should the barrier be breached. I will be alerted if that occurs. Lockhart hastily explained before darting off in pursuit of Hagrid. It was uncertain whether Hagrid could contend with Quirrell and Voldemort at this moment. Chapter 90. Confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort. Upon his arrival, Lockhart indeed beheld a unicorn, its body riddled with minor wounds, besieged by a shadowy figure cloaked in black, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist. Hagrid was attempting to assist, yet he wielded no magic. Instead, he was firing bolts from a crossbow. However, the cloaked figure effortlessly evaded each shot, demonstrating an alarming ease. Clearly, this was futile. Despicable thief. Who are you? Do you not realize this is Hogwarts, under the protection of the great white wizard, Dumbledore? While attacking, Hagrid invoked Dumbledore's name to intimidate the shadowy figure, fully aware that neither he nor the beleaguered unicorn stood a chance against this dark wizard. He hoped that invoking Dumbledore's name would frighten the intruder away. Lockhart merely needed a glance to ascertain the identity of the cloaked figure. The latter also noted Lothan's arrival, momentarily pausing, clearly recognizing Lockhart's identity. While he may have managed against a single unicorn, the emergence of Hagrid had complicated matters. And now, with Lockhart's presence, his confidence waned. It was rumored that Lockhart was involved in the design of this challenge and was permitted to traverse between various trials, evidently holding considerable power. This, however, also implied that his strength should not be underestimated. Yet, with Voldemort's essence residing within him, Quirrell felt a modicum of confidence. Even if he could not overpower Lockhart, he could still retreat unscathed. After all, they could not afford to kill either of them, especially under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. However, before that, he needed to eliminate the unicorn, for it could very well remember his scent. Avada Kedavra! A sickly green light erupted from the tip of his wand. He had refrained from unleashing his lethal spell until now, knowing that if the unicorn perished, it would serve no purpose to him. Hagrid found himself utterly incapable of countering the situation, helplessly watching as the ghastly green light inched ever closer to the unicorn. Fortunately, Lockhart was not idle. He deftly cast a disarming spell. Under his control, the spell did not falter but continued to channel magical energy, bursting forth from his wand to intercept the killing curse mid-flight. A resounding bang echoed, reminiscent of distant thunder. The ensuing gusts of wind stirred the ground, raising clouds of dust. The figure in the black robe appeared momentarily taken aback, yet in the next moment, he vanished with a subtle flicker. A flash of white light erupted from his previous position, leaving a narrow crater in the earth. Though the sound was subdued, Chilo, who had taken cover, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. There was no doubt, had he been careless just moments ago, he could have sustained grievous injuries, or worse, been utterly annihilated. Lockhart was indeed a formidable adversary. Consequently, thoughts of retreat grew increasingly potent. At that moment, Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind, commanding him to eliminate Lockhart. The voice was disjointed and appeared strained, imbued with terror and malevolence. Despite having heard it countless times before, Chilo felt a shiver run down his spine. The dread Voldemort instilled was palpably greater than that conjured by Lockhart. Resolved to disregard it, he unleashed a classic spell towards Lockhart, summoning a flock of birds. However, the birds he conjured were black, shrouded in dark mist. Lockhart dared not confront them directly and clumsily rolled away from the oncoming threat. With a flick of his wand, he cast a boundary spell, pouring over 80% of his mental energy into it, enveloping a radius of 30 meters around him. As Lockhart pointed his wand at Chilo, the latter instinctively prepared to disapparate. Yet Voldemort, sensing something amiss, instructed Chilo to halt, compelling him to hastily sidestep instead. No spells were cast against him. It seemed Lockhart had merely sought to intimidate. What was happening? Hagrid, we must flee and seek Dumbledore. There were certain secrets Lockhart was reluctant to reveal in Hagrid's presence. But Hagrid was resolute. He could never abandon Lockhart to escape alone, even in pursuit of Dumbledore's aid. If he left, both the unicorn and Lockhart would likely meet their demise. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy figure launched a surprise attack. Lockhart, caught slightly off guard, quickly expanded the boundary of his protective spell. However, under his guidance, one side had encroached perilously close to the left side of the black-robed figure, seemingly within reach. A spell struck Lockhart's thigh. While the damage was minimal, the sensation was far from pleasant. Flames erupted. The adversary, dismissive, instinctively stepped to the left. The next moment, Lockhart let out a muted groan, suffering a slight backlash of mental energy, yet the abyssal hell effect on his passive skill activated in response. His magical energy plummeted by 15, and a significant portion of his remaining mental strength was drained. The boundary spell collapsed entirely, leaving the figure in black standing still, clutching his head in agony. Stumbling and on the verge of collapsing to the ground, Luo Chen attempted to cast another spell. However, his opponent transformed into a swirling mass of dark mist, soaring into the sky and swiftly vanishing from both Luo Chen's and Hagrid's sight. Hagrid, somewhat perplexed, couldn't he comprehend the abrupt conclusion of what he had anticipated to be a challenging, and perhaps even a losing, battle. He had not expected such a hasty and anticlimactic end. At that moment, Luo Chen was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, with veins prominently bulging on his forehead. It was indeed an uncomfortable sensation. Luo Chen drew in a sharp breath, reluctantly acknowledging that this feeling was no less distressing than having a plethora of information forcefully crammed into his mind. The primary reason for this discomfort was that his mental energy was on the brink of depletion. He had previously experimented with establishing barriers and spells, only to find them not entirely shattered. Luo Chen had sensed beforehand that intertwining these two spells would come at a cost. However, this was the first time since his rebirth that he had experienced the sensation of his mental energy being forcefully shattered. Thus, he became further convinced of the inherent dangers in spells that pertain to the soul. Luo Chen, are you all right? Hagrid approached, assisting him to stand. Luo Chen shook his head in silence. You should check on that unicorn. The battle ended quite abruptly, but it was already on the brink of exhaustion. Indeed, the unicorn had collapsed, its legs giving way. A massive wound marred its belly, oozing a silvery blood. Clearly, waiting for the unicorn to recover on its own was not a viable option. As the sharp pain in Luo Chen's mind gradually subsided, he moved closer, noticing Hagrid's uncertainty and hesitation to touch the creature. Don't you know any healing spells? Or can you call upon its kin? Surely they must have methods to treat its injuries. During the battle, Luo Chen had witnessed the unicorn's spiraled white horn emanating brilliant beams of light, akin to a rainbow piercing the sky, with formidable penetrating power. In his mind, unicorns were closely associated with healing magic. What about its kin? He inquired. I don't know. Hagrid shook his head. Even for me, encountering more than 2 unicorns is rare. Although they dwell in the Forbidden Forest, they are elusive and unpredictable. Do not hold your hopes too high. For reasons unknown, Hagrid appeared surprisingly coherent at that moment. Luo Chen fell into silence, instinctively directing his gaze to his influence points. The last upgrade of the ear reporting god had consumed 80 influence points, and after Harry Potter's failure in the first Quidditch match, he had gained 60 points, resulting in a net consumption of 20 points. Additionally, in recent days, Malfoy had contributed 15 points, along with a few scattered other gains totaling 7 points. Thus, Luo Chen currently possessed a total of 2,108 influence points. That was roughly equivalent to having acquired a level 3 ear reporting god without any cost. Chapter 91. Healing the Unicorn. He opened the skill panel and located the healing spell, which was currently at level 1. To upgrade it to level 2, he would require 70 influence points. Initially, Luo Chen intended to visit the library in search of books pertaining to healing spells, hoping to conduct a thorough study before consulting Professor Frivy for guidance. This approach would potentially allow him to elevate his level 1 to level 2, thereby reducing the requisite influence points. It was even conceivable that he could, through his own capabilities, ascend to level 2 without external assistance. However, it became abundantly clear that since he undertook the task of creating game levels, he had been preoccupied with the revision of school regulations, leaving him with no time to engage in learning. In his previous naivety, he had believed himself invincible, immune to injury. During the initial stages of mastering the healing spell, he had expended merely 15 influence points, and, according to the records in the standard spells text, it could only mend physical wounds. While it could restore some magical damage, the effect was minimal, unless the spell could be advanced to a significantly higher level. Thus, even in his current predicament, Luo Chen felt a twinge of reluctance. He feared that even reaching level 3 would be insufficient, as it would require a staggering 280 influence points, and should he fall short, he would need to continue striving for an even higher level, which seemed decidedly unwise. Hence, he pondered, System, I wish to extract a spell. Ding. Host request acknowledged. Preparing for spell extraction. Spell extraction in progress. Spell extraction complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special spell. Reprise of familiar tactics. A substantial influx of information flooded Luo Chen's mind, compounded by the fact that his earlier mental injuries had yet to heal. resulting in a throbbing headache and a paler complexion. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain serving to keep him conscious and prevent him from fainting. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was his resolute determination that allowed such a vast stream of information to be fully absorbed within just over 30 seconds. However, as he hastily glanced through it, his expression darkened. The only notable addition was a singular directional pointer. System, why do you always falter at critical moments? Luo Chen silently berated, weighing his final options. Ding. When the host last extracted the boundary painting, he did not express such sentiments. Luo Chen's countenance grew even more somber, but at this juncture, he had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in frivolous banter with the system. Taking several deep breaths, a fleeting grimace crossed his face as he issued a renewed command. System, I demand an upgrade. Expedite the healing spell directly to level 3. Ding. Host request acknowledged. Healing spell upgrade in progress. Without the mitigating buff of the idiom dictionary, the agony inflicted upon Luo Chen was far more pronounced, as though it sought to shatter his very soul. He consciously directed his awareness towards his spiritual essence, attempting to alleviate the suffering in this manner. He could perceive the faint golden shield centered around the idiom dictionary, undulating with ripples. Luo Chen fervently prayed, please do not let it break. Although he understood that this delicate golden barrier possessed formidable defensive capabilities, he could not quell the anxiety that surged within him, for the information flow originated from an internal upheaval. Time became an indiscernible blur. Even though Luo Chen had placed his consciousness in his spiritual form, he felt utterly disoriented. Luo Chen, are you all right? The voice of Hagrid echoed in his ears. Luo Chen gradually opened his eyes, a wave of fatigue crashing over his mind. He had exhausted himself considerably. I'm fine, step aside. What? Hagrid was taken aback. But Luo Chen had already taken a few unsteady steps toward the weary unicorn beside him. He intended to crouch down, but stumbled and fell to his knees instead. Hagrid instinctively reached out to assist him, but Luo Chen declined. Although the unicorn had fought alongside him, it instinctively recoiled at his approach, as such creatures harbored a deep-seated wariness of humans. I will not harm you, Luo Chen gently reassured, stroking its faintly shimmering white coat. He raised his wand and, directing it toward the gruesome 30-centimeter gash on its abdomen, softly uttered, heal as before. An invisible wave of magic emanated from the tip of his wand, spreading across the unicorn's form. Fortunately, due to the previous necessity for unicorn blood, the adverse effects were not invoked, resulting in a significantly more potent healing spell, a powerful dark magic. The wounds on the unicorn began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. However, the unicorn's whimpers grew fainter, for although the healing was magical, it heavily relied on the vitality and strength of the creature being healed to facilitate the recovery process. Thus, it was a mutual drain on both parties. This was one of the primary reasons Luo Chen had initially deemed this spell somewhat ineffective and not urgent to master. With the LV3 healing charm combined with his wand, which was inclined towards control and enhancement, he transformed into an exceptionally skilled surgeon in that moment. 3 minutes later, the unicorn's myriad of wounds had entirely vanished. Even the fur surrounding the injuries had regrown under the spell's influence. Phew, done. Luo Chen braced himself against the ground, attempting to rise, but the depletion of his mental and magical energy left him swaying, and he stumbled forward. Instead of crashing to the ground in an undignified manner, he fell onto the soft, warm body of the unicorn, which had regained its strength after healing, but still bore some fatigue. Yet it was far more resilient than any human. Seeing Luo Chen topple, the unicorn instinctively caught him with its body, then gently grasped the back of his robe with its mouth, effortlessly hoisting him onto its back. Nay, the sound it made was reminiscent of a horse, albeit slightly off-key. Hagrid, having spent considerable time with these magical creatures, instantly understood its intent. All right, follow me. He led the unicorn, along with Luo Chen, back toward the small cottage. However, after walking nearly 100 meters, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. At that moment, he spotted the unicorn, its coat as white as snow, albeit dimmed, yet still exuding an air of noble grace, and felt a surge of joy as he prepared to emerge from behind the wall. Luo Chen, still clinging to a flicker of consciousness, silently cursed his misfortune and hurriedly waved his wand to dismantle the surrounding mental barriers. Impulsive Ron was on the verge of confronting the most terrifying nightmare of his life. However, the breath that Luo Chen had been holding finally escaped him, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted, his wand clattering to the ground. Damn it! Chapter 92, Reflections on Gains. Fortunately, I was not confined to the hospital wing this time. Upon awakening, Luo Chen found himself reclining on the sofa in Tower 3. A familiar sight. It seems I am destined to be the most unfortunate time traveler in history. Despite enduring grave injuries, I find myself unconscious every few days. Alas, how tragic. It appears you are in quite good spirits. Suddenly, a harsh and austere voice pierced the air, startling Luo Chen. He propped himself up and turned toward the source of the voice, revealing Severus Snape. At that moment, Snape occupied his desk, surrounded by an array of potion-making apparatus. Bubbles gurgled and burst in the cauldron, releasing tendrils of eerie jade-green smoke. Luo Chen felt a pang of anxiety, unsure whether his earlier musings had been overheard. How careless of me. A time traveler? This is a topic that every traveler dreads, a secret they hold dear. What brings you here? Luo Chen endeavored to keep his voice steady. Dumbledore asked me to prepare some potions for you. Snape replied without glancing at him, wholly focused on his materials. If you do not awaken in 15 minutes, I shall rouse you. Luo Chen exhaled in relief upon hearing those serious words. It seemed this man had not heard him. Sitting up, he felt no soreness or fatigue, merely a slight weariness. He understood that this was due to the severe depletion of his mental energy. Though he had rested through the night, a complete recovery was beyond reach. Rubbing his temples with his fingers, he sought to alleviate the fatigue. For a moment, the two fell into silence. Strangely, despite the absence of a clock in the tower, Luo Chen could distinctly hear the rhythmic ticking of a second hand in his ears. Thanks, he broke the silence, attempting to ease the tension. Snape's previously fluid movements faltered for a brief moment, quickly regaining composure. Though the materials in his hands were indeed ruined, nonetheless, his expression remained inscrutable. It is merely my duty, he replied in a tone that was still dry and brusque. That truly must be arduous for you, Potions Master. It is evidently no easy task. Luo Chen mused, searching for conversation. Despite Snape having once challenged him to a duel, he bore no ill will toward the man. Luo Chen recognized the profound greatness of Severus Snape. As a popular saying from my past life goes, your life is filled with blooming flowers, only because someone bears the weight for you. Unreservedly stated, Snape devoted 3/4 of his life to the memory of Lily Evans, leaving himself to live for merely a quarter, or perhaps even less. Certainly, there are those who would assert that this is the consequence of Severus Snape's own actions. Had he not allied himself with Voldemort or divulged Trelawney's prophecy, perhaps Lily Evans would have evaded her tragic fate. However, these matters are distinct. Through a series of extraordinary circumstances, Snape harbored a profound love for Lily Evans, an affection so deep that it transcends mere verbal expression. Yet, Snape showed no inclination to engage in conversation, remaining engrossed in his tasks. Loxing, on the other hand, felt no embarrassment. He closed his eyes to meditate, while simultaneously reviewing the fruits of his endeavors from the previous day. He revisited the intricacies of the healing spell. Yesterday, in haste and with his consciousness directed towards his ethereal form, he had experienced less pain, yet he found himself unable to perform with the same finesse as before. Furthermore, he had forcibly absorbed knowledge pertaining to unicorns, more precisely, knowledge concerning equine creatures. This acquisition enabled Loxing to execute the healing spell with greater precision on such beings. The efficacy of the healing spell, whether beneficial or detrimental, hinges on the practitioner's understanding of the biological makeup of these creatures. While Loxing was uncertain if other wizards shared his perspective, in his view, the healing spell had ascended to the microscopic level of cellular understanding. Of course, having reached level 3, this knowledge resided within Loxing's mind. When casting the healing spell on a specific type of creature, as long as it was not too obscure, the relevant information would spring forth, allowing for proficient application. However, attaining the pinnacle of such mastery was undoubtedly impossible. At best, one could achieve a subpar level of proficiency. No wonder St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries mandates that every healer regard this spell as a fundamental component of their daily training regimen. Loxing mused internally. Having achieved level 3, he possessed a rudimentary capacity for magical injury recovery, albeit with limited efficiency. For instance, if one inadvertently consumed a swelling potion, resulting in a swollen form, the healing spell could restore normalcy, yet would require an excessive expenditure of effort, far less efficient than simply utilizing a potion designed to alleviate swelling. Loxing then turned his attention to the newly extracted spell, focusing on the comprehension and interpretation of its 5 crucial directional words. Although it was merely level 1 and contained a limited amount of information, the more he examined it, the brighter his eyes shone. It appeared promising. He found himself speaking aloud, just as Snape's potion brewing reached its conclusion. He observed Snape circling his wand around the cauldron with precision before gently tapping it. The flames below extinguished, and the potion, once a viscous, gray-black substance, transformed into a clear, tranquil liquid resembling a pristine bowl of water. With a flourish of his wand, the cauldron levitated under Snape's control, autonomously pouring the potion into a deep brown glass vial. "Your potion," Snape declared, having completed his task. He began to pack away the complex instruments from the table, turning sharply to leave, leaving the vial atop Loxing's desk. As he approached the doorway, he did not forget to remind her, "The quicker one drinks, the more effective it will be. If it exceeds 15 minutes, it will lose its potency. Otherwise, I would not have brewed it for you." "Thank you." Luo Chen expressed his gratitude once more, yet the other party had already exited, leaving the door ajar. It was uncertain whether Snape had heard. Rising from his seat, Luo Chen approached his desk, gazing at the peculiar vial before him, and reached out to grasp it. Ultimately, he refrained from consuming it, instead placing it within the drawer of his desk. Although his knowledge of potions was limited, he surmised it must pertain to the restoration of one's mental state. However, Luo Chen's fatigue was not due to exhaustion, but rather a slight aftermath of overextending his magical abilities. The most wholesome remedy was simply to sleep. Thus, when Hermione arrived after her classes, she found Luo Chen reclined in a rocking chair by the window, his breathing steady, already lost in slumber. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to disturb him. Instead, she ventured to the workspace, resuming her organization of the school regulations. While Hermione cherished reading, it did not imply a fondness for labor. Nevertheless, this task allowed her to assist the wizard who had provided her with considerable help, and she was more than willing to contribute. Moreover, this wizard was amiable, and over time, Hermione had grown accustomed to his presence. Here, she felt a profound sense of tranquility. In her leisure moments, she could engage in her preferred pursuits without anyone admonishing her. Whenever she encountered perplexing questions, Luo Chen consistently offered the most apt and considerate answers, engendering in Hermione a sensation of being extraordinarily fortunate.